10 Gods Chapter 225 to Chapter 277. Reading on a mobile phone. The Celestial River Pagoda was located on the east side of the Burning Sun sect. When Lin Tian arrived at the location of the Celestial River Pagoda, he found that there were not many disciples around. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, only Sea of Consciousness realm cultivators could enter the Celestial River Pagoda. Among the hundreds of disciples in the Burning Sun sect, only about 30 had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian looked up and saw that the Celestial River Pagoda was divided into 9 layers. Each layer was 10 feet high and had a purple-blue color. It seemed to be made of some kind of strange stone, giving off a majestic aura. 2 deacons stood guard in front of the Celestial River Pagoda. Lin Tian came close to the Celestial River Pagoda and explained his purpose to the 2 deacons before pushing open the door and walking in. As soon as he entered the pagoda, Lin Tian felt a sense of shock. Inside the dim Celestial River Pagoda, the ceiling was not the usual stone hall, but a vast starry sky with twinkling stars and a full moon. It was as if he was standing under the Celestial River, giving off a very illusionary feeling. This is the Celestial River Pagoda that only Sea of Consciousness cultivators can enter. It really lives up to its reputation. Lin Tian was shocked. At this time, Lin Tian was on the first floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. Looking around, he saw about a dozen disciples on the first floor of the pagoda. All of them were inner sect disciples, each of them full of vitality. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged on one side with a bright light shining between their eyebrows. Suddenly, Lin Tian's body trembled and he could not help but take a step back. At this moment, an invisible and colorless force fell from the Celestial River above, pressing down on him fiercely. Lin Tian looked up and could not help but feel moved. At this time, he felt as if the Celestial River Pagoda was flowing, and the stars and the full moon were flashing with a strange light. This light was a bit dazzling, as if it was some kind of spiritual shock wave, causing his head to suddenly ache and creating illusions in front of him. Newcomer, protect yourself with your spiritual consciousness and resist the invisible attack force falling from the Celestial River Pagoda. When you can break through this attack force, you will be able to break through the first layer of the Celestial River and reach the second floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. At that time, you will also step into the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. A voice came from the side. Lin Tian tilted his head to look, only to see a beam of light disappear from that place, rushing into the galaxy above. Lin Tianwei was stunned for a moment before she understood. That light should belong to the person who warned me just now. According to what that person said, he should have stepped into the second floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. His cultivation should be at least at the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. He thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged in the same place. With a thought, his glabella suddenly lit up, and an invisible spiritual awareness instantly surrounded and intertwined outside his body. Immediately after, Lin Tian sensed layers of transparent waves descending from the Milky Way, one wave after another pressing towards him. Is this the formless offensive power from the Milky Way? It seems that if one wants to advance from the first floor of the Celestial River Pagoda to the second floor, they would have to use their spiritual consciousness to break through these waves, and then penetrate their spiritual consciousness into the Celestial River above. Only then would they be able to enter the second floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. At that time, their spiritual consciousness would be honed to a certain degree, and their cultivation would then be able to step into the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda. Lin Tian immediately understood. However, understanding it was one thing, and doing it was another. Lin Tian tried to use his spiritual awareness to attack these waves, but found that these waves were too heavy. His spiritual awareness could not break through them at all. Barely resisting the impact of these waves on his body was already his limit. This also made Lin Tian understand why only Sea of Consciousness cultivators could enter this place. It was because this kind of offensive power from the Milky Way could only be resisted by one's spiritual awareness. If one did not have spiritual awareness, they would most likely be crushed by this kind of offensive power. After understanding this, Lin Tian's glabella became even brighter. Wang. Vaguely, his entire body began to exude a gorgeous brilliance as his spiritual awareness wrapped around his body, resisting the impact of the waves falling from the Milky Way. During this process, his spiritual awareness was also undergoing the baptism and tempering of this kind of offensive power over and over again, slowly becoming stronger. However, this process was very slow. Lin Tian silently sat cross-legged in the Milky Way pagoda, constantly emitting his spiritual awareness. Gradually, 2 hours passed. At this time, the dozen or so disciples on the first floor of the Milky Way pagoda had already left, and even the disciples who entered later also walked out. It was difficult for them to withstand the power falling from the Milky Way. Only Lin Tian remained quietly in the Milky Way pagoda. Although his spiritual awareness had weakened a lot, he was still holding on. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. During these 8 hours, Lin Tian constantly emitted his spiritual awareness, but now, his spiritual awareness was somewhat exhausted. "I'm almost at my limit," Lin Tian muttered to himself. After 10 breaths, Lin Tian stood up, glanced at the Milky Way above his head, and then left. Walking out of the Milky Way pagoda, Lin Tian felt a lot more relaxed. After a slight pause, he walked towards his residence. Tempering his divine sense for 8 hours was much more difficult than tempering his physique. He had to recuperate properly first, because if he continued to cultivate at this time, it would only yield half the result with twice the effort. Back at his residence, Lin Tian washed up a little and then lay down to rest. He slept all the way until the next morning. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up and suddenly felt a little different. His spiritual awareness had become much stronger. Is this the effect of the Milky Way pagoda? It's really extraordinary. Lin Tianwei was shocked. After 8 hours of tempering and a night of recovery, he felt that his spiritual awareness had grown a lot stronger than before. In terms of cultivation, he had now crossed 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. Crossing 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness in just 8 hours was quite amazing. Lin Tian took a deep breath, breathed in deeply, and entered the Milky Way pagoda again. Entering the celestial river pagoda for the second time, Lin Tian felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. Yesterday, he could barely use his spiritual energy to resist the attacks from the celestial river pagoda above him, but now, he was able to push it a certain distance away. He had to admit that this was a very significant improvement. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His spiritual awareness continued to spread out, and this time, Lin Tian persisted in the pagoda for 10 hours. Time passed by, and the tempering of his spiritual awareness was very boring. Lin Tian went to the Milky Way pagoda every day to cultivate, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lin Tian discovered that the further he progressed, the slower the growth of his spiritual awareness became. Now, 10 days later, he had only crossed 3/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. At this rate, it will take me 2 months to reach the second layer of my sea of consciousness. Lin Tian muttered to himself. This speed might be normal for others, but for Lin Tian, it was too slow. Shaking his head, Lin Tian thought to himself that he could not go on like this. On this day, after returning from the Milky Way pagoda, Lin Tian locked himself in his room and did not come out until the next morning. Over the night, Lin Tian carefully sorted out the things in his mind and finally found a method to improve the cultivation speed of his sea of consciousness. Array controlling technique, 4th order array pattern, spirit refining rune. After the mysterious iron sword entered his body, there were many array patterns in his mind, but he had not sorted them out thoroughly. After all, the array patterns were too complicated. Finding the spirit refining rune in one night really surprised Lin Tian. It made him feel more and more extraordinary about the array controlling technique. He did not expect there to be such an array pattern that could improve the cultivation speed of one's spiritual awareness. However, after the surprise, he felt a little helpless because the materials for engraving the spirit refining rune were very troublesome. It required the blood essence of the 8th grade monster beast, the brain of the 7th grade monster beast, the moonlight bird, the brightening spirit stone, and the tranquil heart grass. Among them, the moonlight bird's brain was easy to find, as it could be found in the demon ceiling gorge. Although the level 8 origin bear was difficult to deal with his current cultivation, it was not impossible to kill it. Only the pure heart grass and the divine light stone were somewhat troublesome. They were difficult to find in the demon ceiling gorge, and he could not exchange for them in the sect. It seems that I can only go out and look for them. Having been in the sect for some time, Lin Tian had learned a lot about the surroundings. Thousands of miles away from the Burning Sun sect, there was an extremely ancient forest called the Setting Sun Mountain. It was similar to the Imperial City's Demon Beast Ridge, but it was far more vast than the Demon Beast Ridge. There were countless heavenly treasures and powerful monster beasts there. The tranquil heartgrass and the brightening spirit stone could not be found in the Demon Ceiling Gorge, but he had heard that there were many in the Setting Sun Mountain. As such, he could only go to the Setting Sun Mountain. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tian took a deep breath under the morning sun. After washing up a little, he quickly arrived at the duty hall. Disciples of the sect could leave the sect 3 times a year, but each time, they had to apply to the duty hall. Moreover, they had to return within a month each time. Otherwise, they would be regarded as betraying the sect and would be sentenced to death. Setting Sun Mountain? What are you going there for? Puan was slightly puzzled. Looking for something. Lin Tian Dao. Puan nodded and did not ask what Lin Tian was looking for. He directly approved and made a record. Then, Puan said, speaking of which, an ancient cultivator's tomb was discovered in the Setting Sun Mountain. It has been quite lively recently. If you have time, you can go take a look. Maybe you can get some benefits from it. Ancient tomb? Benefits? Lin Tian was puzzled. Puan said, some cultivators who have reached the end of their lifespan will find a grave for themselves before they die, and bring all their treasures and cultivation methods into the grave. Therefore, there are often many good things in the grave of a cultivator. Of course, there are also all kinds of dangerous mechanisms. After all, no one wants their grave to be stolen in the future. Lin Tian was moved. So that was the case. Thank you for your advice, Senior. He said. No problem, go. Pay attention to your safety, and remember one thing. No matter what, you must return within a month. Puan said. Lin Tian nodded and then left. Walking out of the duty hall, he soon came to the stone steps that led to the foot of the sect. Looking at the stone steps, Lin Tian could not help but feel a little dizzy. However, it was only for a moment, and he returned to normal. After all, when he used the tool controlling technique, he climbed to a height of 100 feet. Along the stone steps, Lin Tian quickly walked down. Although he controlled the tool controlling technique, he could not directly use it to lead the sect because the sect strictly prohibited this, saying that this practice was a great disrespect to the sect. Soon, Lin Tian followed the stone steps to the foot of the mountain. Let's go. Reading on a mobile phone. The Sunset Mountain was located several thousand miles away from the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian used the tool control technique and spent about a day to reach the edge of the Sunset Mountain. Looking around, the Sunset Mountain was incomparably vast, with dozens of towering mountains and lush old trees. It's really magnificent, much bigger than the Demon Ceiling Gorge. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was not surprised. After all, the Demon Ceiling Gorge was just a territory of the Burning Sun sect. It was used as a training area for the sect's disciples. Such a training area naturally could not be compared to a real ancient forest like the Sunset Mountain. It was not even 1/10 of the size of the Sunset Mountain, and the species of demonic beasts were much fewer. At this moment, there were many people gathered outside the Sunset Mountain. Most of them were rogue cultivators in the body refining realm and the divine vein realm. Do you have any friends who are alone? If you are alone, let's form a team and explore the Sunset Mountain together. Someone shouted. Lin Tian had seen this scene a long time ago outside the dark forest of Fengjian City, so he was not surprised. He looked around, found a small path, and flashed into the Sunset Mountain. As soon as Lin Tian entered the Sunset Mountain, he immediately felt that the air was filled with a shocking demonic aura. It was so dense that it was frightening. There must be a lot of level 9 demonic beasts here. Lin Tian thought. Level 9 demonic beasts were comparable to experts at the peak of the Sea of Knowledge. They were extremely dangerous. There were also moonlight birds and origin bears in the Sunset Mountain. Lin Tian obtained a rough distribution map of the demonic beasts in the Sunset Mountain from Puan. According to the map, demonic beasts like the moonlight bird were about 9,000 feet inside the Sunset Mountain, while the origin bear was 12,000 feet behind. As for the mind-cleansing grass and the divine light stone, he had to rely on himself. Roar! Ao! He rushed into the depths of the Sunset Mountain. Along the way, the roars of demonic beasts continued. Lin Tian was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts. After spending about half an hour, he finally arrived at 9,000 feet from the edge of the Sunset Mountain. Most of the beasts in this area were level 7 demonic beasts. Their auras were extremely ferocious. Lin Tian searched for a long time before he found a lone moonlight bird. Standing on the branch of an old tree, Lin Tian took a deep breath and rushed out. Clang, while he was still in the air, he had already summoned his inner spirit sword and slashed out with the thunder flame sword. When the moonlight bird noticed a human approaching, it immediately roared and pounced towards Lin Tian. With a boom, the moonlight bird flapped its wings, stirring up astral winds that filled the sky. Its demonic aura was astonishing. No wonder it's a level 7 demon beast. It's so strong. Lin Tian thought. Although he said so, he did not care. After all, he was already in the Sea of Consciousness realm. He shook his inner spirit sword and slashed out another thunder flame sword radiance. Its power was several times stronger than the first one, and it went straight for the moonlight bird's neck. Such a sword immediately shocked the moonlight bird. As a level 7 demonic beast, the moonlight bird was still very intelligent. It immediately understood the horror of Lin Tian. It turned around and ran straight into the sky. Lin Tian paused for a moment and then laughed. Fortunately, he had learned the weapon controlling technique. Whoosh, he stepped on a spirit weapon sword and quickly caught up with the moonlight bird. He slashed down fiercely. This sword was very fast and powerful. It directly went into the moonlight bird's throat. The moonlight bird let out a mournful howl and kept flapping its wings. However, it was unable to fly anymore. After struggling for a while, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. After twitching a few times, it stopped moving. Lin Tian walked down from the sky and cut open the moonlight bird's head with a dagger. He carefully took out the moonlight bird's brain. It's enough to engrave more than 30 sets of spirit refining runes. Lin Tian said to himself. After putting away the moonlight bird's brain and pulling out its beast core, Lin Tian directly left. Not long after, he came to the Sunset Mountain and found an origin bear. Relying on the Gale rune and the Martial Fusion rune scroll, he was in a deadlock with the origin bear for more than 14 hours. Finally, he killed the origin bear. During this process, he almost lost his life to the origin bear's claws several times. This origin bear is clearly at the bottom of the level 8 demonic beasts. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The sky was completely dark. After Lin Tian extracted the origin bear's blood essence, he filled more than 10 small jade bottles. In terms of quantity, it was enough to engrave more than 10 sets of spirit refining runes. After that, he took out the origin bear's beast core with a dagger and carefully put it away. The beast core of a level 8 demonic beast was extremely valuable. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian left and headed in another direction. Next, after spending another 6 hours, Lin Tian found the tranquil heart grass in a canyon. In this canyon, there were dozens of tranquil heart grass, which surprised Lin Tian a little. All that's left is the spirit refining stone. Lin Tian said to himself. After collecting all the tranquil heart grass in this canyon, Lin Tian began to look for the spirit refining stone. However, the spirit refining stone was extremely difficult to find. He spent a day and a night in this old forest and still couldn't find a single piece, which made him somewhat depressed. Quick, 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 that ancient tomb has been opened. It said that there's a flash of treasure inside. It said that it might be the tomb of a flight mastery expert. A flight mastery expert. I wonder how many treasures there are in there. It would be great if we could find a flight mastery technique. What are you talking about? Let's go. Aren't I already very fast? A few 100 feet away, a group of people flashed by, each of them whispering. Now that Lin Tian had stepped into the Sea of Consciousness realm, his hearing was very sharp. Naturally, he could hear the voices of these people very clearly. Suddenly, he was a little surprised. This is the ancient tomb of a cultivator that Deacon Pu mentioned? Lin Tian rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. He decided to take a look for the spirit refining stone later. After following the crowd for about an hour, the area ahead of them became rowdy. Lin Tian stood on the branch of an old tree and saw that the ground in front of him cracked open, and a hole appeared. It was slightly dark inside. There were many rogue cultivators around the hole, all of them fighting to be the first to jump into the hole. "The people in front, get the hell out of here!" someone shouted. Not long after, everyone near the hole jumped in. Lin Tian jumped down from the old tree branch and came to the edge of the hole. He squatted down and looked inside. He saw that it was even darker inside, and there was a faint light of fire. Obviously, the cultivators who entered had prepared something like a torch in advance. At this time, they lit it for illumination. I don't have this thing." Lin Tian rubbed his chin. But then, he didn't care. He had the power of divine sense, which was enough to deal with the dark environment. Pausing and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian jumped down and entered the cave. As soon as he entered, Lin Tian immediately felt that the air had become extremely unpleasant. There was a rotten smell floating in the air, making people want to vomit. He glanced around and found that the ancient tomb was actually connected in all directions. There were forks in the road. These forks were about 10 feet wide and 20 feet high. The ground was actually paved with green origin stones. 15 minutes quickly passed as Lin Tian followed a fork in the road. During this 15 minutes, Lin Tian discovered that this tomb was truly huge. The area it occupied was extremely astonishing, at least 100,000 square meters. Moreover, as he walked deeper and deeper, he actually saw quite a number of secret rooms and pavilions in this underground tomb. This is comparable to the tombs of some of the emperors in the big countries. Lin Tianwei was shocked, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, this was an ancient tomb of cultivators, and it was said that it might be the tomb of a strong fighter in the airborne realm. Such a strong fighter's status and identity were much more respected than the emperor of a big country. It was normal to have a tomb of such a scale. Lin Tian shook his head and continued to walk forward. As he went deeper and deeper into the tomb, the passageway became darker and darker. He could only see things about 3 feet away. Arg! At this moment, a scream was heard from the front. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He followed the scream and moved closer, his pace seeming to be much faster. Not long after, there was the light of fire in front of him, and there was a burst of bloody smell in the air. Lin Tian approached carefully. Soon, a few corpses appeared in his field of vision. Most of the corpses belonged to middle-aged men, and their bodies were filled with sharp arrows. He had no idea where the arrows had come from. A trap set in the tomb? Lin Tian muttered to himself. It seemed that this ancient tomb of cultivators was full of danger, just as Puan said. Carefully approaching, Lin Tian picked up a torch from the ground and walked forward. Although he had the power of his divine sense and did not need things like torches to illuminate the dark environment, it was still good to have one. After all, with his current level, he would not be able to hold on for long if he kept using his divine sense. Ta-ba! 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 As Lin Tian walked forward, the sound of footsteps echoed from time to time on both sides of the forks. Suddenly, the air vibrated, and the walls on both sides of the tomb cracked open. Arrows flew out from the cracks. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly swayed. Whoosh! 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 Dense arrows were shot, but none of them could graze his body. He dodged all of them. After about 10 breaths, the dense arrows all fell to the ground, and the tomb instantly became quiet. Lin Tian looked down and saw that the arrowheads of these arrows were red and black. At first glance, it was obvious that they were smeared with poison. This tomb owner is really black-hearted. Cautious. Lin Tian thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that the word black-hearted was not quite right. After all, this was someone else's tomb. In order to prevent the tomb from being robbed, it was normal to set up some traps and death traps. Shaking his head, Lin Tian continued to walk forward. Following this forks, he quickly walked a distance and saw 6 corpses. Some were pierced through the heart by sharp blades, some were crushed by heavy stones, and some even seemed to have been gnawed. Lin Tian could not help but frown. Were there demonic beasts here? After a pause, Lin Tian shook his head and continued to walk forward. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. A cold wind appeared behind him, as if someone was blowing cold air on his neck. With no time to turn around, Lin Tian sent a backhanded slap flying behind him. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying. Only then did Lin Tian turn around to look behind him. The light from the fire slightly illuminated the dim passageway. Not far away, the figure that was sent flying by him stood up crookedly and rushed towards him mechanically. His entire face was covered in blood, and his body looked as if it had been gnawed by a monster, bleeding profusely. Lin Tian frowned. He remembered that this was a corpse lying on the ground just now. It was obviously dead. This figure was covered in blood and emitted a foul stench. It pounced towards Lin Tian as if it had its eyes on its prey. Lin Tian dodged at close range and observed everything about this figure. He found that there was indeed no sign of life on the other party's body. There was only a cold air, and there was no consciousness or emotion in the other party's eyes. He then stared at the wound on the figure. The skin there had turned pitch black, and the blood that was gushing out was also gradually turning black. Poison? Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. After dodging for a while and observing enough, Lin Tian raised his leg and sent the figure flying with a kick. With a loud bang, the figure hit the ground hard. In the next moment, to Lin Tian's surprise, the figure stood up again and pounced towards him. A strange look flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He did not show any mercy with that kick just now. After all, this was no longer a living person. He was sure that his kick had completely shattered the other party's sternum. But now, the figure stood up again without any resistance. It was obvious that it did not feel anything. Clang, with a slight sound of a sword, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he slashed straight ahead. Puff, the figure was slashed into pieces by the sword, and finally, there was no more movement. Lin Tian stared at the ground and saw that the insides of the figure had been completely corroded. A foul stench floated in the air. Lin Tian turned around and continued to walk deeper into the forest. At this moment, another rustling sound came from behind. Lin Tianwei turned her head slightly and saw another corpse standing up from the ground. This corpse was the same as the previous one. Its body was also gnawed, and black blood gushed out from its wounds. There was no sign of life on its body. Lin Tian frowned. His right hand shook, and a thunderous sword ray swept across. With a puff, the corpse that stood up was immediately cut into several pieces. He should have been poisoned, but what kind of poison is it? Lin Tian muttered to himself. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then, he withdrew his divine sense. Shaking his head, he continued to walk forward. Following this fork in the road, they didn't know how long it had been before bursts of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Tian's pace quickened slightly, and very soon, a rather spacious secret room appeared in front of him. There were a dozen or so pillars supporting the room, and there were quite a few figures standing within. At a glance, there were about 40 or so people. Lin Tian calmly walked in. After which, he swept his gaze across his surroundings. This caused his expression to change slightly, because this spacious secret chamber was actually filled with green wood coffins. There were roughly a dozen of them, giving off a sinister feeling. Which coffin is the tomb owner lying in? More than 10 coffins, it's hard to tell. This is indeed a little troublesome. Many people whispered. The people who were able to come here were not stupid. Since there were more than 10 coffins placed here, these people could guess that this was most likely a trap left behind by the tomb owner. If they rashly opened a coffin, it was very likely that they would encounter a great disaster. After all, from the entrance of the tomb all the way here, many people had encountered traps before. At this time, in the secret room, no one dared to move. Lin Tian glanced at the secret room, and found that the crowd was in different positions. There were 4 groups that were the most conspicuous. One group was made up of 4 men, and the leader was a 13-year-old boy with an arrogant expression. The second group was made up of 3 young men, and the third group was also made up of 3 young men. The fourth group was the most conspicuous because it was made up of 3 beautiful women, and they were all around 18 years old. Moreover, Lin Tian was somewhat familiar with their aura. Valley of the Harp? He slightly frowned. From these three women, he felt the same aura as Jiyu's master, the beautiful woman. Of course, this aura didn't mean that they practiced the same martial arts, but they had similar temperaments. At first glance, it was obvious that they were from the same sect. No one dares to open the coffin? This young master will offer 3 divine accumulation pills. Whoever opens the coffin, 3 divine accumulation pills for each coffin. A voice rang out. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw that it was the 13-year-old boy who spoke with a proud expression. Divine accumulation pills. 3 pills for each coffin? It is said that this is a baodan that can condense one's sea of consciousness. Its value is extraordinary. Many people were tempted. The 3 beautiful women looked at the boy. They seemed to know the origin of this boy, but they didn't make any reaction. The 6 young men in the other 2 groups also didn't speak. These people obviously knew something about this 13-year-old boy. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Since this boy could say such words casually, he should be from a sect, and his status shouldn't be low. The crowd was in a heated discussion. After a while, a rogue cultivator stood out. Is this true? This was a young man at the peak of the divine range realm. His eyes were shining with a fiery light. Even the outer disciples of the Burning Sun sect could only receive 3 divine accumulation pills a month. Its value was self-evident. For some rogue cultivators, although it was dangerous to open the coffin casually, if they could get 3 divine accumulation pills by opening one coffin, then the risk was absolutely worth it. How can this young master lie? The boy snorted and took out a small jade bottle. There were more than 10 divine accumulation pills in it, which attracted many people's eyes. At this moment, if this boy was alone, perhaps some people would have rushed up to rob him. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. However, at this moment, no one dared to do so because there were 3 young men standing behind the boy. Each of them was very strong, especially one of them, who seemed to be at the sea of consciousness realm. The young man who stood out nodded. He looked around and came to a coffin. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man raised both of his hands and forcefully pried open the lid of the coffin. Dust scattered everywhere. Perhaps because he was too excited, the middle-aged man didn't even look at what was inside the coffin. He turned to the young man and said, "I've opened it." At this moment, a pitch-black claw suddenly stretched out from the coffin. With a puff, it directly pierced through the young man's body. The young man screamed in grief. Everyone's expression changed. They all moved away from the coffin and stared at it. Save me," the young man screamed. But, at this time, who would save him? The young man's chest was pierced through. It was obvious that he wouldn't survive. Creak. 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 The coffin shook and made a noise. A corpse covered in green scales came out of the coffin. This corpse was covered in green hair that was about an inch long. It was dyed with a foul stench and a chill that made one's scalp go numb. With a bang, the young man's corpse was thrown out and landed at the feet of a few rogue cultivators. Goo corpse? Behind the 13-year-old boy, one of them exclaimed. What? Goo corpse? Is it the kind of goo corpse that is as strong as iron and hard to be hurt by swords? Isn't that kind of thing an evil weapon that can only be refined by airborne realm experts? This ancient tomb, is it really the tomb of an airborne realm expert? Oh no. It is said that the goo corpse is comparable to the average sea of consciousness realm expert. It is very difficult to deal with, and it has goo poison. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian stared ahead. His eyes were slightly moved. Goo corpse? This was the first time he heard of it. But it seemed that this thing was not easy to deal with. After a pause, he suddenly thought of the 2 corpses that suddenly stood up. According to the discussions of these people, those 2 should have stood up again after being poisoned. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. "You people over there, stay away from the young man's corpse," he shouted. Beside the young man's corpse, a few rogue cultivators stared at Lin Tian with a strange look. They were very puzzled. At this moment, the young man's corpse suddenly jumped up. Like a beast, it bit the thigh of a man in yellow next to it. The man in yellow screamed. His thigh was suddenly bloody. What's going on? He's clearly dead. Many people were frightened. Next to the man in yellow, someone made a move. He slashed at the young man and cut off his head. The young man's corpse twitched a few times. Black blood flowed from his neck. Soon, there was no movement. The man in yellow cursed and tore his clothes to bandage his wound. There's no need to trouble yourself. A sinister laugh rang out. The 13-year-old youth stared at the yellow-clothed man and said to the black-clothed youth behind him, he should have been poisoned by the goo. Capture him and imprison him well. This young master wants to take a good look at the process of the goo breaking out. It should be very interesting. The young man in black nodded silently and walked out. You. What are you doing? The man in yellow was terrified. The man in yellow was not weak, but the young man in black was stronger. He subdued him in a few moves, broke his limbs, and threw him about 10 feet away from the 13-year-old boy. The man in yellow struggled and screamed, but his limbs were crippled. It was useless. Don't struggle. You can live a little longer this way. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly. The young man said sinisterly. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. This young man's talent might be good, but his mentality seemed to be a little twisted. Not far away, the 3 beautiful women also frowned. One of them said, Muhaguang, what you're doing is against humanity. No matter what, you're the grandson of an elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your 100 Refinements Workshop? It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Muhaguang stared at the woman who spoke, and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. He said, the strongest among the 3 of you is only at the peak of the divine range. Do you believe that I'll strip you naked and have fun with you in front of everyone? You. The 3 women's expressions stiffened, and they were furious. Lin Tianwei glanced at Muhaguang. He was only 13 years old, but his mentality was a little too twisted. At this time, a vicious roar sounded. The goo corpse that stepped out of the coffin suddenly moved with bloody eyes. It pounced toward the crowd with a rotten stench. The stench of decay floated in the air as the venomous corpse rushed over, causing everyone's expression to change. Read the full text, attack. Someone shouted. In an instant, the true core force surged, and the saber and sword light slashed at the venomous corpse. The saber and sword light landed on the venomous corpse, causing sparks to fly, but it was useless. No, this venomous corpse's body is too strong. Attack the neck and cut off its head. That makes sense. Some itinerant cultivators discussed. As they spoke, everyone's attacks became fiercer, and they all aimed at the venomous corpse's neck. It had to be said that it was indeed effective. However, it was only a little effective. The venomous corpse roared with a murderous aura, and its green hair kept trembling. Boom! The true core force surged. In this spacious secret room, most of the people attacked the venomous corpse together. The true core force fluctuation was a little shocking. After all, there were dozens of people attacking together. This also showed how strong this ancient tomb was as it was not destroyed. The sound of swords and sabers echoed continuously. Although the venomous corpse was strong, it could only be in a stalemate when facing dozens of people at the same time. Ah! Female sign at this moment, a scream was heard. At Muhaguang's feet, the man in yellow twitched all over. The blood on his thigh had turned black, and saliva began to flow out of his mouth. Slowly, the man's eyes changed drastically. His pupils began to be bloodshot, and his mouth opened and closed. Oh? The poison is starting to change. Interesting. Muhaguang said with interest. Someone tilted their head and saw the man in yellow twitching nonstop. His consciousness gradually disappeared as if he had turned into a beast, and he kept roaring. Because his limbs were crippled by the young man in black, the man in yellow could not stand up at this moment. He rubbed the ground and crawled towards Muhaguang like a worm, saliva flowing out of the corner of his mouth. You want to bite me? Muhaguang was a little suspicious. He squatted down and took out a long sword, and the man in yellow immediately bit it. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but the man in yellow did not feel anything at all. he was biting the long sword crazily. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but feel numb on their scalps. It seems that only the primitive appetite left. Biting whatever you see. Boring. Mu Haguang clicked his tongue. With that, Mu Haguang raised his sword and cut off the middle-aged man's head. Just like the robust man from before, the head of the yellow-clothed middle-aged man separated from his body, and soon, there was no more movement. With a fierce roar, the goo corpse roared, its attacks became even more violent. Some people were distracted by looking at the yellow-clothed man, and were immediately scratched by the goo corpses, bleeding profusely. "Kill him," Mu Haguang said. The black-clothed youth nodded. He caught the long sword that Mu Yaoguang threw over and chopped off this person's head. Such a scene caused the expressions of many people in the surroundings to change. Lin Tian stood in the corner and looked ahead silently with a calm expression. Mu Haguang's mind was a little twisted and perverted, but that had nothing to do with him. There was no need for him to stand out and criticize him, let alone stop him. Ah! Soon, another person screamed as he was scratched by the goo corpse. This person was terrified. With the example of the yellow-clothed middle-aged man and the others, he immediately turned around and fled. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to escape. He only ran 3 steps before his head was chopped off by the black-clothed middle-aged man behind Mu Haguang. He died on the spot. This young master is protecting you guys. You guys continue to suppress the goo corpse. Mu Haguang laughed sinisterly. The black-clothed youth stood beside Mu Haguang. His expression was indifferent, and so were the other 2 youths. As the crowd fought with the goo corpse, their mood wasn't good. Because if they were scratched, they would die. Form the triple slaughter formation. A crisp voice echoed. The 3 beautiful girls quickly changed their positions. Their attacks instantly became smoother, and the sword light flashed continuously. "Everyone, you guys work together to kill the goo corpse," one of the girls said. Lin Tian watched from afar. He had to admit that the 3 of them seemed to have executed some kind of superior joint attack formation. They restrained the goo corpse within a certain range, and at the same time, made the attacks between the 3 of them stronger. "Attack together!" Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone attacked together. Violent vital essence interweaved, and soon, the goo corpse was killed on the spot. Tisk, tsk, tsk. As expected of the outstanding disciples of the Valley of the Harp. "You have some strength." Mu Haguang laughed sinisterly. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, these 3 girls were from the Valley of the Harp. Standing in the corner, Lin Tian glanced at the other greenwood coffins, and his expression changed slightly. In another corner, he saw a dilapidated coffin. It was empty. Could it be that the goo corpse in that coffin also ran out by itself? After thinking for a while, Lin Tian confirmed it. Because he had encountered a few gnawed corpses before, and combined with the young man who was killed before, those corpses should be the work of the goo corpse. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly floated into the secret room. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. With a bang, the person who spoke was knocked away. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, a taller goo corpse appeared. Its claws were sharp, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the middle of the secret room and swung its claws. The 3 girls from the Valley of the Harp were the closest. One of them was directly sent flying by the claw, and blood immediately flowed out. "Senior sister." The other 2 girls' expressions changed, and they immediately flashed over. "Damn it, why is there another one? When did it run out? Everyone, be careful. Stay together, don't get hurt." In the secret room, many people became anxious. Tyrannical true essence surged. Most of them stared at the goo corpse in the middle with solemn expressions. At this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. "Miss from the Valley of the Harp, you've been scratched." Mu Haguang stared at the girl from the Valley of the Harp who was scratched, and his entire body was filled with evil laughter. Watching a beautiful girl being poisoned should be more interesting than watching a man, right? By the way, it's best to tear off her clothes. After all, she'll die in the end anyway. The injured girl glared at Mu Haguang, trembling with anger. Mu Haoguang snorted and said to the black-shirted young man, "Catch her." The black-shirted young man's expression was cold. He held a long sword and approached the girl. "Stop. Don't come over. Mu Haoguang, we'll definitely report this to the Valley Master." "The Valley Master won't let you off," the other two girls said. "What a joke. I'm the grandson of the 100 Refinements Workshop's elder. Even the workshop master has to give some face. Do you think the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp will have a grudge with the 100 Refinements Workshop for a mere outer sect? Disciple?" Mu Haoguang laughed sinisterly and said, "Moreover, I'm also thinking about the safety of everyone. This is justice, don't you think so?" Around them, the crowd stared at the goo corpse. When they saw Mu Haoguang looking over, many people hurriedly nodded. As one of the 4 major sects in this world, the 100 Refinements Workshop's elder was a powerful existence in the airborne realm. How would these ordinary rogue cultivators dare to go against the grandson of an airborne realm expert? Wouldn't that be courting death? Young Master Mu is right. There's no saving her after being poisoned by the goo poison. That's right. Killing her is indeed for the good of everyone here. 3 young men laughed. Mu Haoguang glanced over and smiled faintly. Everyone from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion is reasonable. In a corner not far away, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 young men who spoke. "The 7 Mysteries Pavilion's elder Xianxia seems to want my life." As he thought in his heart, Lin Tian's expression turned cold. Then, he looked at the woman from the Valley of the Harp who was scratched by the goo corpse and could not help but frown slightly. At this time, the black-robed young man was already approaching the injured woman step by step. The women from the Valley of the Harp are all peerless beauties. "Everyone, you're in for a treat today. I'll let you see a picture of spring scenery." Mu Haoguang sneered. Such words could be said to be extremely shameless, causing the 3 women from the Valley of the Harp to be incomparably furious. The injured woman tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. When she saw the black-robed young man approaching, she knew that the 3 of them would not be a match for him. Thus, she stared at Mu Haoguang and gritted her teeth. "Even if I kill myself here, I won't let you humiliate me." Since she was poisoned, the woman pulled the long sword and directly slashed at her own neck. "Senior sister, don't." The 2 women in front of her changed their expressions and tried to stop her at the same time. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The woman's sword was extremely sharp and had already reached the side of her neck. At this moment, the sword suddenly stopped. Lin Tianyi flashed past and clamped the woman's long sword with 2 fingers on his left hand. This scene made everyone's expression change. Who are you?" The injured woman was shocked. This person was so fast that she did not notice at all. Mu Haoguang stared at the woman and laughed. "It seems that someone really wants to see a spring scenery show and doesn't want you to commit suicide." The woman's expression changed slightly. She stared at Lin Tian and her body trembled. Lin Tianlin glanced at Mu Haoguang indifferently and let go of the woman's long sword. He cut his left index finger and bright red blood immediately flowed out. "Swallow it. Whether it works or not depends on your luck." The mysterious sword mark in the center of his right hand had once transformed his body and allowed him to resist some strong poisons. He thought that it might be useful for this woman. Ji went to the Valley of the Harp to cultivate. He had met the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp once and had some relationship with him. Moreover, these women had good hearts. Since he was here, there was no reason for him not to help. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the injured woman was stunned. This person wanted to help her? "Don't waste it," Lin Tian said. The woman was a little embarrassed, but she still obeyed and swallowed some of Lin Tian's blood. After that, the woman trembled slightly. Her originally pale face became a little rosy and the burning sensation around her wound also decreased. Lin Tian took a look and nodded to himself. It seemed that his blood could suppress this kind of goo poison. "Senior sister." The other 2 women in the Valley of the Harp ran over with worried expressions. "I'm fine. Much better," the injured woman said. As she spoke, she hurriedly thanked Lin Tian seriously. She felt that the poison in her body was slowly disappearing. At this time, Mu Haoguang's face became gloomy. He stared at Lin Tian coldly. You dare to interfere with my good deed and help my enemy. You have guts. As he spoke, Mu Haoguang said to the young man in black, catch the injured woman and this stupid boy together. Let them die together. Lin Tian glanced at Mu Haoguang with an indifferent expression. He was only 12 years old, yet he was already so insidious. I have already removed the poison from her body. Now, she is normal. At this time, you are still unwilling to forgive. It seems that your parents and grandfather have spoiled you too much, turning you into a little devil. He said with an expressionless face. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but change color. Who was this person? He actually dared to call Mu Haoguang a little devil. He was simply courting death. Even the 3 girls from the Valley of the Harp were moved. This man was a little too bold. Lin Tian. How can you speak to young Master Mu like that, and not apologize? Someone shouted. Lin Tian turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was a youth in blue. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Who are you? He asked. This person seemed to recognize him. Beside the youth in blue, another person shouted, this is our Burning Sun sect's inner disciple, senior brother Chu Xian. You are also a disciple of the Burning Sun sect, haven't you heard of him? Beside the youth in blue stood 2 other youths. They were all disciples of the Burning Sun sect, so they naturally recognized Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had been in the limelight in the Burning Sun sect recently. Never heard of him. Lin Tian was expressionless. Hearing this, the youth in blue, Chu Xian's face immediately darkened. Around them, the others were also moved. They stared at Lin Tian with some astonishment. This person is actually a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Someone was surprised. Mu Haoguang stared at Lin Tian, his eyes becoming extremely sinister. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect, with such a small status, you dare to talk back to this young master? Heh. After saying this, Mu Haoguang said to the youth in black, break his limbs and send him to this young master. I want to let him know the consequences of offending me. The young man in black held a long sword in his hand. His face was cold and indifferent as he approached Lin Tian. The 3 girls from Valley of the Harp stepped forward and stood together with Lin Tian. They stared at the young man in black with caution. So you are called Lin Tian. So you are a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Thank you for your help just now. This black-robed youth's cultivation is at the Sea of Consciousness realm. You must be careful. The injured woman said. The other 2 women also nodded, tightly gripping the long swords in their hands. Right at this moment, the black-robed youth had already closed in and slashed his sword diagonally at Lin Tian. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it had sealed off all escape routes. Be careful. The expression of the injured woman changed. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian reached out with his left hand and grabbed the wrist of the man in black that was holding the sword. Get lost. His expression was indifferent as he kicked out. The black-robed man was sent flying 60 to 70 feet away, and crashed into Mu Haoguang with a loud bang. Mu Haoguang was sent flying and crashed into a nearby stone pillar. He immediately let out a miserable cry. Young Master Mu. The other 2 young men who were with Mu Haoguang changed their expressions and quickly ran over to help Mu Haoguang up. After all, his cultivation was only at the body refining realm. After such a collision, Mu Haoguang's mouth and nose were bleeding. His whole person looked miserable and miserable. Such a scene suddenly made everyone's expression change. He sent that black-robed youth flying? That person is at the Sea of Consciousness realm. This young man, is he also? Staring at Lin Tian, many people's expressions changed. Mu Haoguang was helped up by the 2 young men. After touching his nose, he saw that his hand was full of blood. He immediately screamed and roared in a violent voice, blood? Damn it, you 2, quickly go and kill him for me. Kill him for me. Like a child who had his toy stolen. Lin Tian said. His words were very calm, but it made the 3 women next to him laugh out loud. After all, he was only 12 years old. No matter how much he pretended to be old, he couldn't be that old. Now, looking at Mu Haoguang's flustered and exasperated expression, he really did look like a child who had his toy stolen. Bitch, how dare you laugh at me? I'll sell all of you to the brothel. No, let the beast play with you. Mu Haguang shouted. The three people from the Valley of the Harp suddenly looked ugly, ashamed, and angry. At this moment, a violent roar sounded. The Gu corpse in the distance roared and actually rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He turned his body sideways and still kicked out. This kick was really terrifying. It kicked the Gu corpse and sent it flying in the direction of Mu Haguang. The Gu corpse fell at Mu Haguang's feet with a bang, making a loud noise. Damn it! Surnamed Lin, you did it on purpose. Mu Haguang shouted. You think too much. Lin Tian was expressionless. The Gu corpse suddenly stood up, stretched out its claws, and clawed at the nearest Mu Haguang. The rotten cheeks, the black ghost claws, suddenly scared Mu Haguang, and he trembled all over. After all, Mu Haguang was still young and was now only at the body refining realm. Among all the people here, he was the weakest. Young master. The black-shirted young man jumped up and slashed at the Gu corpse's claws with his long sword. With a clang, the black-shirted young man pushed away the Gu corpse's claws, preventing Mu Haguang from being pierced through. However, the Gu corpse's claws brushed past Mu Haguang's body, cutting his clothes and leaving a few bloody marks on his chest. Ah! Mu Haguang screamed and only felt like his chest was burning like a raging fire. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Mu Haguang was injured by the Gu corpse. This is retribution. Lin Tiantan said calmly. The black-shirted young man and the other two surrounded Mu Haguang, and their expressions changed. They could not cure the Gu corpse's poison. If anything happened to Mu Haguang here, their ending when they returned to the 100 Refinements workshop was imaginable. Use his blood. His blood can cure the Gu poison, catch him. Mu Haguang shouted. Immediately, the black-shirted young man and the other two stared at Lin Tian. Sir, how about we borrow some of your blood? One of them said in a deep voice. Stop dreaming. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. His blood could indeed restrain the Gu poison, but it was impossible for him to cure Mu Haguang's poison. Hearing Lin Tian's rejection, the black-shirted young man and the other two became gloomy and closed in on Lin Tian. Restrain yourself if you don't want to die. Lin Tianling said. A chill rushed out of his body, causing the black-shirted young man and the other two to tremble. That aura was terrifying. What are you doing? Hurry up and take him down, hurry up. If anything happens to me, all of you will be in big trouble. Mu Haguang shouted and continued, everyone else, come with me. I'll give anyone who can kill him or get his blood a supreme treasure. Even if you want to enter the 100 Refinements workshop, it won't be a problem at all. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Supreme treasure? You can still enter the 100 Refinements workshop? This, staring at Lin Tian, everyone's expression changed at this moment. For the 6 youths from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect, the supreme treasure was very tempting. For the other rogue cultivators, entering the 100 Refinements workshop was like an immortal's destiny. As long as they could enter the sect to cultivate, their future would be limitless. Brother Lin Tian, I'm a disciple of the same sect. What's the harm in offering some blood? Someone from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion stood out and said. Junior brother Lin, our Burning Sun sect and the 100 Refinements workshop are considered allies. Just give us some blood. Xian from the Burning Sun sect also said. The others stared straight at Lin Tian, even ignoring the Gu corpse at the side. Lin Tian didn't care at all. There was more than one passage in this secret chamber. He ignored everyone and walked out of the secret chamber along a path. These green wooden coffins were somewhat special. If one didn't open the lid, it would be difficult to see what was inside even with one's divine sense. It seemed that the tomb owner had done something to them. Lin Tian had been here for some time. After some observation, he felt that the tomb owner's coffin wasn't here. The placement of these coffins was not particular, and the material was not very luxurious. It was too ordinary. According to the scale of this tomb, the tomb owner's coffin should be at least 1 or 2 grades higher. Stop! The black-clothed youth shouted and blocked in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, many other rogue cultivators surrounded them, faintly blocking Lin Tian's path. What are you doing? The female disciple from the Valley of the Harp shouted. The three of them followed behind Lin Tian. When they saw this scene, they raised their long swords and guarded their surroundings. Lin Tian glanced at the three of them and then looked at the others. "If you don't want to die, don't block my way," he said indifferently. As he spoke, he stepped forward calmly. "Stop him!" someone shouted. Many rogue cultivators rushed up and slashed at Lin Tian. As long as they could get Lin Tian's blood, they could enter the 100 Refinements workshop to cultivate. This temptation was too great. Boom! 7 experts at the peak of the divine range attacked together. The combined power was extremely powerful and terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He shook his long sword and swept it forward. Puff! 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 In an instant, the 3 people who rushed at the front were penetrated and fell to the ground, dead. You killed people." The last 4 people's faces changed drastically. Lin Tian's expression turned cold, and he slashed out again. The thunderous sword radiance was extremely powerful. When the sword slashed out, the 4 people were immediately penetrated and fell into a pool of blood. Lin Tian felt that there was something wrong with these people's brains. They rushed to kill him for their own selfish desires, and their attacks were ruthless and merciless. However, after they were killed by him, the survivors said something like, "You killed people." He really couldn't imagine how such a person cultivated to the peak of the divine range. He's not at the divine range realm. This is definitely at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Staring at this scene, the others didn't dare to move. How terrifying was it to kill 7 experts at the peak of the divine range realm with 2 slashes? Lin Tian was expressionless, and he walked out step by step. "Stop!" someone shouted. Chu Xian of the Burning Sun sect and a young man of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion stood out. Both of them were at the first level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and they blocked Lin Tian's path. As long as they could get a little bit of Lin Tian's blood, they would be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Moreover, they could be on good terms with the grandson of the elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. This was a good deal, and it was worth it. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Mu Haguang shouted. Read on a mobile phone. Burning Sun sect's Chu Xian, a youth from 7 Mysteries Pavilion, and a black-clothed youth from 100 Refinements workshop were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm. They were all standing in front of Lin Tian. At this moment, only these 3 dared to stand out and stop Lin Tian. "Sir, young Master Mu is the grandson of our 100 Refinements workshop's elder Mu. Helping him won't do you any harm," the black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. "Junior brother Lin, we're all disciples of the sect. It's only right for us to help each other. Didn't you also save 3 people from the Valley of the Harp?" Chu Xian said. The youth from 7 Mysteries Pavilion nodded. "It's just a little bit of blood. It won't be a big deal. Why don't you be more magnanimous?" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. People like Mu Haguang had a twisted and perverted mind, and the way he handled things was also incomparably insidious, which made him very disgusted. He was certain that after he saved Mu Haguang would turn around and have him killed. Moreover, if he really saved this kind of person, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? It was simply helping the other party to bring disaster to the world. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your survival," he said. When these words came out, it caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. The 3 women from the Valley of the Harp were moved. This man was so domineering. "Brother Lin Tian, it's not good to be too arrogant," the youth from 7 Mysteries Pavilion said. 3. Lin Tian calmly said. "You," the youth from 7 Mysteries Pavilion's face sank. This was too insolent. 2. "Sir, 1 is enough." With a clang, Lin Tian lightly raised the long sword in his hand. Instantly, a dozen sword rays swept forward. The black-clothed youth and the others' expressions changed. They simultaneously raised their weapons to resist. Bang! 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 The violent sword rays swept past, and the 3 of them were simultaneously sent flying. Staring at this scene, everyone in the secret chamber widened their eyes. 3 Sea of Consciousness realm experts were actually swept away by a single sword strike. What kind of terrifying battle strength was this? Some people couldn't help but tremble. They had actually wanted to attack this person to curry favor with Muhaguang. They were simply courting death. At this moment, a beast-like roar resounded as the goo corpse moved again. Damn it! Someone cursed. At this moment, because they were too distracted and stared in Lin Tian's direction, someone was torn to shreds by the goo corpse. With a boom, the light of blades and the shadows of swords rushed out in this secret room. Most of the people were making their moves. At the same time, there were also people who began to move out of the secret chamber. They were all stunned by such a powerful and terrifying ancient demonic corpse. Ah! A painful scream rang out. Mu Haguang's face became extremely distorted. Just like the yellow-robed man, he began to lose his rationality. Young Master Mu. The expressions of the two young men beside Mu Haguang changed drastically. Mu Haguang's eyes were already bloodshot. Saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and bit one of the people's throat. Instantly, the person screamed. Blood kept flowing out from the throat and the corner of his mouth. The scene was miserable and horrifying. The black-robed young man quickly flashed over and shouted for Mu Haguang. The 3 women in the Valley of the Harp trembled slightly. They couldn't help but look away because the scene in front of them was too bloody. Lin Tiantan glanced indifferently. Mu Haguang was hopeless. Boom! Suddenly, a drum-like vibration was heard in this secret chamber. All of the green wooden coffins shook. Suddenly, one of the coffins shattered and a pitch-black claw stretched out. Then, from the other coffins, a similar black ghost claw stretched out. The 5 fingers were as long as chopsticks and were extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 coffins were broken. Goo corpses jumped out from each coffin, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. The goo corpses roared and all of them moved. For ordinary cultivators, this scene was simply like hell. Ah! In the blink of an eye, screams rang out as someone was torn apart. At this moment, the young man in the Sea of Consciousness who was connected to Chu Xian and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion looked solemn. As for the black-robed young man, because of the outbreak of Mu Haguang's goo poison, he had completely lost his footing. A goo corpse roared. Its body was covered in green hair, and it pounced towards Lin Tiantan. Lin Tiantan raised his hand and slashed out a sky thunder sword. Immediately, the goo corpse that was charging towards him was directly sent flying. So strong. The 3 women in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. A casual slash had such power. This kind of battle strength was truly terrifying. Follow behind me. Let's go. Lin Tiantan said to the 3 women. This secret chamber had several different passageways. He casually glanced around and walked down one of them. The 3 women naturally didn't hesitate and quickly followed. In the secret chamber, the goo corpses roared and pounced towards Lin Tiantan one after another. However, there was no doubt that they were all sent flying. Not long after, Lin Tiantan led the 3 women out of this secret chamber. In an instant, the surroundings became much quieter. Senior Lin Tiantan, my name is Su Qing. Thank you so much just now. The woman who was injured earlier said. My name is Shirku. I'm Ji Yu. The other 2 women also hurriedly said. Lin Tiantan smiled and said, don't mention it. I'm acquainted with your valley master. It's my duty to save you. Also, don't call me senior brother. Just call me by my name. In terms of age, I'm not as old as you. Hearing this, the 3 women were shocked. You know our valley master? Su Qing was surprised. My most important friend has just entered the Valley of the Harp to cultivate together with your valley master. Lin Tiandao. The 3 women were shocked again. Together with the valley master? You're that Junior Jiyu's friend? You've seen her? Then, how is she now? Is she used to the Valley of the Harp? Lin Tiandao asked. The 3 women looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Don't worry about Junior Sister Ji. When we came out, Junior Sister Ji was about to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. In our Zither Serene Valley, several elders each nurtured a candidate for the Valley Master. All of them were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. However, after so many years, they only managed to grasp the third level of the Secret Sword Codex. However, junior sister Ji is only at the Divine Pulse realm, yet she managed to comprehend the fourth level of the Secret Sword Codex. The Valley Master takes junior sister Ji with him every day and even lives with him. So, you don't have to worry. The three women said. Lin Tiandao nodded, secretly thinking that Ji was indeed very talented. Let's go, be careful, he said to the three women. After leaving the secret room, he chose another fork and continued to walk forward with a torch. Shirke asked, Senior Lin Tiandao, why did we leave the secret room and go here? Because it's dangerous? Why are you still calling me senior brother? Lin Tiandao was a little helpless. The one who reaches the top is the teacher, and you saved us. It's right to call you senior brother. It has nothing to do with age, Shirke said. Lin Tiandao stopped arguing and said, it's not that the secret room is dangerous. Those venomous corpses are nothing. It's just that the coffin of the tomb owner should not be there. Those coffins are too ordinary and do not match the standard of this tomb. The three women were speechless. Those venomous corpses were enough to give them a headache, but Lin Tiandao said they were nothing. Then, the coffin of the tomb owner is deeper? Ji Yu asked. Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. The four people walked together. Lin Tiandao walked in the front, following the fork to the front. This road was mostly peaceful. Not long after, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. This is where the tomb owner is? The three women were all happy. Lin Tiandao nodded. It was very likely. After all, they were almost at the end of this tomb. He asked the three women to stay where they were and walked towards the stone door. He pushed hard, and the stone door immediately moved to the side. As the stone door was pushed open, a burst of light came out from within. They looked over and saw that the stone room was filled with baby fist-sized rocks. These rocks all gave off a gentle glow, like giant pearls, causing the entire stone room to be bright and spacious. Divine Ming Stone. Lin Tiandao was moved. He had searched for a day and a night in Sunset Mountain but could not find the Divine Ming Stone. He did not expect there to be so many here. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. Moreover, as Lin Tiandao and the others looked around, in the other corner of the stone room, a cyan stone coffin lay quietly, giving a dignified feeling. It's definitely the tomb owner's tomb. The three women's eyes lit up. The stone room was very big. Lin Tiandao and the others entered and walked towards the stone coffin. At this moment, a terrifying yin qi suddenly erupted from behind the stone door, attacking the four people from behind like a sharp sword. Get out of the way! Lin Tiandao shouted at the three women. At the same time, he turned his long sword and slashed behind him. With a clang, his long sword seemed to have slashed a diamond. The hand holding the sword was numb from the shock. At this moment, the stone door of the secret room closed by itself with a bang. A huge venomous corpse that was about 10 feet tall lay behind the stone door. Its eyes were blood red, and its body was covered with blood-red scales. Its murderous aura was threatening, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Senior brother Lin Tiandao, this is? The three women's hearts trembled. The aura emitted by this venomous corpse was too terrifying. It was far from what the previous venomous corpses could compare to. Lin Tiandao nodded silently and let the three women retreat again. Even he felt pressure from this blood-scale goo corpse, and felt a sense of threat. This is the last venomous corpse guarding the tomb. It was really carefully refined. Lin Tiandao thought to himself. At this moment, the blood-scaled venomous corpse had already rushed over. With a terrifying yin qi, it slapped at Lin Tiandao with its claws. Lin Tiandao shook his inner spirit sword, and immediately sword qi swept out. Clang, 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 the inner spirit sword kept slashing at the blood-scaled venomous corpse, but it only sputtered out sparks of light. It was completely ineffective. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Lin Tiandao was actually grazed by the blood-scaled venomous corpse. Blood flowed out. Senior brother Lin. The three women's expressions changed drastically. The venomous corpse was highly toxic. A graze could be fatal. Don't come over, I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. Read on the mobile phone. Blood-scaled goo corpses were indeed much stronger than normal goo corpses. The blood scales on their bodies were like an indestructible armor. Even though the inner spirit sword was extremely sharp, it could not cut through them. It could only shoot out beams of starlight. Senior brother Lin Tian will help, Su Qing said. Don't come over, Lin Tian shouted. The three girls were only in the divine vein realm. If they really rushed over, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also become a burden to him. Staring at the blood-scale goo corpse, Lin Tian took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly changed. Boom, the power of thunder and fire intertwined at the same time, and his entire body was shrouded by the power of thunder and fire. Once such an aura was released, the three girls were immediately moved. The flaming thunder sword was Lin Tian's strongest attack right now. Lin Tian stared in front of him and activated the yin-yang puppet. Like an illusion, it surrounded the blood-scale goo corpse and attacked. Every slash caused the blood-scale goo corpse to be in a sorry state. Although this goo corpse was very strong and terrifying, it didn't have much intelligence and wasn't very agile. Clang, after dozens of slashes, the blood-scale goo corpse was forced to a corner of the stone door. At this time, Lin Tian raised his left hand, and a terrifying vital essence wave suddenly spread out. Nirvana Fist. Lin Tian muttered, staring at the neck of the blood-scale goo corpse, and punched out. A fist aura rushed out, and it was fast and powerful. It instantly pierced through the neck of the blood-scale goo corpse, and a large amount of black blood spilled out. With a bang, the blood-scale goo corpse fell to the ground. Dead? Su Qing and the other two stared with wide eyes. What was that punch just now? It was too terrifying. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The blood-scale goo corpse was indeed terrifying, but its perception was too weak. It couldn't even compare to an ordinary sea of consciousness cultivator, so it naturally couldn't avoid his nirvana fist. And that nirvana fist was his extremely compressed vital essence force. It was extremely powerful, and killing the blood-scale goo corpse in one blow was completely within his expectations. Senior brother Lin Tian, how are you? The three girls greeted him. I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. Putting away his sword, Lin Tian came to the front of the sarcophagus and struggled to open the lid. A decaying aura rushed out. A withered human skeleton lay in the stone coffin. It was clearly the tomb's owner. The corpse had already completely decayed under the power of time. Moreover, there were many things piled up in this stone coffin. There were medicinal pills, jade bottles, high-quality ancient jades, gold and jade, martial skill scrolls, and so on, causing the three girls to stare. So many treasures. Shirku clasped his hands together. Lin Tian casually glanced around. His gaze suddenly fell on the head of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. There was actually a wooden box as a pillow. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian took out the wooden box and opened it. There was a 2-inch-long scroll inside, and the outermost part of the scroll was engraved with 3 very ancient characters. Weapon Control Technique. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly felt that this weapon control technique was not simple. He took out the scroll and carefully opened it. The first line of contents fell into his eyes. Weapon Control Technique, a Killing Saint Technique. Cultivators above the Sea of Consciousness realm can cultivate this technique. When this technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can control hundreds of millions of weapons at the same time. Between heaven and earth, a speck of dust, a blade of grass, a tree, a water, a stone, they can all be divine weapons in my hands. After a simple glance, Lin Tian's heart shook. This weapon control technique seemed to be very terrifying. Senior brother Lin Tian, what is that? Shirku curiously asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the weapon control technique scroll was stored in the stone ring. There were still many treasures in the sarcophagus, but Lin Tian was very clear that these things added together were not even 1,000th of the weapon control technique. He casually picked a few bottles of medicinal pills and some ordinary martial skill scrolls from the sarcophagus and gave the rest to Shirku and the other two. After all, he had already taken the most valuable thing. Senior brother Lin Tian, how can we accept this? We didn't do anything, so we can't take these things. Suqing waved his hand. It's okay. These are not very useful to me. Lin Tian shook his head. Suqing firmly shook his head, unwilling to accept. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, keep some of the medicinal pills and treasures. When you return to the Valley of the Harp, help me give them to Jiyu. The rest is a gift for helping me deliver things to Jiyu. Is this okay? This is okay. We will definitely deliver it. Shirku said as if he was promising. Lin Tian smiled. After a simple distribution, he walked to the side and put away the pile of divine Ming stones. There were a lot of divine Ming stones. If they were just used to carve and refine divine marks, there would be enough to carve thousands of them. This also made him a little surprised. He didn't know where the tomb owner found so many divine Ming stones. They were actually used for lighting. Soon, everything in the stone room was put away. Senior brother Lin Tian, the stone door is closed. What should we do? It seems that we can only open it from the outside. Suqing said. Just cut it open. Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he casually slashed out with his sword, instantly causing the stone door to shatter into pieces. This move caused the three girls to be astonished. To be able to shatter the stone door that was about an inch thick so easily, his strength was truly somewhat terrifying. Lin Tian turned back, glanced at the stone coffin, and then turned to leave. Walking back along the tomb path, the surroundings were very quiet. After about a quarter of an hour, the four of them were far away from the stone room. At this moment, a figure rushed over. His body was covered in blood, and his face was ferocious and numb. It was a cultivator in the secret room from before. He's been poisoned. Lin Tiandao. He raised his sword, and a bloody light rose. The charging figure suddenly fell to the ground. The three women glanced at the figure that was cut down by Lin Tian. They saw that the person was bleeding black blood and emitted a strong stench. They were immediately frightened and carefully followed behind Lin Tian. After that, as the four of them walked back, the cultivators who were poisoned jumped out one after another. There were even real corpses. Could it be that those cultivators were all killed by the corpses? Jiyu's face was slightly pale. It's possible. Among those people, there are probably not many who can escape. Lin Tiandao. He let the three women follow behind him, while he walked at the front. As he walked back, the corpses jumped out one after another, and there were also cultivators who were poisoned. They all had ferocious expressions. However, these ordinary corpses and cultivators who were poisoned were really fragile in his eyes. Almost all of them were killed with one sword strike. Soon, they left the ancient tomb and walked to the surface. As soon as they left the ancient tomb, Jiyu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The air outside is still better. It's too dangerous. Fortunately, we had Senior Lin Tian's help this time. Otherwise, we would definitely have died in there. The three women said. Looking at Lin Tian, the three women's faces were full of gratitude. Lin Tian shook his head. He stared at the cave leading to the ancient tomb. After a pause, he slashed with his sword. With a boom, the cave suddenly collapsed, and the ground caved in, completely blocking the ancient tomb. As far as he could sense, there were no living people in the ancient tomb. However, there might be corpses or poisoned corpses. If those things escaped, it might cause unnecessary chaos in the outside world. After all, that kind of poison was really terrifying. Let's go. He said to the three women, and then walked out of the Sunset Mountain. Not long after, the four people walked out of the forest. At this time, it was noon. The outside of the Sunset Mountain was still surrounded by different kinds of people. Lin Tian and the three women parted ways here. He watched the three women leave, and he also walked in the direction of the Burning Sun sect. About a day later, Lin Tian returned to the Burning Sun sect. He went to the duty hall to make a record, and then returned to his residence. The essence blood of the origin bear, the brain of the moonlight bird, the heart tranquil grass, and the divine clarity stone are all here. Lin Tian thought to himself. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Tian began to comprehend the divine refining rune. The divine refining rune was a 4th grade rune. Although there were many runes, the complete rune was very small. This was because this rune had to be pasted on the forehead after being engraved. Therefore, the engraving process was very complicated and cumbersome. After comprehending the divine refining rune, Lin Tian spent about 2 days to engrave 10 sets of runes. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up early, faced the morning sun, and breathed in and out. Then, he walked toward the Star River Tower. After entering the Star River Tower, he went to an inconspicuous corner and sat down cross-legged. He pasted the divine refining rune, which was only 1/6 the size of a palm, on his forehead. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate seriously. Buzz. In an instant, he felt as if something inside his head was vibrating. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he found that from the divine refining rune, there was a strange wave that vibrated towards his knowledge sea, then bounced back, then bounced back, then bounced back, and bounced back. This continuous cycle caused him to feel a burst of warmth between his eyebrows. His knowledge sea also felt as if it was boiling. Lin Tian found that the strength of his divine sense had indeed increased by more than 4 times compared to before. Sure enough, it has a miraculous effect. Lin Tian was secretly pleasantly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian calmed down and began to cultivate seriously. While using his divine sense to resist the invisible impact of the first layer of the Star River, he also cooperated with the divine refining rune on his forehead to vibrate his divine sense. As a result, the strength of his divine sense became faster, and the light between his eyebrows also became brighter. About 10 hours later, Lin Tian walked out of the Celestial River Pagoda and returned to his residence. After that, he looked inside his head and found that his sea of consciousness had become much more condensed. In just 10 hours of cultivation, he had managed to cultivate 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness, completing 2/5 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. Thinking about it, at this rate, he could reach the second layer of his knowledge sea in 10 days. This surprised Lin Tian a little. After a pause, Lin Tian calmed himself down, closed the door, and took out a martial skill scroll from the stone ring. Weapon control technique. As he carefully read this weapon control technique, Lin Tian realized more and more how terrifying this weapon control technique was. This technique's grade was unknown, but its power was extremely terrifying. Not only could it control countless weapons at the same time, but it could also seize the enemy's weapon with one's mind, turning the enemy's weapon into one's own, killing people without warning. This weapon control technique is simply a true offensive technique. Lin Tian was shocked. There were 2 requirements for the initial cultivation of the weapon control technique: spiritual consciousness and weapon control. Among them, spiritual consciousness was the most important. Because one needed to control the weapon with their spiritual consciousness, the cultivator needed to have an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness. Lin Tian carefully glanced at the contents of the weapon control technique. Although he was surprised by the tyrannical power of this technique, he did not immediately start cultivating it. Although my current spiritual consciousness is far more powerful than the average cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness, in order to smoothly cultivate this weapon control technique, it's best to cultivate it after reaching the second heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness. Anyway, it will only take about 10 days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian put away the weapon control technique scroll, then pasted a spirit refining rune on it and began cultivating. The cultivation of the sea of consciousness did not have to be carried out in the Celestial River Tower. It was just that cultivating inside the Celestial River Tower would be faster. However, because the Celestial River Tower had an invisible impact force that constantly fell, Lin Tian had to constantly consume his spiritual consciousness to resist it. Therefore, although the Celestial River Tower did not have a time limit, it was impossible for Lin Tian to cultivate inside the Celestial River Tower all the time. After all, if he stayed inside for a few hours, his spiritual consciousness would be completely consumed by resisting the impact force. Therefore, before his spiritual consciousness was completely restored, he could only cultivate outside. Buzz. After pasting the spirit refining rune, a vibrating sound suddenly resounded in his mind. Lin Tian felt as if an invisible net of waves had appeared in his head, washing his sea of consciousness over and over again, causing his spiritual consciousness to slowly strengthen under the vibrations of these waves. In this regard, Lin Tian could not help but sigh at the power and mystery of the array control technique, as if it was really omnipotent. He also understood more why ordinary people were in awe of array masters. Thinking about it, array masters could not only cultivate and fight normally, but also engrave all kinds of mysterious and strange array runes. How could they not be terrifying? Cultivating like this, the night quickly passed. Early the next morning, Lin Tian got up early to wash up, face the morning sun, and then walked towards the celestial river tower. After a night of cultivation in his sea of consciousness, Lin Tian didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had become even more exuberant. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual sense had become a lot stronger. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the celestial river tower and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Without caring about anything else, he pasted a divine refining rune and began to cultivate seriously. Inside the celestial river pagoda, the people who came in were very quiet and generally did not care about others. Therefore, Lin Tian did not worry about others noticing the spirit refining rune on his glabella. Moreover, even if someone noticed it, he would not care about it. After all, most people would not be able to understand what it was. Above the first layer of the star river, the invisible impact force continued to fall. At this time, Lin Tian felt that it was becoming easier to resist, and he could already use his spiritual sense to push the impact force several feet away. He thought that if he continued cultivating at this speed, he would be able to break through the first layer of the star river in about 9 days. Time flowed by, and 12 hours quickly passed. After 12 hours, Lin Tian's spiritual sense was almost exhausted, so he stood up and walked out. Cultivating one's spiritual sense was very boring, much more boring than cultivating in the body refining realm or the divine vein realm. Over the next few days, Lin Tian spent 12 hours cultivating in the celestial river pagoda, 10 hours cultivating in his residence, and the remaining 2 hours resting. In this way, after 8 days, Lin Tian felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. On this day, Lin Tian woke up early and went to the celestial river pagoda as usual. Standing inside the celestial river pagoda, Lin Tian looked up at the first layer of the star river and took a deep breath. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his spiritual sense to cultivate with the divine refining rune. Buzz. Inside his head, the sound of vibrations kept echoing, and Lin Tian's glabella grew brighter and brighter. In this way, 3 hours quickly passed. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly felt his glabella become extremely hot, as if a red-hot iron block had been branded on his forehead, causing him to feel a burning pain. Then, after a few dozen breaths, his spiritual sea suddenly shook, and his spiritual sense, which had been half consumed, suddenly recovered and became several times more abundant. Boom! A mysterious force spread from his head to his body, and Lin Tian felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, Lin Tian felt that his spiritual sea had more than doubled in size, and his spiritual sense had tripled. Staring at the star river above his head, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a burst of bright light. "Open for me," he said in a low voice. At this moment, his glabella shone brightly, and his spiritual sense seemed to have turned into an invincible blade, cutting through everything, breaking the invisible impact of the first layer of the star river and fiercely stabbing into the interior of the first layer of the star river. Then, with a whoosh, his figure disappeared directly from the first layer of the celestial river pagoda. Around, some people noticed this scene and were shocked. "Someone broke through the first layer of the star river. Who is it?" someone exclaimed. The first layer of the celestial river pagoda was filled with inner sect disciples, whose cultivation was at the first layer of the sea of consciousness. At this moment, they found that someone had broken through the first layer of the star river, so they were naturally surprised. This indicated that this person had reached the second layer of the sea of consciousness. One had to know that although the weakest inner sect disciple was at the sea of consciousness realm, there were not many people who had reached the second layer of the sea of consciousness. Even the strongest inner sect disciple was only at the peak of the third layer of the sea of consciousness. Now that someone had suddenly reached the second layer of the sea of consciousness, it meant that this person had left them far behind. How could these people not be shocked? After all, no one wanted to have more people stronger than them. Lin Tian did not hear such voices, Nor could he see the expressions of those people in the first layer of the Star River. At this moment, he appeared in a new space. This space looked no different from the first layer of the Celestial River Pagoda. Above his head was still the same Star River, but on this Star River, there were obviously more stars, and obviously brighter. Lin Tian suddenly trembled as he felt a terrible force pressing down on his body. This is the pressure from the second layer of the Star River. Sure enough, it is not comparable to the first layer of the Star River. Lin Tian felt shocked. Looking around, there were only 3 people in the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda. Lin Tian did not care about it and sat down cross-legged, using the stronger impact from the second layer of the Star River to help him consolidate his Sea of Consciousness second layer. Yes, now that he had stepped into the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda, his cultivation had naturally reached the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Reaching the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness in such a short time, Lin Tian knew that although it was related to his own diligence, it was more due to the Spirit Refining Rune. It could be said that without the help of the Spirit Refining Rune, even if he worked harder, it would have taken him at least another month to reach this level. Buzz. Lin Tian focused his mind, and soon, 3 hours passed. The pressure from the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda was too strong. With Lin Tian's current state, after 3 hours, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. At this time, he stood up and spread out his spiritual energy, instantly disappearing from the second layer of the pagoda and reappearing on the first layer. After pausing for a moment, he directly walked out. After walking out of the Celestial River Pagoda, Lin Tian felt that the world around him had become brighter, and everything around him had become clearer. He could clearly see the ants fighting 300 meters away, and the autumn cicadas flapping their wings 400 meters away. Moreover, he could clearly hear the discussions of his fellow disciples in the distance. This is the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. My spiritual energy has at least doubled. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Now, he could cultivate the weapon control technique. Thinking of that technique, Lin Tian could not help but look forward to it. Well, first of all, I need to find some weapons. There are too few weapons in the stone ring. Lin Tian. Glancing around, Lin Tian walked towards the duty hall. Exchange for weapons? Inside the duty hall, Puan stared at Lin Tian curiously. He remembered that Lin Tian had a supreme sword. Lin Tian nodded. Ordinary weapons could be exchanged at the duty hall with sect contribution points. He planned to exchange for some treasured weapons to cultivate the weapon control technique. Low-grade treasured weapons, 100 sect contribution points. Middle-grade treasured weapons, 700. High-grade treasured weapons, 1,500. Puan narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian was speechless. You are robbing me. According to the sect contribution points, 100 sect contribution points were equivalent to 1 million spirit coins, 700 sect contribution points were equivalent to 7 million spirit coins, and 1,500 sect contribution points were equivalent to 15 million spirit coins. It should be known that the low-grade Supreme Treasure Heart Soul Sword in his hand cost him only 15 million spirit coins. Although the treasure loft gave him a lot of preferential treatment when he bought the Heart Soul Sword, the normal price was only 18 million spirit coins. In the Burning Sun sect, the selling price of a high-grade Supreme Treasure was almost the same as the selling price of a low-grade Supreme Treasure. This made Lin Tian speechless. This was too much of a scam. The sect also needs to maintain its daily life. Puan smiled. Lin Tian was speechless. Although he was speechless, in order to cultivate the weapon control technique, Lin Tian endured it. He happened to find a lot of martial skills in the ancient tomb, but these martial skills were not very useful to him now. So, he copied a dozen or so martial skills and took out a few million spirit coins, accumulating 1,500 sect contribution points. Then, he chose to exchange for 15 low-grade Supreme Treasured Swords. Why are you exchanging for so many Supreme Treasured Swords? Puan was even more confused. Can't I play with them? Lin Tianandao said. Puan laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder hard. Don't be dissatisfied, next time you come, I'll give you a discount. Obtaining a dozen martial skills and a few million spirit coins in one go was also a contribution to the daily development of the sect. Puan knew that Lin Tian had accumulated a lot of contribution points to the sect recently, far surpassing the others. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to Puan and walked straight out. After coming out of the duty hall, Lin Tian did not return to his residence, but went directly to the Demon Ceiling Gorge. After entering the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he came to the place where he cultivated the weapon control technique. It was very quiet here, there were no monster beasts around, and no disciples of the Burning Sun sect would come here. Therefore, it was very suitable to cultivate the weapon control technique here. The first step is to leave my divine sense imprint on the weapon I need to control, Lin Tian said to himself. Reading on mobile phone, the so-called spiritual sense imprint was to use the essence of the spiritual sense to carve a mark on the weapon. Because every sea of consciousness cultivator's spiritual sense was different, carving a spiritual sense imprint was equivalent to leaving one's name. In this way, the spiritual sense imprint was connected to the source of the sea of consciousness, allowing the cultivator to better control the weapon. Spiritual sense imprint, there is such a cultivation method? Lin Tian was surprised. Continuing to read, Lin Tian was shocked again. This was the record of spiritual sense imprint in the weapon control technique. In history, after some extremely powerful cultivators left their spiritual sense imprint on their weapons, only they could use this weapon. If others casually touched it, they might even be killed by the weapon itself. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. The world of cultivators was really mysterious. Who? He took a deep breath, and according to the records of spiritual sense imprint in the weapon control technique, he began to cultivate seriously. To leave a spiritual sense imprint on a weapon, first of all, one must constantly refine the essence of the spiritual sense. This process itself was not simple and required a lot of time and energy. After refining the essence of the spiritual sense, it was even more difficult to imprint the spiritual sense imprint on the weapon for a long time. Wang. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyebrows were completely bright, and there were streaks of lightning intertwined between them. The process of refining the essence of the spiritual sense was quite troublesome. It required the spiritual sense to be crushed over and over again, like a funnel through sand, removing the roughness and leaving behind the fineness. This process needed to be repeated countless times. Lin Tian followed the method recorded in the weapon control technique, and it wasn't until 10 hours later that he extracted some spiritual sense imprint. Next is to imprint it on the weapon, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He took out a treasured sword, and the space between his eyebrows glowed brightly. A spark of light spread out from the space between his eyebrows and slowly imprinted itself on the treasured sword in front of him. It then collided with the sword. During this process, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. This was because this process was not just about letting the essence of the divine sense come into contact with the weapon. Instead, it required the essence of the divine sense to be truly imprinted on the weapon. Wang. The divine sense essence collided with the treasure sword, emitting bursts of dazzling light. After a few dozen breaths of time, the strand of divine sense essence that Lin Tian had refined shattered and failed to imprint itself on the prized artifact sword. This made Lin Tian more or less depressed, but it was only for a while. After all, this was his first time practicing this kind of technique, and it was impossible for him to succeed in one go. According to the records, some powerful cultivators can imprint their divine sense with a single thought. It's as simple as eating and drinking. I think it's not only because they are powerful, but also because they are very familiar with this kind of technique, Lin Tian thought. Thinking of this, he began to cultivate even more. Seriously. Just like that, a day passed very quickly. During this day, Lin Tian repeatedly refined the divine sense essence. This process was already very smooth, and he could quickly refine the divine sense essence. Then, he repeated the process of imprinting the divine sense essence again and again. This process took another day, and after a day, he could be considered to be proficient in it. On this day, Lin Tian took out a sword artifact again. He then released the refined essence of his soul from between his eyebrows and slowly pushed it onto the sword artifact. After 2 days of practice, this time, the essence of his soul quickly fused with the sword artifact. In the end, it left behind a small sword-shaped pattern on the sword artifact. Suddenly, Lin Tianwei was slightly shocked. He only felt that when he held the sword in his hand, it was as if it was a part of his body. Moreover, even if he threw away the sword, he still had the same feeling, just a little weaker. Success! Lin Tianwei was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he put aside the sword that was imprinted with the divine sense imprint and began to imprint the second sword. Soon, all 15 swords were imprinted with his divine sense imprint. Then, he imprinted his divine sense imprint on the Heart Spirit sword. He only felt that the Heart Spirit sword had become a little different, as if it had become a lot stronger in an instant. Of course, Lin Tian knew that this was not because the Heart Spirit sword had become stronger, but because the divine sense imprint allowed him to have a more profound control over the sword. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly felt that the divine sense imprint technique was really amazing. Okay, let's start to cultivate the weapon control technique. Lin Tian Dao. Standing up, his eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The weapon control technique was different from ordinary sword wielding. Ordinary sword wielding required the use of one's hand, but the weapon control technique was different. The weapon control technique did not require the use of one's hand to control the sword, but rather one's divine sense. It was precisely because of this that cultivating this technique required one to have an extremely strong divine sense. The stronger the divine sense, the more weapons one could control at the same time. It was rumored that those who cultivated to the extreme could control hundreds of millions of divine weapons at the same time. Lin Tianji felt that this technique was really terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian operated his divine sense imprint. Suddenly, the sword puppets that were placed aside all vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound. However, even after dozens of breaths, not a single sword flew up. This made Lin Tianyi feel embarrassed. He actually wanted to control 15 swords at the same time from the beginning. He was too greedy and rash. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. This time, after operating his divine sense, he only used his sea of consciousness to communicate with the divine sense imprint on one of the treasured swords. Suddenly, the treasured sword emitted an ear-piercing sword whistle, and slowly floated into the air following his thoughts. This was a somewhat shocking scene. The treasured sword, at this moment, actually flew up by itself. Good. Lin Tian secretly said. Next, he began to follow the weapon control technique's instructions. He used his divine sense to control the treasured sword to fly and slash in the air. There were no demonic beasts here, so he controlled the treasured sword to cut down the branches. During this process, Lin Tian also discovered that using this weapon control technique consumed an astonishing amount of divine sense and true yuan. Next, when he completely controlled one sword, Lin Tian began to control 2 treasured swords at the same time, causing them to fly up into the air at the same time and circle in the air, slashing horizontally. Suddenly, in this place, sword lights crisscrossed, and the surrounding old trees could be considered to be in great trouble. Branches were constantly chopped off. Okay, I can control 3 swords at the same time. 4 swords. 5 swords. 6 swords. 7 swords. In the following days, Lin Tian remained in the Demon Ceiling Gorge to cultivate the weapon control technique, and did not even return to his residence. After a few days of cultivation, his control of the weapon control technique became more and more skillful. In the blink of an eye, 16 days had passed since Lin Tian returned from the ancient tomb. On this day, a group of young people came to the Burning Sun sect. The 2 in the lead were the most outstanding. One was dressed in black, the other in white. The black-shirted young man was the one in the ancient tomb not long ago, at the first layer of the Sea of Consciousness. The white-shirted young man was even more powerful. His eyes were sharp, and his cultivation was at the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. It was very shocking. This group of people came from the 100 Refinements workshop. The arrival of this group of people, with a chilling aura, immediately alarmed the duty hall, and many deacons came out. Hand over Lin Tian? What do you mean? Puan frowned. The white-shirted young man's face was cold. This one is Bai Yunfei, and my master is Mu Hong. 10 days ago, a disciple by the name of Lin Tian killed my master's grandson. My master is in closed-door meditation and should not be disturbed, so I, Bai Yunfei, am here to seek justice. I hope that your sect will hand over this disciple to me so that I can bring him back to the 100 Refinements workshop and wait for my master to personally deal with him. Elder Mu Hong? Puan was startled and frowned. Is what you said true? Your sect's Chu Xian can testify. Bai Yunfei said. Puan's voice was grim. Call Chu Xian over. Soon, Chu Xian arrived. Chu Xian, is what Bai Yunfei said true? Puan asked. Chu Xian nodded. It is true. Puan immediately frowned. How did Lin Tian cause the death of Mu Hong's grandson? Mu Hong was an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, an airborne realm expert. At this place, the other deacons and disciples all paled. That newcomer Lin Tian was truly a ruthless person to do such a thing, Xueshang said coldly. This vile spawn dares to commit such treason. Men, capture him and hand him over to Elder Mu's disciple. Kill him or dismember him, that will be up to Elder Mu to decide. From now on, this disciple will have nothing to do with our Burning Sun sect. Deacon Hua, I'm afraid this matter isn't something you can decide. Puan's face darkened. Xueshang snorted. Puan, you've protected this disciple time and time again. It's about enough. This vile spawn already committed a capital crime by killing a fellow disciple, and now he's even killed Elder Mu's grandson. If we continue to tolerate him, he might one day fall into the demonic path. Do you want our Burning Sun sect to bear the infamy of darkness in the future? In short, you can't decide this matter. You'll have to report it to the headmaster. Puan said. With that, Puan said to another deacon, ordering him to go and invite the headmaster. After all, this matter involved an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and an expert in the airborne realm. Such a matter had already reached the level that could alarm the sect leader. So what if we invite the headmaster? The headmaster is deeply righteous. Do you think he'll shield a murderous demon like you? Xueshang said coldly. Puan gave Xueshang a disdainful glance and didn't respond. On the other side, Bai Yunfei and the others all had cold expressions. Time passed by minute. The scene was very quiet, and there were many Burning Sun sect disciples all around. After several dozen breaths of time, two figures descended from the sky. Seeing these two people, the Burning Sun sect disciples all had solemn expressions. They were both nervous and shocked. Headmaster, Elder Luo. Everyone bowed together. Even Puan and Xueshang were no exception. Bai Yunfei greets the headmaster of the Burning Sun sect and Elder Luo. Bai Yunfei stepped forward. In front of Puan and the other deacons, he didn't care, but in front of the headmaster and elder of the Burning Sun sect, he had to treat them with respect. Behind Bai Yunfei, the black-robed young man and some other ordinary disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop naturally didn't hesitate to bow to the two people one by one. The headmaster of the Burning Sun sect was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament and very handsome. He nodded slightly to Bai Yunfei. Is the matter clear? The headmaster of the Burning Sun sect asked. Xueshang said, Headmaster, the matter is clear. Lin Tian is insolent. Not only does he commit crimes within the sect, he is even more arrogant and despotic outside the sect. In an ancient tomb, he killed the grandson of Elder Mu Hong of the 100 Refinements workshop. Chu Xian of the sect can testify to this matter. Xueshang believes that Lin Tian should be punished severely. Headmaster, this matter hasn't been asked by Lin Tian himself. We can't judge lightly. Puan said. Is there even a need to ask? Puan, how long are you going to shield that bastard? Xueshang snorted. The words of the sect master were naturally supreme, and no one dared to disobey him. Immediately, someone went to summon Lin Tian. Read, this time, let's see how that evil creature can survive. Xueshang sneered. Puan glanced at Xueshang indifferently, his eyes full of sarcasm. Not long after, the disciple who summoned him rushed back and said that Lin Tian was not at his residence. He should be cultivating. Su Feng, go and take a look around. Puan said. Su Feng nodded and quickly left. Soon, 2 hours passed. At this time, Lin Tian walked out from the depths of the demon ceiling gorge. After 7 days and 7 nights of cultivation, He had cultivated the weapon control technique to the small success stage. He could already control 15 low-grade treasures at the same time. After that, he went to the depths to find demonic beasts to hone his skills. With his current realm, he could easily kill ordinary 8th-grade demonic beasts with the weapon control technique. Lin Tian walked out of the old forest and walked towards the demon ceiling gorge. Around him, many people stared at Lin Tian. They were all moved and surprised. In these 2 hours, the news that the elder of the 100 Refinements workshop came to the Burning Sun sect to ask for someone had already spread. Even the sect master had come out. Almost all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect knew about it. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian, they all had strange expressions. Lin Tian glanced around and naturally felt the strangeness of these people. He could not help but frown. However, Lin Tian did not care. He grabbed the iron chain and quickly entered the sect. Lin Tian? So you're here? A voice rang out. A young man rushed over from afar, looking a little angry. It was Su Feng. Senior brother Su, what's wrong? Lin Tian was curious. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian. What happened? Don't you know? I don't know. Someone from the 100 Refinements workshop came and said that you killed the grandson of an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. Now, they're asking the sect to hand you over and let them bring you back to the 100 Refinements workshop. Now, even the sect master and Elder Luo were alarmed and came out. Su Feng said anxiously. Lin Tianwei stared blankly and then sneered. He knew what Su Feng was talking about. Because he did not save Mu Haoguang, who was poisoned by the goo poison, the 100 Refinements workshop came to find trouble with him. Sect master told me to call for you. Hurry up and leave. Su Feng said. Staring at Lin Tian, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother, I'm fine. Lin Tian Dao. He could tell that Su Feng was worried about him. Following Su Feng, Lin Tian soon arrived at the wide platform in front of the sect. Sect leader, elders, Lin Tian is here. Su Feng bowed and spoke to the Burning Sun sect master and Elder Luo. Lin Tian followed Su Feng's gaze and saw a middle-aged man and an old man standing in front of him. The middle-aged man was very handsome and had an extremely powerful aura, while the old man stood indifferently beside the middle-aged man. Lin Tianyi guessed at a glance that the middle-aged man was the sect master, and the old man should be Elder Luo. At the same time, in another direction, Lin Tian saw a white-clothed youth looking at him coldly. Beside the white-clothed youth, he saw a black-clothed youth with an equally cold expression. Lin Tian naturally knew this black-clothed youth. He was the one who accompanied Mu Haoguang in the ancient tomb that day. Lin Tian, you've got guts. You dare to harm a fellow Taoist of the 100 Refinements workshop. Do you know your crime? Zhuoshang said coldly. Deacon Zhua, the sect master and elder have not spoken yet. What's the matter with you? Puan said indifferently. Zhuoshang's face darkened, but he did not say anything. Puan looked in the direction of the Burning Sun sect's sect master and said to Lin Tian Dao, Lin Tian, that's the sect master and Elder Luo. Lin Tian naturally understood Puan's meaning. He looked at the middle-aged man and the old man and bowed slightly. Disciple Lin Tian greets the sect master and Elder Luo. The Burning Sun sect's sect master fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. For a moment, he did not say a word. His gaze was somewhat deep. In the blink of an eye, several breaths passed. Sect master. Elder Luo said. The Burning Sun sect's sect master nodded. Lin Tian, what do you have to say? Lin Tian naturally knew what the Burning Sun sect's sect master was talking about. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, replying to sect master, on that day, this disciple did not make a move against Mu Haoguang. Mu Haoguang died from the poison of the corpse insect. It has nothing to do with this disciple. If you hadn't injured me at that time and prevented me from protecting the young master in time, how could the young master have been poisoned by the insect? Your Burning Sun sect's brother Chu Xian saw this with his own eyes. You still dare to quibble? Brother Chu Xian, please testify for me. The black-clothed youth shouted. Besides Wushang, Chu Xian nodded and said, indeed. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Lin Tiantan indifferently swept a glance at Chu Xian, then looked at the black-clothed youth. I did injure you. However, I want to ask, why did I injure you? You ran over to bite me like a mad dog. Could it be that I had to stand there and let you bite me? What did you say? The black-clothed youth's expression was furious. Don't you understand human language? I said that you were a mad dog that randomly bit people. You deserve to be injured. Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian, what kind of attitude is that? How can you speak to the 100 Refinements Workshop's fellow Daoist? Xueshang shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He pointed at the black-clothed youth and said to Xueshang, how can you speak to him? Could it be that I have to be respectful to him? May I ask, is he your father, your mother, or is he the sect master or elder of my Burning Sun sect? Impudent. Xueshang was furious. Puan indifferently snorted and said, Deacon Zhua, although Lin Tian's words are somewhat crude, they don't seem to be wrong. As disciples of different sects, they are equal. How Lin Tian speaks is his freedom. Please remember your position clearly. You are a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, not a deacon of the 100 Refinements Workshop. You. Xueshang's face turned green, but he didn't know how to respond. The sect master of the Burning Sun sect and Elder Luo stood to the side with indifferent expressions. They didn't say a word and just quietly watched. The black-clothed youth stared at Lin Tian and gnashed his teeth. Even so, in the end, when the young master was poisoned by goo, you clearly had the ability to save him, but you refused to lend a helping hand. If you were willing to help, the young master wouldn't have died. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Do I have an obligation to save him? Lin Tian said disdainfully. The black-clothed youth's face was cold as he clenched his fists tightly. At this time, Xueshang opened his mouth and said, Our 4 great sects are of the same breath and branch. When a friend of the 100 Refinements Workshop was poisoned, you had the ability to save him, but you didn't. In the end, you caused his death. It can be said that you indirectly killed him. Deacon Zhua, your strength isn't much, but your ability to twist words and force logic is quite good. Lin Tian laughed loudly. Because he had the ability to save someone but didn't, in the end, the person died. It was him who indirectly killed the other party. Towards such words, Lin Tian was also speechless. Looking at your age, could it be that you have lived for nothing? The Burning Sun sect's disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Tian was really bold. In front of the sect master and elders, his words were not the slightest bit polite, and he actually insulted Xueshang. However, at this time many people also understood Lin Tian, because Xueshang's words were really hard to compliment. Evil creature. Xueshang was furious. He looked at the Burning Sun sect's sect master and said, Sect master, look at what kind of person this is. For better or worse, I am a deacon of the Burning Sun sect. As a disciple of the Burning Sun sect, he doesn't have the slightest bit of respect for me. With such conduct, he absolutely can't be allowed to live. The Burning Sun sect's sect master's expression was calm as he tilted his head to look at Lin Tian. If you want others to respect you, you have to give yourself the qualifications to be respected. Lin Tian Andao. That's right. Puan smiled. Lin Tian and Puan's words made Xueshang's face extremely gloomy. He had said so many words, but every time he opened his mouth, he didn't get the slightest bit of benefit. At this time, Bai Yunfei took a step forward and bowed to the Burning Sun sect's sect master. Sect master, no matter what, the death of my master's grandson is related to Lin Tian. For the sake of the friendship between the Burning Sun sect and the 100 Refinements Square, I ask that you hand this child over to Bai Yunfei. After all, my master only has one grandson, so I must give him an explanation. Bai Yunfei was very smart. He didn't want to argue with Lin Tian about how Mu Haoguang died. He only wanted to bring Lin Tian back to the 100 Refinements Square. He was certain that the Burning Sun sect's sect master wouldn't argue with an elder of the 100 Refinements Square over a mere outer disciple. After all, in terms of strength, his master Mu Hong wasn't any weaker than the Burning Sun sect's sect master. Lin Tian's expression grew serious. He wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Yunfei was thinking. Not too far away, Xueshang snorted. He was clearly thinking the same thing as Bai Yunfei. At this time, everyone's eyes fell onto the Burning Sun sect master. The Burning Sun sect master stared fixedly at Lin Tian. After several breaths, he turned to Bai Yunfei. In the world of cultivators, the strong are respected. Fight him. If you win, take him away. If you lose, return to the 100 Refinement Square and this matter will end. Sect Master, you can't. Pu En's face paled. Bai Yunfei was raised by Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm. He was in the 4th layer of the mindscape and was far stronger than Lin Tian. If they were to fight, Lin Tian had no chance of winning. Defeat was a certainty. Pu En, the sect master has spoken. What more do you want to say? Zhuoshang snorted. At this time, Zhuoshang was very pleased with himself. If he fought with Bai Yunfei, Lin Tian would definitely lose. Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed. Bowing to the Burning Sun sect master, he said, I'll do as you say, sect master. With that, Bai Yunfei looked at Lin Tian. The Burning Sun sect master wanted him to fight with Lin Tian and take Lin Tian away if he won. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, this was only because the Burning Sun sect master didn't want to hand Lin Tian over to him. After all, if a disciple of one's own sect master were to be dealt with by another sect master, it would be as if the Burning Sun sect didn't care about the disciple at all. This would make the other sect master feel less of a sense of belonging to the Burning Sun sect. But at this time, if Bai Yunfei were to fight and take Lin Tian away, then the situation would be different. Bai Yunfei was much stronger than Lin Tian. If they were to fight, then Bai Yunfei would definitely win. From this point of view, the Burning Sun sect master was clearly siding with the 100 Refinement Square. With this, Bai Yunfei's heart settled down. Taking Lin Tian away was inevitable. In an hour, the sparring stage. Elder Luo said. With that, Elder Luo and the Burning Sun sect master soared into the air and headed for the sparring stage. Xian walked up to Bai Yunfei. Brother Bai, I'll take you to the sparring stage. Thank you, Brother Chu. Bai Yunfei smiled. Giving Lin Tian an indifferent glance, Bai Yunfei and the others followed Xian to the Burning Sun sect sparring stage. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his head to look at the Burning Sun sect master and Elder Luo with a faint light in his eyes. Lin Tian, this, sigh. Su Feng sighed. Senior brother, don't worry. How can I not worry? He's the disciple of Elder Mu Hong of the 100 Refinement Square. He's trained in the 100 Refinement Square's secret arts of the 100 Refinement Square. It's said that he can control 9 weapons at the same time. His battle strength is far greater than other cultivators of the same level. He's said to be invincible. Lin Tian was surprised. Control 7 weapons at the same time? Why did it sound a little similar to the weapon manipulation technique? Su Feng thought that Lin Tian was stunned and explained, the reason why the 100 Refinements Workshop is called this name is because this sect focuses on the art of weapon refinement and mainly cultivates weapons. Their sect's secret art is to control several weapons at the same time, completely focusing on offense. Only a very small number of people in the 100 Refinement Square are qualified to train in this secret arts. It's extremely terrifying. P.S. Second update, around 6 p.m. Hearing Su Feng's words, Lin Tian was a little surprised. The origin of the name 100 Refinements Workshop was really strange. You won't counterattack in 3 moves? Lin Tian said indifferently. Although these words were very calm, they were full of sarcasm. Bai Yunfei's face was gloomy. I've changed my mind. As he spoke, the sword in his hand suddenly produced a dense light of primordial energy. Like a flood dragon coming out of the water, it slashed at Lin Tian's chest, causing the air to vibrate. Is that so? You're really a fickle person. You're really not a gentleman. Lin Tian said. The Heart Spirit sword shook and the lightning sword slashed out diagonally. With a boom, the 2 swords collided again, creating a sky full of light. Bai Yunfei's eyes were cold. Holding the sword, he walked step by step towards Lin Tian. The sword in his hand was a low-grade supreme treasure, enough to increase his battle power by 70%. At this moment, with the injection of primordial energy, the sword buzzed like a bird flapping its wings. Slash! With a cold shout, Bai Yunfei waved the sword and a flaming sword energy went straight at Lin Tian. The sword energy rubbed against the air and produced such a flame. How terrifying. How strong is his primordial energy to do this? A disciple trained by a Zephyr is really terrifying. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian, however, was expressionless. He slashed out casually with the Heart Spirit sword. With a clang, a similar flaming sword energy swept out and swallowed Bai Yunfei's sword energy in an instant. Moreover, at this time, this flaming sword energy did not disappear. Instead, it continued to rush at Bai Yunfei without any momentum. This, everyone was surprised. After breaking Bai Yunfei's sword energy, it did not disappear and was still rushing at Bai Yunfei. This sword energy was so powerful. Bai Yunfei's face darkened slightly. He raised the sword in his hand and shattered Lin Tian's sword energy. Not simple. I've underestimated you. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Yunfei said in a deep voice. You're not so good. 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness, that's all. Lin Tian said indifferently. Bai Yunfei's eyes turned cold. Staring at Lin Tian, his expression was even colder. Buzz. Layers upon layers of elemental energy began to appear on the surface of the sword as Bai Yunfei gripped it tightly. His aura began to rise rapidly, and in just a few breaths of time, the aura he was exuding was enough to cause the hearts of many of the students to tremble. Many of the students who were close to the stage began to back away from it. With a clang, Bai Yunfei moved. He pointed his sword diagonally, the tip of the sword going straight for Lin Tian's throat. Immediately, an extremely sharp sword intent expanded. It was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Tian's expression froze slightly. He thought to himself that this Bai Yunfei was indeed not simple. He was indeed somewhat frightening. At least, this sword strike made him feel pressured. Of course, it was only a tiny bit. Penetrate. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly before disappearing from everyone's sight. Lin Tianji felt a bone-piercing cold intent rushing towards him. He took a step back and slashed out with his sword. With a clang, a small dagger was sent flying an inch in front of his throat. This made Lin Tian's eyes change slightly. This coldness unexpectedly came from a dagger and not Bai Yunfei himself. Cut. Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out high up in the sky. Bai Yunfei had appeared high up in the sky at an unknown time. With a slash of his sword, it pierced through Lin Tian's body with a poof. Everyone's hearts palpitated. But in the next moment, their expressions changed again. Lin Tian's figure slowly disappeared. It was unexpectedly just an afterimage. He actually created an afterimage. What kind of astonishing speed does he need to achieve this? Someone's heart palpitated. Right at this moment, Bai Yunfei's expression changed. His figure flashed continuously, quickly avoiding the 10 or so thunderous sword rays. You're pretty fast. A voice rang out at the edge of the martial arts arena. Only now did everyone notice that Lin Tian had unexpectedly moved to another position 10 zhang away. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian. With a shake of his body, he slashed out with his sword. This time, Bai Yunfei chose to face him head-on. With a slash of his sword, it seemed to distort the space around him. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth curved up. He liked to fight head-on the most. Clang. He swung the Heart Spirit sword, chopping down wildly like Bai Yunfei. Clang. 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 In an instant, the two swords collided again and again, continuously giving off an ear-piercing metallic vibrating sound. Bai Yunfei's expression gradually became somewhat surprised. He was at the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness and had been persistently training his physique. Ordinary cultivators of the same level could not compare with him in terms of physique. But at this moment, every time his sword collided with Lin Tian's, his arm unexpectedly felt somewhat numb. Obviously, Lin Tian's physique was stronger than his. Thinking of this, Bai Yunfei's expression became even colder. In the next moment, his figure suddenly shook. Immediately, 7 figures appeared. Each figure seemed to be real. From 7 different angles, they blocked all of Lin Tian's paths of retreat and chopped at Lin Tian's head. 7 figures 1 kill, extremely fast. Even the divine sense can't find the real body. A martial technique at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness stage. Senior Bai is unexpectedly using a martial technique. But this way, that Lin Tian is almost finished. The disciple of the 100 Refinement Square said. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. His pupils moved left and right. After several breaths, he stabbed his sword forward. Ding! A sharp sound rang out. Bai Yunfei's 7 figures all disappeared. The tip of the Heart Spirit sword in Lin Tian's hand just happened to collide with the tip of Bai Yunfei's sword. Reading on a mobile phone, sword tip against sword tip, the ear-piercing sound of friction caused everyone's eardrums to feel as if they were about to be pierced. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete novel. How is this possible? The disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop cried out in shock. The 7 Shadows 1 kill is a martial technique that even the soul can't see through. How could he see through it? Did he guess? No. Impossible. Even if a normal person were to guess, they wouldn't be able to guess that Senior Bai would attack from the front. He would usually attack from the left and right or behind. He wouldn't attack from the front like he did. Furthermore, he actually blocked the tip of Senior Bai's sword. It's as if he saw Senior Bai's movements with his own eyes. Everyone in the 100 Refinements Workshop was stunned. Below the stage, Puan revealed a look of shock. How did this kid do it? The 7 Shadows 1 kill was one of the few ultimate techniques of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Even he hadn't been able to see Bai Yunfei's movements, but Lin Tian had accurately grasped Bai Yunfei's attack. From beginning to end, he had been calm and composed without the slightest hint of panic. In the sky, the leader of the Burning Sun sect and Elder Luo stood side by side. Headmaster, what do you think? Isn't he very outstanding? Elder Luo smiled. The leader of the Burning Sun sect looked at Lin Tian and then looked outside the sect. Senior Bai hasn't returned for 90 years. He still blames himself for what happened back then. He must have discovered this youth's amazing talent and sent him back to the sect. Looking at him is like looking at Senior Brother back then. At that time, Senior Brother was also as outstanding as this. Elder Luo looked outside the sect and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, he still can't let it go. The Grand Elder clearly doesn't blame him anymore. Elder Luo looked back at the stage with worry, speaking of which, although we're testing this kid's strength, his cultivation is still much lower than Bai Yunfei's. If he loses, could he really? He won't lose. Senior Bai's disciple won't lose. The leader of the Burning Sun sect said. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with confidence. Elder Luo smiled and nodded. After all, he was that man's disciple. On the stage, Bai Yunfei gripped his sword tightly and stared at Lin Tian with a gloomy face. The 7 Shadows kill was one of the few killer moves he had mastered. But now, it was easily blocked by someone whose cultivation was far lower than his. How did you do it? Divine sense shouldn't be able to see through this martial art, let alone with our eyes. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. Do you think I'll tell you? Lin Tian's expression was calm. The 7 Shadows kill was indeed an extremely terrifying technique. Just now, his divine sense had indeed been unable to detect Bai Yunfei's true body, and his eyes had also been unable to see him. But even if he couldn't see Bai Yunfei with his eyes and his consciousness, Bai Yunfei still had his soul force. As the saying went, there was always something to counter something else. Sometimes, it was just that strange. His consciousness couldn't catch Bai Yunfei's movements, but his soul force allowed him to sense every single one of Bai Yunfei's movements. Clang! With a shake of his heart-soul sword, the ear-piercing sound of the thunderous sword resounded in all directions. The thunderous sword rays kept striking down. Bai Yunfei swung the sword in his hand and chopped down fiercely, shattering all the sword rays in the sky. After all, he was a cultivator of the 4th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness and a personal disciple of an elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. His battle prowess was comparable to an ordinary expert of the 5th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. With such strength, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Tian's thunderous sword rays. Very good. Let's see how long you can hold on. Bai Yunfei said coldly. With a boom, his rampant elemental energy surged, rolling up in all directions. I'll hold on until I beat you down. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Both of them used swords. One sword ray after another engulfed the entire stage. Some sword rays even flew out, causing quite a few onlookers' expressions to change greatly, and they retreated to the outside again. These two are really frightening. Someone wiped off his cold sweat. Clang! 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 On the stage, the two figures flashed like flowing lights. Sometimes they retreated together, sometimes they rushed forward together. They kept changing positions on the stage, making it more and more difficult for some of the Divine Vein stage cultivators to see their movements clearly. Gradually, the two's speed became faster and faster. They were like lightning striking each other. Only the experts of the Sea of Consciousness could see clearly. These two, at such a young age, unexpectedly have such terrifying strength. Amazing. Amazing. If we count like this, our sex Lin Tian is about 3 years younger than Bai Yunfei. He's a peerless monster. Quite a few deacons of the Burning Sun sect were surprised. Bai Yunfei's expression was grim. His sword was fast and powerful, but Lin Tian would always be able to block his sword and make it hard for Bai Yunfei's sword to get close. Bai Yunfei's sword was fast and powerful, but Lin Tian would always be able to block it and make it hard for Bai Yunfei to get close. Moreover, during this process, he unexpectedly found that Lin Tian's expression was very calm. It seemed that he didn't feel strenuous because of blocking his attacks. This made his expression become more and more serious. Boom! An even stronger wave of elemental energy bloomed from Bai Yunfei's sword. At this moment, his sword seemed to have turned into a beam of light. Even the sword hilt couldn't be seen. His entire right arm was covered in light formed by his elemental energy. Sun-piercing rainbow. One of Senior Brother's 3 great techniques, a martial technique at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness. This move will definitely take down that surnamed Lin. The people of the 100 Refinements workshop clenched their fists. A buzzing sound kept echoing. As time passed, the light on the sword in Bai Yunfei's hand became brighter and brighter. The vibrations also became more and more intense. Vaguely, the crowd saw sword rays interweaving. In the blink of an eye, they covered Bai Yunfei's body. Moreover, these sword rays were still increasing. How can there be so many sword rays? Someone's heart palpitated. Below the stage, even Puan frowned. He was shocked by the power of this attack. The sun-piercing rainbow of the 100 Refinements workshop. This Bai Yunfei has actually practiced it to such a level. Xuesheng's expression was serious. Even he didn't have the confidence to block this move. But soon after, a cold smile appeared on Xuesheng's face. The stronger Bai Yunfei was, the more miserable Lin Tian's ending would be. He was happy to see this. Bai Yunfei stood on the stage. Holding his sword with one hand, he seemed to be circulating his elemental energy. The sword rays outside his body were still increasing. At this moment, the dense sword rays seemed to condense into a wall of swords. It almost surrounded Bai Yunfei's entire body. Gradually, the crowd couldn't even see Bai Yunfei's figure in the middle of the sword rays. Lin Tian stared at the scene in front of him with narrowed eyes. At the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness, Bai Yunfei was indeed very strong. He stared in front of him. The force of thunder rushed up. The violent blue lightning elemental energy covered his entire body, making him look like the reincarnation of the legendary god of thunder. Dazzling lightning crackled, shocking everyone. Then in the next moment, under the even more surprised eyes of the crowd, a flame force suddenly rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Mixed with the force of thunder, it slowly intertwined to form a new kind of force. Clang! The sword whistled. It was like the roar of a thunderfire dragon. The terrifying sword force made everyone's heart tremble. This, thunder, fire, who is he? He's like a monster. Many people's hearts palpitated. Also at this moment, on the stage, Lin Tian and Bai Yunfei moved at the same time. Kill. Cut. In comparison, Lin Tian's movements were incomparably simple. Holding the soul sword with both hands, he used the most primitive way of swinging the sword. From top to bottom, he slashed down with his sword. The two sword techniques collided. In an instant, Bai Yunfei's sword images were all torn apart. Bang! Bang! The two figures flew back all the way to the edge of the stage. Everyone looked to see that the clothes of the two people were somewhat tattered. Blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. How? Senior brother was injured. 7 shadows 1 kill, white rainbow piercing Sunday. 2 of senior brother's 3 ultimate techniques were broken. Could this Lin be able to force senior brother to use that secret technique? Senior brother wasn't forced to this point when he fought against the 5th heavenly layer. The disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were all shocked. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect looked at Lin Tian. They felt their blood boil. This Lin Tian is amazing. It's hard to imagine that our Burning Sun sect would have such a person. He's able to fight against the disciple of an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and Bai Yunfei to this extent. Damn, I'm starting to admire him. Many of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were excited. So strong. Su Feng clenched his fists. A little further away from the stage, Suishang's expression was ugly. He never would have thought that Lin Tian would be able to block Bai Yunfei's powerful technique. He was on par with Bai Yunfei. This caused his expression to darken. He wasn't confident that he'd be able to block Bai Yunfei's attack. On the other side, Xian's expression was naturally ugly as well. Lin Tian was clearly just an outer disciple, but his combat strength was terrifying. He was able to fight against the famous Bai Yunfei of the 100 Refinements workshop to this extent. This level of combat strength was clearly stronger than his by more than one dimension. This made him very uncomfortable. He was actually left so far behind by a newcomer. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian with an extremely sharp look in his eyes. To be honest, you've surprised me, Bai Yunfei said in a deep voice. Lin Tian stared coldly at Bai Yunfei. You're surprised by this little bit? His words were very calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in them. Bai Yunfei's eyes immediately narrowed. A cold light intertwined in them. Clang! The sound of a weapon rang out. A sword suddenly appeared next to Bai Yunfei. It didn't appear in his hand, but at his waist. It floated quietly in the air like a feather. After this, a second sword appeared. It floated on the other side of Bai Yunfei's waist. Then a third, a fourth, and a fifth sword appeared. In the blink of an eye, 9 swords appeared next to Bai Yunfei. The 9 swords all floated in the air. Each of them hummed like a celestial bird flapping its wings. This is the secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. This is the 100 Refinements secret technique? The 9 swords circled and buzzed, causing everyone's expression to change. This Senior Bai is actually using the 100 Refinements technique. That Lin Tian actually forced senior brother to this step? The people of the 100 Refinements workshop were shocked. Around the martial arts stage, the onlookers were all shocked. Oh no! Someone whispered. The most powerful secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop, the 100 Refinements technique, was known to everyone in the 4 schools. It was a technique purely for the purpose of killing. It was also because of this that Bai Yunfei, who had practiced this technique, was far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Puan frowned, and Su Feng's face was slightly pale. On the martial arts stage, Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian with a calm expression with an indescribable confidence. You're amazing to be able to force me to use this secret technique, Bai Yunfei said. The 9 swords circled, and all of them were bejeweled weapons. The aura they emitted was terrifying. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. Interesting. Hearing his words, many of the onlookers were stunned. Interesting? What was this? Bai Yunfei narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a sword pierced towards Lin Tian with a swish. Controlling a sword from a distance? Someone's heart palpitated. The 100 Refinements technique was indeed terrifying to be able to reach this level. The bejeweled sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the sword itself carried a whistling sword aura, causing the air to hiss a little. Lin Tian stood quietly in place without moving. The Heart Soul sword shook, and the Thunder Fire sword slashed out, sending the sword flying. The second sword, Bai Yunfei said. With a swish, the second sword beside Bai Yunfei rushed towards Lin Tian. The 2 treasured swords came at the same time, attacking from different angles. Their coordination was extremely smooth. It was as if there were two transparent martial arts experts waving their treasured swords, sometimes up and sometimes down, sometimes left and sometimes right, attacking Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian moved. As soon as he swung away the first sword, the second sword flew over. The third sword. The fourth sword. The fifth sword. Bai Yunfei's voice rang out continuously. All of a sudden, the 5 swords attacked Lin Tian together, causing Lin Tian to finally appear to be in a difficult situation. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tian unleashed the Yin Yang Liang. His silhouette flickered and shifted continuously. His inner spirit sword was also swung out time and time again. Your speed is not bad. However, your speed is not so fast that my spiritual sense can't catch up with you. Under my 100 refinements secret technique, you have no chance of escaping. My spiritual sense can attack you from any distance. I can reach you in an instant. Bai Yunfei replied. As he spoke, the 6th sword flew out. With the addition of the 6th sword, Lin Tian's situation became even worse. Clang! 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 Lin Tian used his inner spirit sword to deflect the attacks of the treasured swords again and again, and the sound of metal colliding continuously rang out. However, facing the perfect combination of 6 treasured weapons, he simply couldn't deal with it. After a while, more of his clothes were torn. The 7th sword. Bai Yunfei said. The 7 swords whistled and clanged, sealing off all of Lin Tian's paths of retreat. With a flash of blood, Lin Tian's arm was hit by one of the swords, exposing his even skin. However, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. The lightning fire sword around his body vibrated as he once again used the sword technique he used to break Bai Yunfei's 100 rainbows pierce the sun. He deflected the 7 swords at the same time and seized this opportunity to charge at Bai Yunfei. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, the 8th sword flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's figure paused. In this moment, the 7 swords that he had deflected came back at him again. You're strong and very strong, but how much energy do you have? How many times can you deflect my swords? Bai Yunfei said indifferently. The 8 swords vibrated. Bai Yunfei stood motionless, but the 8 swords seemed to have a mind of their own. They attacked Lin Tian from different angles, some of which were extremely tricky and difficult to dodge. Immediately, Lin Tian looked even more distressed as he tried to dodge again and again. That Lin Tian is completely at a disadvantage. Is this the 100 refinements technique? How terrifying. Who can block an attack like this? 8 swords. 8 swords attacking at the same time, attacking different parts of the body at the same time. The average person wouldn't be able to react in time. This was practically a killing move. Many people were watching the stage with cold sweat dripping down their backs. They were surprised by the strength of the 100 refinements technique, but they were also surprised by Lin Tian's strength. Being able to withstand the technique for so long, many people felt that if they were in Bai Yunfei's place, they would have been cut to pieces in an instant. He wants to fight senior brother Bai? Ridiculous. Use the 100 refinements technique to cut through everything. Still, to be able to force senior Bai Yunfei to use this technique, he's pretty strong. The disciples of the 100 refinements workshop spoke out. In the sky, the leader of the Burning Sun sect stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the stage. Headmaster, there's trouble. Elder Luo said. The 100 refinements secret technique focused on killing. Elder Luo naturally knew how terrifying this secret technique was. With this secret technique, the 100 refinements workshop was once considered the strongest of the 4 great sects. For thousands of years, it was very difficult for anyone in the same realm in the other 3 sects to block this secret technique. Once the 100 refinements secret technique was used, it could kill almost any cultivator in the same realm. Back then, Senior Bai Yunfei alone could sweep away all the geniuses of the same generation in the 100 refinements workshop. He's your disciple, so he can do it too. The leader of the Burning Sun sect said. Elder Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. This trust was really strange. Clang. On the stage, the sound of swords clanging could be heard as the 8 swords circled and attacked together. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Ho and wielded the Thunder Fire sword to fight fiercely with the 8 swords. He seemed to be in an extremely difficult situation. In everyone's eyes, he couldn't even get close to Bai Yunfei at this moment. However, everyone only noticed that his movements were very difficult, but they didn't notice that his expression was very calm from beginning to end. The ninth sword. Bai Yunfei said. The last sword flew out. The 9 swords joined together as if they were connected to form a sword array that was airtight. Lin Tian's sword kept colliding with the 9 swords, but as time passed, he seemed to be in an increasingly difficult situation. In just several dozen breaths of time, his clothes had been cut to shreds again, and he could only barely avoid the attacks each time. Clang! 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 The sound of swords colliding with each other was extremely ear-piercing. After several dozen breaths of time, Lin Tian seized the opportunity and slashed with force, knocking away the 8 swords from the front and the side. However, at this moment, the 9th sword attacked from behind him. He couldn't avoid it no matter what he did. To be able to resist until now, I have to say that you have some strength, but it's time to end it now. Bai Yunfei said. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at this sword. It's over. Suishang sneered. Su Feng and the others were worried, their faces turning extremely unsightly. At this moment, the leader of the Burning Sun sect, who was up in the sky, was slightly moved. He wanted to intervene, but he restrained himself. Xiao. As the swords brushed against the air, they actually gave birth to flames, and their power grew even stronger. This attack could be called a sure kill. No one thought that Lin Tian could avoid this attack, including the leader of the Burning Sun sect. This was because this sword was truly attacking from a blind spot. Under the control of the other 8 swords, Lin Tian couldn't dodge or block. This was truly a dead end. Sect leader. Elder Luo's expression changed slightly. The leader of the Burning Sun sect stared fixedly at Lin Tian. He wanted to bet that Lin Tian could block even if he couldn't. At this moment, the sure kill sword had already arrived 2 inches away from Lin Tian's body. Clang! At this moment, under everyone's astonished and doubtful gazes, a sword suddenly appeared in the air behind Lin Tian. It glowed faintly and blocked the incoming sword with a metallic clang. Summoning a 10th sword to block his own, what's going on? Many people had strange expressions. Someone from the 100 Refinements workshop was surprised and said excitedly, "Senior brother can actually control 10 swords at the same time. So strong." After saying this, the person who spoke was somewhat puzzled, but, what is senior brother doing? How can he block the 9th sword with the 10th sword? Moreover, when was the 10th sword summoned? I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. Why do you care so much? Senior brother definitely wants to teach that Lin guy a lesson. Yes. The people of the 100 Refinements workshop laughed. In the sky, the leader of the Burning Sun sect and Elder Luo stared at the martial arts practice field. At this moment, they were both moved. Sect leader, that sword is. That's right, it's his sword. The eyes of the Burning Sun sect's leader flickered. He was both surprised and puzzled. How could Lin Tian, who was at the Sea of Consciousness realm, make his sword float in the air? Logically speaking, it should be impossible. At this time, there was another person who was moved. That was Pu and could not be more familiar with this extra sword. It was the sword Lin Tian had exchanged for in the duty hall not long ago. At this moment, this sword was floating in the air, on the martial arts practice field. Bai Yunfei was naturally one of the few people who knew about this. He knew better than anyone that the extra sword was not his sword. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Yunfei's eyes revealed a look of surprise and a very bad feeling arose in his heart. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a shake of the heart-soul sword, he swept away all of Bai Yunfei's swords in an instant. At this time, he stood in the field with a sword floating over his shoulder. It was the sword that had blocked Bai Yunfei's 9th sword earlier. At this moment, the tip of this sword was pointed straight at Bai Yunfei with a threatening sharpness. This scene immediately caused many people's expressions to change. This sword is not Bai Yunfei's sword? This doesn't seem to be. It looks more like Lin Tian's sword. Lin Tian's sword? How is that possible? That sword is floating in the air. This seems to be something that only someone who is trained in the 100 Refinements can do. At least under the Zephyr realm, no one should be able to make a sword float in the air like this. Everyone was shocked. At this time, Bai Yunfei's expression was the most interesting. He stared fixedly at Lin Tian. Just at this time, the sword whistled softly. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The sword on his shoulder suddenly shook and with a whoosh, it chopped towards Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's expression changed. He met this sword with his 9th sword and then the other 8 swords went towards Lin Tian again. Clang! The sword whistled again. Next to Lin Tian, another sword appeared to meet Bai Yunfei's 8 swords. Afterwards, the clanging of swords continued to reverberate. Outside Lin Tian's body, 7 more swords shot up one after another and slashed forward like lightning. This, like Bai Yunfei, he's also, how is this possible? At this moment, everyone's expression changed as if they had seen a ghost. 9 soul armament swords appeared from Lin Tian's side one after another. Like bolts of lightning, they flew forward to block Bai Yunfei's attacks. No pop-up window, such a scene instantly caused the expressions of everyone around the martial arts stage to change. What's that? The students of the 100 Refinements workshop were shocked. Just like Bai Yunfei, Lin Tian was able to control 9 swords at the same time. Is that the 100 Refinements technique? How can Lin Tian know this technique? That's impossible. But it's too similar. Everyone was aghast. Clang! 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 On the martial arts stage, the 18 treasured swords collided with each other, constantly emitting metallic sounds. Puan looked incredulous. That guy came to the Keeper's Hall a few days ago to exchange for 15 swords. So that's how it is. Su Feng was petrified from the side. At this moment, even the expressions of the Sun-Scorching Sect Master and Elder Luo changed. How can that kid know the secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop? That's impossible. Elder Luo exclaimed. Sect Master Fan Yang's eyes flashed with a bright light, and a trace of gratification appeared on his face. On the other side of the stage, Sui Shang's face was ugly to behold. He had thought that Bai Yunfei would be able to defeat Lin Tian and kill Lin Tian with ease. He hadn't thought that Lin Tian would be able to use the same technique as Bai Yunfei to completely nullify Bai Yunfei's attack. Clang! Another sword hum rang out as the 18 swords clashed against one another. I don't believe it. Bai Yunfei roared. The 9 swords vibrated together, emitting sword whistles as they crazily attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was impassive. His 9 swords clashed against Bai Yunfei's 9 swords. The 2 swords clashed against each other with the same technique. For a moment, neither side was able to win. Another sword hum could be heard as the 10th sword appeared from Lin Tian's side and flew towards Bai Yunfei. Clang, the 10th sword came flying over, interrupting Bai Yunfei's words. He used the supreme treasure in his hand to block it. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The 11th sword appeared and slashed out. Bai Yunfei's expression froze, full of astonishment. This, 11 swords? That's even more than that, Bai Yunfei? What the hell is going on? The crowd's expression changed. On the martial arts stage, Bai Yunfei was both shocked and furious. However, blocking 2 treasure swords at the same time wasn't a big problem for him. With a wave of his sword, he forced the 2 swords flying towards him away. However, in the next moment, Bai Yunfei's expression changed again because a 12th sword had appeared outside Lin Tian's body and was slashing towards him with a swish. Then, the 13th sword appeared beside Lin Tian. Clang, the 13th sword vibrated and a silvery beam of sword light swept through the sky before slashing into Bai Yunfei's chest with a poof. Blood oozed out of Bai Yunfei's chest and he retreated several dozen steps in a row. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Only the corners of his mouth slightly curved up in a cold smile. Are you afraid? Something you can't imagine is happening right in front of your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 14th sword appeared. Swish, with a sound of something breaking through the air, the 14th sword instantly slashed towards Bai Yunfei. Of the 14 treasure swords, 9 of them were aimed at Bai Yunfei's 9 swords and the other 5 were aimed at Bai Yunfei's body. Bai Yunfei used the sword in his hand to block, but even with the 4th layer of the heavenly layer, it was difficult for him to withstand the 5 swords outside his body at the same time. Moreover, as the 5 swords interfered with him, his control over his 9 swords immediately weakened a lot, and the 9 swords became somewhat chaotic. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was furious. However, this anger was of no use at all because in the next moment, the 15th sword appeared beside Lin Tian. Whoosh, the appearance of the 15th sword was like a huge boulder pressing down on Bai Yunfei's shoulder. Bai Yunfei gave a muffled groan. Immediately, his control over his own 9 swords became very weak. 15 swords. He's summoning 15 swords at the same time. Bai Yunfei was only able to control 9 swords when he was at the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness, but he's summoning 15 swords at the same time. Crazy. I'm going crazy. No, this world is going crazy. Many people's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Originally, Bai Yunfei being able to control 9 treasure swords at the same time was already very frightening. But now, Lin Tian was summoning 15 treasure swords at the same time. How frightening was that? At this time, many people thought back to Lin Tian's embarrassing state under Bai Yunfei's sword and couldn't help but twitch their lips. Hiding his strength all this time? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Someone muttered. Clang. 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 On the martial stage, the swords clashed continuously with the sound of metal. At this moment, the tables had turned. The powerful Bai Yunfei was being forced back again and again with bloody wounds appearing on his body. Expressionless, Lin Tian spread his consciousness and caused the 15 treasure swords to tremble together. I'll completely defeat you in your strongest field. Staring at Bai Yunfei, Lin Tian said indifferently. Bai Yunfei's face was furious. With a loud roar, his elemental energy surged. Humph. Lin Tianling laughed and his consciousness surged. The 15 treasure swords vibrated even more violently and sword energy swept out in all directions. The sound of weapons colliding echoed continuously. Gradually, Bai Yunfei was forced back again and was constantly injured. Staring at the martial stage, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Bai Yunfei's defeat was already apparent. Damn it, where did you steal my 100 Refinements Workshop secret technique from? Bai Yunfei roared. At this time, Bai Yunfei's face was extremely gloomy. The 100 Refinements secret technique was his strongest technique and also the foundation of the 100 Refinements Workshop's foothold in this world. But now, an outer disciple of the Burning Sun sect seemed to also know this technique and was even better at it than him. This was a huge blow to him. And a huge blow to the 100 Refinements Workshop. Can I take this as the wailing of a stray dog? Lin Tian said. Bai Yunfei was furious, but the only response he got was the clanging of swords. Bai Yunfei blocked 9 of Lin Tian's swords with his 9 swords. At the same time, he also had to deal with the other 6 treasure swords coming at him from Lin Tian. His whole body was in danger and his control over his 9 swords was getting weaker and weaker. Enough. An indifferent voice rang out. Lin Tian raised the Heart Soul sword. The Thunder Fire sword vibrated as he slashed out. With a clang, a sword energy about 10 feet long swept up and swept away all 9 of Bai Yunfei's swords in an instant. Then, Lin Tian controlled all the treasure swords and surrounded Bai Yunfei in an instant. At this moment, the tips of the 15 treasure swords were aimed at every corner of Bai Yunfei's body at the same time. Between the eyebrows, eyes, throat, and heart. The sharp sword energy immediately shocked Bai Yunfei into a cold sweat. There was no doubt about the outcome. Senior brother, you lost? Someone from the 100 Refinements Workshop murmured. Ashamed, shocked, and angry, Bai Yunfei glared at Lin Tian and shouted, "Where the hell did you steal the 100 Refinements technique from? This is a secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop that only a few people in the school can learn. How the hell did you learn it? The 100 Refinements technique? Stole it?" Lin Tianlin laughed. With a trace of disdain on his face, his figure flickered to appear next to Bai Yunfei and kick out. With a bang, Bai Yunfei was sent flying to the edge of the stage. Whoosh. Bai Yunfei opened his mouth, but just like before, he didn't say anything else. This was because at this moment, Lin Tian's 15 treasure swords were already in front of him. The icy-cold tips of the swords were less than an inch away from his face. This scene made Bai Yunfei shiver uncontrollably. "Do you have anything else to say?" Lin Tian's body flickered as he looked down coldly at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei was both ashamed and angry, but in the face of the 15 treasure swords pointing at him, he didn't dare to say anything. "If you have nothing else to say, then get out." Lin Tianling. With that, he raised his leg and kicked Bai Yunfei in the chin. With a bang, Bai Yunfei was sent flying off the stage. He didn't hold back at all with this kick. Bai Yunfei's chin was dislocated on the spot, and after falling to the ground, he fainted. "Senior." The people of the 100 Refinements workshop were alarmed and rushed to the place where Bai Yunfei fell. At this moment, the surrounding spectators were all staring with wide eyes. He won? That Lin Tian defeated the disciple of an elder of the Burning Sun sect and shattered the 100 Refinements technique that was said to be invincible in the same level. He also knows the 100 Refinements technique. The majority of the people of the Burning Sun sect were stunned. At this moment, in the entire Burning Sun sect, only Xianxia and Xian had the most unsightly expressions. In the sky, the Burning Sun sect's leader and Elder Luo were both happy and surprised. "Headmaster, what's the deal with that little guy's technique?" "It's very similar to the 100 Refinements technique," Elder Luo said. "I'm not sure. I'll try to ask him later." The Burning Sun sect's leader frowned and fell into deep thought. How could Lin Tian know the secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop? At the edge of the martial arts arena, the youths of the 100 Refinements workshop helped Bai Yunfei up and stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear. Not only because Lin Tian defeated Bai Yunfei, but also because the technique Lin Tian used was exactly the same as the 100 Refinements technique. In midair, Elder Luo looked down and said, "According to the agreement, you can go back." The people of the 100 Refinements workshop trembled in unison. Without saying a word, they immediately supported Bai Yunfei and left the martial arts arena as if they were fleeing. The strongest Bai Yunfei had been defeated, and the airborne realm powerhouse had spoken. How could they dare to stay? Although the people of the Burning Sun sect wouldn't do anything to them, they only felt their cheeks burning at this moment. There was nothing more humiliating than coming here in high spirits and retreating in defeat. In the blink of an eye, the people of the 100 Refinements workshop disappeared from the martial arts arena. "Hey! All of you were so arrogant before, but now, all of you are like bears," someone mocked. The crowd stared at Lin Tian, and many people's eyes were filled with awe. This newcomer to the sect was too powerful. Clang! At this moment, the sword hummed again. On the martial arts arena, Lin Tian raised the Heart Soul sword and pointed it at Xian in the crowd. "According to the sect's rules, I, who have reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, can challenge any inner disciple to be promoted. Xian, come up." Reading on a mobile phone, Xian's expression immediately changed, becoming incomparably unsightly. Lin Tian actually challenged him at this time. Indeed. After reaching the Sea of Consciousness realm, one can challenge an inner disciple at will. If one wins, one can be promoted to the inner disciple. As for the loser, they have to return to the outer disciple and can't challenge inner disciples for 3 months. This Lin Tian. Isn't it like playing with Xian now? This, many people around the stage stared. Xian clenched his teeth. Hearing these voices, his expression became even more unsightly, turning as purple as an eggplant. "Lin Tian, why do you have to go overboard? Are you proud of making things difficult for your fellow disciples?" Xianxia said coldly. "Making things difficult? The rules set by the sect. Am I making things difficult for him by challenging him?" Lin Tianandao said. "You can even defeat Bai Yunfei. You are far stronger than Xian. Challenging Xian now is simply humiliating him." Xianxia said. "What a joke. Am I going to challenge him when I'm weaker than him? You're already so old. Are you really going to turn into a dog?" Lin Tian showed no mercy. Then, he said, "Besides, even if I want to humiliate him, so what? Are you going to bite me? Impudent." Xianxia was furious. Lin Tian glanced coldly at Xianxia, then looked at Xian. "Come up." The spectators around the stage looked at each other. Then, they all looked at Xian. In the crowd, Xian clenched his fists. His face was somewhat distorted. I admit defeat. If Lin Tian was able to defeat Bai Yunfei, then Bai Yunfei would definitely be defeated in a single move. Rather than go up on stage and embarrass himself, Bai Yunfei might as well concede. That way, he wouldn't lose too much face. At this time, Xian was somewhat regretful. He regretted helping the 100 Refinements workshop to bully Lin Tian. He's admitting defeat? Nonsense. Isn't this a very normal thing? Should he go up and get beaten up before losing? That's true. Many people whispered. The duty hall's Puan stepped forward and announced, Outer Disciple Lin Tian has reached the Sea of Knowledge realm and challenged Inner Disciple Chu Xian. Chu Xian admitted defeat. From this moment onwards, Lin Tian is the sect's new Inner Disciple and Chu Xian is the Outer Disciple. Starting today, he will move out of the Inner Disciple residence and cannot challenge Inner Disciple for 3 months. The crowd suddenly went into an uproar. They did not expect Puan to announce the results so quickly. However, after thinking about it, this was the result. How sad. Sad my ass. Serves you right. Who asked him to shamelessly help other sects bully his own sect's people? How dare you testify? That's right. Why does Lin Tian have to save someone from another sect? And from what Lin Tian said, the grandson of that elder isn't a good person at all. Exactly. Many people stared at Xian and shook their heads. How could Xian endure it any longer? He immediately turned around and ran out of the practice field. Xueshang's face was very cold. If not for the Burning Sun sect's master and elder still in the air, he probably would have already left. At this moment, on the practice field, Lin Tian raised his sword again. Xueshang, I invite you to the life or death arena to fight. Lin Tian Andao. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes suddenly popped out. What? Xueshang is at the 5th level of the Sea of Knowledge realm. So what? To be honest, the difference between the two of them isn't that big. Even Bai Yunfei was defeated, so there's a good chance that Bai Yunfei won't lose to Deacon Xueshang. Maybe he'll be able to. However, inviting a deacon to the life or death arena seems to be the first time in the history of the sect, right? It seems to be true. Many people's hearts trembled. Xueshang's face suddenly became incomparably gloomy and ugly. He, a dignified deacon of the sect, was actually invited to the life or death arena by an outer disciple. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation to him. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Today I'll kill you. Xueshang shouted. That's just right. Lin Tianling laughed. The 15 swords clanged, and the killing intent soared to the sky. Such a scene not only made some of the Burning Sun sect's disciples palpitate, but even Xueshang could not help but tremble. Enough, stop. A voice sounded. The Burning Sun sect's sect master and elder Luo descended from the sky and landed on the practice field where Lin Tian was. Lin Tian was originally about to go to the life or death arena. Seeing the 2 giants of the sect land, he could not help but frown slightly. Sect master, elder, this kid is too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson. Xueshang said. Elder Luo glanced at Xueshang indifferently. Are you 100% confident that you can survive his sword? Xueshang's face froze, and he could not help but clench his fists. Lin Tian stared at the 2 people on the practice field. Facing them at such a close distance, he only felt that his whole body was full of pressure. After all, they were airborne realm powerhouses. They were the 2 giants of the sect. Lin Tian, come with me. The Burning Sun sect's sect master said. With that, the Burning Sun sect's sect master turned around and walked down the practice field. Lin Tian paused with a somewhat puzzled look in his eyes. Go, little guy. Elder Luo smiled. Puan had reported Lin Tian's origin to the elders and the sect master as soon as Lin Tian entered the sect. Both Elder Luo and the Burning Sun sect's sect master knew very well that Lin Tian was the disciple of that man. Because he was that man's disciple, the 2 naturally had a special regard for Lin Tian, which was why they had used Bai Yunfei to test Lin Tian's strength. And now, the results of this test were very satisfactory. Even Elder Luo, who was in the airborne realm, could not help but smile. At this time, the Burning Sun sect master had already walked down the practice field and was walking out with steady steps. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then put away the 15 sword treasures and walked down the life or death arena to follow him. Where is Lin Tian going? I don't know. It seems that he went with the sect master. Quite a few people were curious. In the crowd below the practice field, only Puan had more or less guessed something and smiled faintly. Within the Burning Sun sect, because most of the people were gathered in the practice field, the sect seemed very quiet. Lin Tian followed behind the Burning Sun sect master, following the Burning Sun sect master's footsteps towards the Nether Road. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed by, and no one spoke. Before, when you fought with Bai Yunfei, you lost and Bai Yunfei took you away. Were you unhappy? The Burning Sun sect master broke the silence. Lin Tian paused for a moment, but did not speak. He was indeed very unhappy, so much so that even his heart was a little cold. It's normal to be unhappy, I can understand. If it were me, I would be unhappy too. The Burning Sun sect master said, however, I still want to tell you that we only wanted to use this opportunity to test your true strength. Even if you lose in the end, we will still protect you. After all, you are our senior's only disciple. Lin Tian was startled. Only testing his strength? He was a little surprised, but then he was startled again. Senior? That old drunkard is sect master's senior brother? The Burning Sun sect master nodded, but more or less, he sighed, Senior hasn't returned to the sect for many years. Originally, the position of sect master was senior. If Senior was here, the Burning Sun sect would stand at the peak of the 4 sects. However, something happened that year, and Senior left the sect. Almost 100 years have passed. Lin Tian frowned. He remembered the matter that the beautiful woman had mentioned in the imperial city. What happened that year? He asked. He was very curious about an old drunkard's past. The Burning Sun sect master shook his head and didn't answer. Instead, he said, I'll take you to see someone. Lin Tianwei was suspicious, but he didn't say anything. Following the Burning Sun sect master, Lin Tian soon arrived at a tall mountain on one side of the Burning Sun sect. The mountain was very quiet. At the top, there was a simple thatched cottage built on the edge of a cliff. At this time, at the edge of the cliff, a white-haired old man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Master, Lin Tian is here. The Burning Sun sect master said softly, his eyes revealing a bit of respect. Lin Tian was shocked. Master? The Burning Sun sect master actually called this old man master? If that was the case, then this old man was the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. The old man nodded. The Burning Sun sect master retreated and walked to the side alone. Little guy, come here. The old man's back was still facing Lin Tian as he calmly said. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, then walked over. When Lin Tian approached, the old man tilted his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. That kind of gaze made Lin Tian feel a bit strange, because it was like a grandfather looking at his own grandson. After a while, the old man revealed a smile, as kind as an old man. Not bad at all. Saying this, the old man patted Lin Tian's head with a hint of affection. This kind of feeling made Lin Tian feel very awkward, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only stand there awkwardly. Then, he thought about it. Since this old man was the master of the Burning Sun sect master, then he was an old drunkard's master. In that case, this old man could be considered his grand master. Lin Tian thought to himself. Was this the reaction of seeing a grand disciple? The old man moved his hand away. After dozens of breaths, he spoke again. Your master, Chang Feng, how is he now? Lin Tian was stunned. An old drunkard, named Chang Feng? He shouldn't be bad, but he's always drunk. He said. Is that so? He still can't forget, and has been blaming himself. The old man's face suddenly darkened. Lin Tian paused, then gathered his courage and asked, Elder, what happened back then? He was really curious. He learned from the beautiful woman that an old drunkard was called the supreme of the generation, the sword immortal of the Burning Sun sect. However, such a man had now left the sect and was addicted to alcohol. This made him very curious. The old man looked at the sky. This old man's daughter, Xianxia, was supposed to be his wife. That year, she participated in the Four Gates trial with him, and in the end, she died. Lin Tianyi was shocked, and then he felt a sense of sadness. "Elder, I'm sorry," Lin Tian said apologetically. The old man shook his head. "That year, this old man lost my daughter, so naturally I vented my anger on Changfeng. This old man blamed him, resented him, and hated him because he didn't protect Xian'er. At this point, the old man blamed himself. However, this old man forgot that when this old man lost his daughter, he also lost the person he loved the most at the same time. This old man only cared about venting my dissatisfaction, but I didn't care about his feelings. That year, Changfeng knelt here for 7 days and 7 nights, and then he left. After that day, he never came back." Reading on the mobile phone, Lin Tian could feel the sorrow of the Supreme Elder and said, "Elder, don't blame yourself too much. This is not entirely your fault. Please search Taste Bookyen Network to see the most complete." He thought for a moment and said, "Moreover, although Master is addicted to drinking all day and is not serious, his cultivation is still very strong. It seems that he has not fallen behind much." The old man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Compared to you, no matter how weak he is still in the airborne realm after all. You will naturally think that he is very strong." The old man said. "It's not like that. He is really very strong." Lin Tian said, "Before I came to the sect, I saw the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. That person fought with Master for a while. Later, he said that Master is no worse than you." Lin Tian felt that this Supreme Elder was quite good, and he was an old drunkard's master, so he did not hide this matter. "There is such a thing? The Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp you are talking about, is it that girl Yu Wushuang?" The old man was shocked. Lin Tianyi was stunned. "Yu Wushuang? It seems so." He did not know the name of the beautiful woman, but he suddenly remembered that Ji Yu called the beautiful woman Sister Yu at first. Thinking about it this way, the Yu Wushuang that the old man was talking about should be the beautiful woman herself. Yu Wushuang really said that Changfeng is not worse than me? The old man's eyes were a little surprised. "Yes, she said so." Lin Tiandao. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man looked even happier and could not help but laugh. Looking at Lin Tian, the old man said, "Little guy, I am 400 years old this year, and my cultivation is in the 9th tier of the airborne realm. Since that girl Yu Wushuang said that Changfeng is not weaker than me now, then, Changfeng should have at least reached the 8th tier of the airborne realm. Do you know that the current masters of the 4 major sects are only in the 3rd tier of the airborne realm?" "What?" This time, it was Lin Tian's turn to be surprised. An old drunkard had actually left the leaders of the 4 sects far behind him? The old man said, "In that case, if that incident hadn't happened, perhaps he would have reached the immortal connecting realm." This, Lin Tian was even more surprised. The Transcendence realm was a realm beyond the airborne realm. An old drunkard was highly anticipated. In any case, after hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man seemed to become more cheerful and told Lin Tian more things. "This is for you." After a few dozen breaths, the old man waved his hand and took out a baodan. Staring at this baodan, Lin Tian's spiritual see shook slightly. He could clearly feel that this baodan was different. The old man smiled and said, "Spirit forging pill. Below the 5th layer of the sea of consciousness, after taking it can raise one's cultivation by 1 small level." Lin Tian was shocked. "Elder, this is too precious. Under the 5th layer of the sea of consciousness, it could directly raise one's cultivation by 1 small level. Such a pill was probably several times more precious than a high-grade supreme treasure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. You are his disciple, and this is the first time we meet. I can't let you return empty-handed. Take it." The old man said. Lin Tian paused for a moment and finally took it. He said seriously, "Thank you, Elder." "No problem. Find a place with abundant spirit chi to refine it. The sect's Dragon Spirit Valley is quite suitable." the old man said. Lin Tian was stunned. To refine the spirit forging pill, he needed to find a place with abundant spirit qi. As if seeing what Lin Tian was thinking, the old man said, the spirit qi of heaven and earth runs through a cultivator's life. No matter what stage of cultivation one is at, even if one has reached the chaotic realm, they still need to absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth. When refining pill treasures, the dense spirit qi surrounding them can make the absorption of pill treasures smoother. Lin Tian was surprised. There was such a thing. Thank you for your guidance, elder. He bowed. This is nothing. Even if I don't say it now, you will feel it very soon. Alright, let's stop here for today. The old man waved his hand and said to the Burning Sun sect leader, Evergreen, send him back. Yes. The Burning Sun sect leader walked over. Lin Tian was surprised. The Burning Sun sect leader's name was Evergreen, and an old drunkard's name was Eternal Wind. Could the two be brothers? Senior brother and I were brought back from outside the sect by Master. Our names were given to us by Master. The Burning Sun sect leader said. The old man said to Lin Tian Dao, little guy, cultivate well. Lin Tian nodded and left with the Burning Sun sect leader. It was the same path as before. Lin Tian followed behind the Burning Sun sect leader. He couldn't help but ponder. An old drunkard had such a past. No wonder he was hugging his wine gourd all day long. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a little depressed. After all, an old drunkard was the one who introduced him to the sect. An old drunkard was his master. Lin Tian, what you said to Master just now, was it true? Yu Wushuang really said those words? The Burning Sun sect leader asked. Although the Burning Sun sect leader and Lin Tian were separated by a distance, they heard the two's words clearly. Indeed. Lin Tian nodded. The Burning Sun sect leader didn't know if he was happy or sad. He just sighed softly. Just like Master said, if it weren't for that matter, senior brother would have already entered the immortal realm. The Burning Sun sect leader said. Lin Tian didn't know what to say. He just silently followed behind the Burning Sun sect leader. After walking for a while, the Burning Sun sect leader stopped. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before he stopped. Sect leader, what's wrong? He asked. The Burning Sun sect leader stared at Lin Tian with a slightly more solemn expression. Lin Tian, let me ask you something. When you fought by Yunfei before, at the final moment, the technique you used, was it the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop? It wasn't. Lin Tian shook his head. It really wasn't? It really wasn't. Lin Tian said seriously. Okay, since you say it wasn't, then I believe you. The Burning Sun sect leader nodded. Lin Tian frowned. Is the 100 Refinements secret technique really that powerful? He felt that it was somewhat strange. He had heard that each of the 4 great schools had a secret technique. The Burning Sun sect was naturally no exception. But now, even the Burning Sun sect leader was so serious when talking about the 100 Refinements secret technique. This made him very surprised. Naturally. When this technique is practiced to the extreme, one can control 49 weapons at the same time. It's extremely terrifying. It's the foundation of the 100 Refinements workshop. It can be said that among the 4 great schools' secret techniques, the 100 Refinements secret technique is the strongest. The Burning Sun sect leader paused for a moment then said, of course, this doesn't mean that those who practice the 100 Refinements secret technique are the strongest in the same realm. After all, in a real battle, the strength of the technique isn't the only thing that matters. More importantly, it depends on the person using the technique. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally understood this. At this time, he was thinking about another matter. He also had some doubts about this matter because on the surface, the 100 Refinements secret technique was very similar to the weapon control technique he practiced. It could be said that they were exactly the same. But after listening to the Burning Sun sect leader's words, he could clearly distinguish between the two techniques. The weapon control technique was stronger. After all, the 100 Refinements secret technique could at most control 49 weapons at the same time, while the weapon control technique had no upper limit. When practiced to the extreme, it was said that everything in the world could be one's divine weapon, including the enemy's weapon and even the enemy's body. Looking at it this way, the 100 Refinements secret technique was simply an extremely small branch of the weapon control technique. What's wrong? The Burning Sun sect leader noticed the change in Lin Tian's expression. Nothing. Lin Tian hurriedly shook his head. The Burning Sun sect leader thought that Lin Tian was worried about the 100 Refinements workshop, so he patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, "You don't have to worry about the 100 Refinements workshop. No matter what, the sect will stand by your side." After saying this, the Burning Sun sect leader once again took a step forward and said, "Right, don't tell anyone about the meeting with the Grand Elder." "Yes, I understand." Lin Tian Ondao. The Burning Sun sect leader smiled and said, "Also, remember one thing. Although you're senior brother's disciple, we won't give you any special privileges in the sect. If you want something, you'll have to fight for it yourself. We will only give you firm support when the forces outside the sect threaten you. Do you understand?" "Understood," Lin Tian said seriously. He was already very grateful for the sect's kind intentions. "Alright, go. I won't continue to send you off. Cultivate well and don't disappoint senior brother," the Burning Sun sect leader said. Lin Tian nodded and bowed to the Burning Sun sect leader before leaving. Looking at Lin Tian's departing figure, the Burning Sun sect leader's face was full of smiles. This young man's personality was similar to senior brother's, and his aptitude was also as monstrous. After bidding farewell to the Burning Sun sect leader, Lin Tian followed the path the Burning Sun sect leader took up to the mountain and quickly returned to his residence. After calming down, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of an old drunkard. Back then, an old drunkard's most beloved person had died. He thought about it. If one day, Jiyu or Sushu suddenly died, he would definitely be like an old drunkard, or even more dispirited than an old drunkard. After all, they were the most important people to him. I didn't expect that old man to be so infatuated. Even after 100 years, he still couldn't forget her. He muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head and calmed himself down. Wang. A faint silver radiance swirled out and enveloped his entire body. At this moment, he began to circulate the four extremities scripture, causing the inner energy in his body to flow through bit by bit, tempering his flesh and organs while simultaneously consolidating his cultivation. On this day, Lin Tian didn't go out again. He only opened his door the next day. Facing the morning sun, he breathed in and out for a while, then washed up and walked out of his residence. Yesterday, he had obtained a soul-forging pill from the Grand Elder. He had spent an entire night consolidating his cultivation and sorting out his blood so that he could refine this Baodan today and enter the third celestial realm in one fell swoop. At this time, he left his residence, closed the door, and walked towards the Dragon Spirit Valley on the west side of the sect. Lin Tian is here. That Lin Tian? That Lin Tian. The Lin Tian who defeated Bai Yunfei of the 100 Refinements workshop. Someone emphasized. Looking at Lin Tian, many of the disciples had a look of reverence on their faces. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, many of them immediately made way for Lin Tian. Lin Tian was more or less speechless, but he didn't say anything and walked calmly in a direction. Lin Tian took out his golden medallion and handed it over to the two attendants standing guard outside the Dragon Spirit Valley. The two attendants were surprised to see that Lin Tian had defeated Bai Yunfei from the 100 Refinements workshop. 90% of the people in the Burning Sun sect knew about it, and these two attendants had seen Lin Tian's strength with their own eyes. None popped up. Let's go in. One of the attendants spoke. Lin Tian was far stronger than them in terms of strength. Lin Tian nodded. Taking back his golden medallion, he walked in. The Dragon Spirit Valley was roughly 300 meters in diameter. Compared to the pulse condensation cave of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, this place was many times larger. Lin Tian could feel the rich spiritual energy in the valley as soon as he stepped in. It was at least 10 times stronger than the spiritual energy in the outside world. The pulse condensation cave of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy couldn't even begin to compare. That's Lin Tian. The Dragon Spirit Valley didn't have any special restrictions for the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. Any disciple of the Burning Sun sect could enter the valley to train at any time. Quite a few outer school disciples were gathered in the Dragon Spirit Valley at this time. When they saw Lin Tian enter the valley, they all looked at him with shock. Some looked at him with respect, some looked at him with fear. Lin Tian was calm. Ever since he started cultivating, he'd gotten used to this kind of look. Pausing for a moment, he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he arrived at an old rock next to an evergreen tree. The spiritual energy here was the strongest. That's, many people's expressions changed when they saw Lin Tian walking over. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had already closed his eyes. Because of how rich the spiritual energy here was, Lin Tian was able to enter a state of emptiness. His four extremities meridians were able to circulate twice as smoothly as before. Just like that, a quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian opened his eyes once more, and his essence, energy, and spirit had risen to his current peak state. Looking around, Lin Tian carefully took out a small jade bottle. Inside it was a pill the size of a thumb. Spirit Forging Pill. The surface of the Spirit Forging Pill was light silver and emitted a faint fragrance. Lin Tian took a deep breath and carefully placed the pill into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the Spirit Forging Pill melted like snow. However, what surprised Lin Tian was that after the Spirit Forging Pill melted, it melted into the flesh in his mouth and gathered in his knowledge sea. This is the Forging Spirit Pill? It is indeed different. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. At this moment, he felt that there was an additional source of fire in his knowledge sea. His knowledge sea was like a pot placed on top of a fire source, and his spiritual energy was like the water in the pot. This source of fire was heating up the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea, causing it to boil and shatter the impurities in his spiritual energy little by little. Gradually, he felt his divine sense becoming purer and purer. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Spirit Forging Pill to have such an effect. He calmed down and circulated his four extremities meridians even faster in the vast spiritual energy of the Dragon Spirit Valley. After this, he felt the spiritual energy around him gathering towards him. It was like a small stream flowing into the sea, entering his body through his pores. Wang! A faint glow flashed and Lin Tian's forehead lit up again, becoming brighter and brighter. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Tian felt indescribably comfortable. As time passed, the light between his brows grew brighter and brighter, and it became purer and purer. This caused his perception of the surroundings to skyrocket. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised by this. Continue. Lin Tian said to himself. Spiritual sense energy was the same as a cultivator's body, it also had impurities. The cultivation of the sea of consciousness was to constantly temper the sea of consciousness, making the sea of consciousness bigger and making the spiritual sense energy within it purer. To a certain extent, this was similar to the cultivation of the physique. The only difference was that the cultivation of the sea of consciousness was far more difficult than the cultivation of the physique. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused. Light flashed between his brows. The divine sense in his sea of knowledge boiled like boiling water. Strands of filthy air rose into the air and then disappeared. Although Lin Tian was cultivating, he could clearly see this scene. His heart was moved. Wang! At this moment, not only did the light between his brows appear, but even the outside of his body was shining brightly. This feeling, is this divine sense? So powerful. Someone passed by and was shocked when they felt the ripples on Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian felt the presence of these people, but he did not care. He focused all of his attention on his sea of knowledge. As the effects of the Forging Spirit Pill took effect, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi began to madly converge into his body. This allowed him to cultivate his divine sense in an orderly manner, and it became faster and faster. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, time flew by. After 4.5 hours, the light between Lin Tian's brows became as pure as the moonlight. Moreover, the aura on his body also changed. It was more intimidating, as if it had become much weaker. Some of the onlookers in the distance were shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. After another 10 breaths, Lin Tian opened his eyes. Two rays of light flashed in his eyes. In the distance, some of the onlookers who looked at Lin Tian suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. It was as if they had been seen through. This feeling is really evil. Someone shuddered. Lin Tian looked around, then closed his eyes again. After the tempering of his sea of knowledge by the forging spirit pill, his sea of knowledge had become more stable and vast. His divine sense had also become many times stronger. It was also because of this that he had stepped into the third layer of his sea of knowledge in just a few hours. He felt that all aspects of his sea of knowledge had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he closed his eyes and channeled the four extreme scriptures, absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi from all directions to consolidate his sea of knowledge third layer. The Grand Elder is right. Heaven and earth spirit chi runs through a cultivator's life. No matter the time, no matter the realm, no matter where, heaven and earth spirit chi is a very important existence. It has an irreplaceable meaning. After several hours of cultivation, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Dragon Spirit Valley had entered his body. This made him realize this point. Before this, he thought that heaven and earth spirit chi was not that important after reaching the Sea of Knowledge realm. But now, he knew that he had misunderstood. Heaven and earth spirit chi was very important no matter the realm. A small amount of heaven and earth spirit chi might not mean much, but when the amount of heaven and earth spirit chi gathered together to a certain extent, it could be used like the forging spirit pill. It could be used to raise a cultivator's cultivation by a small level, or even a few small levels. Even for those in the chaos realm, the prerequisite was that the heaven and earth spirit chi gathered together was dense enough. After another 2 hours, Lin Tian opened his eyes again. Phew! Letting out a breath of turbid air, he stood up and walked out of the Dragon Spirit Valley. After 2 hours, he felt that he had reached the Sea of Knowledge. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. His realm stabilized a little. After leaving the Dragon Spirit Valley, he returned to his residence, washed up, and lay down to rest. Because he had been cultivating the weapon-controlling art, he had not rested much. Plus, after what had happened in the past 2 days, he was more or less tired. Although he was a cultivator, he was not made of steel. Too little rest was not enough. Just like that, the night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Tian woke up early and came to the Dragon Spirit Valley again. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated in the same spot as yesterday. Having just entered the third level of the spiritual sea, it was a good choice to use the dense heaven and earth spirit chi here to stabilize his realm. He chose that place again. Many people were moved. Many people were standing far away, but they were all looking at Lin Tian's position with strange expressions on their faces. Although Lin Tian's eyes were closed, he was naturally able to observe the expressions of these people with his current spiritual sense. He felt a little strange about this. These people gave him the feeling that he was occupying a position that he could not occupy. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. When he came, there was no one here. After calming himself down, Lin Tian channeled the 4 extreme meridians. Silver light flashed around his body. Almost at the same time, a handsome young man stepped into the Dragon Spirit Valley. Core disciple, Ling Yi. That's Elder Tu's disciple. Didn't he go out to train? He's been out for 2.5 months. What's so strange about him coming back at this time? In the Burning Sun sect, after the outer and inner disciples left the sect, they had to return within a month. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. However, it was different for the core disciples. Every year, the core disciples had a chance to stay outside the sect for 3 months. Ling Yi was one of the 4 core disciples of the Burning Sun sect. Not long ago, he went out to train. It had been almost 3 months, and now he was back in the sect. Ling Yi was about 20 years old. His expression was cold as he walked towards a direction in the Dragon Spirit Valley. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this. That Lin Tian seems to be occupying that spot. I thought it would be a while before Ling Yi came back. I didn't expect him to come back now. If Ling Yi finds out that someone is occupying the spot he usually uses to cultivate, I'm afraid, many people were moved. At this time, Ling Yi had already walked far away. After turning a corner, Ling Yi quickly arrived in front of an evergreen tree. Instantly, his expression darkened. In the entire Burning Sun sect, who didn't know that this was his exclusive cultivation area? Usually, no one dared to come close. Even the other 3 core disciples wouldn't come here to cultivate. But now, in front of him, there was someone sitting cross-legged on that old rock. Moreover, it didn't seem like this person's first time here. Ling Yi. In the distance, many people stared at Ling Yi and then looked at Lin Tian on the old rock. They couldn't help but tremble. Ling Yi's eyes turned cold. He walked step by step to the old rock and coldly looked down at Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally felt Ling Yi's aura. He opened his eyes and frowned. "What's the matter?" he asked. "You're cultivating in my domain. Tell me, what's the matter?" Ling Yi said coldly. End of chapter. Lin Tian was a little displeased. He had never heard that there was a personal domain in Dragon Spirit Valley. Full text to read. "Don't bother me if there's nothing," he said. Ling Yi's eyes immediately turned colder, and a majestic aura came out of his body. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He immediately sensed that Ling Yi was not simple. He seemed to be much stronger than Bai Yunfei. He was actually at the 5th level of the mindscape. But even so, Ling Yi did not give him much pressure. After all, he was now at the 3rd level of the mindscape. He was only 2 levels away from Ling Yi. Staring at Ling Yi, his expression also darkened. "Get out of my domain," Ling Yi said. Lin Tian stood up. Because he was sitting cross-legged on the stone to cultivate, when he stood up, it was his turn to look down at Ling Yi. "I'll say it again. Don't bother me." As he stared at Ling Yi, he could naturally feel that the other party did not have the slightest bit of goodwill. Towards people who came with ill intentions, he would usually not give them a good look. Ling Yi did not seem to like the feeling of being looked down at. With a slight leap, he jumped onto the stone and looked at Lin Tian from half a foot away. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Immediately. Get off this stone platform." "Reason." Lin Tian Dao. "This is my domain." Ling Yi was very domineering. "Your domain?" The Dragon Spirit Valley was a cultivation ground shared by all sections. Since when was it allowed to have its own territory? "Who do you think you are?" Lin Tianling laughed. "I kind of understand why no one has come here to cultivate even though the spiritual energy here is so dense. It's because you've taken over this place." "So what?" Ling Yi said. "Nothing." Lin Tiandao said, "I hate people like you the most, scum." With that, he waved his hand and slapped Ling Yi's face. Because he had always used the 4 extreme scriptures to forge his body, his current physique could be said to be astonishingly strong. It was enough to be comparable to an expert at the 7th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. With such a slap, it caused the air to buzz. This slap was too sudden, causing Ling Yi's expression to change. As a core disciple, he clearly did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to take the initiative to attack him in the sect. Moreover, the aura of this slap also caused him to be shocked. It actually caused the air to vibrate. In this hurry, he could only raise his arms to block. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ling Yi was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby valley wall. In the distance, the people who were watching this scene all felt their hearts tremble. They all retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This ruthless person really dares to attack. Doesn't he know that he is a core disciple? Ling Yi just came back. He probably doesn't know this. Even if he knows, with that ruthless person's character, it seems like he will slap him. After all, not long ago, he directly invited the sect's deacon to the life and death arena. Many people whispered. Boom! A majestic wave of true origin energy rippled from afar. The valley wall of the Dragon Spirit Valley was shattered quite a bit. Ling Yi stood up. Staring at Lin Tian again, Ling Yi's eyes were like that of a venomous snake. Cold, domineering, and self-centered. You think that the whole world should listen to you. That's the kind of person who describes you. You've circled an area within the sect's cultivation area, and that's your domain? Do you think that you are the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect or the Grand Elder of the sect? What a disgrace! Lin Tian mocked. Many people around felt their teeth ache when they heard Lin Tian's words. How could he say something like that? Ling Ye's face clearly became distorted. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted. It was as if a gale had swept up in the Dragon Spirit Valley, causing many disciples to change their expressions. Then, below. In the next moment, everyone saw a beam of light charging towards Lin Tian. It almost instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian. So fast. Someone's heart palpitated. This beam of light was naturally Ling Yi. Ling Yi appeared in front of Lin Tian and directly grabbed Lin Tian's neck. "You're still far from being able to compete with me in terms of speed," Lin Tianling said. He raised his hand and grabbed Ling Ye's outstretched wrist. At this moment, Ling Ye's other hand slapped down. It was a hand blade, causing the air to hiss. Spiritual sea-level martial technique, 100 palm slash. Someone exclaimed. Lin Tian felt a terrifying fluctuation, but his expression didn't change. He waved his right hand and used the shattering meteorite fist to meet this divine pulse realm martial technique. With a bang, the fist and palm collided. The true origin energy enveloping Ling Ye's palm was instantly dispersed. Of course, at the same time, Lin Tian's right hand was also rebounded. Ling Yi waved his hand, and a long sword appeared and slashed at Lin Tian. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, mixed with a strong flame fluctuation. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He pulled out his inner spirit sword and slashed forward. The two swords collided with a loud clang, and a violent sword wind wantonly swept out in all directions. Ling Ye's face was cold, and at the same time, he was a little surprised. He knew all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect who had a certain level of strength, but he couldn't remember this person in front of him who was so powerful. "Who are you?" "The one who beat you up," Lin Tianling said coldly. As he spoke, he kicked out. He really couldn't stand this Ling Yi. He actually encircled a territory in the Dragon Spirit Valley and occupied the place with the densest spirit qi. Even if he didn't use it himself, he didn't allow others to use it either. This behavior made him extremely angry. He had been cultivating diligently just now, but he was interrupted by Ling Yi, who even told him to get lost. How could he still have a good temper? Ling Ye's face was cold, and he also kicked out. Bang! 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 The two of them kept kicking and colliding. Wave after wave of true origin energy fluctuations spread out. Many people around them were shocked by this. That Lin Tian is already so strong that he can block that Ling Yi. Nonsense, if he can defeat that Bai Yunfei, blocking Ling Yi won't be a problem. What are you looking at? Looking at it now, that Ling Yi is the one who's at a disadvantage. Someone whispered. To be honest, many people in the Burning Sun sect were naturally unhappy with Ling Ye's arrogance and domineering. He occupied the place with the densest spirit qi in the Dragon Spirit Valley and didn't allow anyone to come close. It was really too much. However, even though they were unhappy with Ling Yi, his strength was still there. In the world of cultivators where the strong were respected, they could only remain silent. Now that Lin Tian had made such a powerful move, it naturally made many people feel good in their hearts. What are you doing? Stop it. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The two deacons guarding the Dragon Spirit Valley noticed that there was a huge disturbance in the Dragon Spirit Valley and ran in to check. When they saw Lin Tian and Ling Yi fighting, they immediately stopped them. However, the two deacons' expressions were a little stiff. After all, the two people fighting in front of them weren't people to be trifled with, so they looked helpless. Lin Tian frowned. His inner spirit sword paused for a moment and was about to withdraw it. In the Burning Sun sect, the deacons of the various cultivation areas were mainly responsible for maintaining order in the cultivation areas. Although Lin Tian didn't like Ling Yi, he didn't want to make things difficult for the two deacons here, so he chose to temporarily stop. Clang! An even more shocking sword sound rang out. Ling Ye's sword didn't slow down and instead became even more terrifying. This chapter isn't finished yet, please turn the page. It became even more terrifying. Instantly, Lin Tian's expression turned cold. You don't want face when I'm giving you face. With a clang, he fiercely shook his inner spirit sword, and the Azure Thunder Sword flew towards Ling Yi. Boom! The two swords collided, and powerful true essence fluctuations intertwined. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Ling Yi had already broken free from Lin Tian's wrist. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed out, and 100 swords fell. Moreover, this sword light carried an extremely hot air current, causing the air to distort. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian was naturally fearless. With a flip of his wrist, the inner spirit sword slashed out diagonally. Clang! 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 The two of them continued to collide. The sword light swept across the surroundings, causing a lot of damage to the Dragon Spirit Valley. Do you want to destroy this place? Who can bear the responsibility? One of the deacons shouted. Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned. Even Ling Yi stopped. There were many spirit veins gathered under the Dragon Spirit Valley. If they were damaged because of the battle, it would be a big deal. After all, this was the sect of an old drunkard. An old drunkard's master and junior brother were all important figures in the sect. Lin Tian stopped attacking. He glanced at Ling Yi indifferently and walked out of the Dragon Spirit Valley. There were many sect disciples standing in front. When they saw Lin Tian walking over, they immediately made a path for him. The two deacons heaved a sigh of relief. They were more or less grateful that Lin Tian was willing to stop. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian's back, but his eyes were filled with coldness. After leaving the Dragon Spirit Valley, Lin Tian walked around the Celestial River Pagoda. As he expected, he could now reach the 3rd floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. The Celestial River on the 3rd floor was much more spectacular than the 2nd floor. Of course, the pressure was also much greater. Lin Tian cultivated in the Celestial River Pagoda for more than 12 hours before returning to his residence. At this time, the sky was already dark. Lin Tian stuck a spiritual refining rune between his eyebrows and continued to cultivate in the spiritual sea realm. Although he was cultivating in the spiritual sea realm, Lin Tian also activated 3 spiritual gathering runes at the same time, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the power of the stars to continuously gather in his residence. Although he was cultivating in the spiritual sea, the spiritual chi and the power of the stars were still useful. Soon, the night passed. This morning, Lin Tian woke up a little later than usual. Because there were not many spiritual refining runes left, he engraved another. 10 runes. At noon, he swallowed a fasting pill and headed to the Dragon Spirit Valley to prepare for a new day of cultivation. Lin Tian. A voice sounded, and Su Feng trotted over from afar. Lin Tian was stunned and stopped. Senior brother. Su Feng stopped and took a few breaths. Deacon Puan wants you to go to the Deacon Hall. What is it? Lin Tian was curious. I'm not sure. You'll know when you get there. Su Feng said. Lin Tian nodded and said goodbye to Su Feng. Soon, he arrived at the Deacon Hall. Little guy, you're here. Puan greeted him with a smile. I heard that you had a little conflict with Ling Yi yesterday. How was it? Did you lose out? Do I look like someone who would lose out? Lin Tian Andao. He had been in the sect for some time and was very familiar with Puan. When they talked, he was more casual. Puan smiled. You really don't. Then, Puan said, okay, let's get down to business. Our Burning Sun sect and the Valley of the Harp have always had a good relationship. Every year, we will send disciples to each other's sects to exchange cultivation and battle experiences with the other's outstanding disciples. It just so happens that this year, it's our Burning Sun sect's turn to visit the Valley of the Harp. There are a total of 10 candidates, and you are one of them. The sect master specially appointed you. End of chapter. Reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian was stunned. Visit the Valley of the Harp? Exchanges on cultivation and combat? Does this happen every year? He asked. Puan grunted. Every year. Understood. Lin Tian nodded. Thinking about it, the Burning Sun sect's sect master probably knew that he had some relationship with the Valley of the Harp, so he let him go. He was naturally very happy about this. After all, Jiyu was in the Valley of the Harp. After going to the Valley of the Harp, he would be able to see Jiyu again. Thinking about it, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Who else is there? He asked Pu, and the candidates are roughly 9 inner disciples. Apart from you, there are 8 others. As for the last person. Speaking up to hear, Pu chuckled. The last person is the core disciple Ling Yi. Moreover, this time, Ling Yi will be leading the team. In other words, he will be your captain and can order you around. He can order me around, and I can refuse to listen. Lin Tiantan said calmly. Pu laughed. I knew you would say that. Waving his hand, Pu said, all right, that's about it. Tomorrow morning, we will set off at the foot of the mountain. The round trip will take about 10 days. Go back and prepare well. Oh, how should I put it? On the way, don't mess with that Ling Yi anymore. I will try my best. Lin Tiandao. Pu smiled bitterly. Go, go. It seemed that the journey wouldn't be peaceful. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the duty hall. Walking in the sect, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Because soon, he would be able to see Jiyu again. After cultivating hard for so long, he could go out and see the important girl. He was very much looking forward to it. It was currently noon, so Lin Tian didn't continue cultivating. After pondering for a moment, he arrived at the demon ceiling gorge and charged towards its depths. In the blink of an eye, he utilized the artifact control technique and quickly arrived within 80,000 feet of the gorge. Following a certain direction, he released his divine sense and soon found 5 return essence bears. Found it. Lin Tianyi smiled. The flaming thunder sword was unsheathed, and the weapon controlling art was activated. Immediately, 15 swords flew out at the same time. The flaming thunder sword chi also flew out in all directions. Not long after, 5 origin returning bears were lying in a pool of blood one after another. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. After his cultivation base had reached the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his battle prowess had increased by a lot. After using the weapon controlling art, the 8th grade demonic beast, the origin returning bear, seemed to be a little weak. Fighting against 5 origin returning bears together, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Lin Tian extracted the essence blood of the 5 origin returning bears and took out their beast cores. Then, he turned around and left. Not long after, he found many moonlight birds in another old forest. He directly used the weapon control technique from a long distance and killed a few of them in an instant. He walked over and took out the brains and beast cores of the moonlight birds. Then, he rode on the long sword and returned to the sect. After returning to his residence, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian took out the clear heart grass and clear spirit stone from the stone ring and began to inscribe the divine refining rune. He thought that Jiyu should have also stepped into the Sea of Consciousness realm. With the help of the divine refining rune, the Sea of Consciousness realm's cultivation speed could be increased by 3 times. He prepared to inscribe some divine refining runes for Jiyu. In this way, the night passed very quickly. The next day, the sky was bright. Lin Tian washed up and tidied himself up. After closing the door, he walked down the mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, there were already several disciples waiting there. They were roughly at the 2nd layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and their chi and blood were very vigorous. Good morning, Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Tian, several people took the initiative to greet him. Now, Lin Tian's fame had spread throughout the entire Burning Sun sect. Facing Lin Tian, these people were very friendly. Good morning, senior brothers. Lin Tian replied. Others treated him with respect, so of course, he would not be arrogant. The group of people waited at the foot of the mountain. Soon, an hour passed. At this time, the 9 inner disciples, including Lin Tian, had already appeared. They greeted each other and chatted casually. Then, time passed. Another hour passed, and it was almost noon. Why hasn't senior brother Ling come yet? Maybe something came up. Okay. Not long after, another hour and a half passed. At this time, noon had already passed, but Lingy still had not appeared. It's about time to put on airs. That's right. It's already been 6 hours. Do you want us to wait for a whole day? Bear with it. no matter what, he's still a core disciple. Someone said. These people were all inner disciples and knew Ling Yi very well. They knew that Ling Yi was deliberately delaying his arrival. Lin Tian stood quietly at the side. At this time, when he heard the other 8 people's discussion, his face suddenly showed some mockery. Letting others wait for him, and then he would appear in the end to establish his own status? Thinking about it, it was really childish. He stared into the distance. His inner spirit sword shook, and he directly used the weapon imperial technique. Brother Lin, the 8 people were shocked. Sorry, I'll go first. Lin Tian Ondao. He naturally knew the location of the Valley of the Harp. He could reach it alone. He was not willing to wait here foolishly for Ling Yi. Whoosh! The inner spirit sword drew a sword mark, and Lin Tian instantly went far away. Staring at this scene, the 8 people could not help but stare. He actually did not wait for the leader of the core disciples and went first. Sure enough, it's the style of that ruthless person. Someone muttered. Time ticked by. Soon, another 2 hours had passed. On the stone steps leading to the burning sun sect, a young man slowly walked down. It was Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression was indifferent. When he came in front of them and swept his gaze, his face immediately darkened. This time, he was the leader of the team to the Valley of the Harp. He naturally knew who was going, and Lin Tian was among them. He deliberately delayed for a few hours before coming, but he did not expect that Lin Tian was even later than him. He actually had not arrived yet. Go and call Lin Tian for me. Who does he think he is to make all of us wait for him alone? Ling Yi said with a cold face. The 8 people looked at each other, and no one moved. Don't you understand my words? Ling Yi said coldly. That, senior brother Ling. An inner disciple said, Lin Tian has already left. Ling Yi's face immediately changed. It was gloomy, ashen, and even a little purple. He deliberately delayed for a few hours to come here. When he saw that Lin Tian was not here, his face was gloomy. He thought that Lin Tian had not arrived yet, which made him very angry. A mere member of the core disciples actually came later than him, the leader. But then, the real result made him even angrier. Lin Tian did not come late, but directly left. He actually did not wait for him, the leader, and left. Arrogant. Roaring angrily, Ling Yi shook his sword and instantly flew away at an extremely fast speed. The 8 disciples looked at each other and each used the imperial armament technique to follow. At this time, in another place, the 100 Refinements Workshop. The 100 Refinements Workshop was filled with pavilions and surrounded by tall mountains. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the school was very dense. Ah! A furious roar rang out in the mountains, and the murderous aura was terrifying. Several days later, Bai Yunfei returned to the 100 Refinements Workshop just in time for Mu Hong to come out of his closed-door meditation. Bai Yunfei told him about Mu Haoguang's death. His only grandson's death had caused Mu Hong's eyes to go red. His elemental energy had destroyed everything within a 15-meter radius, and the terrifying murderous aura had caused many people to tremble in fear. A few days ago, your disciple went to the Burning Sun sect to ask for the murderer, but I returned without success. Bai Yunfei spoke carefully. But master, your disciple discovered something else. The one who killed Haoguang, Lin Tian, seems to have a technique similar to the 100 Refinements. He can control even more weapons than your disciple, 15 of them. Bai Yunfei explained the battle in detail. What? Mu Hong's murderous aura had been thick at first, but when he heard Bai Yunfei's words, his face paled. The aura Mu Hong was exuding right now was even more frightening than before. Bai Yunfei began to describe the scene of Lin Tian using the 15 Saint Armament swords to Bai Yunfei. Is what you say true? Mu Hong stared at Bai Yunfei. Absolutely true. Your disciple wouldn't dare lie to you, master. The other juniors saw it as well. Bai Yunfei hurriedly replied. Mu Hong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent and shock. Staring at Bai Yunfei, Mu Hong spoke again, is there anyone in the Burning Sun sect who wants Lin Tian dead? Bai Yunfei was confused, but he didn't dare hesitate. There is. Attendants was Shang and inner disciple Chu Xian. Mu Hong nodded and disappeared in a flash. Bai Yunfei was surprised to see Mu Hong disappear. What's going on? Master is more concerned about Lin Tian using the 100 refinements than his own grandson being killed. This? Bai Yunfei didn't understand. The 100 refinements was important to the Burning Sun sect, but shouldn't his grandson be more important? At this time, Mu Hong arrived at a magnificent hall in the back mountains of the 100 refinements workshop. There were 5 other people in the hall, all of them exuding an extremely powerful aura. One of them was an elder whose entire body was incomparably sharp, like an unsheathed celestial sword. It was extremely frightening. Mu Hong, what's the matter? Why did you invite the esteemed elder? One of them asked. This middle-aged man was the current owner of the 100 Refinements workshop. It's very important. Mu Hong spoke in a low voice. Mu Hong immediately described what Bai Yunfei had seen in detail. Everyone's expression changed at once. The 100 Refinements secret technique is merely an incomplete scroll that the old ancestor accidentally found back then. At least 90% of it is missing. It is incomplete. In the history of the 100 Refinements workshop, only the elders, the sect master, and the grand elders are qualified to know about this. The 100 Refinements workshop's grand elder said, "We can be certain that the 100 Refinements secret technique in the sect has never been leaked. In that case, it is very likely that the young man called Lin Tian possesses the complete secret technique." At this time, this person's eyes became even more oppressive, and his aura became even more terrifying. The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop said in a low voice, "This Lin Tian must be captured. Since he possesses a technique of that level and defeated Yunfei, then those old fogies of the Burning Sun sect will very likely do everything in their power to protect him. If we want to capture him, then we'll need to plan this matter thoroughly." An elder said. According to Yunfei, there are 2 people in the Burning Sun sect who want Lin Tian dead. Perhaps, we can use them. Mu Hong said. Very good. Mu Hong, have Yunfei communicate with those 2 people from the Burning Sun sect and have them help our 100 Refinements workshop. No matter what benefits they promise, it's fine. If this matter succeeds, I will let Yunfei be the next owner of the 100 Refinements workshop. The esteemed elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said. If they could find the complete version of the 100 Refinements workshop, it would be 100 times stronger in a short period of time. Understood. Mu Hong nodded. The eyes of the 6 airborne realm beings in the hall glittered with brilliance. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Reading on mobile phone towering pavilion stood in the valley. From afar, it looked like a celestial court. This feeling was similar to when Lin Tian saw the Burning Sun sect for the first time. Please search product #book net to see the most complete. Fortunately, Lin Tian had already seen the Burning Sun sect, so he was not too surprised by the scene in front of him. Valley of the Harp, here we are. He said to himself. This place was still some distance away from the Valley of the Harp. Lin Tian jumped down from the soul sword and walked forward. This place was already close to the Valley of the Harp. Naturally, he would not continue to use the Imperial equipment technique. This would seem disrespectful to the Valley of the Harp. His steps were gentle. Soon, he was close to the Valley of the Harp. At this moment, in the distant sky, a beam of light fell, and a figure stood in front of him. This figure was Ling Yi. Lin Tian, you are too presumptuous. Ling Yi said coldly. He was the leader this time, but Lin Tian did not wait for him and went ahead first. This made him very angry. As the person in charge this time, I now revoke your right to visit the Valley of the Harp. Immediately go back to the Burning Sun sect. Who cares about you, idiot? Lin Tian said indifferently. Ignoring Ling Yi who was blocking in front of him, he walked toward the Valley of the Harp. Go back. Ling Yi said. A good dog does not block the way. Go aside. Lin Tianji immediately sent a slap over. Lin Tian felt that he should be more domineering towards such a self-righteous and arrogant person. This slap was a little fierce, and it caused the air to buzz. This Ling Yi had made the 9 of them wait from morning to afternoon and still did not appear. Now, he was asking him to go back and revoke his right to enter the Valley of the Harp. Did he really think that he was the Sect leader of the Burning Sun sect? He did not have a good temper towards this Ling Yi. Ling Yi's eyes were cold as he raised his hand to meet the attack. The two palms collided, and it could be said that they were evenly matched. Neither of them had lost. At this time, outside the Valley of the Harp, the three female disciples who were guarding the entrance noticed that something was amiss. Immediately, one of them rushed over. "Who are you? You dare to fight outside of my Valley of the Harp? Quickly stop." Seeing the disciples of the Valley of the Harp appear, Ling Yi frowned and could not help but stop. "I am, Pa." A huge slap landed on Ling Yi's face, sending him flying. Lin Tian withdrew his right hand and looked at the three female disciples of the Valley of the Harp. He smiled and said, "I am an inner disciple of the Burning Sun sect. This time, I have come to your esteemed sect under the orders of the sect master to exchange my experience in cultivation and battle with my senior and junior sisters." In the Dragon Spirit Valley, he had taken the initiative to stop once. At that time, Ling Yi continued to attack him. If he had not reacted quickly, he would have been injured. At this time, he was just imitating Ling Yi. "You are a disciple of the Burning Sun sect?" The three female disciples were shocked. They looked at Ling Yi, who had fallen to the side. "Then he is?" "I don't know him." Lin Tian smiled. "Lin Tian." An angry roar sounded. Ling Yi's face was distorted. He was a core disciple of the Burning Sun sect. This time, he led 9 inner disciples of the Burning Sun sect to the Valley of the Harp. Now, Lin Tian was lying through his teeth. In front of the 3 female disciples of the Valley of the Harp, he said that he did not know him. This was simply a slap to his face. With a clang, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Ling Yi pulled out his sword and directly slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. He spread out the yin-yang scepter and retreated. "Stop. Where did you come from? Don't you dare mess around outside my Valley of the Harp." Seeing Ling Yi attack again, the female disciples were a little angry. Ling Yi reacted. After all, this was outside the Valley of the Harp. Moreover, the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp had already stood up. If he attacked again, it would be too disrespectful to the Valley of the Harp. Staring at Lin Tian, his face was gloomy. He fiercely gritted his teeth. Then, he put away his sword and took out a letter. "I am Ling Yi of the Burning Sun sect." As he spoke, Ling Yi handed the letter to the leader of the 3 female disciples. The female disciple suspiciously took the letter. After glancing at it, her face suddenly changed slightly. "A core disciple of the Burning Sun sect? Sorry." After reading the letter, the 3 female disciples of the Valley of the Harp's attitude towards Ling Yi suddenly improved. One of them stared at Lin Tian and said somewhat angrily, "Didn't you say that you don't know him? Some people are too annoying. I don't want to know them, so I don't know them." Lin Tian smiled. The female disciple suddenly felt like she had been deceived. She snorted at Lin Tian. Lin Tian laughed and didn't care. At this moment, in the distance, 8 figures stepped on long swords and quickly approached. "They are?" the female disciple asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, "I know them. They are all disciples of the Burning Sun sect who came to visit the Valley of the Harp this time." Hearing this, Ling Yi's expression suddenly became gloomy. This Lin Tian was clearly humiliating him. The 3 female disciples of the Valley of the Harp obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but look at each other. "Senior brother Ling, is that so?" the female disciple in the lead asked. "Yes," Ling Yi said. When he said this word, Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian with killing intent intertwined. Lin Tian smiled indifferently and tilted his head to look at the Valley of the Harp. "Senior brother Ling Yi, my name is Lu Jia. I'm the person in charge of receiving you this time. The people of the Burning Sun sect should all be here, right? Please enter the valley." The leader of the 3 female disciples said. In addition, this time, people from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion also came to visit the valley. The leader is a core disciple of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, senior brother Di Wenhong. He is the disciple of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's elder Yi Jingshang. He also just arrived, about 15 minutes ago. People from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion also came? Ling Yi said in surprise. Yes, senior brother Ling, please enter. Lu Jia said. Hearing Lu Jia's words, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. People from the Seven Mysteries Pavilion also came? And it was Yi Jingshang's disciple. Thinking about what happened a few months ago in the Imperial City, he smiled coldly. At that time, that old bastard Yi Jingshang wanted to kill him. At that time, if it wasn't for an old drunkard appearing to protect him, he would have died long ago. Thinking about Yi Jingshang, he couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. Following the crowd, Lin Tian crossed the outer gate of the Valley of the Harp and quickly entered the valley. As its name suggested, the Valley of the Harp was located in a huge valley. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he immediately felt a rich spirit chi fluctuation. This spirit chi fluctuation was much stronger than that of the Burning Sun sect, and the air was filled with a fragrance. It should be because they are all female disciples. Lin Tian thought. Following the female disciples, the group quickly arrived at the inner part of the Valley of the Harp. In front of them was a slightly spacious area. Similarly, 10 youths were standing together. The leader was extremely handsome and had a faint smile on his face. He was talking with several female disciples of the Valley of the Harp who were in charge of receiving them. Lu Jiao led Lin Tianyi and the others and quickly arrived in front of the 10 youths. Senior brother Di Wenhong, this is senior brother Ling Yi from the Burning Sun sect. He is the leader of the Burning Sun sect this time. Lu Jia said and then introduced Di Wenhong to Ling Yi. Di Wenhong tilted his head. After seeing Ling Yi, he smiled and walked over. Senior brother Ling Yi, nice to meet you. Di Wenhong had a faint smile on his face, giving people a very bright and scholarly feeling. Hello, senior brother Di. This time, it is an honor to be able to exchange cultivation experiences with fellow Taoists of the Valley of the Harp and the Burning Sun sect. Di Wenhong smiled. The other disciples of the Burning Sun sect and the 9 disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion also greeted each other with smiles on their faces. Lin Tian stood in the crowd. He did not care about the people of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Instead, he looked around the Valley of the Harp. Ji Yu was cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. For him, the only meaningful thing to do in the Valley of the Harp was to see Ji Yu. Apart from that, he did not care about anything else. He had no interest in the so-called exchange of cultivation experiences. At this time, a few female voices sounded from not far away. They sounded very familiar to Lin Tian's ears. Senior Sister Su, will he really come? Of course he will. I have already seen the name list of the Burning Sun sect's disciples. Do you think I will lie to you? Hee, junior sister is too eager to see him. Oh, let's go. Looking at the time, he should be here soon. Lin Tian looked towards the direction of the voices. About 10 feet away, behind a flower forest, 4 women walked out from a corner. One of them was Ji Yu. At this time, there were 3 other women beside Ji Yu. Lin Tian was very familiar with these 3 people. They were Su Qing, Shi Ku, and Ji Yu, whom he had met in the ancient tomb. Ji Yu saw Lin Tian from afar and immediately revealed a happy expression. Junior sister? Lu Jia was a little surprised. Why did you come out? Lu Jia was the #1 expert in the Valley of the Harp's outer court. Naturally, she recognized Ji Yu and was very clear about Ji Yu's identity. As far as she knew, this new junior sister rarely appeared like this. She was basically cultivating with the Valley of the Harp's Valley Master. In this place, when the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp saw Ji Yu, they all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, they all liked Ji Yu. Hello senior sister Lu, I came out to look for an important friend. Ji Yu chuckled. Important friend? Lu Jia was even more puzzled. Lin Tian looked at Ji Yu from afar and smiled. Then, she walked towards Ji Yu. At this time, many people from the 7 Profound Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect were staring at Ji Yu. Their expressions changed. Although the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were all extraordinarily beautiful, they were still lacking compared to Ji Yu. Simply put, Ji Yu was the kind of woman who would instantly attract people's attention in a crowd. Di Wenhong's eyes flashed. He smiled and greeted her, Junior Sister Lu, this is? As a core disciple of the 7 Profound Pavilion, Di Wenhong had seen many extraordinarily beautiful women. However, among the women he had seen, none could compare to Ji Yu. This caused his heart to heat up. Lu Jia smiled and said, "This is the Valley Master's direct disciple, junior sister Ji Yu." Di Wenhong's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly recovered. A gentle and elegant smile appeared on his face as he approached Ji Yu. "Junior sister Ji, hello. I am Di Wenhong, and I am." Reading on the phone, Lin Tian was very clear about what Di Wenhong was planning, so he was very unhappy. He moved in front of Ji Yu and coldly stared at Di Wenhong. "What do you mean?" Di Wenhong frowned. On the other side, Ling Ye's face sank. "Lin Tian, you're too impudent. Come back." Lin Tian didn't even look at Ling Yi. He only stared at Di Wenhong and said, in short, "Don't go near her." Lu Jia was a little surprised. Although she knew that Ji Yu was very outstanding, she didn't expect that the moment she appeared, she would cause such a dispute between the two great sections. This made Lu Jia feel helpless, especially that Lin Tian. He was really overbearing and strange. He made it seem like he had some kind of relationship with Ji Yu. He actually told others not to go near her. Lu Jia really didn't like this kind of frivolous action. However, even if she didn't like it, Lu Jia was still the number one outer disciple of the Valley of the Harp. She didn't show it on her face. She smiled and said, "Two senior brothers, our junior sister still has some important matters to attend to. Could you please stop for a while and have a chat later?" Di Wenhong frowned, but immediately returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Since junior sister Ji Yu has matters to attend to, I naturally wouldn't dare to disturb you." Di Wenhong indifferently glanced at Lin Tian and took a step back. Lu Jia smiled and nodded. She looked at Lin Tian again. "This senior brother, can I ask you to?" Lu Jia didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very clear. She wanted Lin Tian to leave Ji Yu. That, senior sister Lu, Ji Yu looked at Lin Tianyi and then at Lu Jia. Lu Jia comforted her with a smile. "Junior sister, don't worry. This senior brother only wants to know you because you're too outstanding. He won't block your path, right?" Lu Jia's face was still smiling. She looked at Lin Tian again. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. She wanted Lin Tian to immediately leave Ji Yu's side. Di Wenhong said indifferently, "Your Excellency, why haven't you left yet? Don't be so tactless." "Lin Tian, come back." Ling Yi berated. At this time, seeing that Lin Tian did not move, some of the other female disciples in the Valley of the Harp also showed displeasure. Ji Yu and Su Qing stood behind Ji Yu, covering their mouths as they snickered. They looked like they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Senior sister." Ji Yu tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes. He looked at Lu Jia in embarrassment and whispered, "The person I'm looking for is him." Instantly, except for Ji Yu, Lin Tian, and the others, everyone was stunned. "What?" Lu Jia gaped and pointed at Lin Tian Dao. "You're looking for him?" Ji Yu was a little embarrassed and nodded. "Lu Jia." Staring at Lin Tian, Lu Jia suddenly blushed. She was still thinking that Lin Tian's actions were a little frivolous, as if he knew Ji Yu. She did not expect that they really knew each other. Ji Yu actually came out from the Valley Master's place to look for Lin Tian. This was simply. She felt her face heat up. The other female disciples around them also widened their eyes and stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. The most outstanding woman in their sect, the direct disciple of the Valley Master, specially came out from her cultivation just to look for this man in front of them. Pfft. Ji Yu and the others finally laughed out loud, tears almost flowing out of their eyes. Lu Jia swept a glance at Ji Yu and the others and was instantly annoyed. She said angrily, "You three brats, see how I'll deal with you later." Lu Jia was not stupid. Looking at Ji Yu and the others' reactions, she immediately knew that they knew everything. However, they did not say anything and just watched her embarrass herself. "Don't, senior sister. We didn't have a chance to speak." That's right, that's right." The three women quickly begged for mercy. At this time, Di Wenhong's complexion was extremely ugly. Thinking back to how he had ridiculed Lin Tian and said, "As a person, don't be too tactless," his complexion became even uglier, as if he had eaten a fly. Immediately, he stared at Lin Tian with an extremely cold expression, his fists involuntarily clenched. Lin Tian, the 8 inner disciples of the Burning Sun sect were astonished. They did not expect that Lin Tian actually knew the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Valley Master. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be very close. These 8 people were very surprised, but Ling Ye's expression was not very good. This Lin Tian actually had a relationship with the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Valley Master. For a moment, this place was very quiet. "Senior sister, I'll bring him around the valley, is that okay?" Ji Yu said to Lu Jia. Lu Jia smiled, "Of course, go ahead." As the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Valley Master, Ji Yu's status was much higher than an ordinary disciple like her. It was even higher than a core disciple. But even so, Ji Yu was usually very respectful to them. This naturally made Lu Jia and the others like and accommodate Ji Yu. Ji Yu nodded, smiled at Lin Tian, and walked away. Lin Tian naturally did not care about the others and calmly followed. Di Wenhong clenched his fists even tighter, his eyes faintly intertwined with killing intent. The other female disciples of the Valley of the Harp looked at each other in dismay. Lu Jia coughed twice, still wearing a smile on her face. She looked at Ling Yi, Di Wenhong, and the others and said, "I'm really sorry about this small episode. Senior brothers of the Burning Sun sect and the 7 Profound Pavilion, we have already prepared a place for you to stay. Please take a rest. Lu Jia will bring you around for a walk. The cultivation meeting will begin tomorrow." The environment of the Valley of the Harp could be said to be excellent. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed everywhere, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Lin Tian and Ji Yu walked side by side on a small path in the valley, causing many female disciples along the way to be surprised. "Right. Thank you for asking senior sister Su Qing to bring me something. When they came back, they said they saw you and couldn't help but praise you for being very strong. Now that I've seen you, you're even stronger than they said. You were actually able to block that Di Wenhong." Ji Yu chuckled, blinked, and said, "What's your cultivation level now?" "Knowledge C 3rd layer." Lin Tian said with a smile. "So fast. In the past, I was much stronger than you. I was several small stages higher than you. Now, you've surpassed me." Ji Yu said in surprise. "Being stronger than you is natural. Otherwise, how could I protect you?" Lin Tianandao said. Ji Yu made a sound of surprise. He looked at Lin Tian from head to toe, covered his mouth, and laughed, "You're getting better and better at making girls happy." Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I'm just telling the truth." Ji Yu chuckled and continued to lead Lin Tian forward. The environment of this place was much better. It was much more elegant and quiet, and the fragrance in the air was much stronger. Lin Tian glanced around and saw that there were all kinds of flowers and plants. They were all species that could not be seen in the mortal world. "Right, are you used to this place?" Lin Tian asked Ji Yu. "It's pretty good. It's just that there are some fights. I don't like it too much," Ji Yu said. Lin Tian was stunned. Thinking about it, Ji Yu really did not like to fight with others. It was also because of this that when he was in the Imperial City, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard invited Ji Yu to cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard several times, but they were all rejected. "It's normal for sects to have fights," Lin Tian comforted. "That's true." Ji Yu smiled. "Right, it seems that you have reached the peak of the 1st layer of the knowledge sea," Lin Tianandao said. With a wave of his right hand, a small stone ring appeared in his hand. "There are 24th level divine refining runes in here. It can increase the cultivation speed of the knowledge sea by about 3 times. You can use it now." Ji Yu was surprised. "You can already inscribe 4th level runes?" Lin Tian smiled. "I reached the 4th level when I was in the Imperial City. It's just that I didn't inscribe 4th level runes." Ji Yu said oh and then happily received it. No matter what, this was a gift from Lin Tian, and it was a very valuable thing. She received it and put it away. As the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp Valley Master, she naturally had something like a stone ring. Moreover, there were more than 200 cubic meters inside. They had not seen each other for a long time. The two walked side by side and had a lot to talk about. The atmosphere was very good, and there was laughter from time to time. At this time, a few women walked over from a corner not far away. The person in the lead had phoenix eyes and was about 20 years old. Her beauty was also very outstanding. Soon, the group of people approached. Senior sister Xianxia, Jiyu said. Xianxia stopped and glanced at Jiyu. Her gaze landed on Lin Tian, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Junior sister Ji, as the direct disciple of the Valley Master, I hope you can pay attention to your image. Xianxia was a core disciple of the Zither Valley. Her cultivation was at the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and she was the disciple of an elder. Senior sister, I don't understand what you mean. Jiyu said. Don't you know what I mean? You casually brought a man to Shinrui Garden. If other junior sisters saw this, what would they think? Xianxia said, although you are the Valley Master's disciple, don't be too ostentatious. Isn't it better to find a room to do some things? If you can have fun, others won't find you an eyesore. Jiyu frowned. Senior sister, your words are a bit too much. Sorry, junior sister. Your senior sister will speak frankly if she has something to say. After all, I am also a core disciple of the Valley of the Harp. I have an obligation to protect the image of the Valley of the Harp. Therefore, I don't want you to do anything out of line and bring shame to the Valley of the Harp. Xianxia smiled faintly. Lin Tian's face suddenly sank. He suddenly remembered what Su Qing and the other two women had said to him in the ancient tomb. Although the disciples of several elders of the Valley of the Harp were strong, they had only mastered 3 levels of the White Lotus Sword mantra. However, Jiyu had comprehended 4 levels with his divine vein realm cultivation. Now it seemed that Xianxia, as the disciple of one of the elders of the Valley of the Harp, was obviously jealous of Jiyu's talent, so she deliberately made things difficult for him and insulted him. After a pause, Lin Tian recalled what Jiyu had said to him just now. There were many fights here, and she didn't like it. Thinking about it, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It should have happened several times. Lin Tian, let's go this way. Jiyu tugged on Lin Tian's clothes and walked to the other side. Obviously, he didn't want to fight with Xianxia. Xianxia snorted with a smug look in her eyes. However, in the next moment, Xianxia frowned. The others were also moved. Lin Tian was very unhappy. Xianxia's words were too unpleasant to listen to. It had already risen to the level of an insult. Although Jiyu didn't like to compete with others, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He couldn't tolerate someone insulting Jiyu like this. Full text read, apologized to her. He walked in front of Xianxia and said coldly. Jiyu pulled Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, it's fine. Let's go this way. There are some people that you can't give in to. The more you give in to her, the more she will think that you are easy to bully. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at Xianxia again. Apologize. Xianxia's face sank. Who do you think you are? In my Valley of the Harp, do you think you are worthy of me apologizing? Lin Tian's expression was cold. He took another step forward. Don't challenge my patience. Apologize. As he stared at Xianxia, a chill spread out from his body. Xianxia was so shocked that her expression changed slightly. This chill was indeed somewhat terrifying. Behind Xianxia, a few ordinary disciples felt their hearts tremble and couldn't help but tremble. You came to my Valley of the Harp, yet you want to turn the tables? Xianxia coldly said. As she spoke, Xianxia directly attacked. Her palm reached out to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and punched Xianxia's palm, causing Xianxia to retreat several steps. Senior sister Xin. Are you a disciple of the 7 Profound Pavilion or the Burning Sun sect? This is too much. What kind of place do you think our Valley of the Harp is? Several disciples angrily said. Almost all the disciples in the Valley of the Harp knew that the disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect had come to visit the Valley of the Harp. At this time, a man had appeared in Shinrui Garden. Several female disciples could vaguely guess Lin Tian's origin. Lin Tian was expressionless as she stared at Xianxia. Apologize. Xianxia's expression was slightly ugly. She glanced at Lin Tian and then looked at Jiyu. She sneered, "You usually put on an act and seem to be very noble and pure. Who would have thought that you would seduce men from other sex? In such a short time, you were able to make this man fall head over heels for you. You're really good at seducing people. Senior sister, you're older than me and entered the sect earlier than me, so I respect you. However, don't go overboard." Jiyu was a little angry. "What's the rush? So what if I'm right? You don't have to be so angry and embarrassed that you." Xinyan coldly laughed. However, before she could finish speaking, a flash appeared in front of her. Lin Tian was right in front of her like lightning. "You, pa." With a resounding slap, Xinyan was sent flying in the next moment. Jiyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Tian to slap Xinyan's face. "How dare you hit my face?" Xinyan steadied her body and suddenly screamed. "How dare you?" Lin Tianling said. His figure was as fast as a startled swan. For the first time, he used the second level of the yin and yang loaf to its limit. He instantly appeared in front of Xinyan and slapped her again. With a bang, this slap landed firmly on Xinyan's face and sent her flying again. The more Xinyan spoke, the more she went overboard. It really made him very angry. Beside them, several female disciples were shocked by Lin Tian's ferocious power. Xinyan was a core disciple of the Valley of the Harp. Her cultivation base was at the fifth sky of the Sea of Consciousness. She was very powerful, but now, she was at a disadvantage in front of Lin Tian 3 times in a row. The first time she was repelled, and the second and third time she was slapped. This really made their hearts palpitate. "I'll kill you!" Xinyan screamed. Violent sword chi suddenly rushed up and cut a large piece of the surrounding flowers and plants into pieces. Lin Tian's face was cold and indifferent as he took a step forward. "Lin Tian, be careful," Jiyu said. Jiyu was very clear about Lin Tian's temper. It was impossible for Lin Tian to stop it this time. She also knew that Xinyan's strength was very strong. After all, her cultivation base was at the fifth sky of the Sea of Consciousness. Moreover, she cultivated the Valley of the Harp's strongest secret technique, the White Lotus Sword technique. If she really entered the battle, it was hard to say who would win. At this time, Xinyan had already rushed toward Lin Tian. After being slapped twice in a row by Lin Tian, Xinyan's eyes had turned red. She brandished her treasured sword, creating a gust of wind. The sword chi within her was as strong as a rainbow, causing Lin Tian to be slightly surprised. Although he was very displeased with Xinyan's words and actions, he had to admit that Xinyan, who was at the fifth sky of the Sea of Consciousness, was indeed very strong. He shook the heart spirit sword and directly slashed out. On both sides, several female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were extremely shocked. A foreign man dared to make a move in the Valley of the Harp. He was too bold. Moreover, as the battle between Lin Tian and Xinyan began, several women were gradually shocked by Lin Tian's strength. He was actually slightly suppressing Xinyan and was in the upper hand. Lin Tian held the Heart Spirit Sword and displayed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to the extreme. Every sword slash carried a thunderous sword light. Clang! 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 The swords collided constantly. Lin Tian's sword was very fast, very accurate, and very ruthless. He gradually forced Xinyan to retreat. In this core blossom garden, it was unknown how many precious plants and flowers were minced by the two sword chi. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, like a heavy drum being beaten. Far away, an old woman appeared. She was like a ghost flying in the air. In a flash, she came to the sky above the battlefield. "Elder Su!" someone exclaimed. Xinyan stopped and shouted, "Master!" Lin Tian's face froze. He obviously felt the pressure. This old woman's momentum was really terrifying. "Foreign man, how dare you be so presumptuous in the Valley of the Harp?" The old woman shouted coldly. As she spoke, she actually slapped her palm toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian only felt a tangible palm force pressing toward him, sealing off all of his paths of retreat. "Elder Su, stop." Jiyu's expression changed greatly. Clang! The sound of a sword rang from afar. A light sword flew over and directly shattered the old woman's light palm strike. Silently, a beautiful woman appeared above Lin Tian's head. Her aura was even stronger than the old woman's. Masters have no right to interfere in a fight between disciples. Elder Su, it's better for you to step aside. Seeing the person, several female disciples were shocked. They hurriedly bowed toward the sky. Valley Master. Ji Yu was pleasantly surprised and immediately felt relieved. Lin Tian raised his head. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect the beautiful woman to come. Yu Wushuang, you better look carefully. Is this man a disciple of the Valley of the Harp? The old woman looked at the beautiful woman and coldly said, when did the Valley of the Harp have a male disciple? His master is Li Changfeng. Yu Wushuang said lightly. Li Changfeng? He's Li Changfeng's disciple? The old woman's expression changed. Impossible. I've never heard of Li Changfeng accepting a disciple. Yes or no, you can ask the Burning Sun sect master. Yu Wushuang stared indifferently at the old woman. The Valley of the Harp has received great kindness from Li Changfeng. The previous Valley of the Harp master, who is now the Grand Elder, said that if Li Changfeng has a descendant or disciple, they can freely enter the Valley of the Harp and be regarded as a legitimate disciple of the Valley of the Harp. Even if he wants to learn the White Lotus Sword Code, the Valley of the Harp will pass it down without reservation. Do you want to see the Grand Elder? The old woman's face suddenly became very gloomy. At the same time, she was very shocked. That Li Changfeng actually accepted a disciple? Hearing Yu Wushuang's words, Lin Tian himself was also a little surprised. What did an old drunkard do to the Valley of the Harp that made the previous Valley of the Harp master make such a promise? You can even learn the White Lotus Sword mantra if you want to. One must know that the White Lotus Sword Code is a secret of the Valley of the Harp. Only the Valley Master candidates are qualified to learn it. Not only Lin Tian, but Ji Yu was also shocked. That sloppy and old drunkard is actually so powerful? Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword whistling was extremely ear-piercing. Although Lin Tian had some doubts about what an old drunkard did to help the Valley of the Harp, at this moment, he was too lazy to think so much. He raised the inner spirit sword and pointed it directly at Xinyan. A sword light flew past Xinyan's cheek and cut a blue stone behind Xinyan into pieces. Apologize. Don't even think about it. Xinyan said angrily. Is that so? Lin Tian's face was cold. I'll beat you until you apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his long sword and the sound of the thunder sword vibrated, heading straight for Xinyan. How dare you? The old woman was instantly enraged. Lin Tian actually dared to make a move in front of her. She raised her hand and was about to slap Lin Tian. With a clang, a sword aura flew past and stopped the old woman. Elder Su, have you forgotten what I said? When disciples fight, there is no right for the master to step in. Yu Wushuang said. The old woman's face was cold. Yu Wushuang, you are using external forces to bully Xinyan. He is Li Changfeng's disciple, which means he is a disciple of the Valley of the Harp. If you really want to calculate, he is not considered an external force. What's wrong with hitting your disciple? Yu Wushuang's face was slightly colder. Your disciple has bullied Ji Yu many times. Do you think I don't know? When Xinyan was bullying Ji Yu, I, as the master, did not step in? So now, you better stay aside obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. You. The old woman's face suddenly turned green. Yu Wushuang was actually using her identity as the Valley Master to suppress her. Clang. The sword whistled continuously. Lin Tian's sword gradually emitted the power of fire, and the Thunder Flame Sword radiance was fully displayed. After the Thunder Flame Sword radiance was displayed, Lin Tian's aura suddenly increased by several times. His entire person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, forcing Xinyan, who was at the 5th celestial level of consciousness, to retreat again and again. Behind him, Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian, looking a little nervous. Even if I didn't see the beginning, I can tell that you are being bullied by Xinyan again. Yu Wushuang stood in the air, her lips moving slightly. She condensed her qi into a line and directly transmitted it into Ji Yu's ears. Ji Yu, sometimes it is a good thing that you don't like to fight. However, you are also a cultivator. When it is time to unsheath your sword, you should unsheath it. Jiyu looked up at the sky and then looked forward. Looking at Lin Tian, her eyes became a little flickering. The sword whistled continuously. Lin Tian displayed the thunder flame sword radiance. His sword momentum was like a rainbow, like a sword storm. Damn it! Xianyan screamed. With a boom, a terrifying sword momentum rushed out of Xianyan's body. The third sword of the White Lotus Sword Codex? A female disciple exclaimed. Lin Tian frowned. He naturally felt the terror of this sword. However, he did not care about this level. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the corner of his clothes, and Jiyu flashed in front of him. I will do it myself. Jiyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, an even stronger sword will rushed out. Dense flower petals rushed out of Jiyu's body, instantly condensing into a lotus flower sword aura in front of her. Bright light spread out in all directions, and the tyrannical sword momentum instantly suppressed Xianyan's aura. This is? The old woman's expression changed. Impossible. The fifth level of the White Lotus Sword Codex, the Heart Lotus Sword. Even Yu Wushuang was shocked. She muttered to herself, this child, at this age, with this level of cultivation, has comprehended the White Lotus Sword Codex to this extent? This level of comprehension, end of chapter, the dazzling lotus sword aura hovered in front of Jiyu. A majestic sword aura surged out from the center, instantly shattering Xianyan's third attack. A few strands of hair fell down Xianyan's face. Full text to read, staring at Jiyu in front of him, Lin Tian was also shocked. Although Jiyu's cultivation was not as strong as Xianyan's, the sword aura that Jiyu exuded was not something that Xianyan could compare to. The difference between the two was too great. This terrifying sword aura actually erased the difference in cultivation between the two. Xianyan was stunned at first, then she roared, Jiyu. You cut off my hair. With a boom, Xianyan's true energy went berserk. Her eyes were blood red as she glared at Jiyu and Lin Tian. Stop. The old woman came to Xianyan's side and suppressed her aura. But master, I told you to stop. The old woman's face darkened. Xianyan was furious, and there was hatred in her eyes. However, when she saw the old woman's stern expression, she could only stop. The old woman glanced at Jiyu, then looked at Yu Wushuang in the air. Valley Master, you have indeed accepted a good disciple. Congratulations. The old woman's voice was neither yin nor yang. Although she was congratulating him, her words were mixed with a gloomy taste, making people feel uncomfortable no matter how they heard it. I know how outstanding my disciple is. There's no need for you to tell me. Yu Wushuang said indifferently. The old woman snorted, pulled Xianyan, and turned to leave. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. The sword ray landed in front of the old woman and shattered a piece of limestone. Lin Tian stepped forward and pointed his sword at Xianyan. Apologize before you leave. The old woman tilted her head, and her gaze was sinister. Young man, so what if you're Li Chongfeng's disciple? Don't be too arrogant. This isn't your Burning Sun sect, but the Valley of the Harp. You better behave yourself in someone else's sect. Jiyu tugged at Lin Tian and whispered, Lin Tian, forget it. After all, I did cut off a strand of her hair. Some things can't be counted. Lin Tian shook his head and pointed the tip of his sword at Xianyan. If you want to leave here, apologize first. You. Xianyan glared at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with killing intent. The old woman's face turned cold. Do you really think that your master's name will allow you to do whatever you want in the Valley of the Harp? Why I'm standing here has nothing to do with my master. As for acting recklessly, don't put a hat on me. When it comes to acting recklessly, isn't that useless disciple of yours the one who's acting recklessly? In terms of status, Jiyu seems to be slightly higher than her. Does she have the right to speak ill of her time and time again? Lin Tianling said coldly. The old woman's face was gloomy. That's my Valley of the Harp's business. You have no right to interfere. Lin Tianling smiled and looked at Yu Wushuang in the sky. Will you help me block that old woman? Of course. Yu Wushuang said lightly. As the Valley Master, it was not convenient for her to directly teach Xianyan a lesson. Otherwise, she would be accused of favoring her disciple and using her status as the valley master to oppress others. This always made her feel uncomfortable. Now that Lin Tian had come, it was clear that he wanted to stand up for Jiyu and force Xinyan to apologize. She was very happy to see this scene. After getting Yu Wushuang's affirmative answer, Lin Tian's long sword shook and directly pressed down on Xinyan. Presumptuous. The old woman was furious. With a clang, a wisp of sword chi flew out and directly forced the old woman to retreat. Elder Su, please watch quietly, Yu Wushuang said indifferently. The old woman's face was extremely gloomy. With Yu Wushuang blocking her, there was no way she could break through. Clang, the sword clanged, and Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He used the yin and yang hua to the limit. His whole body seemed to have turned into a phantom, slashing at Xinyan from all directions in an instant. I'll kill you. Xinyan was furious and used the White Lotus sword manual again. The sword will of the third level was shockingly strong. Lin Tianlong snorted and pushed the Thunder Fire sword to the limit. An extremely violent aura rushed out of his body, and the power of thunder and fire covered his entire body. Although the White Lotus sword manual was a terrifying airborne realm martial art, Xinyan had only comprehended the third level after all. It was not as strong as the complete Thunder Fire sword. Cut. Lin Tian held the sword with both hands and used all his combat power, slashing down fiercely. The sword light of the two collided and shattered a lot of flowers and plants around. After a while, with a bang, a figure was sent flying. It was Xinyan. Lin Tian shook a little, but he quickly stabilized. Staring at Xinyan, his expression was indifferent. He used the yin and yang hua and instantly crossed a distance of 30 meters, directly coming in front of Xinyan. You, don't move, Lin Tianling said. At this time, his sword was placed horizontally next to Xinyan's cheek, and the light of the fire burned brightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect Lin Tian to end the battle so quickly, which really shocked these people. After all, Xinyan was at the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Tian was the only one who knew what was going on. That was because he used all his strength to slash with the sword just now, which was why he was able to defeat Xinyan in an instant. Now, apologize. Lin Tianling stared at Xinyan coldly. Don't even think about it. Xinyan was furious and slashed at Lin Tian with the sword. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked the treasure sword in Xin Yan's hand away at such a short distance. After it fell to the ground, it made a crisp metallic sound. He held the inner spirit sword, and the flames on the sword became even hotter. He said coldly, "You'd better apologize immediately, otherwise, my sword may leave a few marks on your face." At this time, the inner spirit sword had been burned red by the flames, like a hot soldering iron. Xinyan trembled. At this time, if Lin Tian's sword really touched her face, she would be disfigured. Apologize, and I'll give you 3 breaths of time, Lin Tianling said. Xinyan was shocked and angry. On the other side, the old woman's face was also gloomy, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Evil creature, stop. You too. Yu Wushuang crossed and stood in front of the old woman. Yu Wushuang. The old woman shouted. Yu Wushuang's face darkened. Suyu, get this straight. I'm the Valley Master. The old woman's name was Suyu. When she heard Yu Wushuang's words, her face became even gloomier. Lin Tian opened his mouth again at this time without any scruples. 3. Hearing the word 3, Suyu clenched her fists. Xinyan looked sideways at the sword beside her cheek and trembled. 2. Xinyan's body trembled even more, and her face became pale. Jiyu couldn't bear it and said, Lin Tian, forget it, it's enough. 1. Lin Tian was expressionless. At this moment, his face became a little cold. The inner spirit sword shook again, and the flames burned fiercely. Xinyan screamed, trembling and crying. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. There was no woman who didn't care about her face, especially Xinyan, who was quite beautiful. If her face was ruined, it would really make her life worse than death. At this last moment, she couldn't resist the fear. After spitting out these words, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. With a swoosh, Suyu flashed over and supported Xianxia. Staring at Lin Tian, Suyu's old face was full of coldness, and the killing intent in her eyes was not concealed at all. Li Chongfeng's disciple, you're not bad. This old woman will remember you. I'm not happy at all to be remembered by an old monster. Lin Tian Dao. This old woman had the intention to kill him, so he naturally wouldn't be nice to her. Suyu stared coldly at Lin Tianyi and left with Xianxia. Not far away, the few female disciples who were originally with Xianxia were shocked. They were really shocked by Lin Tian. He was too strong. Too domineering. You guys go back first. Yu Wushuang said. The few female disciples hurriedly bowed and quickly left. In an instant, only Yu Wushuang, Jiyu, and Lin Tian were left. Not bad. Yu Wushuang stared at Lin Tian, her eyes full of admiration. Lin Tiandao said, it's all thanks to Senior's help. However, it's not good to ruin a girl's face. Yu Wushuang said. That depends on the other party's face. Lin Tiandao said, moreover, I was just threatening her. I'm not so cruel as to really ruin her face. Yu Wushuang nodded and came to Ji Yu's side. Little Yu, when did you comprehend the fifth layer? Yu Wushuang liked this disciple of hers very much. She was only 16 years old, and her sea of consciousness was at the first layer. At this stage, she had comprehended the fifth layer of the White Lotus Sword technique. It was really giving her face. It should be known that the few core disciples were all at the fifth layer of the sea of consciousness. They were around 20 years old, but they had only comprehended the third layer. 2 days ago. Ji Yu said. Yu Wushuang smiled even more happily. Even with her personality, she couldn't help but praise Ji Yu. Okay, I won't disturb you. Yu Wushuang said, nodded to Lin Tian, and left. In Xinrui Garden, only Lin Tian and Ji Yu were left. Just now, thank you. I'm quite happy. Ji Yu smiled. Lin Tian smiled and knocked Ji Yu's forehead, saying, what are you thanking me for? You came to Beast Demon Ridge alone to protect me. Now that I'm stronger than you, of course I have to protect you. If someone wants to bully you in front of me, I won't allow it. You really know how to coax people. Ji Yu snickered, and said, however, she only took advantage of me verbally. It's nothing. Lin Tian shook her head, you can't let others take advantage of you verbally. What's more, it's already beyond a certain extent. Xianxia's words were already considered a humiliation. The two chatted in Xinrui Garden for a long time. When the sky was dark, Ji Yu sent Lin Tian to a residential area. It was the temporary residence arranged by the Valley of the Harp for the Burning Sun sect disciples. Ji Yu had been in the Valley of the Harp for a long time, so he was naturally very familiar with the Valley of the Harp. After bringing Lin Tian over, he waved goodbye and walked towards his residence. Lin Tian watched as Ji Yu left, and then entered the room arranged by the Valley of the Harp. The room in the Valley of the Harp was a little plain, but it was much better than his residence in the Burning Sun sect. At least the room was spacious, and the furnishings were not bad. It was not like the rooms in the Burning Sun sect, where there were only simple beds, tables, and chairs. After all, it's a female sect. Lin Tian thought to himself. Closing the door, Lin Tian sat on the bed, and silently operated the 4 extreme meridians to cultivate. Very quickly, the night passed. On this day, Lu Jia came early and invited the disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect to the martial arts practice field in the Valley of the Harp. The disciples of the 3 great sects would exchange their experiences in cultivation and battle. It was set for this day. Reading on a mobile phone. The training field in the Valley of the Harp wasn't small. It was about the same size as the Burning Sun sect, but the environment was better. There were many old vines growing at the edge of the training field, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Everyone, please search for the most complete information. When Lin Tian arrived at the training field with Lu Jia and the others, the members of the Valley of the Harp were already waiting there. He immediately saw a familiar face. It was Xianxia. Xianxia naturally saw Lin Tian as well. She clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't care. Lin Tian saw a few familiar figures beside Xianxia. They were the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp that he saw in Xinrui Garden yesterday. This made him slightly surprised. He didn't know that the Valley of the Harp had designated Xianxia as the representative for this cultivation exchange. Yesterday, Xianxia had brought a few disciples of the Valley of the Harp to greet the people of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect. However, they didn't expect something to happen. "Everyone, this way please," Lu Jia said and immediately retreated. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion was led by Di Wenhong, the Burning Sun sect was led by Ling Yi, and the Valley of the Harp was led by Xianxia. A group of people surrounded the main stage in the center of the training field in the Valley of the Harp. There were some benches placed beside the main stage for people to rest. After the cultivation exchange began, the disciples of the three sects began to exchange their daily cultivation experiences. At this time, not far from the training field, there were many disciples of the Valley of the Harp. They were all staring at the center of the field, and many of them were even listening attentively. After all, those who were able to participate in this cultivation exchange were all very outstanding. Listening to these people discuss their cultivation experiences was also very rewarding. At this time, some of the elders of the Valley of the Harp also came and stood in the distance. Not far away, Ji Yu and Yu Wushuang stood together, blinking their beautiful eyes as they stared at the center of the martial arts practice field. Of course, their eyes were always on Lin Tian. "It seems that he is very uninterested," Yu Wushuang said. At this moment, Lin Tian was sitting quietly in the middle of the martial arts practice field. He was resting with his eyes closed. Ji Yu chuckled. "It seems like he won't be interested in this kind of thing. After all, he is already very strong. You're really confident in him. It's not good to praise him so openly, is it? You haven't married him yet. If I pass the Valley of the Harp to you in the future, I might have to worry about you occasionally selling our sect for him," Yu Wushuang teased. Ji Yu's face turned slightly red as he said angrily, "Master." Yu Wushuang smiled. "I'm just kidding." On the martial arts practice field, the Seven Profound Pavilion, the Valley of the Harp, and the Burning Sun sect's outstanding disciples were having an intense discussion. From the body refinement realm to the knowledge sea, every major realm was discussed in great detail. Not only did they gain a lot from each other, but the outer disciples of the Valley of the Harp on the periphery were also greatly inspired. Lin Tian had his eyes closed, completely uninterested in the discussion between the three parties. The reason he came to the Valley of the Harp was entirely for Ji Yu, and sitting here was also to show respect to the Valley of the Harp. After all, Lu Jia was waiting outside early in the morning to greet them. He couldn't say that he wasn't interested and didn't want to go, right? That would be too rude. Time passed by minute, and soon, an hour had passed. At this moment, a voice sounded out. Yesterday, the Burning Sun sect's brother Lin Tian's speed seemed to be quite fast. This one is not talented, but I would like to experience it. On the martial arts practice field, Di Wenhong had unknowingly stood there with a warm smile on his face. "Brother Lin Tian, would you like to come up on stage and give me some pointers?" Di Wenhong had wanted to get close to Ji Yu yesterday, but had been stopped by Lin Tian. This made Di Wenhong very unhappy, and when he found out that the person Ji Yu was looking for was Lin Tian, Di Wenhong became even more unhappy. Now, he was standing on the main stage and asking for pointers from Lin Tian. Naturally, he wanted to make Lin Tian look bad in front of everyone. Lin Tian opened his eyes and indifferently glanced at Di Wenhong. Not interested. Although this Di Wenhong had a smile on his face, he could clearly see the trace of hostility in the depths of his eyes. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Di Wenhong, but because he didn't want to give the other party any face. Who did he think he was? Hearing these words, many people in the surroundings were moved. Why did he refuse? Isn't it good to exchange pointers? Stupid. That Di Wenhong is a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? You mean that Lin Tian is afraid of fighting? Isn't this obvious? Outside the martial arts practice field, many people muttered. Xianxia coldly stared at Lin Tian and mockingly said, "A coward who doesn't dare to fight." Lin Tian, this friend of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion is shameless enough to ask for pointers from you. Why aren't you going up? Ling Yi said in a deep voice. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yi. Shameless enough to ask for pointers? Your words are really good. I thought you were from the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. He didn't have a good impression of this Ling Yi and didn't want to say anything to him. Ling Yi's face darkened. As the person in charge of the Burning Sun sect this time, I order you to go up. Lin Tian was disdainful and couldn't be bothered with Ling Yi. This little guy has quite the character. He's really similar to his master back then. In the distance, Yu Wuxuang faintly smiled. On the main stage, Di Wenhong's face slightly darkened, but soon, Di Wenhong narrowed his eyes. It seems that brother Lin Tian is too embarrassed to make the first move. I'm not talented, but I really want to exchange pointers with brother Lin. I'll return to being a lowly person. Finishing his words, Di Wenhong's figure flashed and directly rushed towards Lin Tian. True essence intertwined as Di Wenhong's palm shot towards Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, many people's faces changed. The Burning Sun sect disciples who were originally in the same position as Lin Tianyi instantly scattered in all directions, fearing that they would be implicated. One had to know that Di Wenhong was a Sea of Consciousness 5th celestial layer expert. He was much stronger than them. If they were implicated, they might suffer heavy injuries. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He stood up and kicked the bench in front of him. With a bang, the bench was smashed into pieces by Di Wenhong's palm. Brother Lin's reaction is pretty good, Di Wenhong said. Saying this, he increased his speed and once again rushed towards Lin Tian. You're looking for trouble, Lin Tianling said. Brother Lin, you're thinking too much. I'm just itching to fight. I want to exchange some battle experience with brother Lin Tian. Di Wenhong narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Ji Yu frowned, showing some displeasure. Di Wenhong forcing Lin Tian to fight made her unhappy. Girl, just watch. He won't lose, Yu Wuxuang said. I know. Girl, you're too blindly confident in him. You haven't even married him yet. Master, you're doing it again. I'm just joking. Keep watching, keep watching. In the martial arts stage, Di Wenhong sent palm after palm towards Lin Tian. Every palm caused the air to tremble. It was as if he was waving a hand blade. The power was quite oppressive, causing many onlookers to feel apprehensive. At this time, the two people weren't fighting on the main stage, but on the martial arts stage. It was a bit chaotic. Brother Lin, please don't be lenient, Di Wenhong said. Saying this, Di Wenhong's attacks became heavier. His palms shot out like a gust of wind. Lin Tian's face was cold. He clenched his right hand into a fist and sent out a shattering meteor fist. The tyrannical power forced Di Wenhong to retreat several steps. Since you're looking for trouble, I'll help you. Saying this, the Heart Soul sword appeared in his hand. He shook the long sword and the azure thunder sword wind whistled as it slashed towards Di Wenhong. Clang! The sound of thunder resounded in all directions. A zhang long sword light swept across, causing everyone to tremble. Di Wenhong's expression changed. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tianyi to use such a powerful sword attack. Of course, he was still a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Although this sword attack was powerful, it wasn't enough to make him care. With a clang, a precious long saber appeared in his hand. With a single slash, he shattered Lin Tian's azure thunder sword wind into pieces. Good sword art. Di Wenhong smiled. His long saber shook, creating a sky full of saber shadows. This one is not talented, but I managed to learn the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's strongest martial skill, the Great Mystery Saber Technique. The saber technique is divided into 9 layers. Now that I've comprehended the 4th layer, I hope brother Lin Tian can enlighten me. I hope that we can both improve our sword and saber techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of saber resounded. Di Wenhong created a sky full of saber shadows that pressed towards Lin Tian. This is the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's strongest martial skill, the Great Mystery Saber Technique? So powerful. There are too many saber shadows, it's hard to parry. Too strong. Many people whispered. Lin Tian's face was cold and indifferent. He pushed the Azure Thunder Sword skill to the limit. At the same time, the power of fire flowed out. He directly swung the Red Thunder Sword, and with a slash, the violent power of the Red Thunder Sword swept up a hurricane, shattering everything in its path. Di Wenhong frowned, and his saber aura became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. That Burning Sun Sect's Lin Tian actually blocked senior brother Di Wenhong's attack? Could it be that he wasn't afraid to fight just now? Was it really because he didn't want to fight? Outside the martial stage, many female disciples of the Valley of the Harp stared at Di Wenhong. These people were really surprised. One had to know that Di Wenhong was a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, and his reputation wasn't small. He was the leader of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's team this time, but Lin Tian was only an ordinary disciple of the Burning Sun sect. But now, he actually blocked Di Wenhong's attack. This really shocked them. Dang, 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 inside the martial stage, the saber and sword constantly collided. Lin Tian's face was cold and indifferent. Slash after slash, the light of the Red Thunder Sword shook the sky. Di Wenhong's face sank. The Great Mystery Saber technique was divided into 9 layers, and he had consecutively slashed out the first 2 layers, but he still couldn't suppress Lin Tian. This made him a little surprised. After all, Lin Tian was only an ordinary inner disciple of the Burning Sun sect. How could an ordinary inner disciple have such a strong battle strength? Junior brother Lin is really unexpectedly strong. Xianxia also wants to ask for advice. A voice sounded. Many onlookers were surprised by Xianxia's sudden participation, but soon some people cheered. These people didn't know that Xianxia and Lin Tian had a conflict. They only thought that she was here to ask for advice. At this time, only a few female disciples with Xianxia had a slight change in expression. Further away, Jiyu was obviously angry. Too much. After saying that, Jiyu stepped forward. She clearly felt Xianxia's bad intentions. Yu Wushuang pulled her back. Don't be anxious. Master. Jiyu frowned. Those 2 are at the 5th heavenly layer. Maybe he can block one of them, but if the 2 of them attack together, even if he is stronger, it will be difficult to deal with them. Little Yu, don't worry too much. Look at his expression. Yu Wushuang said. Jiyu looked at the field. Although Lin Tian was forced to retreat, his expression was surprisingly calm. Jiyu was stunned. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, as if everything was under control. This made Jiyu very surprised. After all, Lin Tian was only at the 3rd heavenly layer. How could he be so calm in the face of 2 5th heavenly layer powerhouses? Yu Wushuang narrowed her eyes. I am also very curious about what he is relying on. Let's continue watching. In the field, the sword and saber collided. The ear-piercing sound reverberated, causing many people to cover their ears. Lin Tian held the inner spirit sword. The thunder flame sword swept out, slashing out a bright sword light. At the same time, it collided with Di Wenhong and Xianxia. At this time, in the eyes of outsiders, he looked a little embarrassed. Facing the 2, he kept retreating. Brother Lin is really strong. Take my mysterious 3rd saber. Di Wenhong narrowed his eyes. With a loud clang, the long saber in Di Wenhong's hand vibrated, and suddenly, a huge astral blade appeared above his head, and a tyrannical true chi fluctuation swept up a fierce wind, causing the many spectators outside the martial stage to feel their hearts palpitate. Lin Tian brandished the heart spirit sword. The blade trembled, and the thunder flame sword force was raised to the limit. He ruthlessly slashed out. Boom, the saber energy and the sword energy collided, and both of them took a few steps back. They were evenly matched. That Lin Tian was able to completely block senior brother Di Wenhong's Great Mystery 3rd blade. How is this possible? The disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion were all shocked. The many female disciples in the Valley of the Harp outside the martial arts practice field were also surprised. They never thought that an ordinary inner disciple of the Burning Sun sect would be so strong. Di Wenhong's expression also became serious. The first 2 layers of the Great Mystery Blade art had been blocked by Lin Tian. This was already very surprising, But what he didn't expect was that the third layer of the great mystery blade art would also be blocked. Xiao, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. On the other side, Xinyan moved, slashing at Lin Tian from the side. Xinyan's eyes were filled with obvious hatred. His sword was ruthless and merciless, aiming straight for Lin Tian's vital points. Lin Tian was expressionless as he casually slashed out with the Heart Spirit sword. In comparison, although Xinyan was also at the fifth layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his battle strength was slightly weaker than Di Wenhong's. Lin Tian held the Heart Spirit sword, and the Thunder Flame sword Qi shot out, colliding with Xinyan. The tyrannical sword intent wantonly scattered. Clang! At this time, Di Wenhong once again pressed forward. Lin Tian's eyes were somewhat cold, but his face was expressionless. In fact, since they were already fighting, he also wanted to see to what extent he could withstand facing two Sea of Consciousness fifth-layer powerhouses at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the three people had already exchanged more than 100 moves. That Lin Tian, fighting 1 against 2, is actually able to withstand for so long without being defeated? At this time everyone's expression changed. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian, his face slightly gloomy. Obviously, he was also shocked by Lin Tian's powerful battle strength. Clang, sword and blade collided, true essence intertwined, and various martial skills were extremely dazzling. Lin Tianyi faced the two people while retreating. At this time, he more or less realized how far he could go. Under the premise of not using the weapon controlling technique, with his current battle strength, facing one person was not a problem. However, if he faced two people at the same time, it was completely impossible to win. Defeat was only a matter of time. Boom, true essence violently surged, and the three people's attacks became even more shocking. At this time, Lin Tian gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, constantly being forced to retreat by Di Wenhong and Xinyan. In the distance, Suyu had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and from time to time, he would reveal a sneer. "Brother Lin, I'm going to use the fourth sword, please be careful," Di Wenhong said. Although he was smiling, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. As his words fell, with a boom, the aura on his body suddenly soared. His whole person seemed to have merged with the long sword in his hand, and the sword light was terrifying. "The third sword." Xinyan's voice sounded. With a cold light in his eyes, hatred and killing intent, Xinyan pushed the third sword of the White Lotus Sword Codex to the extreme. Suddenly, two majestic waves swept across the martial arts practice field, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It's impossible for Lin Tian to block this attack. That is inevitable. They are core disciples of two sects after all. Moreover, their cultivation bases are at the fifth heavenly layer of the Sea of Wisdom. Facing such an attack, no matter how strong that Lin Tian is, he can only lose. However, even if he is defeated, Lin Tian can be proud. Facing two core disciples of two sects, he can actually fight. Until now. He is really too strong. If it's a one-on-one battle, the two of them may not be his opponents. Very likely. Speaking of which, in this scene, Lin Tian won't be in danger, right? The attacks of those two are really... Don't worry, he won't. It's just an exchange of blows. That's true. This battle is really too exciting. Many people stared straight ahead. Di Wenhong's eyes were cold, and his sword aura was becoming more and more terrifying. As for Xinyan, the killing intent in her eyes gradually revealed. After being humiliated by Lin Tian yesterday, she joined this battle to embarrass Lin Tian and take the opportunity to kill Lin Tian. In the end, even if she killed Lin Tian, she could use accident as an excuse. Cut! Xinyan shouted, and sword lotuses flew around her face, rolling towards Lin Tian. At the same time, Di Wenhong's sword aura also pressed down. In an instant, two violent auras erupted like a mountain flood, rushing forward. "Brother Lin, if you can't resist, you must speak immediately so that I can quickly withdraw my sword aura." Di Wenhong smiled. Facing this sword and sword, Lin Tian's face didn't have the slightest change in emotion. "You should think about yourself first." At this time, he didn't want to hold back, and he couldn't hold back anymore. After all, this attack was really terrifying. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, long swords appeared around him. The sound of swords reverberated, and 15 brilliant swords appeared, all emitting a dazzling sword aura. This is? Yu Wuxuang's face suddenly changed, as if she saw something inconceivable. In another direction, the indifference on Suyu's face disappeared. How is this possible? The 15 brilliant swords vibrated, and like 15 lightning bolts, they rushed out, instantly shattering Di Wenhong's sword aura and shattering Xianyan's sword aura, causing the two to stagger back a dozen steps. 100 Refinements Secret Technique? Di Wenhong's face changed. How can you know the 100 Refinements House's strongest secret technique? Where did you steal it from? Xianyan screamed. At this time, in this place, everyone's face changed. This, 15 swords flying across the sky, it's the 100 Refinements secret technique. He's a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. How can he know that secret technique? The 100 Refinements secret technique was the 100 Refinements House's strongest secret technique, also known as the Four Great Sects' strongest secret technique. It focused entirely on offense, and was known to be invincible in the same realm. In the entire 100 Refinements House, there were only a few people who had the qualifications to learn this secret technique. But now, a Burning Sun sect disciple had actually displayed the 100 Refinements secret technique. Thank you for forcing me to practice with my sword. Now, it's my turn to repay you, so don't be polite. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As soon as his words fell, the 15 brilliant swords moved in a crisscross pattern, clanging. Di Wenhong and Xianyan's faces changed. One of them was facing 8 swords, while the other was facing 7 swords. These swords attacked from different angles at the same time, and even with their strength, it was difficult for them to resist. In a short moment, they were injured, and blood floated in the air. Di Wenhong let out a muffled groan as his shoulder was grazed by a sword. On the other side, Xianyan's situation was even worse. His clothes were torn in an instant, and there were many bloody marks on his body. Staring at this scene, everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, Lin Tiantan was in an absolute disadvantage, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Di Wenhong and Xianyan were suppressed, and they had no strength to resist at all. Just now, he didn't use his full strength? Is it really like what he said? Just now, he was using the two of them, to practice his sword? Many people were shocked. At this time, Lin Tiantan didn't move, but the 15 brilliant swords were shaking violently, constantly slashing towards Di Wenhong and Xianyan. Even though the two of them were incomparably powerful, they couldn't resist at all. Brother Lin, the exchange ends here. That's enough. Di Wenhong shouted. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you want to exchange pointers? This is just the beginning, we can slowly exchange pointers. Lin Tian's expression was calm. There are many senior and junior sisters and senior and junior brothers here watching. Our battle might be able to give them some inspiration. Perhaps some of them might accidentally break through. Just treat it as a contribution. You, Pooh. A brilliant sword slashed down diagonally, grazing Di Wenhong's right arm, almost cutting it off. On the other side, Xianyan retreated step by step. Facing the 7 brilliant swords, his resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and he was in a very sorry state. Oh right, I forgot about you. Lin Tiantan swept his gaze over. With a swoosh, as his divine sense moved, the 7 brilliant swords actually formed a small sword array in the air. The momentum of the array suddenly became more shocking, and in an instant, Xianyan was even more exhausted to deal with it. In just a short moment, he was injured again. Lin Tiantan. You. Pa. A brilliant sword suddenly rushed out, and the back of the sword swept across, like a slap to Xianyan's face. With a bang, Xianyan's whole body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, fiercely crashing into a corner of the arena. P.S. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 days of eruption. If there is no accident, 5 updates a day. Lin Tian was still somewhat lenient. After all, this was the Valley of the Harp. If he were to severely injure or kill someone because of a competition, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yu Wuxuang. Therefore, he controlled himself very well. However, even though he showed them some mercy, he wouldn't let them off easily. These two people didn't have good intentions. Clang. Sword light flashed, and 8 swords rushed towards Di Wenhong. Di Wenhong resisted with all his strength, using the Great Mystery Blade technique again and again. However, facing 8 swords, it was difficult to deal with. Lin Tian, stop, we've exchanged pointers enough. Di Wenhong shouted. At first, you wanted to exchange pointers and forced me to make a move. Now, I'm telling you to stop. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Saying this, his divine sense moved, and the 8 swords spun and slashed towards Di Wenhong. Di Wenhong's face was gloomy, he was both shocked and angry. Even with his Sea of Knowledge 8th heavenly layer cultivation, it was still very difficult for him to resist 8 swords at the same time. The most important thing was that these 8 swords always attacked him from various angles. Pooh! One of the swords slashed, directly hitting Di Wenhong's chest. Staring at Lin Tian, Di Wenhong's face was extremely ugly. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. What's wrong? You are a core disciple of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Why are you hiding your strength? Hearing this, Di Wenhong's face became even uglier. Lin Tian was clearly humiliating him. In the distance, Xianxia stood up, her face gloomy, and turned to leave. Coming and going as you please, isn't that not good? Lin Tiandao said. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 swords flew over and completely blocked Xianxia's path. One of the swords directly slashed down. Xianxia used the White Lotus sword technique to resist. From the first to the 3rd sword, the tyrannical sword intent shocked many of the surrounding disciples, but the effect was not obvious. This was because every time she used her sword technique, 4 of the 7 swords would retreat while the other 3 would attack. When the attacking 3 swords were knocked away, the remaining 4 swords would immediately surround them. Therefore, Xianxia did not have the chance to rest at all. Lin Tian. You stole 100 Refinements Workshop's secret martial skill, 100 Refinements Workshop will not let you off. Xianxia shouted. Many people around were moved. Why did these words sound a little different? Didn't you come up here to ask for pointers? Why are you threatening me now? Lin Tianling smiled. As he spoke, he held the inner spirit sword and walked towards Xianxia. With a whoosh, his figure instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked Xianxia's lower abdomen, sending him flying several feet away. Looks like the lesson I gave you yesterday was not enough. Just as well, I'll make it up to you today. Lin Tian's voice was a little indifferent. As his words fell, he appeared in front of Xianxia again in the next moment and kicked out again. Do you think I can't see the killing intent in your eyes? You want to take the opportunity to kill me? Hearing this, there was an uproar. What's going on? Why would senior sister Shen want to kill that Lin Tian? Isn't this an exchange of cultivation? Many people were moved and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Many people began to discuss. Xianxia was a little crazy, and her eyes became ferocious. I want you dead. As she spoke, an even more violent aura rushed out of her body. In this violent genuine qi, everyone clearly felt a clear killing intent. Lin Tianling smiled and the thunder fire sword shook violently. Buzz. Lightning intertwined, and a chill spread out. A murderous intent far more powerful than Xianxia's was unleashed, which shocked everyone. Even Yu Wushuang, who was far away, was moved. To be able to unleash such a terrifying murderous intent at such a young age and level of cultivation, it was even more powerful than some airborne realm fighters. That's right. He broke into the palace and slaughtered 3 martial arts families. This is the killing intent he accumulated. Yu Wushuang said to herself. As this terrifying killing intent spread, Xianxia trembled and her whole face turned pale. Her spiritual ether instantly collapsed, and the hand holding the sword trembled. This killing intent was completely suppressed by Lin Tian towards Xianxia. The terrifying chill was like a torrent, directly breaking Xianxia's spiritual defense, causing him to be terrified. Get lost. Lin Tianling spat out a word coldly. The inner spirit sword shook, and the sword wind rolled up, directly sending Xianxia flying. With a bang, Xianxia fell 30 feet away in a sorry state. Suddenly, the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp ran over. Senior sister. Several female disciples were shocked. In the distance, Suyu's eyes were cold. She wanted to make a move several times, but in the end, she held back because she saw Yu Wuxuang on the other side. If she really did make a move, she would definitely be stopped by Yu Wuxuang. You actually stole the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. After this, I'll see how you live. Suyu stared at Lin Tian coldly. In the field, Lin Tian felt the cold gaze and turned his head to look. Old witch. Seeing Suyu standing there, he coldly spat out 3 words. Lin Tian's voice was not loud, but Suyu was an airborne realm expert. Naturally, she knew what Lin Tian was talking about. Her face suddenly became gloomier. Lin Tian retracted his gaze and looked at Di Wenhong. With a clang, in an instant, 15 long swords were aimed at Di Wenhong and all of them rushed over. Brother Lin, quickly stop! Di Wenhong shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Learn from each other? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? I'll give you a warning, put away your tricks. The 15 long swords vibrated, leaving sword marks on Di Wenhong's body. Lin Tian, stop. It's just a spar, do you want to commit murder? Ling Yi shouted. Moreover, Ling Yi stepped forward, wanting to stop Lin Tian. Get lost. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword was raised, and the thunder flame sword swept over forcefully, forcing Ling Yi to take a few steps back. Immediately, Ling Yi's face became extremely pale. Lin Tian stood where he was, and the 15 swords circled around Di Wenhong, continuously slashing at him. From time to time, they would leave sword wounds on his body. However, these sword wounds all avoided the vital points, only making Di Wenhong feel intense pain and unspeakable humiliation. They were not a threat to his life at all. Lin Tian, don't go too far. Di Wenhong shouted. Lin Tian smiled. So what if I go too far? As soon as he finished speaking, the swords vibrated, and one of them directly pierced through Di Wenhong's right arm. This time, Di Wenhong could not bear it and finally let out a scream. Many people were stunned. Even though it was supposed to be an exchange of pointers, they had never imagined that things would escalate to such an extent. Senior brother Di. This is too much, stop. Stop. The people of the 7 profound pavilions shouted angrily. Some people even rushed towards Lin Tian, but after taking 3 steps, they were sent flying by Lin Tian's sword. Looking at this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. This was too abnormal. That Di Wenhong, why did he provoke that ruthless person? Did he have nothing better to do? He brought this upon himself. Several Burning Sun sect's inner disciples muttered. When Lin Tian was in the Burning Sun sect, his fierce reputation was extremely widespread, and these inner disciples were very clear. On the martial arts practice field, at this moment, the battle was already one-sided. Di Wenhong screamed from time to time, and his body was covered with sword wounds. With this level of strength, he really thinks he's number 1 in the world. Lin Tianling said. The 15 swords continuously slashed down. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Di Wenhong, kicking him horizontally. With a bang, this kick landed directly on the side of Di Wenhong's head, sending him flying 3 zhang away. Senior brother. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion's disciples shouted, and quickly rushed over. There, Di Wenhong fell to the ground, completely unconscious. A group of people helped Di Wenhong up, and glared at Lin Tian with anger. However, they did not dare to say anything, as they were shocked by Lin Tian's fierceness. Without paying attention to the crowd's expressions, Lin Tian put away the 15 swords and walked out of the martial arts practice field. Seeing him walk over, the group of people in front of him instantly jumped out of the way. Damn it! Looking at Lin Tian's back, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's disciples had ugly expressions. This time, they had lost a lot of face. In an instant, everyone in the martial arts practice field looked at each other in dismay. This brat. Yu Wuxuang stared at Lin Tian's departing figure. She first smiled, but then her expression became serious. Glancing at Suyu in the distance, Yu Wuxuang said to Jiyu, Xiaoyu, bring him to see me. Is there a problem? Jiyu was puzzled. There is indeed a problem. Go. Yu Wuxuang said. Jiyu nodded and chased after Lin Tian's figure. After Lin Tian left the martial arts practice field, the cultivation exchange ended quickly. After all, how could they continue after such a battle? At this time, Lin Tian followed Ji Yu to an elegant pavilion in the Valley of the Harp. Yu Wushuang was sitting inside. "Senior, is there a problem?" Lin Tian asked. Yu Wushuang nodded and said, "The technique you used just now, was it the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop?" Staring at Lin Tian, Yu Wushuang's expression was serious. "No. No?" Yu Wushuang frowned. As far as she knew, only the 100 Refinements secret technique could achieve this. Lin Tian shook his head, "No. How could I learn the techniques of the 100 Refinements workshop?" Yu Wushuang nodded. Indeed, it was impossible for Lin Tian to learn the 100 Refinements secret technique. After thinking for a while, she asked again, "Did you use this technique before this?" "Yes." Lin Tiandao told her about his battle with Bai Yunfei. Yu Wushuang said, "In short, you have to be careful of the people of the 100 Refinements workshop in the future. I believe that you don't practice the techniques of the 100 Refinements workshop, but you know a martial technique that's almost the same as the 100 Refinements secret technique. The people of the 100 Refinements workshop will probably make trouble for you. This cultivation exchange can't continue. In a while, Xiaoyu will take you around the valley. When you go back to the Burning Sun sect tomorrow, you don't have to go with the others. I'll personally send you back." Lin Tianyi was stunned. "You're sending me back?" Yu Wushuang's words really surprised him. According to the time, when you came to the Valley of the Harp, Bai Yunfei should have just returned to the 100 Refinements workshop. He should have already told the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop about everything. He might have even alarmed the elders of the Burning Sun sect. Yu Wushuang said, "The 100 Refinements secret technique is known as the strongest technique of the 4 great schools. You know a technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique, so the 100 Refinements workshop won't let you go easily. Using this as an excuse, I'm afraid that when you return to the Burning Sun sect, there will be a flying powerhouse from the 100 Refinements workshop waiting for you. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die." Lin Tianyi was shocked. He hadn't thought about this before, but now that he heard Yu Wushuang mention it, his expression changed slightly. Indeed, the weapon manipulation technique he practiced was too similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique. Even if he knew that it wasn't the 100 Refinements secret technique, the 100 Refinements workshop wouldn't think so. Taking a step back, even if the 100 Refinements workshop knew that their techniques had never been leaked, they still wouldn't tolerate someone using a technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique. It was very likely that the 100 Refinements workshop would make a move against him. "Don't worry too much. Once I send you back to the Burning Sun sect, there won't be any more problems." Yu Wushuang said, "Although the current head of the Burning Sun sect and your master aren't blood brothers, they're closer than blood brothers. He'll definitely do his best to protect you. After you return to the Burning Sun sect, as long as you don't leave the mountain, the people of the 100 Refinements workshop won't be able to do anything to you." Lin Tian nodded, bowed seriously, and expressed his gratitude to Yu Wushuang. The head of a sect had a very high status, yet she was going to personally send him back to the Burning Sun sect. This kindness was not light. Most importantly, this wasn't his request, but Yu Wushuang herself. This made him feel even more grateful. "It's fine. You're the disciple of an old drunkard, and you'll be Little Yu's future husband. It's only natural that I help you," Yu Wushuang said. After leaving Yu Wushuang's place, Lin Tian frowned, thinking about what Yu Wushuang had just said to him. "What did Master say to you? You've been pulling a long face ever since you came out." Ji Yu asked. When Yu Wushuang and Lin Tian were talking, Ji Yu wasn't allowed to listen. She didn't want Ji Yu to worry about Lin Tian's safety and affect her cultivation. Therefore, Ji Yu didn't know what the two were talking about in the room. "It's nothing." Lin Tian quickly relaxed his brows, and a smile appeared on his face. Ji Yu said, "Oh." Although she found something strange, she didn't ask further since Lin Tian didn't want to talk about it. After that, she led Lin Tian around the Valley of the Harp. They passed by some quiet pavilions, some secluded green forests, and some cultivation areas. Not long after, they arrived in front of a stone wall at the back of the Valley of the Harp. Looking at it, the stone wall seemed to be quite large, and carved with lifelike stone lotuses. This is the White Lotus Sword Wall, one of the most important places in the Valley of the Harp. Ji Yu said. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then why did you bring me here? I'm not from the Valley of the Harp. Master said it doesn't matter. She can take you anywhere in the Valley of the Harp. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian said, oh. Since Yu Wushuang said so, he didn't mind. The sun was setting. Lin Tian stared at the stone wall for a few dozen breaths, and then prepared to leave for the next place. However, at this moment, his knowledge suddenly shook. He saw that the originally ordinary stone lotuses on the stone wall in front of him seemed to come alive at this moment, swaying slightly. Lin Tian was a little surprised. It was just a stone wall, but at this time, the stone lotuses on the stone wall actually moved in his field of vision. They swayed as if they were real lotuses, and there were even specks of brilliance. At this time, his sea of consciousness shook, and huge waves suddenly appeared. In an instant, Lin Tian was completely stunned. Ji Yu saw that Lin Tianyi did not move and was slightly curious. However, in the next moment, Ji Yu was slightly surprised because Lin Tian's glabella suddenly lit up. Moreover, there was an obviously powerful fluctuation of vital essence on his body. Ji Yu did not know what was happening to Lin Tian at this moment, but she knew that this was a very important moment for Lin Tian. Immediately, she retreated a few feet away from Lin Tian and then cautiously scanned the surroundings to protect Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared ahead. The stone lotuses swayed and shone brightly. Gradually, his sea of consciousness shook even more violently. At this moment, the scene in his field of vision completely changed. Many real white lotuses intertwined in the surroundings, swaying slightly under the sunlight and dancing quietly in the breeze. Lin Tian felt that at this moment, his soul was somewhat shaken. A solid sword essence. Lin Tian was shocked. At this time, he clearly felt an extremely majestic sword essence on the stone wall. It was so strong that it was somewhat frightening. Buzz. Suddenly, in his field of vision, the white lotuses swayed even more violently, and lotus petals flew up one by one. Lin Tian stared straight ahead. Then, with a clang, the lotus petals flew up and turned into rays of sword light. These sword lights circled in Lin Tian's field of vision, clanging like countless birds flapping their wings. In the next moment, Lin Tian was shocked again because these dense sword lights were all aimed at him, and all of them were shooting towards him. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, he instinctively stood where he was and stared at the boundless sword light that was rushing towards him. Within these sword lights, he could feel a sword aura that was extremely powerful and frightening. Whoosh! 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 The dense sword lights intertwined, and the lotus petals fluttered, rushing into his glabella. Lin Tian felt a slight pain in his glabella. In the next moment, his sea of consciousness was filled with sword lights, and these sword lights occupied his entire sea of consciousness in an instant. Then, not long after, these sword lights all moved and slashed towards his sea of consciousness one by one, as if they were going to shatter his sea of consciousness. Staring at this scene, Lin Tian was surprisingly calm, and stared straight at the sword lights that were slashing down. It was even to the extent that he automatically withdrew a strand of his divine sense to move against the slashing force of these sword lights, and he started to deduce the formidable sword insight that resided within them. Clang! The dense sword lights continued to slash down, slashing his divine consciousness. Lin Tian was shocked. His sea of consciousness was indeed slashed, but there was no intense pain as expected. On the contrary, every time his sea of consciousness was slashed, he felt his divine consciousness become stronger. This feeling was similar to when he took the spirit-forging pill. No, it was even more amazing than that time. Buzz! The sword lights were bright and clanging. Then, Lin Tian's entire sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Lin Tian watched all this. As the sword lights continued to fall, he found that his divine consciousness was becoming crystal clear, and his sea of consciousness was gradually expanding and becoming more vast. In just a few dozen breaths, Lin Tian found that his divine consciousness had more than doubled, and his cultivation had also climbed to the middle of the third sky of the sea of consciousness in an instant. At this time, the sword lights in his sea of consciousness were still slashing down. Sword. It's all swords. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His divine consciousness slashed down with the dense sword lights, and a strange and vague trajectory gradually appeared in his mind. As his divine consciousness continued to chase after the dense sword lights, this trajectory became clearer and clearer. Lin Tian felt that this trajectory seemed to be a powerful sword technique. Bow. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian had been looking at his sea of consciousness the entire time. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a white lotus flower growing out from a certain location within his sea of consciousness. Green leaves grew out from both sides of the lotus flower. This lotus was very small at first, but as the endless sword light slashed down, this white lotus gradually grew bigger. Bow. 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 Soon, the same sound was heard. In just a moment, white lotuses appeared in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, almost covering the entire sea of consciousness. At this time, the sword light that rushed into his glabella had completely cut into his sea of consciousness. Lin Tianji felt that his divine consciousness had become much stronger. The white lotuses took root in his sea of consciousness, causing his divine consciousness to become extremely calm and stable. Also, at this time, the sword essence that he was chasing with his divine consciousness became extremely clear, and the vague trajectory of the sword momentum became completely clear. White Lotus Sword Manual. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the complete White Lotus Sword Manual appeared in his sea of consciousness. Wang. As this sword momentum became clear, his entire body's essence, qi, and spirit sword, and the tyrannical waves of vital essence involuntarily surged. Beams of bright light rushed out and condensed into a huge white lotus above his head in an instant. At the same time, with him as the center, a radius of 30 feet was also filled with vital essence lotuses. This is? Not far away, Jiyu looked at this scene and was completely stunned. Almost at the same time, in the Valley of the Harp, a few of the giants were all shocked. In just a moment, 5 figures flashed over, each of them exuding an extremely powerful aura. 5 Zephyr powerhouses, the 6 giants of the Valley of the Harp, except for the Supreme Elder, all 5 of them were here. Junior. Suyu's voice was cold as she slapped her palm over. Yu Wushuang's face darkened. She slashed out with her sword and forced Suyu to retreat more than 10 feet. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being merciless. Yu Wushuang's face was a little cold. Suyu was older than her and had competed with her for the position of Valley Master. They had always been at odds with each other. Usually, for the sake of the peaceful development of the Valley of the Harp, she did not lower herself to Suyu's level. But now, Suyu had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Tian, which made her feel a little cold. Suyu's face was gloomy as she said angrily, "This is the most important place in the Valley of the Harp. You actually allowed an outsider to enter here and spy on the secrets of the Valley of the Harp. Now, you're stopping me from suppressing him. Are you trying to bring disaster to the Valley of the Harp?" The other 3 elders who were standing in the sky frowned as they looked at Yu Wushuang. He's Li Chongfeng's disciple. He can go anywhere in the Valley of the Harp. Yu Wushuang said indifferently. Suyu's face suddenly turned green, and her eyes were burning with anger. In the sky, the other 3 elders were shocked. "Valley Master, is this young man really Li Chongfeng's disciple?" one of them asked. Yu Wushuang's expression was calm as she nodded. The frown on the 3 elders' faces disappeared. That person actually took in a disciple, and this is such a familiar scene. Staring at Lin Tian, whose eyes were still closed, the 3 elders' eyes were shining brightly. As expected of that man's disciple. He's really a monster. One of them sighed. They looked deeply at Lin Tianyi, then nodded to Yu Wushuang and left in the blink of an eye. Suyu's face was cold as she finally left with a flick of her sleeve. "Master." Jiyu shouted. Yu Wushuang nodded and walked down from the sky to Jiyu's side. Staring at Lin Tian in front of her, Yu Wushuang's eyes flashed with a faint light. She was surprised and helpless. Soon, an hour passed. The aura on Lin Tian's body gradually subsided, and he finally opened his eyes. At this time, his sea of consciousness had expanded a lot, and his divine sense was crystal clear and much stronger. His cultivation had directly climbed to the peak of the 3rd layer of the sea of consciousness. As long as he cultivated a little, he could easily step into the fourth layer of the sea of consciousness. You're awake? Yu Wushuang said. Lin Tian turned around and saw Yu Wushuang. He was stunned for a moment, then bowed. After a pause, he said, "That, Senior, I accidentally found the White Lotus Sword Manual." At this time, not only had his divine sense become much stronger, but he also had the complete White Lotus Sword Manual, the Valley of the Harp's secret technique. He naturally would not hide this from Yu Wushuang. After all, Yu Wushuang was the Valley of the Harp's Valley Master. Ah? Next to him, Ji Yu was a little surprised. Lin Tian had comprehended the Valley of the Harp's strongest cultivation technique. Yu Wushuang, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She merely nodded her head indifferently. Clearly, she already knew. Staring at Lin Tian, her expression became a little more serious. You can cultivate on your own, but you must never spread it, understand? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, "Senior, don't worry. Lin Tian swears that if this gets out, I will be destroyed by the heavens." Lin Tian knew how important the White Lotus Sword Manual was to the Valley of the Harp. Once it got out, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Valley of the Harp. It could be said to be devastating. "I believe you." Yu Wushuang nodded. Ji Yu was a little puzzled and asked, "Master, you seem to have known from the beginning that he had comprehended the White Lotus Sword Manual. In that case, the other elders should have known as well, but other than Elder Su, the other three did not make things difficult for Lin Tian. Could this be?" After a pause, Ji Yu said, "Is it related to his master?" Lin Tianyi was stunned. The other elders also knew, but other than Su Yu, no one made things difficult for him. This was a little too strange. After all, he had comprehended the Valley of the Harp's secret technique. "Senior, this," Lin Tian could not help but look at Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang nodded. "This stone wall was left behind by the ancestors of the Valley of the Harp. Back then, our Valley of the Harp could barely be called one of the four major sections. Our strength was very weak, because at that time, the White Lotus Sword Manual was not complete. There were many places missing, especially the 9th layer, which was the most severely missing. Until that year, Li Changfeng came to the Valley of the Harp as a guest. It was also here that at the age of 20, he comprehended the complete White Lotus Sword Manual from the stone wall, and engraved it into a jade scroll and handed it to the master of the Valley of the Harp, who is now the highest elder. The complete White Lotus Sword Manual, it should not be difficult for you to imagine how important it was to the Valley of the Harp. At that time, the highest elder almost fainted from joy. It was also after that, with the complete White Lotus Sword Manual, the strength of the Valley of the Harp rapidly increased. From barely being called one of the four major sects, it is now no weaker than the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect. Only the 100 Refinements Workshop can slightly suppress us. All of this is thanks to Li Changfeng." Hearing this, Lin Tian and Ji Yu were both greatly shocked. From the looks of it, this was indeed a great kindness. Yu Wushuang looked at Lin Tian. "So, as the disciple of an old drunkard, you can freely walk around the Valley of the Harp. Even if you want to learn the White Lotus Sword Manual, you can do so because your master knows the White Lotus Sword Manual. If you really want to learn it, your master can teach it to you, and our Valley of the Harp does not have the qualifications to stop you. Rather than that, our Valley of the Harp passing it down to you is the same. There is no substantial difference." Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tian and Ji Yu were both a little surprised when they heard Yu Wushuang's words. They never thought that an old drunkard would have done such a great favor for the Valley of the Harp back then. Booknet. Ji Yu snickered. "You got a great bargain." Lin Tian was speechless. Yu Wushuang looked at Lin Tian and sighed. "How should I put it? You two are indeed master and disciple. Your master comprehended the complete White Lotus Sword Manual here back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, you would come here and comprehend it as well." "That's true." Ji Yu smiled. Lin Tian was a little speechless and embarrassed. He looked at Ji Yu and suddenly felt a little puzzled. He asked Yu Wushuang, "Speaking of which, didn't you say that Ji Yu was very talented? Why didn't she feel anything when she looked at the stone wall?" "Because she has already cultivated the complete White Lotus Sword Manual. Naturally, she wouldn't feel anything from the stone wall." Yu Wushuang said. Lin Tianyi was stunned. He thought about it and found that it made sense. Yu Wushuang once again instructed Lin Tian not to spread the White Lotus Sword mantra. Then she said, "Let little you take you to other places. I have to go and discuss this matter with the Taishang elder. At this time tomorrow, come find me again." After saying that, Yu Wushuang left. Ji Yu then took Lin Tian to other places in the Valley of the Harp. They only separated at night. Lin Tian went back to his room and closed his eyes. The White Lotus Sword Manual's cultivation methods and sword techniques reverberated in his mind over and over again. The airborne realm is really powerful, Lin Tian thought to himself. The White Lotus Sword Manual at the airborne realm was a combination of cultivation methods and martial arts. There was even the White Lotus Phantom Movement technique, which was very extraordinary. Lin Tian scanned it from beginning to end. In the end, his gaze still locked onto the 9 sword moves of the 100 Refinements sword canon. He discovered that the 9 sword moves were all extremely exquisite, far stronger than the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Speaking of which, an old drunkard is pretty good. Back then, he actually helped the Valley of the Harp organize the complete White Lotus Sword Manual. I wonder if that old guy practiced this sword manual. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Come to think of it, it had been 2 months since he last saw an old drunkard, and he missed him. After a pause, Lin Tian shook his head and lay down to rest. The night passed quickly. The next morning, led by Lu Jia, several outer disciples of the Valley of the Harp sent them off. The disciples of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect left the Valley of the Harp one after another. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion did not care about Lin Tian. As for the Burning Sun sect, Ling Yi disliked Lin Tian even more. Naturally, he did not care about when Lin Tian would return to the Burning Sun sect. He directly took the rest of the people and left. On this day, Lin Tian walked in the Valley of the Harp. Of course, Ji Yu accompanied him. When this scene fell into the eyes of Lu Jia and the others, many people came up to him and asked him all sorts of questions. Lin Tian also discovered that in the entire Valley of the Harp, only Xinyan and Ji Yu did not get along well. The other disciples of the Valley of the Harp liked Ji Yu very much and got along very well. As such, he was able to set his mind at ease. Soon, the sky became a little dark. Lin Tian arrived outside Yu Wushuang's room. With a creak, the door opened by itself. Let's go. Yu Wushuang walked out. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Lin Tian Ondao. Yu Wushuang waved her hand and told Ji Yu a few things. Then, she took Lin Tian and left from the other side of the Valley of the Harp. About 3 days later, Yu Wushuang brought Lin Tian to the stone steps of the Burning Sun sect. Okay, I won't go up. After returning to the sect, you should seize the time to cultivate and step into the realm of flying. With your aptitude, I think it will take you at most 2 years. Yu Wushuang said. Lin Tian sincerely expressed his thanks again, and then walked up to the Burning Sun sect. Yu Wushuang stood in place until Lin Tian boarded the Burning Sun sect, and then left. At this time, a purple-robed old man walked out from behind an old tree. I didn't think that Yu Wushuang would actually send that bastard all the way back to the Burning Sun sect. This old man was an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. After learning that Lin Tian went to the Valley of the Harp, he waited on the road from the Valley of the Harp to the Burning Sun sect. But he didn't expect that the master of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, would actually personally escort Lin Tian back to the Burning Sun sect. It seems that I can only force the Burning Sun sect to hand him over. With a low voice, the old man quietly left. After walking up the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian went to the duty hall because he needed to register his return. You're willing to come back? Puan smiled. Lin Tian was a little puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't the Valley of the Harp full of beautiful female disciples? I thought you were staying in the land of warmth. Puan teased. Lin Tian, okay, I'm too lazy to ask why you came back later than the others. Ling Yi, that brat, fiercely complained about you. Puan smiled. On the way back, you didn't stop arguing with him, right? Who cares about him? Lin Tian Ondao. Puan waved his hand. Okay, go do your own thing. Lin Tian nodded, and then left the duty hall, walking out of his residence. Along the way, many disciples saw Lin Tian with a respectful expression. Many outer disciples even took the initiative to greet him. In this regard, Lin Tian didn't think too highly of himself. As long as someone came to greet him, he would politely respond with a smile. As he walked, Lin Tian saw an eyesore. The Burning Sun sect's deacon, Xianxia. You can actually come back alive, your luck is really good. Xianxia said coldly. Even if your whole family is dead, I will still live well. Lin Tian ondao. After saying that, he didn't look at Xianxia anymore and walked away. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Xianxia's face was ashen, and his eyes were cold. Little bastard, you won't live for long. The 100 refinement square won't let you go. Just wait for your death. With a low voice, Xianxia walked in the opposite direction. When Lin Tian returned to his residence, the sky had already darkened. Lin Tian didn't rest. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the 4 extreme meridians. In the Valley of the Harp, he had comprehended the complete White Lotus Sword manual. His knowledge sea had undergone a baptism, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Now, after returning to the sect, he began to cultivate immediately, preparing to rush to the 4th heavenly layer in one fell swoop. Buzz. Faint silver light lingered and intertwined around his body. At this time, he didn't use the spirit refining rune. Instead, he only unfolded 3 spirit gathering runes, drawing in the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the power of stars. Then, he seriously immersed himself in the cultivation of his knowledge sea. At this time, his knowledge sea was filled with white lotuses. As he began to cultivate his knowledge sea, these white lotuses swayed slightly. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused. Between his eyebrows, light flashed little by little. The consciousness in his knowledge sea trembled slightly with the swaying of the white lotuses. At this moment, his knowledge sea wasn't as turbulent as it was when he took the spirit forging pill. Instead, there were only wisps of ripples spreading out, and with each ripple, his spiritual energy grew stronger. Strange, these white lotuses don't disappear? Lin Tian frowned. When he was comprehending the White Lotus Sword mantra in the Zither Serene Valley, white lotuses had appeared in his sea of consciousness. He originally thought that it was just a strange phenomenon that occurred when he was comprehending the White Lotus Sword mantra and that it would soon disappear. Unexpectedly, after so long, these white lotuses were still in his sea of consciousness and showed no signs of disappearing. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, but in the end, he still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, next time I see an old drunkard, I'll ask that old guy. He muttered to himself. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian continued to cultivate. In the darkness, a faint silver brilliance intertwined around his body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and the power of stars fell with it, surrounding his entire body. In this way, his cultivation of divine sense became much smoother than that of ordinary people. About 6 hours later, a majestic force burst out from his body. At that moment, Lin Tian only felt his senses become slightly stronger. He looked into his sea of consciousness and discovered that it had expanded a little. The white lotuses in his sea of consciousness had become even more lustrous, and there was a faint glow circulating around them. Even his sea of consciousness was covered in a layer of white light, making it seem very hazy. 4th layer of knowledge sea. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed. After reaching the 4th layer of knowledge sea, his knowledge sea became stronger, and his spiritual sense became more sensitive. At the same time, the true essence in his body naturally became more vigorous. Lin Tian clenched his fists, only to feel that his battle strength had increased several times in an instant. Who? Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian calmed his heart and closed his eyes again. He took out a dozen essence fortifying pills from the stone ring, swallowed them, and once again operated the 4 extreme scripture. Essence fortifying pills were very useful for sorting out true essence. Lin Tian relied on essence fortifying pills to sort out his true essence and stabilize his current realm. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The next day, Lin Tian got up early to wash up, faced the morning sun, and then went to the celestial river tower. With his true essence sorted out and his realm consolidated, he wanted to rely on the power of the celestial river tower to stabilize his knowledge sea. Entering the celestial river tower, Lin Tian spread out his knowledge sea and directly broke through the first layer of the celestial river tower to reach the second layer. Then, he spread out his knowledge sea and broke through the second and third layers of the celestial river tower to reach the fourth layer. As soon as he entered the fourth layer, Lin Tian shook violently, as if a big stone had hit his head. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a magnificent starry river above the fourth floor of the celestial river pagoda. The starry river was so dense that it was frightening. Mysterious arc-shaped waves were constantly pressing down on him like sharp blades, giving off an astonishing pressure. The pressure in the fourth layer of the celestial river tower is much stronger than the third layer. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without thinking much, Lin Tian quickly sat down cross-legged and released his knowledge sea to resist the invisible impact falling from the celestial river tower. As his knowledge sea shook, his knowledge sea also released his knowledge sea and pressed forward. Cultivating one's knowledge sea in the celestial river tower was to use one's knowledge sea to resist the impact falling from the celestial river tower and then split it apart to hone one's knowledge sea. Lin Tian released his knowledge sea to resist the impact falling from the fourth layer of the celestial river tower, but he only felt that it took a lot of effort. Buzz. Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tian was shocked. The force of impact from the river of stars was invisible, and he could only see the waves by relying on his divine sense. Moreover, he could only rely on his divine sense to push the waves towards the river of stars, but he couldn't destroy them. But now, the lotus petals that floated out from his sea of knowledge didn't just push them away, they even directly shattered some of them. This kind of impact can be said to be similar to the existence of divine sense. These lotus petals can actually cut divine sense? Lin Tian was shocked. Intersection. Until now, he had never heard of a method that could cut divine sense, at least not under the celestial reaching realm. Staring at the star river above, Lin Tian was a little scared. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and took the initiative to communicate with the white lotuses in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the white lotuses swayed and broke. Lotus petals floated out of them and cut toward the star river under his mind. Chi. 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 The lotus petals floated out and cut the invisible impact falling from the star river, cutting a gap in it. Lin Tian was moved. He took out the lotus petals again and kept cutting them forward. Sizzling sounds continued to ring out as the formless impact from the river of stars was continuously shattered. However, gradually, the impact from the river of stars became much stronger. It was difficult for the lotus petals to shatter, and they were unable to advance any further. These lotus petals can cut the impact falling from the star river, but it still depends on my own cultivation. Lin Tian thought to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian took a deep breath, stood up, and left the star river pagoda with his divine sense. At this moment, he was eager to try what kind of power the white lotuses in his sea of consciousness had and whether they could be used in a battle. Walking out of the Star River Pagoda, he didn't hesitate and soon came to the Demon Ceiling Gorge. Roar. Awoo. Thousands of feet deep in the Demon Ceiling Gorge, the roars of demonic beasts kept coming out, and the air was filled with a strong demonic aura. Lin Tian looked around and soon found a 7th-level demonic beast, the Iron-Scaled Lion. The Iron-Scaled Lion was at least 6 meters tall and was easily angered. In front of a human, it was simply a colossus, extremely frightening. When Lin Tian saw the Iron-Scaled Lion, he did not hesitate. He stepped in front of it and raised his hand to punch it. The Iron-Scaled Lion was enraged by the pain. It swiped its claw at Lin Tian. Lin Tian retreated, using the Yin and Yang Liang to dodge. At the same time, light flickered between his eyebrows, and several lotus petals swept out. The lotus petal seemed to be as light as a feather, but in the blink of an eye, it pierced into the head of the Iron-Scaled Lion. Roar. Suddenly, the Iron-Scaled Lion let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground with a thump, its body twitching uncontrollably. It can be used in battle. Lin Tianwei was delighted. However, Lin Tian was a little surprised because the Iron-Scaled Lion's cries were really miserable. Looking at it up close, the Iron-Scaled Lion's eyes were bloodshot and saliva was dripping from the corner of its mouth as if it was having epilepsy. This, Lin Tian's heart shook. Were those few lotus petals' offensive power so strong? In any case, this iron-scaled lion was a powerful demonic beast comparable to a spiritual sea cultivator. Lin Tian stood guard not far from the iron-scaled lion, observing its reaction. He heard the iron-scaled lion's cries getting weaker and weaker. After a few minutes, it finally got better and struggled to stand up from the ground. At this time, when it looked at Lin Tian again, the iron-scaled lion's eyes were no longer angry. Instead, they were filled with fear. It turned around and fled. Lin Tian was stunned. The iron-scaled lion, known for its belligerence, actually fled after being hit. Shaking his head, Lin Tian continued to walk deeper into the demon ceiling gorge. Not long after, he encountered a flaming eagle. It was an 8th-level demonic beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the 4th level of the spiritual sea. He took a step forward, clenched his fist, and swung it. The flaming eagle was furious. A human dared to attack it like this. It opened its mouth and a shocking flame was spat out. The flame's temperature was frighteningly high. In an instant, it ignited a nearby patch of old wood, burning it rapidly. Lin Tian frowned. His spiritual sea shook, and lotus petals once again floated out, slashing toward the flaming eagle like swords. The flaming eagle opened its mouth and spat out another stream of flame. The flame instantly engulfed the lotus petals, causing Lin Tian to frown. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The lotus petals he sent out were not affected by the flame at all. Their speed did not change, as if they had not encountered anything. They passed through the raging flames directly and slashed into the flaming eagle's head. Awoo! Just like the iron-scaled lion, the flaming eagle let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Tian looked over, only to see that just like the iron-scaled lion, the flaming eagle's entire body was twitching, saliva dripping from its mouth, and its eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, there was another similarity between them, and that was that there was not a single wound on their bodies. This caused Lin Tian's eyes to flicker as a bright light swiftly flashed across them. Could it be that this white lotus directly attacked their brain nerves? Lin Tian's expression changed. Every living thing had a brain nerve, and all the reactions of all living things were basically related to the brain nerve. Therefore, the importance of the brain nerve was self-evident. It was the same as the heart. When the brain nerve was attacked, the pain was unimaginable. Once the brain nerve was damaged, the living thing would die without a doubt. For cultivators above the spiritual sea realm, the brain nerve was born in the spiritual sea and integrated with it. At this time, the spiritual sea became the most important part of the human body. Lin Tian imagined what had happened in the Xianxia pagoda. The white lotus could cut through the invisible force falling from the Xianxia pagoda. By inference, it could also attack the spiritual sea. This, Lin Tian could not help but widen his eyes. It seemed that the white lotus in his spiritual sea was terrifying. After a pause, Lin Tian suddenly remembered that the white lotus he had summoned just now seemed to be completely unaffected by the flaming eagle's flames. It was not hindered in any way. This made him think of a possibility. Could these white lotus petals be the same as the invisible force in the Xianxia pagoda? Ordinary forces can't stop them? Thinking of this, Lin Tian summoned the white lotus petals and slashed them in all directions. When the white lotus petals encountered tangible trees or stones, they were not hindered and directly passed through them. The trees and stones were not damaged in the slightest, as if the lotus petals were illusory. After quietly pondering for a moment, Lin Tian controlled the white lotus petals to attack him, while he took out the heart spirit sword and slashed out bolts of lightning sword light to block Lin Tian's attack. Soon after, he discovered that this method was completely useless. In the end, he tried to summon his spiritual sea. Only then was he barely able to stop the oncoming lotus petals. Sure enough, only the spiritual sea can stop this white lotus. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After scanning the demon ceiling gorge, Lin Tian walked to other places to find more demonic beasts to fight. Among them, he had experimented with Class 1 demonic beasts to Class 8 demonic beasts. The result was that all demonic beasts below Class 7 died tragically after being attacked by his white lotus. Although Class 7 demonic beasts and Class 8 demonic beasts could resist, they could not withstand too many attacks. He fought with a powerful peak Class 7 demonic beast, a rainbow-armored leopard. After using the same attack 4 times in a row, the rainbow-armored leopard died. So powerful. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He never imagined that the White Lotus in his spiritual sea would give him such a pleasant surprise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian stared into the distance and stepped out again to find more powerful demonic beasts to practice his White Lotus attack. Meanwhile, in another place, the 100 Refinements Workshop. Because the 100 Refinements Workshop controlled the 100 Refinements secret technique, it was recognized as the strongest among the 4 major sects. There were many geniuses in the sect. On this day, 2 guests came to the 100 Refinements Workshop. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion, Xianxia. The Valley of the Harp, Suyu. Is there something you need? The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop welcomed them with a faint smile in a secluded pavilion. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Not long ago, my disciple went to the Valley of the Harp and discovered that a little bastard of the Burning Sun sect actually controlled your sect's 100 Refinements secret technique. I wonder if Owner Ge knows about this." The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop was called Ge Fengming. His eyes narrowed when he heard Xianxia's words. "Elder Su, could it be that you've come for this as well?" The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. "Of course." Suyu paused for a moment before a dim light flashed in her eyes. She said, "May I know what Owner Ge thinks about this matter? This old lady feels that this bastard has secretly learned your sect's secret technique and should be killed." A bright light flashed in the eyes of the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Soon after, he smiled. "To be honest, my 100 Refinements Workshop is already aware of this matter. I heard that when that bastard went to the Valley of the Harp to pay a visit, we secretly sent people to capture him. Unfortunately, when that bastard returned to the Burning Sun sect, the owner of the Valley of the Harp personally escorted him. Although the people sent by my 100 Refinements Workshop were not weaker than the owner of the Valley of the Harp, we did not take action in order to maintain harmony with the Valley of the Harp." Suyu's expression turned cold. "That bitch Yu Wushuang actually personally escorted that bastard." Suyu clenched her teeth. Xianxia's eyes flickered before he said, "In that case, what does Owner Ge plan to do next?" Hearing this, Suyu also looked at the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Lin Tian had once killed Jiang Renwen in front of Xianxia. This caused Xianxia to lose a lot of face. This time, his direct disciple, Di Wenhong, had also been seriously injured by Lin Tian. Xianxia naturally wanted to kill Lin Tian. As for Suyu, she was in the same situation as Xianxia. Her reputation had been damaged several times because of Lin Tian. She also wanted to get rid of Lin Tian. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said, "The 100 Refinements secret technique is extremely important to my 100 Refinements Workshop. No matter what, my 100 Refinements Workshop must retrieve it. In a few days, us old fellows will personally visit the Burning Sun sect and ask for it." As he spoke, the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop looked at Xianxia and Suyu. "The 2 of you have come at the right time. May I know if the 2 of you can help? My 100 Refinements Workshop will give you sufficient benefits." Xianxia and Suyu looked at each other and frowned. "I'm afraid the Burning Sun sect will not give it to us." Suyu shook her head. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said, "If they don't give it to us, we'll snatch it by force. The secret technique of my 100 Refinements Workshop must not fall into the hands of others." "Snatch it by force?" Xianxia said, "I'm afraid that's not very likely. The Burning Sun sect also has an extremely powerful mountain defense array. Once it's activated, entering it rashly will only lead to disaster." Suyu nodded as well. "Don't worry. There are also people in the Burning Sun sect who wish for that evil creature to be killed. They will help us." The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said. Xianxia and Suyu were moved. "Are you serious?" "Of course." The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said. Xianxia and Suyu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "All right, I'll follow you to the Burning Sun sect," Xianxia said. Suyu nodded as a cold light flickered in her eyes. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop laughed. "Thank you, elders. After this matter is completed, the 100 Refinements Workshop will definitely give you sufficient benefits." Burning Sun Sect, Demon Sealing Gorge. Lin Tian constantly searched for powerful demon beasts to battle. His control of the White Lotus and his knowledge sea was becoming more and more skillful. Soon, 4 hours passed. All right. Lin Tian secretly said as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He operated the 4 extreme scripture and recovered his true essence on the spot. Then, he returned to the Burning Sun sect. Reading on a mobile phone staring at the green-robed old man, Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. This person should be Lingye's master, Elder 2 of the sect. After a pause, Lin Tian didn't stop and continued towards the Burning Sun sect. Stop. A cold shout rang out. Lingyi obviously noticed Lin Tian and blocked in front of Lin Tian. Not far away, the green-robed old man glanced over and didn't react. Get out of the way. Lin Tian said coldly. Lingyi snorted and didn't talk nonsense. He directly punched at Lin Tian. A few days ago, Lin Tian embarrassed him several times. After returning from the Valley of the Harp, he asked his master to help him cultivate. That was why he appeared in the Demon Ceiling Gorge. After a few days of harsh cultivation, his strength had increased a lot. Coincidentally, he met Lin Tian at this time. His eyes immediately turned cold. How could he be willing to let Lin Tian leave? He wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He slapped forward. This slap was not light. It shook the air and made a buzzing sound. Lingye's face changed. Lin Tian had also become stronger. He was much stronger than when he was in the Valley of the Harp. This made his face turn gloomy. How could he know that Lin Tian had now stepped into the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness? Compared to when he was in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness, it was normal for his combat strength to become stronger. Bang! Lingye's punch was even more ruthless. His fist carried a thick true essence. The fist and palm collided, making a muffled sound like a drum. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He had fought with Lingyi several times. At this time, he also found that Lingyi was much stronger. At least, his physical strength had a very obvious improvement compared to before. He tilted his head and looked at the green-robed old man not far away. He immediately understood that this flying expert must have undergone extraordinary training for Lingyi. Clang! The sound of the saber rang out, and a scorching airflow was generated. Lingyi swung his treasured saber. A cold light flashed, and an old tree in the distance was split into 2. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his right hand, the inner spirit sword appeared and slashed down diagonally. Now, after stepping into the 4th layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his battle prowess was much stronger than when he was in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness. After using the Azure Thunder Sword technique, the entire space was filled with the sound of swords. Lingye's expression was very cold. He was very unhappy with the fact that Lin Tian had become stronger. Falling moon! Lingyi suddenly shouted. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He saw densely packed energy sabers appearing like falling moons. With a clang, Lin Tian slashed out with his flaming thunder sword. Boom! The collision of the 2 powerful forces caused a hurricane to erupt. Pochin! Lingyi shouted again. This slash was even more powerful than the falling moon, and it carried with it an extremely threatening stream of flames. Lin Tian clearly felt the pressure. He could tell that Lingyi was using an airborne realm martial arts technique. He glanced behind him. The old man in the green robe stood still and could not see what was in front of him. So, his glabella gradually lit up. I haven't tested this move on a cultivator yet. Now is the time, he said coldly. In an instant, a lotus petal floated out from his glabella and slashed towards Lingyi like a blade. Child's play. Lingyi raised his hand and slashed down. However, the lotus petal went through the long blade and directly into his head. Lingyi was shocked and immediately screamed. With a bang, he was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Lingye's body twitched. His eyes were bloodshot. He tore his hair like a madman. Not far away, the old man in the green robe stared at Ling Yi lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not see Lin Tian's attack just now. At this moment, he did not notice any wounds on Lingye's body. However, Ling Yi was lying on the ground and howling in pain. It looked like he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Lin Tian stared at Ling Yi, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. As expected, you can directly attack the sea of consciousness. After a dozen breaths, Ling Yi felt a little better and struggled to stand up. You. What did you do? Ling Yi roared angrily. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yi coldly and then walked towards the burning sun sect. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian's back. Anger surged in his eyes. He wanted to chase after him, but he only felt a sharp pain in his head. This sharp pain made his whole body feel a little numb. Even his vision was affected. He forced himself to endure it. Lin Tian jumped onto an old tree and jumped again, appearing dozens of feet away. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The old man in the green robe stood in front of him. Lin Tian's footsteps paused. His face suddenly darkened. Elder Two, what is the meaning of this? The old man in the green robe did not say anything. He stared at Lin Tian for a moment and then directly slammed his palm towards him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He suddenly felt a strong pressure. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He held up the Thunderfire sword and a majestic sword intent crazily surged out. The old man in the green robe narrowed his eyes. He still calmly slammed his palm forward, instantly shattering everything. Seeing this, Ling Yi was pleasantly surprised. He clenched his fists tightly. Facing the old man in the green robe, Lin Tian did not have the calmness he had when facing Ling Yi. He pushed the Thunderfire sword to the extreme and madly slashed at the old man in the green robe to resist the old man's seemingly ordinary but incomparably overbearing palm power. He thought that the old man in the green robe might attack him, but when it really came to this, he was still very angry. Clang! Following his anger, the Thunderfire sword became even more terrifying. Streaks of sword intent rushed towards the old man in the green robe. The old man in the green robe was moved. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He still slammed his right palm down. With a whoosh, the Thunderfire sword that Lin Tian slashed out was instantly shattered. Master, suppress him. Ling Yi laughed. The old man in the green robe glanced at Ling Yi, then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. He slowly slammed his palm forward. What seemed to be a light palm suddenly produced a sky full of palm shadows. Lin Tian gripped the Heart Soul sword tightly. His eyes became even colder. Clang! The clanging of the sword continued. He directly used his strongest move, the Thunderfire sword, to slash apart the palm shadows. At the same time, his glabella lit up again. He was ready to use the White Lotus attack. At the moment, he could only rely on this move to take a gamble. He hoped that the White Lotus attack could create an opening for him, giving him a chance to escape. After all, he was facing a mighty one in the Zephyr Plane. There was no way he could fight back. His only option was to escape. At this moment, the old man in the green robe laughed. You're able to remain calm in the face of a mighty one in the Zephyr Plane. You're not bad, kid. You're just like your master back then. You have the same monstrous talent and the same amazing talent. With a somewhat heroic laugh, the majestic aura on the old man in the green robe disappeared without a trace. Lin Tianwei was stunned and immediately frowned. In the distance, Ling Ye's expression also changed. The old man in the green robe looked at Lin Tian and said, "Don't think too much. I'm just testing your strength." Testing my strength? Lin Tian paused. You thought I was going to help my disciple suppress you? The old man in the green robe snorted and said, I, 2mo, am not that shameless. If you weren't Li Chongfeng's disciple, I wouldn't even bother with you. It's just that I haven't seen Li Chongfeng for many years. When I see his disciple, I can't help but miss you. The old man in the green robe was named 2mo. He was one of the 4 great elders of the Burning Sun sect. He was already 200 years old and his cultivation was at the 3rd tier of the Zephyr Plane. He was very powerful. Lin Tian was speechless. Next to him, Ling Ye's expression changed. He stared at Lin Tian with some horror. You're Li Chongfeng's disciple? Looking at Lin Tian again, Ling Ye's expression became very ugly. In the history of the Burning Sun sect, the most famous name was undoubtedly Li Changfeng. This name even overshadowed the founder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yi and was too lazy to pay attention to him. "What's wrong, kid? Are you unhappy with my disciple?" 2Mo said. Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. As if he knew what Lin Tian was thinking, 2Mo said, "I know that Ling Yi is a bit overbearing in the sect, but it doesn't mean anything. His overbearingness may make many people feel oppressed, but it also makes many disciples work hard to become stronger. Because when he bullies others, others want to bully them back. Isn't this a good thing?" Speaking of this, 2Mo laughed loudly. This is also a kind of motivation for others to work hard to cultivate. Lin Tian was speechless. He only felt that this old man was a bit silly. However, he had to admit that this old man's words did make sense. When people were bullied by others, they would become angry and want to bully them back. If they had such thoughts, they would naturally work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Only then would they have a chance to take revenge. "Oh right, your master, how is he now?" 2Mo asked. "He drinks every day." Lin Tian ondao. "Is that so? That kid still can't forget what happened back then. Since he left that year, 100 years have passed. In 100 years, he hasn't come back even once. Even if he took in a disciple, he only sent a letter back to the sect." 2Mo sighed. "He is probably afraid to see the Grand Elder." Lin Tian had already heard about an old drunkard's past from the Grand Elder. Thinking about it, he also felt a little sad. However, Master's cultivation hasn't fallen behind. "This is the only thing worth rejoicing about," he said. A bright light flashed in 2Mo's eyes. He smiled and said, "I really hope to see that kid again." On the side, Ling Yi looked at 2Mo and Lin Tian chatting together, and his face became more and more ugly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and 2Mo had chatted for an hour. After an hour, he bid farewell to 2Mo and continued to head towards the Burning Sun sect. Looking at Lin Tian's back, 2Mo smiled. "Disciple Ling Yi, your current cultivation is stronger than his, but your combat strength is weaker than his. You must work harder to cultivate. You must work extremely hard." 2Bei smiled. When Lin Tian returned to the residence of the Burning Sun sect, the sky had already darkened. Vaguely, a few stars could be seen in the sky. Because he had constantly consumed his divine sense to experiment with the power of the White Lotus in the Demon Sealing Gorge, his essence, qi, and spirit were seriously exhausted, so at this time, he did not cultivate as usual, but lay down to rest. Soon, the darkness dissipated and the sky gradually brightened. When the morning sun fell, Lin Tian woke up and went directly to the Star River Tower to cultivate and hone his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of the Star River Tower. After resting for an hour, he was ready to go to the Demon Sealing Gorge to cultivate the White Lotus Sword technique. Because, relatively speaking, the Azure Thunder Sword technique was a bit weak. Despite the addition of the flame power, it was not too strong. Now, he needed to master a set of flying grade sword techniques for daily combat. As for the weapon control technique, he wanted to use it as a trump card. Following a path, Lin Tian went straight to the Demon Sealing Gorge. Reading on a mobile phone, several powerful figures arrived above the Burning Sun sect in an instant. Lin Tian saw 2 of them, Xianxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp. Looking at the other 4 people beside them, Lin Tian's heart sank. The 4 of them all exuded an aura similar to Bai Yunfei's. Clearly, they practiced the same technique, which caused Lin Tian's heart to sink. Please search product #bookyannet to see the most complete novel. They're from the 100 Refinements Workshop. He muttered to himself. The Zephyr Realm experts of the 100 Refinements Workshop had come to the Burning Sun sect. He vaguely guessed what was going on and immediately felt an ominous feeling. At this time, the other disciples of the Burning Sun sect naturally saw this scene and were all surprised. 6 Zephyr Realm experts. Isn't that Elder Suyu of the Valley of the Harp? There's also Elder Xianxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. The other four, there's the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. What's the meaning of this? 5 figures walked out from the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. The one in the lead was the master of the Burning Sun sect. Behind the master of the Burning Sun sect were 4 old men named Luo Yu, Tu Meng, Xianxia, and Zhao Hua. They were the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect. Staring at the 6 figures in front of them, the faces of the leaders of the Burning Sun sect were somewhat cold. Intruding into the Burning Sun sect like this could be said to be looking down on the Burning Sun sect. Headmaster Li, please don't take offense. Of the 6 figures, the master of the 100 Refinements workshop stood out and got straight to the point. Not long ago, I heard that a disciple of your sect killed the grandson of Elder Mu Hong of the 100 Refinements workshop. Afterwards, Elder Mu Hong's disciple, Bai Yunfei, came to the Burning Sun sect to seek justice. It was also at that time that Bai Yunfei discovered another matter. Your disciple had secretly learned the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. I believe that Headmaster Li should know what this means, right? I have come this time because I hope that Sect Master Li will hand that disciple over to my 100 Refinements workshop. In the distance, when Lin Tian heard these words, his face immediately turned cold. As expected, they were coming for him. Yu Wushuang said that the 100 Refinement Square wouldn't let him go easily, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly kill their way into the Burning Sun sect. This, Master Balian, the elders of this sect have come to ask for him personally? There is also an elder from the 7 Profound Pavilion and an elder from the Valley of the Harp. Are they supporting the 100 Refinements workshop? Many disciples of the Burning Sun sect were moved. Sect Master Ge, when did your 100 Refinements workshop's strongest secret technique become so easy to steal? A Sea of Consciousness cultivator can steal the 100 Refinements secret technique from your 100 Refinements workshop. Your 100 Refinements workshop doesn't seem to be that weak, right? The Burning Sun sect master's face darkened. No one in my Burning Sun sect has cultivated the 100 Refinements secret technique. You may all return. The 100 Refinements workshop master narrowed his eyes. Although the 100 Refinements workshop is heavily guarded, it is difficult to guard against a villain. Sect Master Li, this matter concerns the strongest secret technique of a large sect. Please don't be too protective of your disciple. This isn't a good thing. Yi Jingshang opened his mouth. Not long ago, this Yi's disciple returned from the Valley of the Harp and explained the strange matter he discovered in the Valley of the Harp. There is someone in the Burning Sun sect who knows the 100 Refinements secret technique. This old woman saw this matter with her own eyes. That evil creature controlled 15 treasures at the same time and injured this old woman's disciple. It is indeed the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. So you coldly said, Sect Master Li, you should hand over that evil creature. Don't destroy the harmony of the 4 great sects for a lowlife. In the distance, Lin Tian's face turned cold. Bastard. At the same time, another voice sounded. Tu Miao unhappily said, who are you calling lowlife? You old witch are the one who is lowlife. Looking at your wrinkled face and sinister eyes, this old woman thought she saw a ghost. Saying this, Tu Miao curled her lips with a disdainful expression. Her ridicule could not be more obvious. What did you say? Suyu was instantly furious. Tu Miao sneered. I'm calling you a sinister woman. No, a sinister old witch. Suyu was furious. Her sword chi soared into the sky as she glared at Tu Miao. Sect Master Li, please hand that person over to the 100 Refinements workshop. The 100 Refinements workshop will thank you. The 100 Refinements workshop master said. The Burning Sun sect master's expression was cold. The strongest secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop, not to mention the people of other sects, even most of the people in the 100 Refinements workshop can't cultivate it. Let me ask you, how can my Burning Sun sect's disciple obtain the 100 Refinements secret technique? Let me give you a piece of advice. After living for so long, don't be too shameless. Please return. The 100 Refinements workshop master still narrowed his eyes, his expression not changing. Sect Master Li, do you want to take the strongest secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop? A person from the 100 Refinements workshop coldly said. This person was called Luo Gao. His cultivation was at Zephyr Tier 3 and he was an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. What a joke. The Burning Sun sect master's expression turned even colder. You saw someone use a technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique, so you insist that it's a martial technique of the 100 Refinements workshop and want to take it away. Do you really think that the people of the Burning Sun sect are fools? I'll say it again. Don't be too shameless. Please return. Luo Gao's expression immediately darkened, becoming slightly cold. Since Sect Master Li insists on protecting the thief who stole the secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop, then we can only take it by force. The 100 Refinements workshop master said. You can try. The Burning Sun sect master coldly said. At the same time, the 4 elders behind the Burning Sun sect master emitted a cold aura. Seeing this scene, the expressions of some of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect changed drastically. Are they going to fight? They're all Zephyr Tier powerhouses. Many people were shocked. The destructive power of a battle between Zephyr Tier powerhouses was very terrifying. Many people could not help but retreat into the distance. On the side of the 100 Refinements workshop, an elder said, "Spread out your divine sense and find that little bastard first." Found him. Almost in an instant, Xianxia spoke. The divine sense of a Zephyr Tier powerhouse was very amazing. With just a sweep, Xianxia found Lin Tian's location. In a flash, he flashed in front of Lin Tian and raised his hand to grab him. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. Xianxia sneered and the speed of his attack increased. Get lost. A cold voice sounded. Luo Yu appeared in front of Lin Tian in a flash and slapped out with his palm. The 2 Zephyr Tier powerhouses collided. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, shattering several old trees nearby. Xianxia was blasted away, and Luo Yu also retreated a few steps. Thank you, Elder Luo. Lin Tian stepped forward to thank him. It was a little dangerous just now. He did not expect Xianxia to rush towards him in an instant. His speed was too fast. Luo Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "No problem, it's what I should do." As he said that, Luo Yu looked at Xianxia opposite him. Does the 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master know that you're involved in this mess? Helping the 100 Refinements workshop take back the stolen secret method. The Pavilion Master will support my actions. Xianxia said indifferently. In that case, you're acting on your own. The 100 Refinements workshop has given you a lot of benefits, right? Luo Yu said. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Luo Yu shook his head. Hypocrite. Hypocrite, blind, and shameless. He's just such a person. Lin Tian continued Luo Yu's words at this time, saying, back then, he fancied a treasured disciple in the Northern Flame Imperial City and wanted to recruit him to the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. In the end, that person relied on the fact that he was fancied by the sect and did whatever he wanted. In order to steal my treasured medicine, he provoked me. In the end, he was defeated by me with a few steps between us. In the end, he even died at my hands. At that time, he wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the Valley of the Harp, his other treasured disciple, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Di Wenhong, was also crushed by me with a distance of 2 steps between us. He must have felt even more uncomfortable in his heart because it was too embarrassing, right? Naturally, his desire to kill me increased a little. As he said that, he looked at Xianxia. Am I right, Senior E? He enunciated the word senior especially loudly, and the sarcasm was very thick. What? This guy crushed the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Di Wenhong with a distance of 2 steps between us? That Di Wenhong is a core disciple of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Hearing Lin Tian's words, many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples' expressions changed, and their eyes widened. Luo Yu looked at Xianxia. There's such a thing? It was unknown whether Luo Yu asked this on purpose or not, but in short, Xianxia's face became completely gloomy. Ha 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 ha, as expected of that brat's disciple, he's really strong. Tu Qing laughed loudly. This laughter was undoubtedly very ear-piercing to Xianxia's ears. What a sharp-tongued junior. Everyone, take him down. The 100 Refinements Lane Master said. Whoosh, 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 all of a sudden, all the flight powerhouses, including the owner of the 100 Refinements District, charged toward Lin Tian. Little bastard. Suyu's eyes were sinister, and her cheeks were ice-cold. It was also at this time that a cold snort sounded. What kind of place do you think my Burning Sun sect is? Do you think you can just barge in as you wish? The Burning Sun sect master yelled. As his words fell, the entire Burning Sun sect shook with a boom. In an instant, runes appeared in every corner of the Burning Sun sect. Then, dazzling beams of light shot up. Each beam of light was filled with boundless murderous intent. Great Mountain Protection Array. A Burning Sun sect disciple cried out in surprise. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He glanced around, and his heart couldn't help but freeze. He was an array manipulator himself, and at the 4th rank. Naturally, he could sense the terror of this great array. Although it was only a 6th rank killing array, there was more than one engraved. It seemed like there were 5 or 6 of them gathered together, and it was very terrifying. A group of shameless old things. Today, I'll have to give you a good beating. Tu Ching said coldly. At this time, the leaders of the Burning Sun sect all had unfriendly expressions. However, in the midst of such a terrifying killing array, the people of the 100 Refinements Lane appeared very calm. Beat us? I'm afraid that's impossible. The 100 Refinements Lane master said indifferently. As his words fell, the Burning Sun sect shook again. The killing light that rushed up from the ground was instantly shattered, and some of the runes that were originally lit dimmed instantly. The Burning Sun sect master and the others all had a change of expression. What's going on? The Burning Sun sect's Great Mountain Protection Array actually failed. Sect master. In the distance, a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, covered in blood, staggered over. The array core runes of the Great Array have been destroyed. Deacons Hua, Xian and Ling, pft. A sword ray flew from behind, cutting off the deacon's head. Looking at the 3 and the swords in their hands, Lin Tianyi instantly guessed something. No pop-up window. The destruction of the Great Formation was definitely related to these 3. Zuoshang, Chu Xian, Ling Yi, what are you doing? The Burning Sun sect master's face was ashen. At this moment, everyone from the Burning Sun sect paled. On the other hand, the people from 100 Refinements Workshop were indifferent. Clearly, everything was under their control. Zuoshang and the other 2 retreated behind the people from 100 Refinements Workshop. Zuoshang said, sorry, sect master. We were forced to do this. Zuoshang stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. If he doesn't die, he will definitely kill us in the future. We only temporarily destroyed the core of the Great Formation. Everything was for self-preservation. Moreover, Owner Ge promised us that we could enter 100 Refinements Workshop to cultivate and give us many treasures. This is much better than staying in the Burning Sun sect. What did you say? The elders of the Burning Sun sect were furious. Tu Miao clenched his fists and glared behind the people from 100 Refinements Workshop. Ling Yi, how dare you? A few days ago, he had begged him to bring a disciple to cultivate. A disciple he had taught for more than a year was now a traitor of the sect. Ling Ye's face was gloomy. A few days ago, after learning that Lin Tian was Li Chongfeng's disciple, his expression had been unsightly. After Zuoshang and Chu Xian discovered this, they secretly came looking for him. At that time, Zuoshang and Chu Xian had already been bribed by 100 Refinements Workshop. When the 2 learned that Ling Yi and Lin Tian did not get along, they instigated Ling Yi to kill Lin Tian. When Ling Yi thought of Li Chongfeng standing behind Lin Tian, of Lin Tian's strength, and of the generous conditions offered by 100 Refinements Workshop, he immediately agreed. Thus, on this day, when the protective formation was activated, the 3 of them worked together to destroy the core of the Great Formation. This was the only thing that 100 Refinements Workshop had asked them to do. As long as there was no mountain protecting array, the 100 Refinements Workshop had a 100% chance of taking Lin Tian away. He is Li Chongfeng's disciple. You will definitely protect him with all your strength. With his personality, he will definitely kill me in the future. You won't do anything about it. Maybe you will even help him. Ling Yi looked at Tu Meng and said, just like a few days ago, he hurt me, but you didn't help me at all. You even smiled at him. you don't have a disciple like me in your heart. In your heart, he is more important because he is Li Chongfeng's disciple. Bastard. You were the one who made the first move. If you lose, then you lose. How can you ask Master to help you vent your anger? Tu Miao's face was full of anger. Didn't I tell you to cultivate harder? When you're stronger, you can beat him yourself. I wanted to ask the sect for a assembled gods bow down for you, but I didn't expect you to betray the sect like this. Whatever you say. Ling Yi said coldly. Tu Ming's old face was extremely unsightly. His whole body was trembling. Evil disciple. Evil disciple. I, Tu Miao, have lived an honest and upright life, but I actually taught such a disciple. I have let down the sect. At this moment, Tu Miao seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Elder Tu, you don't have to be like this. The Burning Sun sect master said. Although he said this, the Burning Sun sect master's expression was also very unsightly. His eyes were very cold. There was nothing more infuriating than being bitten by a core disciple that his sect had carefully nurtured. The 100 Refinements District Master stared at the Burning Sun Sect Master and said, Sect Master Li, it's better to hand that person over. Don't hurt our friendship. You destroyed my sect's protective mountain array, and now you're saying don't hurt our friendship? The Burning Sun Sect Master's face was cold. If you had handed him over from the beginning, how would things have turned out like this? The 100 Refinements District Master shook his head and said, no matter what, the 100 Refinements secret technique is the foundation of our 100 Refinements District. It can't fall into the hands of others. Today, our 100 Refinements District must take this disciple of your sect away. Then give it a try. The Burning Sun Sect Master said coldly. With a boom, powerful spiritual ether seeped out of his body, and the entire space became scorching hot. It seems that we can only take him by force. The 100 Refinements District Master said. As soon as the 100 Refinements District Master's words fell, several other figures suddenly moved, including Yi Jingsheng of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion and Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp, all pressed towards Lin Tian, wanting to capture Lin Tian. The Burning Sun Sect Master slashed out with his sword and stopped the 100 Refinements District Master. Today, you can't protect him. The 100 Refinements District Master said. I'll protect him for you to see. The Burning Sun Sect Master said. The two airborne realm fighters, the masters of the two sects, took to the air and clashed with each other. Almost at the same time, Luo Yu of the Burning Sun sect stopped Yi Jingsheng. Yang Xiao and Zhao Hu blocked Luo Gao and another elder of the 100 Refinements District respectively. Tu Qiong blocked Su Yu of the Valley of the Harp. It seems that you're not doing a good job as a master. Even your disciple has betrayed you. Su Yu sneered. Tu Qiong was still brooding over this matter. When he heard this, he immediately became furious. You're courting death. Boom, the two of them fought, and a murderous aura suddenly spread in all directions. At this time, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were stunned. They were shocked by this scene. Run. Get back. Go to the Demon Sealing Gorge. Someone shouted. Suddenly, all the ordinary disciples of the Burning Sun sect retreated towards the Demon Sealing Gorge, fearing that they would be affected by the battle. After all, there were 10 airborne realm powerhouses. The impact of these 10 people fighting together was too terrifying. Lin Tian stared at the sky, clenching his fists tightly. Then, his cold gaze swept towards Suishang and the other two. If these three had not destroyed the core of the Burning Sun sect's mountain protecting formation, the Burning Sun sect master and the others would not have fallen into a bitter battle. Little B** starred. At this time, a cold snort was heard. In the distance, another elder of the 100 Refinements District, Mu Hong, was approaching Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tianji felt a mountain-like weight on his body, causing his heart to sink. A few juniors want to start a war between the sects? An old voice was heard. At the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, a white-haired old man stepped on the void and walked over. Supreme Elder. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were pleasantly surprised. As the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect walked out, the entire space shook, causing the master of the 100 Refinements District and the others to be shocked. A powerhouse of the ninth heaven of the levitating realm is indeed terrifying, the master of the 100 Refinements District said. Even so, the master of the 100 Refinements District's expression was still very calm. At this time, another old man silently appeared in the distance. He wore a purple robe and walked towards the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect. I just want to take back my 100 Refinements District's secret technique. I don't mean to start a war between the sections. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements District. You guys are really well prepared. Even an old fart like you came. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect's face darkened. The Burning Sun sect has you overseeing it. If I didn't come, wouldn't they be defeated in an instant? The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements District said, after all, we are of the same generation. Old friend, you should hand over that disciple called Lin Tian. Don't destroy the friendly relationship between our two sects because of a mere intersect disciple. I don't remember being friends with you. Doing such a thing, let alone the word friendly. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect said. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements District narrowed his eyes. So, old friend, you don't want to? The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect stared at the opposite side and calmly shouted, all deacons and elders of the Burning Sun sect, listen to my order. Protect Lin Tian at all costs. 100 years ago, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect had always blamed himself for driving away the most talented man in the sect. Now that that man had sent back a disciple, he must protect him well. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements District narrowed his eyes. Protect him at all costs? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Without the protective mountain formation, our battle prowess is clearly stronger than yours. All of your resistance will be futile. Who knows if you don't try? The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect said. Instantly, the two of them restrained each other and rushed to a higher place in the sky. Lin Tian stared at the sky while feeling very grateful in his heart. Because these people were fighting for his sake. A cold aura pressed down from the front. Mu Hong's expression was incomparably cold, and his aura was like a knife. You killed my grandson. I should kill you directly, but before that, there are many things I need to know from you, so I'll cripple your limbs first. Lin Tian stared at Mu Hong. Although his back was slightly cold, he didn't retreat. He stood in place like a monument and looked coldly at Mu Hong. You trash grandson of trash, you deserve to die. But then again, I really regret it because I should have killed him with my own hands. Letting him poison himself to death is too easy for him. Staring at Mu Hong, he wasn't afraid at all, and his voice was very cold. Mu Hong's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his killing intent wandered. You're courting death. Mu Hong said coldly. Lin Tian disdainfully said, you're talking as if you're not going to kill me after capturing me, idiot. In terms of combat strength, he was far from being Mu Hong's opponent, but he didn't want to lose in words. Even if he couldn't beat him, he had to feel comfortable scolding him. Mu Hong's expression became even colder, as if he knew that he couldn't win against Lin Tian. He stopped talking and walked forward step by step. Lin Tian, retreat to the Demon Ceiling Gorge. There's a more hidden passage there. Leave with Deacon Liu. Go quickly. With Puan as the leader, several deacons blocked in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, another person came from the side. It was Deacon Liu. He pulled Lin Tian and prepared to retreat. I'm not going. Lin Tian stared ahead, not moving at all. Deacon Liu said anxiously, what are you saying? You're still too young. You can't stop Zephyr powerhouses. You're only in the spiritual sea realm. The Grand Elder ordered us to protect you. They're buying time for you. I'll take you away. Deacon Liu said, they're coming for you. Only if you leave, this battle might end directly. Go quickly. Impossible. Lin Tian shook his head and stared straight ahead. In order to protect him, the Burning Sun sect master and others were fighting with the people of 100 Refinements Workshop. How could he leave? Go quickly. Puan shouted. Seeing Mu Hong closing in, Puan and several others rushed up together. You want to stop me with just you? Mu Hong waved his hand, and a gust of wind rolled up palm shadows all over the sky. Puan and the others were all blown away in an instant. Puan and the others were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. After being hit by a palm from an airborne realm powerhouse, each of them had a lot of bones broken. They looked a little embarrassed and it was difficult for them to stand up again. Mu Hong came close and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Go. Deacon Lu said and waved his fist forward to block. You're courting death. Mu Hong's eyes were cold. Seeing that Deacon Lu's fist was about to collide with Mu Hong's big hand, Lin Tian stretched out his left hand and pulled Deacon Lu back. Although Deacon Lu was older than him, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness, which was much weaker than him. If he were to meet Mu Hong's palm, he would definitely suffer unimaginable damage. Lin Tian, you, Deacon Lu was slightly shocked. Lin Tian's face was solemn, but he didn't say anything. He pulled Deacon Lu back with his left hand, and the Heart Spirit Sword appeared in his right hand. With a clang, he directly used the Thunder Fire Sword to the limit. A bright sword aura slashed out, shaking the air. Deacon Lu was moved. This sword was indeed a little terrifying. Mu Hong's eyes flickered. Obviously, he didn't expect that a cultivator at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness could slash out such a terrifying sword. However, he was only surprised for a moment. After that, the big hand he stretched out did not change direction. With a slight shake, it shattered Lin Tian's sword aura. Although a firefly is occasionally bright, it is still a firefly in the end. How can it compete with the bright moon? With a cold voice, Mu Hong slapped Lin Tian with his palm. End of chapter. Lin Tian felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the seemingly light palm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed with his long sword and quickly retreated to the back. Humph! Mu Hong snorted coldly and broke apart Lin Tian's sword aura. His momentum did not diminish as he pressed down on Lin Tian. Watch out! Deacon Lu shouted and rushed up. Lin Tian frowned, grabbed Deacon Lu's shoulder, and threw him behind him. Don't come over. He was very grateful for Deacon Lu's kindness. However, Deacon Lu was much weaker than him. He would definitely be in trouble if he were to fight Mu Hong. You have guts. Mu Hong sneered, and the force of his palm seemed to be even more powerful. Lin Tian shook his Heart Spirit Sword. The Thunderflame Sword aura swept out like a storm in the sky. However, facing an airborne realm fighter, his terrifying attack seemed to be a bit weak. It was instantly shattered by Mu Hong's palm force. Then, a wisp of palm force passed through the Thunderflame Sword aura and landed directly on his body. Lin Tian was shocked, and a mouthful of blood surged up to his throat. Old thing. He stared at Mu Hong and clenched the treasure in his hand. He felt a trace of powerlessness when facing Mu Hong. Even so, there was no fear in his eyes. Therefore, this expression made Mu Hong very unhappy. Let's see how long you can last. Mu Hong's voice was cold. Facing Lin Tian, Mu Hong did not draw his sword. He just slapped with his bare hands again and again. However, even so, Lin Tian was still forced to keep retreating. In just a short while, his hand holding the sword was already a little numb from the shock. With a clang, a sword aura suddenly appeared behind Mu Hong. Puan came from behind him. Lin Tian, back off. Puan shouted. Mu Hong glanced behind him and snorted coldly. He slapped behind him with a backhand palm, directly breaking Puan's sword. After that, Mu Hong once again waved his palm, which landed firmly on Puan's chest. Puan was directly sent flying 8 feet away, lying horizontally on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his aura instantly weakened to the lowest point. Lin Tian's expression changed. Senior Pu. Just take care of yourself. An indifferent voice sounded. Mu Hong waved his palm again, pressing down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He didn't hesitate to use his weapon control technique. Along with the sound of swords clanging, 15 bejeweled swords suddenly rushed out like 15 lightning bolts towards Mu Hong. Although he hadn't been in the sect for long, he was quite familiar with Puan. Puan was also good to him. Seeing Puan seriously injured and dying, killing intent erupted in his eyes. Sure enough, he can control many weapons with one hand. Mu Hong's eyes flashed. Mu Hong still didn't draw his sword. He only used his hands to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual sense and urged the 15 bejeweled swords to continuously slash at Mu Hong, attacking from all angles. However, the airborne realm cultivator was too strong. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt Mu Hong at all. He couldn't even scratch the corner of Mu Hong's clothes. Cultivation determines everything. You're still too weak, Mu Hong said. With a bang, Mu Hong slapped out with his palm and knocked all of Lin Tian's bejeweled swords away in an instant. With the bejeweled swords being knocked away, Lin Tian's spiritual sense was shaken, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Mu Hong, he just held the heart spirit sword tighter. The airborne realm cultivator was really too terrifying. Now, he could only feel powerless when facing the airborne realm cultivator. His opponent was like an ancient demonic mountain, which was difficult to shake. However, even though he knew this, he did not shrink back. He did not cower because it was meaningless. Still want to fight? Stubborn resistance, Mu Hong said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Hong slapped again. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual sense, and the sword vibrated again, supporting the 15 bejeweled swords to resist. In the process, Mu Hong's palm slapped away the 15 bejeweled swords again and again, causing Lin Tian to suffer some backlash each time. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Even so, it still made the disciples of the Burning Sun sect feel shocked. Facing the airborne realm cultivator, where did he get the courage to fight? He can actually hold on until now. This, many people were shocked. Some people thought about it from another perspective. If they were facing an airborne realm cultivator, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak. Even if that was not the case, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to fight, because even if they gave it their all, it would be useless. But now, facing such a situation, Lin Tian was not afraid at all. The long sword in his hand slashed at the airborne realm cultivator again and again. Doesn't he know what fear is? Some people's hearts trembled. Watching the battle between Lin Tian and Mu Hong, everyone in the Burning Sun sect had different expressions. Ling Yi stared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists. His face was extremely gloomy because Lin Tian's combat strength at the moment was too terrifying. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Tian's, he knew very well that his combat strength was far from that of Lin Tian. On the other side, Zuoshang and Chu Xian's faces were pale. They were both shocked by the combat strength that was far beyond that of a cultivator of the same level. His talent is really good. What a monster! Xianxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion glanced at Lin Tian's direction while fighting Luoyu, and said, "Unfortunately, what's the use of this?" Against Mu Hong, who is in the airborne realm, the outcome is already decided. As he said that, Xianxia swung his blade, and dense blade aura sputtered in all directions. Luoyu avoided most of the blade auras, but there were still some that rushed over from all corners. Suddenly, many pavilions in the Burning Sun sect were shattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. There were even a few outer disciples of the Burning Sun sect who couldn't dodge in time and were directly crushed by the blade auras. Seeing this scene, many disciples of the Burning Sun sect couldn't help but tremble. They were shocked and angry. Xianxia. Luoyu was furious for the first time. Xianxia frowned slightly, but then he coldly snorted, "Just a few weaklings." The sword in Luoyu's hand trembled, and his killing intent surged, "You deserve to die." Although Lin Tian was blocking Mu Hong's attack and had suffered serious injuries, he still paid attention to that direction. Seeing several of his fellow sect members die at the hands of Xianxia, his eyes were filled with endless anger. To be honest, these few Burning Sun sect disciples were also involved in this chaotic battle because of him. Bastard! He had killed a lot of people, but this didn't mean that he didn't know the value of life. He could kill his enemies without batting an eyelid, but when he saw several ordinary fellow sect members die for no reason, anger still rose in his heart. Mu Hong indifferently said, "Do you have time to look elsewhere?" At this time, a long sword appeared beside Mu Hong. The sword swung, as if it was going to cut open space. Lin Tian felt an even stronger pressure and was forced to retreat step by step. The Burning Sun sect master and the others all noticed this scene, and their faces were filled with anger. Some people wanted to help, but they couldn't. After all, everyone was facing an opponent who wasn't weaker than them, or even stronger. Higher up in the sky, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Great Elder restrained the Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder and indifferently said, "How about it? I said that today, he can only be suppressed and taken away." The Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder swept a glance at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian was injured by Mu Hong again and again, his eyes became incomparably sharp and cold. "If he is harmed today, my Burning Sun Sect and your 100 Refinements Workshop will fight to the death." After saying this, the Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder emitted an even stronger aura, and the clouds in the sky were shaken. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Great Elder frowned. "Why do you go to this extent for a mere inner disciple? Is it because he is Li Changfeng's disciple?" Li Changfeng was very monstrous back then, but didn't he already leave the Burning Sun Sect? Although I don't know why, in the end, he can only say that he was once a member of your Burning Sun Sect. Now, he basically has nothing to do with your Burning Sun Sect, right? Moreover, it is said that he is now crippled and only enjoys drinking all day long. His strength is about the same as the current Xianxia. Is the disciple of such a person worth all of you doing this? The Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder was furious. "Who said that he left the Burning Sun Sect? He will be a member of my Burning Sun Sect until his death." The Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder was furious, and the entire sky seemed to be enveloped by flames, scorching and threatening. "I don't understand." The 100 Refinements Workshop's Great Elder shook his head, but his expression became more dignified. He directly used the 100 Refinements secret technique, and suddenly, dozens of weapons flew through the sky, slashing towards the Burning Sun Sect's Great Elder. The two people fought together, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was a collision of peak Zephyr realm experts. Clang! At this time, in another place, the clanging sound of swords rang out again. Lin Tian, who was fighting against Mu Hong with his Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation, was forced to retreat step by step, and many more wounds appeared on his body. "It's about time," Mu Hong said. In the next moment, 4 long swords suddenly appeared beside Mu Hong, and rushed towards Lin Tian's limbs with a whoosh. The 4 long swords were as fast as birds. Such a scene made the Burning Sun Sect's sect leader's expression change. Lin Tian could not avoid these 4 swords. Damn it! In a battlefield slightly close to Lin Tian, Tu Yao risked being hit by Su Yu's sword to change his position, and rushed down from the sky, blocking in front of Lin Tian by a hair's breadth. Because he rushed over from a distance, he was hit by Su Yu's heavy sword. In addition, Mu Hong's sword was very fast, so he could only use his body to block. Pooh! 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 4 long swords pierced into Tu Yao's body at the same time, but fortunately, at the most critical moment, Tu Yao dodged slightly, and the 4 long swords did not hurt his vital parts. Even so, it still made the airborne realm expert wobble a few times, almost falling to the ground. Lin Tian was shocked and hurriedly supported Tu Yao, "Senior." Tu Yao coughed up blood and painfully pulled out the 4 long swords in his body, grinning at Lin Tian. "Kid, when you see your master in the future, tell him that I, Tu Yao, have returned the favor I owed him in the past." Saying this seemed to have affected his injuries. Tu Yao's body shook a few more times, and the 4 wounds continued to bleed. Such a scene caused everyone to be moved. "I'm quite surprised that an airborne realm expert like you would use your body to block my sword for a junior. It's really strange." Mu Hong walked over step by step, with a slight sneer on his face, "But this is better. Calculating it, your Burning Sun Sect temporarily lost an airborne realm combatant, and it will be easier to take him away. In your dreams. Even if I die here, I'll take half of your life with me," Tu Bei said. As he said this, Tu Yao took a deep breath and took a step forward, obviously wanting to block Mu Hong. At this moment, a hand grabbed him. Lin Tian pulled Tu Yao and stared at Mu Hong. In the blink of an eye, his glabella shone brightly, and dense lotus petals floated out from his glabella, lingering in every corner within a radius of about 10 feet. Then, the dense lotus petals quickly gathered toward the center, condensing into a 7-inch-long lotus sword in 3 breaths, bright and dazzling. "Cut!" He gritted his teeth and shouted. The lotus sword rushed up and instantly pressed in front of Mu Hong. P.S. Tomorrow 5. Update. Read on mobile. The lotus broadsword was dazzling, and its speed was extremely fast, causing Mu Hong's expression to change slightly. However, it was only for a moment. Mu Hong took a step back and raised the long sword in his hand. Your speed is indeed good, but do you really think that a sea of consciousness level attack can work on a flight expert? You're really naive. As he spoke, Mu Hong slashed down with his sword. This sword steadily landed on the lotus broadsword. Mu Hong's expression was indifferent, but in the next moment, his expression changed because his long sword could not stop the lotus broadsword at all. The lotus broadsword passed through the sword in his hand and went straight to him. Impossible. Mu Hong was shocked. At the same time, the expressions of others also changed because they all saw that Mu Hong's sword clearly cut the lotus broadsword, but it was not able to damage the lotus broadsword in the slightest. At this time, the lotus broadsword was already in front of Mu Hong, and there was no way for him to dodge. Pissed. With a soft sound, the lotus broadsword went straight into Mu Hong's head. There was no bloody blooming as expected, but in the next moment, Mu Hong let out a blood-curdling scream and staggered backward. His hands were clutching his hair as if he was suffering some kind of horrible torture. What's going on? What happened? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, including the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinement Square. Behind Tu Yao, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He let go of Tu Yao's hand and instantly rushed out like lightning. At this moment, the speed he showed shocked the group of airborne realm experts. In an instant, he was in front of Mu Hong. I'm going to kill you. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He clenched his right hand into a fist and directly punched out. With a bang, this punch landed solidly on Mu Hong's chest, causing him to scream again and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian's fist strength today might not be able to hurt an airborne realm expert, but in fact, the fist he threw was not ordinary. It was a divine vein realm martial art, the meteorite fist. This fist technique looked ordinary, but it contained residual force, attacking the outside and injuring the inside. Bang! Another punch landed on Mu Hong's body, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. However, this was not the end. After Lin Tian gained the upper hand, he did not stop at all. He did not give Mu Hong the slightest chance to recover. In an instant, he closed in on him again. His face was cold as he clenched his fists. Every punch carried all of his strength. Like crazy raindrops, they continuously fell on Mu Hong's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. That's a mighty one at the airborne realm. Is he suppressing a mighty one at the airborne realm? Crazy, really crazy. Some of the Burning Sun sect disciples were dumbfounded. Tu Miao's body was wounded, and blood was flowing from his wounds. As he stared at this scene, his eyes flickered uncontrollably. What kind of person is this young man? Tu Ming murmured. How big was the gap between a cultivation at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness and a mighty one at the 3rd level of the airborne realm? It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. It was a gap that could not be crossed no matter what. But now, in front of this gap that could not be crossed, a young man who had just turned 17 years old stepped over it. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness, he was actually suppressing a mighty one at the 3rd level of the airborne realm. Bang! 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 The sound of fists falling on flesh continued to be heard, and Mu Hong's screams continued to reverberate. At this moment, Lin Tian was almost using Mu Hong as a punching bag. His fists fell on Mu Hong's body as if they were nothing. This scene shocked everyone's heart. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. In Lin Tian's hand, a cold sword appeared and slashed at Mu Hong's neck. Stop him! The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop came back to his senses and immediately shouted. Suyu was the closest, and no one stopped her. In an instant, she flashed over and slashed out with her sword. You have a lot of demonic techniques. Staring at Lin Tian, the murderous intent in Suyu's eyes intensified. At the same time, Suyu thought of the white lotus that floated out from Lin Tian's glabella. She felt that it was very similar to the white lotus sword codex. But after thinking about it again, she felt that it was definitely not the white lotus sword codex. As Suyu pressed forward, Lin Tian suddenly felt the pressure. He could suppress Mu Hong at this time because the lotus sword had injured Mu Hong's sea of consciousness, causing Mu Hong to lose his combat strength in an instant. Now that he was facing Suyu in her prime, he was naturally no match for her. He could only step on the yin-yang avatar and retreat a few feet away. Old woman. Staring at Suyu, his eyes were cold. Originally, he was only a hair away from killing Mu Hong, but unfortunately, it was ruined. You're courting death. Suyu's face turned cold, and she directly pressed on Lin Tian. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand vibrated, and the flaming thunder sword slashed out wildly. At the same time, his glabella lit up again. Dense lotus petals floated out and filled the air. Once again, it condensed into a lotus sword and slashed straight at Suyu. Be careful, this thing can directly attack the sea of consciousness. A weak voice sounded. Not far away, Mu Hong's mouth was bleeding, and his body was full of bruises caused by fists. He had finally recovered slightly. Because he had been hit by Lin Tian's sword, Mu Hong naturally knew what kind of power this lotus sword had. Suyu's expression changed, and she quickly dodged, passing by the lotus sword. Directly attacking the sea of consciousness? How is that possible? Suyu's expression changed. At this time, hearing Mu Hong's words, everyone, including the Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, changed their expressions. For a cultivator, the importance of the sea of consciousness was self-evident. It could even be said that it was more important than the heart. Being able to directly attack the sea of consciousness was terrifying. How can it be? Elder Mu Hong, are you mistaken? The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop said in a deep voice. At this time, the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop also looked at Mu Hong. What Mu Hong said was really too shocking. To be able to directly attack the sea of consciousness, they had never heard of such a method. At least, there was absolutely no such method below the Immortal Ascension realm. But now, a cultivator in the sea of consciousness realm had mastered such a method? Mu Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It can't be wrong. Just now, that lotus sword directly broke into my sea of consciousness, causing my sea of consciousness to suffer an unimaginable shock. It was almost directly destroyed. Staring at Lin Tian again, Mu Hong's eyes no longer had the contempt at the beginning. In an instant, they were filled with shocking killing intent. Seeing Mu Hong like this, no one doubted him anymore. Thinking about it, Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm, had personally suffered that sword attack. How could he be wrong? Damn it. That bastard, that was what he did to me that day. Ling Yi was extremely angry. A few days ago, in the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he had suffered such an injury, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just a small lotus petal. Now, hearing Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm, mention it, he immediately remembered what happened that day, and his cheeks became distorted. Lin Tian was actually so strong, not far away. Tu Ming also remembered what happened that day. So that's what happened. He directly attacked Ling Ye's sea of consciousness. No wonder I didn't find any injuries. Thinking at this time, Tu Ming couldn't help but glance at Ling Yi in the distance. Anger immediately appeared in his eyes. The disciple he had carefully nurtured had actually betrayed the sect. High in the sky, the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop stared at Lin Tian and shouted, "Catch him!" At this time, even this powerhouse of the Zephyr Ninth Celestial Layer had a thick killing intent in his eyes. He was only in the Sea of Knowledge realm, but he was able to comprehend a legendary method that could directly attack the Sea of Knowledge. This kind of talent was too monstrous. He was even stronger than Li Changfeng in the past. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Hearing this, everyone in the 100 Refinements Workshop naturally had a strong killing intent. Clang, 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 the sound of the sword was soul-stirring. In the sky above the Burning Sun sect, a dense number of weapons rushed out in an instant. Because of the help of Suyu and Yi Jingshang, only 5 people from the 100 Refinements Workshop came this time. The Great Elder, the workshop owner, and 3 elders. At this moment, except for Mu Hong, everyone else displayed the 100 Refinements secret technique. Suddenly, more than 100 weapons floated in the sky above the Burning Sun sect. Among them, the weakest was a treasure, and there were even many treasures. The 100 Refinements secret technique used by the airborne realm powerhouse, so many weapons. This? How can we block this? How can we fight? It's over. The expressions of all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect changed. At this time, seeing this scene, even Suyu and Xianxia changed their expressions. They were obviously a little surprised. But soon, their gazes fell on Lin Tian, and a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes. This person must die. Boom, almost at the same time, in the sky, another terrifying aura rushed up. The Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect held a treasure sword. Although there was only one sword, its power was not much weaker than the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. Dense flaming sword chi condensed behind him, burning the air with a sizzling sound. Everyone of the Burning Sun sect, listen up. Protect Lin Tian at all costs. At all costs. You can't protect him. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said coldly and rushed over. Even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I won't let you succeed. The Great Elder of the Burning Sun sect said. Lin Tian was not only Li Chongfeng's only disciple, but his talent was also as monstrous as Li Chongfeng's. No matter what, he had to protect Lin Tian, not only for Li Chongfeng, but also for the sect. Ignorant. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop coldly said. The two supreme powerhouses clashed, sword whistling and true essence exploding. The scene could only be described as frightening. At almost the same time, the battle between the master of the 100 Refinements workshop and the Burning Sun sect masters group became more intense. But at this time, the gap between the two sides began to show. The members of the 100 Refinements workshop who used the 100 Refinements secret technique were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. The master of the Burning Sun sect masters group began to be at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Crack! Crack! Crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Many pavilions of the Burning Sun sect were destroyed, and the ground was cut open inch by inch. More than 100 weapons crisscrossed, and the scene made the Burning Sun sect disciples tremble in fear. Lin Tian stared at this scene and could not help but clench his fists. At this time, he finally understood why the 100 Refinements secret technique was called the most powerful technique of the four major sects. It was indeed too powerful. At this moment, relying on this technique, the members of the 100 Refinements workshop were all suppressing their opponents, and the leaders of the Burning Sun sect were all at a disadvantage. Humph! A cold voice sounded as Suyu and Mu Hong closed in on Lin Tian. Suyu's long sword shook as she directly used the White Lotus sword cannon and swept Tu Bei, who was standing in front of Lin Tian. Damn it! Tu Bei was furious. Mu Hong closed in on Lin Tian, and the killing intent in his eyes was shockingly strong. He directly stepped over to Lin Tian. Because his knowledge C was injured by Lin Tian's Lotus Greatsword, he did not use the 100 Refinements secret technique at this moment. He only waved his palm at Lin Tian. However, even so, the injured him was still far stronger than Lin Tian, and Lin Tian could not contend against him. In a short period of time, Lin Tian was forced to continuously retreat. Pong, after dozens of breaths, Lin Tian was hit by a palm. He felt his chest spasm, and his internal organs were shattered. He took a step back, and his grip on the inner spirit sword tightened, and he continuously slashed forward dozens of sword rays. You're really durable, Mu Hong said coldly. Because he wanted to get the information they wanted from Lin Tian, he naturally could not kill Lin Tian here. He held back a little when he attacked, but even so, he was still very surprised when Lin Tian could still move after taking a direct hit from him. But then, his face turned even colder, and he increased the strength of his palm. One more palm, and it's over. Let's see who can save you next. Lin Tian endured the pain in his chest and stepped on the yin and yang hua, constantly flashing. At the same time, the light between his eyebrows shone brightly, and dense lotus petals floated out, once again condensing into a lotus greatsword and attacking Mu Hong. At the same time, some scattered lotus petals also gathered around, and together they slashed at Mu Hong, heading straight for his head. You want to use the same trick on me a second time? Mu Hong said coldly. He dodged Lin Tian's lotus greatsword, and suddenly, dense palm shadows appeared again. In the distance, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others saw that Lin Tian was in danger. They were all furious and wanted to go over to help. However, at this moment, no one could pass. At this time, several of the leaders had more or less suffered a lot of injuries. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was hit several times, and his clothes were stained with blood. The experts of the Burning Sun sect were completely suppressed. How could this be? Our Burning Sun sect, could it be? All the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were stunned. Their expressions were dull, and many of them could not help but tremble. At this time, the 6 giants of the Burning Sun sect were in a bitter battle. Even the Supreme Elder was slightly suppressed by the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. How could this be? Someone murmured with a pale face. Lin Tian dodged Mu Hong's palm force while paying attention to all of this. He could not help but hold the inner spirit sword tighter. You're quite fast. Let's see how long you can dodge. Mu Hong said. Staring at Lin Tian, Mu Hong's eyes were a little cold because just now, he was indeed seriously injured by Lin Tian. At this moment, he could not even use the 100 Refinements secret technique, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. It was also because of this that he could not quickly suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger, and the light between his eyebrows lit up again. He endured the pain in his body. This time, dense white lotuses floated out from between his eyebrows. They did not condense into swords. Instead, all the lotus petals floated in the air like swords of light. They drifted towards the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop, Su Yu, and Yi Jingsheng respectively. His combat strength was far inferior to these people, but the white lotuses were enough to interfere with these people. Mu Hong's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Dodge directly, don't block." Having suffered Lin Tian's sword, Mu Hong was very familiar with this move. Buzz. The white lotus petals fluttered all over the sky as if it was raining white lotuses. They kept rolling towards the 100 Refinements Workshop owner and the others. The 100 Refinements Workshop owner and the others quickly dodged, and their expressions became slightly cold. If it were any other day, these white lotus petals would not cause too much trouble for them. However, each of them was facing a Zephyr powerhouse. At this time, facing this kind of thing that could directly attack the sea of consciousness brought them great trouble. One had to know that sometimes, the power of a straw was enough to change many things. Mu Hong's expression changed slightly. Thinking of Li Chongfeng back then, he could not help but tremble. However, he immediately returned to normal and snorted, "I heard that you've been crippled all these years. Do you still think you're the same as before?" An old drunkard smiled and said, "Indeed, I'm not the same as before." He raised his long sword gently, and a faint light flashed through the inner spirit sword. Poof, Mu Hong's chest split open, and blood directly rose up. With a bang, Mu Hong flew backward and once again hit the old tree in the distance. Such a scene immediately caused many people's expressions to change. Was there a sword light just now? It seems like there wasn't. Many people's hearts palpitated. At this time, even the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop was moved. Even he did not see that sword clearly. Blood flowed out of Mu Hong's mouth as he staggered to his feet. Mu Hong's expression changed. He was injured by a sword, but he did not even see an old drunkard's movements clearly. An old drunkard shook the long sword in his hand. "I haven't held a sword for so many years. I'm not used to it." These words undoubtedly caused the hearts of everyone to be even more alarmed. Injuring a Zephyr powerhouse with a sword, this is called not used to it? Someone swallowed saliva. Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard's back, and his pupils could not help but narrow. So strong. At this time, Mu Hong's expression was naturally not so good, and he clenched his fists tightly. "You have to pay attention to the next sword." An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. As his words fell, a faint layer of flame appeared on the inner spirit sword. Mu Hong's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. "You want to kill me?" An old drunkard had a faint smile on his face and did not say anything. However, even so, it still gave Mu Hong a strong pressure. The past events of the past appeared in his heart, causing Mu Hong to feel a trace of fear. Clenching his fists, Mu Hong endured the discomfort and shook his sea of consciousness, activating the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Clang, 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 the sound of swords rang out continuously as dozens of weapons floated out. An old drunkard's expression didn't change at all. The flames on the inner spirit sword flickered fiercely and were immediately extinguished, returning to normal. There was no sword sound, no sword light. The old drunkard's sword slowly chopped down. What are you doing? Strange. Many people found it strange. Nothing seemed to be happening in front. Lin Tian also frowned, but he believed that since an old drunkard had swung his sword, he would not be doing something useless. Right at this moment, a crisp sound resounded. Crack! The sound of metal shattering shook the entire audience. In the next moment, similar sounds rang out continuously. The dozens of weapons floating around Mu Hong were instantly filled with cracks and shattered, falling to the ground. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, a trace of blood flowed out from between Mu Hong's eyebrows. He fell straight to the ground, and his life force disappeared completely. Brat, now that you've vented your anger, is it going well? An old drunkard said. Lin Tian's body trembled, and his eyes were full of light. A one-hit kill, so strong. Yes. He replied. This was the former sword immortal of the Burning Sun sect, the man who had relied on his own strength to sweep all the geniuses of the 4 major sections. He was really too strong. Lin Tianji felt his blood boiling. Senior brother. The Burning Sun sect master clenched his fists in excitement. Senior brother was still so strong. Good, 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 good. Tu Ming laughed. Tu Ming and the others were happy and excited, but the faces of the people of the 100 Refinements workshop were stiff. A Zephyr powerhouse died just like that. Junior. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was furious. The dozens of weapons around him clanged and slashed at an old drunkard. This attack came too suddenly. Even the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect could not stop it in time. Clang. 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the dozens of weapons flickered with killing light. That scene was extremely terrifying. After all, this was the 100 Refinements secret technique used by the Zephyr 9th Heaven powerhouse. Be careful. Lin Tiandao. An old drunkard grinned. With his back facing the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, he swung his sword away. It was originally a sword slash, but it instantly created a sea of fire. The dozens of weapons that the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop had taken out were all swept away and fell to the ground. At this moment, the flames in the void were still burning. Everyone felt that every wisp of these flames was formed by a terrifying sword chi. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop trembled. His weapon was blasted away, and he was slightly shaken. Staring at an old drunkard again, this Zephyr 9th Heaven powerhouse revealed an expression of disbelief. His eyes could not help but flicker with shock. The Grand Elder's attack was actually instantly. The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop was shocked. An old drunkard glanced at the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop from the corner of his eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked around the Burning Sun sect. The place that I grew up in has been destroyed by you guys. It's really a headache. With that, an old drunkard carried his long sword and walked towards Suyu, who was opposite Tu Mao. Li Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Suyu's heart palpitated, and she could not help but take a step back. An old drunkard had killed Mu Hong with a single slash and repelled the Supreme Elder's 100 Refinements secret technique with a single slash. It could be said that his combat strength had instantly shocked everyone. A trace of fear appeared in Suyu's eyes. I guess the Valley of the Harp won't blame me. An old drunkard said. Suyu suddenly thought of something and immediately retreated, shooting out of the Burning Sun sect. In a flash, she was 100 feet away. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes, raised his heart spirit sword, and slashed down in the air. Pfft! A cloud of bloody mist exploded in the distance. It was enchanting and dazzling. Another Flight Realm expert had been killed. This, again with a single slash. Is this the legend of our Burning Sun sect? He's too strong. Many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples stared. At this time, the eyes of these Burning Sun sect's disciples were filled with excitement. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Seeing an old drunkard kill 2 flight realm experts in a row, he felt that his blood was completely boiling. Because of that drop of wine from an old drunkard, his injuries were temporarily better. He immediately picked up a long sword from the ground, glanced at Ling Yi and the other 2, and walked towards the 3 of them step by step. Is he going to kill those 3 people? Bah! Those 3 bastards. But his injuries, many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples were moved. At the same time, the expressions of Ling Yi and the other 2 changed again. Senior 2, can we kill them? Lin Tian asked. Tu Miao's body was stained with blood, so he naturally understood what Lin Tian was talking about. He said with a cold face, kill them. The disciple that he had carefully nurtured for so long had actually betrayed the sect. This made him feel humiliated, and the anger in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. After getting Tu Miao's affirmation, Lin Tian's eyes turned completely cold, and he took a step forward. Lin Tian, Xian retreated. After seeing Lin Tian's various methods, Xian's eyes were full of fear when facing Lin Tian again. Ling Yi and Xueshang's expressions also changed slightly, but soon, both of them showed a ruthless look. What can you do with your current broken body? Compared to Xian, Xueshang and Ling Yi were much stronger. After all, one of them was a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, and the other was a core disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Both of them were at the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he took a step forward. Just killing 3 insects is enough. Clang! The thunderfire sword whistled. Lin Tian directly rushed over, and the long sword in his hand slashed out a dozen sword lights. Damn it! Ling Yi cursed. Xueshang's expression was gloomy, and he pressed his sword toward Lin Tian. Xian trembled. Compared to Xueshang and Ling Yi, he was much weaker. At this time, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. When he rushed over like this, he looked like a demon god. Xian's heart couldn't help but jump, and he couldn't help but retreat. Lin Tian glanced at Xian. The long sword in his hand trembled, and he knocked away Xueshang and Ling Yi's swords. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xian. Killing, start from the weakest. Lin, pooh. A bloody light flashed, and Xian's head flew out diagonally. Lin Tian tilted his head, looking at Xueshang and Ling Yi. Because of the slash, his injuries immediately worsened, and blood once again flowed out of his mouth. You dare to fight with us in this state? You're courting death. Ling Yi shouted. Although he said so, at this time, Ling Yi's face was ashen, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. On the other side, Xueshang was the same. It's enough to kill you, Lin Tianling said. With a flip of his sword, he charged towards the 2 of them expressionlessly. Ling Yi and Xueshang were furious, and their eyes revealed a fierce light as they charged forward. That guy, he clearly suffered such heavy injuries, but he's still so strong. Many of the Burning Sun sect's disciples stared at Lin Tian, and their faces revealed expressions of worship. An old drunkard had been paying attention to Lin Tian all this time. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. You've only absorbed a little of the medicine. Fighting at this time is too difficult, kid. After a pause, an old drunkard smiled even more happily, but I like it. This is the disciple of an old drunkard. At this time, an old drunkard temporarily stopped. Clang! In that direction, the sword whistled again. Although Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding, the battle intent on his body was awe-inspiring. He held an ordinary longsword in his hand, but every slash of the sword caused the air to hiss. The lightning flame sword light swept out in all directions, forcing Xueshang and Ling Yi to retreat step by step. Ling Yi's expression was extremely ugly. Clang! 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 The swords collided continuously. After a while, with a crisp sound, the ordinary longsword in Lin Tian's hand broke. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. With a wave of his right hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed straight ahead. At the same time, Lin Tianyi kicked out, landing directly on Xueshang's chest. With a bang, Xueshang was sent flying 3 feet away. Because the range of his movement was too large, Lin Tian felt his injuries worsen a little. A sharp pain hit his chest, causing a bloody taste to surge up his throat. However, his expression didn't change, and he forced it down. "I'll finish you in half an hour," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows lit up. White lotuses rushed out from between his eyebrows, blooming with a faint brilliance. Not far away, an old drunkard's expression changed for the first time. His eyes narrowed. "This is. You have 1 second to remember the literature building, which provides you with interesting novels to read." White lotuses floated out from between Lin Tian's eyebrows and floated in the air like lotus rain. An old drunkard was moved and his eyes sparkled for the first time. However, a smile soon appeared on the old drunkard's face. Buzz. The white lotuses flew and made a buzzing sound. Xueshang and Lingye's expressions instantly changed when they saw this scene, especially Lingyi. A few days ago, he had personally suffered the attack of these white lotuses. Just a single patch had caused him so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, at this moment, there was a dense pile of them. Lingyi immediately retreated and dodged quickly with Xueshang. Lin Tian looked cold and indifferent. He took a step forward and crossed the distance. Clang, the long sword in his hand shook and the thunder flame sword swept across and swept the two of them over. Intense pain came from his chest from time to time, but Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were cold. At this time, he did not have much true core strength in his body and his injuries were worsening. Therefore, after summoning the white lotuses, he directly used the yin-yang puppet and waved the spiritual sword in his hand as fast as he could. Clang, 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 the long sword continued to clash with Xueshang and Lingyi. Although the two of them were not weak, and their battle prowess was not bad, they were in a very difficult situation at this moment. Firstly, they had to dodge the white lotuses around them, and secondly, they were suppressed by Lin Tian's powerful battle intent. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. A lotus petal floated into Xueshang's mind. Although it was only one petal, it was enough to make Xueshang suffer. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He squatted slightly and then shot out, brushing past Xueshang. Poof! Blood splattered in the air and Xueshang's scream came to an abrupt end. With a bang, Xueshang's body fell to the ground. There was a bloody wound on his throat and blood was flowing out. The sword of lightning had cut his throat. So fast. Even with such a heavy injury, he can still do this. Really, many people were shocked. This level of strength was truly too freakish. You are the only one left. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Lingyi. Facing Lin Tian's cold gaze, Lingyi's heart trembled. Even though he was at the peak, he couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian's fighting spirit was too strong. Die! Lingyi roared angrily. His true essence vibrated as he slashed out an extremely tyrannical sword aura. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated, dodging the sword. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This was because after Lingyi slashed out with this sword, he did not charge over. Instead, he ran in the direction of the experts of the 100 Refinements workshop. "Seniors, save me!" Lingyi shouted. Lin Tian's expression was very cold, and his fighting spirit was shockingly strong. Lingyi was scared and completely lost the courage to fight. Trash! Lin Tian was disdainful. However, he had to admit that Lingyi's actions made him feel much more relaxed. At this moment, he mobilized all the true essence in his body, and the space between his brows lit up once again. The white lotus petals floating in the air quickly gathered in the middle, and in an instant, they condensed into a short sword about 5 inches long. "Kill!" Lin Tianling said. With a whoosh, the short sword was like a bolt of lightning. It arrived in an instant and directly pierced into the back of Lingyi's head. Lingyi immediately screamed and fell to the ground with a bang. He kept rolling and twitching as if he had gone mad. He kept tearing at his hair and even tore off a lot of his scalp. The scene could be said to be a ghastly sight. However, gradually, Lingyi's screams became weaker, and his movements became smaller. In the end, he completely stopped moving. The lotus sword had shattered his sea of consciousness. They're dead. Chu Xian, Xueshang, Lingyi, it seems that only about 100 breaths have passed since he killed those 3 people. This guy, with such heavy injuries, actually killed those 3 traitors so quickly? Seeing the scene in front of them, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were dumbfounded. Good kill. Tubei roared. He was happy and sad at the same time, with an indescribable emotion. In the distance, the leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others stared straight at Lin Tian. Such a young man, how many in the world could there be? Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood. Using the spirit sword to support his body, he squatted down. Using his true essence to kill 3 sea of consciousness cultivators in a row with a heavily injured body, his injuries had become more serious than before. Even his vision had become blurry. However, even so, his face revealed a smile. He looked at an old drunkard not far away. Old man, I've taken care of this. An old drunkard laughed heartily. A drop of wine floated out from his gourd and was directly flicked into Lin Tian's mouth. Kid, this thing is very precious. You've wasted 2 drops today. An old drunkard turned around and looked in the direction of the Burning Sun sect's elder Luo Yu. The disciple has done the disciple's job. Now, as the master, it's up to you to clear the field. An old drunkard had a smile on his face. He stepped forward step by step, in the direction of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Xianxia. Li Changfeng, Yu, Clang. The sound of a sword rang out. Xianxia was directly sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. An old drunkard's face didn't have the slightest killing intent. From start to finish, he maintained a faint smile. When you were in the Imperial City, you tried to kill him. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but I didn't think that you would kill your way to the Burning Sun sect. Repeatedly attacking other people's disciples, have you ever thought that your master would be angry? Xianxia stood up, his face extremely ugly. You, Clang. Another ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. Everyone only heard the sound and didn't see an old drunkard swing his sword. However, Xianxia was once again sent flying. A large amount of blood splattered in the air, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Such a scene caused even the pupils of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder to shrink. Xianxia climbed up in a sorry state. There were 2 glaring sword wounds on his chest, and one could even see the shadow of his ribs. You have been deceiving everyone. You haven't been decadent. Xianxia's face was ashen. Bang! Just as Xianxia finished speaking, he was once again sent flying. A clear footprint appeared on his chest. Whether I am decadent or not, what does it have to do with you? An old drunkard indifferently said. While speaking, an old drunkard's steps were very gentle as he approached step by step. Xianxia stood up again, but he didn't dare to speak again. Instead, he retreated step by step until he was behind the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Senior. An old drunkard's strength caused Xianxia's heart to tremble. He had been injured twice and sent flying once, but he didn't even see an old drunkard's movements. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, did not see clearly, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder nodded. Xianxia was an elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. This time, he had come to help the 100 Refinements Workshop. He naturally wouldn't watch Xianxia suffer. Taking a step forward, he looked at an old drunkard and said coldly, it seems that everyone has underestimated you. However, Junior, don't be too arrogant. An old drunkard still had a smile on his face. He didn't care about the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's words at all. The people I want to kill have never been able to live. It was so in the past, now, and in the future. As he spoke, an old drunkard continued, get out of my sight. I'll settle the score with your 100 Refinements Workshop later. An old drunkard's voice was very calm, causing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's expression to turn cold. Insolent Junior, this old man wants to see how far you, the peerless genius from back then, have grown. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of weapons that had been shot down earlier trembled again and floated into the air, buzzing. 49 combined slash. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. He controlled the 49 weapons and pressed down on an old drunkard. However, in the next moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's expression changed because an old drunkard's figure had disappeared. He had silently disappeared from his sight. I said, get out of my sight. A voice sounded beside him. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was shocked. He looked to the side and saw that an old drunkard had already appeared beside him. "You, slap," an old drunkard slapped the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder with a backhand slap. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was immediately sent flying and crashed into the duty hall. "Lord Elder." The expressions of the 100 Refinements Workshop's powerhouses changed, and they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock as if they had seen a malicious spirit. A single slap had sent a 9th-level Imperial Sky Realm expert flying. "This old fellow is so powerful?" Lin Tian trembled. Back in the Imperial City, Yu Wushuang had once said that an old drunkard was not much weaker than the Burning Sun Sect's Grand Elder. But now, it seemed that Yu Wushuang had still underestimated an old drunkard's combat strength. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and the Burning Sun Sect's Grand Elder had the same cultivation base. Now, an old drunkard was able to send the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder flying with a single slap. His combat strength had clearly surpassed the Burning Sun Sect's Grand Elder by a lot. At this moment, the expressions of the Burning Sun Sect's members could be said to be extremely excited. "That was a good slap," Tu Bei roared. Further away, the Burning Sun Sect's Grand Elder could not help but cry. The man he had once forced to leave the Burning Sun Sect was still as outstanding and monstrous as before after so many years. He felt very gratified. At this moment, only Xianxia's expression was the most unsightly, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. You, staring at an old drunkard, Xianxia staggered back. Even the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder could be sent flying with a single slap. How could such a person resist? How could they fight? An old drunkard walked in front of Xianxia and calmly raised the Heart Spirit Sword. "Time flies. After so many years, I finally took in a good disciple. It can be considered the only meaningful thing in my life. I have a lot of expectations for the future." An old drunkard's voice was very lazy. "It's just that you old fellows just had to jump out and bully him. To be honest, I'm really not very happy." Xianxia trembled slightly. Pfft. A head flew up into the air, rolling on the ground for over 100 feet away. An old drunkard turned around and looked at the 100 Refinements Workshop's master and the others. "Next, it's your turn." End of chapter. Reading on mobile phone. As an old drunkard looked over, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop felt a chill run down their spines, and their faces turned pale. "Li Changfeng, what are you doing?" the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said. Staring at an old drunkard, the eyes of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop were filled with fear. One of them could not help but take a step back. Mu Hong, Su Yu, and Xianxia, the 3 Zephyr Realm experts, were killed in the blink of an eye. This made the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop deeply understand the gap between them and an old drunkard. It was too big, a huge gap. In the direction of the Burning Sun Sect's duty hall, a majestic spiritual ether spread out, and the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop rushed out. In a flash, he arrived in front of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop and stared at an old drunkard with a solemn expression. After a pause, the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop said, "Li Changfeng, let's leave immediately, and this matter will be over." "How about it?" The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was originally an expert at the 9th level of the Zephyr Realm, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. "You want to leave just like that? Aren't you taking things too simply?" An old drunkard narrowed his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop twitched. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop said in a deep voice, "One of our people has already died at your hands. It should be enough. It's just one person. The price is too small." An old drunkard shook his head. Hearing this, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop were furious. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop stopped the angry people and said, "Your disciple has learned the 100 Refinements secret method of our 100 Refinements Workshop. There is nothing wrong with us coming to the Burning Sun Sect to verify it. Now, your disciple is alive and well, but our 100 Refinements Workshop has lost an airborne realm expert. What else do you want? Don't go too far. Old man, you have lived for more than 400 years. It's not good to lie like this, right? An old drunkard smiled and said, "What kind of place is your 100 refinements workshop? Even airborne realm experts can't easily break in, let alone steal the supreme 100 refinements secret method of your 100 refinements workshop. What are you guys up to? Do you think others won't be able to guess?" The expression of the 100 refinements workshop's grand elder immediately darkened, and the expressions of the others also became even more unsightly. "What do you want?" said the supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop. At this moment, their 100 refinements workshop could be said to be at an absolute disadvantage when facing the people from the Burning Sun sect. He was unwilling to continue fighting because if they were to continue fighting, their group would definitely be completely annihilated. Once they were all wiped out, the 100 refinements workshop would suffer a huge blow and might even be destroyed. An old drunkard glanced around and the smile on his face grew wider. The Burning Sun sect was destroyed by you to such an extent. Isn't it too much to ask for some compensation? An old drunkard smiled and said, "All of you are cultivators in the airborne realm, so you all should be quite wealthy. Take it all out." In the distance, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth twitched. This old man. He originally thought that an old drunkard would make a move on the people from the 100 refinements workshop, but he did not expect that this old man would actually extort a few giants at this time, which made him feel annoyed. However, after thinking about it, he sighed again. This was really in line with an old drunkard's current personality. "What? Impossible!" shouted the master of the 100 refinements workshop. They were the giants of the Burning Sun sect, and the things in the stone rings were very precious. The supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop raised his hand and stopped the master of the 100 refinements workshop. "Do as he says," the supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop said with a livid face. They were on the chopping block, and there was no room for negotiation now. With that said, the supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop waved his hand, and suddenly, a large pile of things fell out of the stone ring on the middle finger of his right hand, all of which were extremely precious treasures. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw a familiar kind of pill at a glance. It was the forging spirit pill that the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect had given him, and there were more than 30 of them. Lin Tian was shocked. More than 30 forging spirit pills, this value could be said to be shockingly high. In addition, he also saw some other precious things, such as treasure-level weapons and airborne realm martial arts. At the same time, he also saw a few purple spirit coin cards. Looking at the level of the cards, each card had at least tens of millions of spirit coins. Wow! The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were in an uproar, and many could not help but swallow their saliva. Not only these ordinary disciples, but even the Burning Sun sect master and the others could not help but be slightly moved. The 100 refinements workshop is really rich. An old drunkard smiled and looked at the master of the 100 refinements workshop and the others. "What about you guys?" The owner of the 100 refinement square clenched his teeth. However, he was also aware of the current situation his group was in. Immediately, he acted like the grand elder of the 100 refinement square. He shook his hand and threw out some of the items within his stone ring. Then, the other two did the same. Enduring the pain in their hearts, they took out all their treasures. Suddenly, the ground was full of dazzling treasures, and all kinds of treasures dazzled the eyes. "Is it okay now?" the supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop said. "Of course." An old drunkard smiled. Suddenly, the hard spirit sword in an old drunkard's hand shook slightly. Pft! 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 3 bloody lights flashed, and 3 arms flew out diagonally. While still in the air, they were crushed into a bloody pulp. "Ah!" Miserable cries rang out. The master of the 100 refinements workshop and the other 2 elders of the 100 refinements workshop each had an arm chopped off. The supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop retreated more than 50 feet away. He stared at an old drunkard with a face full of anger. "Li Chongfeng, you dodged quite quickly. As expected of an expert from the 9th heaven of the imperial sky. Realm," an old drunkard said. The supreme elder of the 100 refinements workshop was furious. On the other side, the master of the 100 refinements workshop and the other 2 stared at an old drunkard with crazy hatred and killing intent in their eyes. Apart from the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, every single one of them had an arm severed by the old drunkard. Moreover, the severed arms had all been minced into pieces by the sword energy. Even with spirit pills and miraculous medicines, it was difficult to repair them. An old drunkard smiled faintly. "Now, you can leave." Such a casual tone made the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the others even more furious. "I'll fight it out with you." The master of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared furiously. However, in the next moment, his entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two elders of the 100 Refinements Workshop originally wanted to attack, but at this moment, they forcefully restrained themselves. Whether it was Xianxia or the current master of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the two great experts were injured, but they did not see how an old drunkard attacked. This made them feel powerless. "Aren't you leaving?" An old drunkard smiled. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had an extremely gloomy expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Originally, they were already in a disadvantageous position. Now, the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other two had lost an arm each, so their combat strength was even weaker. If they did not leave now, he was afraid that an old drunkard would change his mind and that the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect would force them to stay. "By the way, leave behind all the weapons you took out when you used the 100 Refinements secret technique. Don't take them away." An old drunkard's voice sounded again. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled. He clenched his fists tightly and led the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other two elders away. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the Burning Sun sect and actually left all their weapons on the Burning Sun sect's mountain. In the blink of an eye, the four of them disappeared into the distant sky. They left? No, they escaped. Some of the Burning Sun sect's disciples muttered to themselves. Then, the crowd stared at an old drunkard, and their eyes all flickered. At this time, there was only one word in the minds of the Burning Sun sect's people: powerful. In the distance, even Lin Tian was stunned. He was speechless that an old drunkard had only extorted a few of the 100 Refinements Workshop's big shots. But he did not expect that an old drunkard would cut off the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the other two elders' arms in the blink of an eye. This really surprised him. By the time he came back to his senses, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop had already left the Burning Sun sect. "Senior brother." The master of the Burning Sun sect was extremely excited and quickly rushed toward an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled and pointed at the pile of treasures on the ground. "Take them. They should be useful to the sect." The master of the Burning Sun sect nodded and did not hesitate to take all the treasures on the ground. Hey, leave some money for me!" An old drunkard shouted. At this time, Luoyu, Xianxia, Zhaohua, Tu Ming, and several elders came over. After not seeing each other for so many years, these elders of the Burning Sun sect missed an old drunkard very much. "Old Tu, you look like you're in a mess." An old drunkard looked at Tu Bei and said. It had to be said that among the 6 giants of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Bei was the most seriously injured. His body was covered in blood and he could not even walk steadily. ****. I just blocked a few attacks for your disciple." Tu Ming cursed loudly. Such words immediately made all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect in the distance dumbfounded. Their sect's elder in the airborne realm actually called them father. An old drunkard was stunned. He glanced at Lin Tian not far away and smiled. "Thank you." "Chongfeng." An old voice sounded. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect stood in the distance. He opened his mouth but didn't seem to know what to say next. An old drunkard, whose back was facing the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, trembled slightly for the first time. "Brother, since you left, Master has been blaming himself for all these years." The Burning Sun sect's sect master whispered. An old drunkard tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian not far away. "Don't look, your precious disciple won't die," Tu Bei said. Lin Tian supported his body with his spirit sword and said, "Let's talk to the Supreme Elder." An old drunkard turned around and walked toward the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian couldn't see an old drunkard's expression clearly. He only saw an old drunkard follow behind the Supreme Elder and walk in a certain direction behind the Burning Sun sect's mountain. He pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Enduring the pain, he stood up with the support of his spirit sword. Lin Tian, how do you feel? The Burning Sun sect master came forward. Thank you for your concern, sect master. I'm fine, nothing serious. Lin Tian Dao. Then, he took a step back and solemnly bowed to the Burning Sun sect master and the 4 elders. For Lin Tianyi, several seniors have been injured. At the same time, they have also brought so much trouble to the sect. I'm really sorry, but I'm also very grateful. The Burning Sun sect master shook his head and looked at the back of the Burning Sun sect's mountain. We should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to see senior brother again in this life. The Burning Sun sect master said. Reading on a mobile phone, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others looked at the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Some were smiling, some were sighing, but in general, the 5 big shots were very happy. Please search, pin and book yen. Com, to see the most complete. A novel. Lin Tian saw their expressions and couldn't help but smile. An old drunkard was really popular. Right, sect leader, senior Pu and the others, Lin Tian Dao. In the distance, Puan and the other deacons were lying on the ground. He didn't know what happened to them. He walked towards Puan and the others and carefully checked their injuries. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. Although these people were seriously injured, fortunately, their lives weren't in danger. They had just fainted. Don't worry, we'll take care of them immediately. The Burning Sun sect leader smiled. Seeing Lin Tian's action, the Burning Sun sect leader and the other 4 elders couldn't help but nod inwardly. The first thing to worry about after a battle was to worry about the people who helped you. Although this action was small, it was enough to see a person's character. As the Burning Sun sect leader's words fell, the other deacons came forward. Under Elder Luo Yu's instructions, they carefully helped Puan and the other injured deacons up and walked towards the Pill Treasure Hall. The Pill Treasure Hall wasn't just the place where the Burning Sun sect's disciples received pills. Some of the injured deacons would also go there to recuperate. Are your injuries really okay? The Burning Sun sect leader asked. I'm fine. Lin Tian Dao. That's good. The Burning Sun sect leader nodded. At this time, the Burning Sun sect's disciples in the distance looked over. Many of them stared at Lin Tian with worship on their faces. Relying on his Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation to contend against a flight manipulation realm expert and survive. In the end, he even killed Ling Yi and the other 2 with a severely injured body. This caused the Burning Sun sect's disciples to feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. As expected of Senior Li's disciple. Too monstrous. Someone murmured. For a moment, many of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect stood quietly in place. They were all stunned and did not know what to do. In the end, it was the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect who spoke, causing the crowd to disperse. Lin Tian, you should go back and rest too. The Burning Sun sect's sect master said. Although Lin Tian claimed that she was fine, the Burning Sun sect's sect leader knew that Lin Tian's current condition was not optimistic. All right. Lin Tian nodded. To be honest, his current condition was indeed not very good. Despite an old drunkard injecting a drop of spirit wine into his body, it was impossible to heal his injuries in an instant. After all, he took a hit from an airborne realm fighter head-on. Although Mu Han hadn't used his full strength at that time, the power of that palm was still very terrifying. If it were an ordinary cultivator at the 4th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, they would already be in the underworld. After bowing slightly to the Burning Sun sect's sect leader and the others, Lin Tian walked back to his residence. Looking at Lin Tian's figure, the Burning Sun sect's sect leader and the other 4 big shots all smiled. Next, clean up the mess. The Burning Sun sect's sect leader said. Looking around, the Burning Sun sect's main hall in front of them was severely damaged, and cracks were everywhere on the ground. Tubei said, the main thing is still the mountain shielding formation. When the mountain shielding formation was mentioned, Tubei's face did not look very good. The damage to the formation was related to Ling Yi, and Ling Yi was a disciple that he had carefully taught for more than a year. Don't think too much about it. It's not your fault. Elder Luo Yu said. The Burning Sun sect leader looked at Xianxia and said, I'll have to trouble Elder Yang with this matter. Please ask a 6th level array manipulator to come back and help repair the formation core. When saying this, the Burning Sun sect leader looked a little serious because the mountain shielding formation was indeed very important. It was an important component of the sect's strength. Okay, I'll leave immediately, Xianxia said. Xianxia also suffered some injuries, but they were not too serious. After saying this, he immediately flew out of the Burning Sun sect. The Burning Sun sect leader looked at the back of the mountain. I wonder how senior brother and master's conversation went. Shaking his head, the Burning Sun sect leader, Tu Bei, and the other 2 elders all moved. The damage to the sect was not light, and they had a lot of things to do. When Lin Tian returned to his residence, the sky was slightly dark. He did not do anything else, but spread out the 3 spirit-gathering runes, and immediately began to circulate the 4 extreme scripture. He slowly recuperated from his injuries. An old drunkard injected a drop of spirit wine into his body. After circulating the 4 extreme scripture, the effects immediately improved, and the pain in his chest rapidly lessened. Wang. A faint silver light intertwined around his body, brightening the dim room by a lot. The spirit-gathering runes attracted a lot of heaven and earth spirit qi. Under such rich heaven and earth spirit qi, he felt very comfortable, and the circulation of the 4 extreme scripture was also very smooth. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. At this time, his originally pale face became slightly rosy, and his essence, energy, and spirit had clearly improved. After another hour, Lin Tian circulated the 4 extreme scripture and completely refined the spirit wine in his body. His injuries were almost healed by more than half. At this time, he did not get up, but continued to circulate the 4 extreme scripture. In his mind, he recalled the scene when he fought against Mu Hong, and in his sea of consciousness, he repeated it over and over again. Wang. Gradually, the light on his body became more intense, and the aura outside his body became stronger. The sky was already filled with stars, and strands of starlight fell toward his residence. Lin Tian silently circulated the 4 extreme scripture in his room, and from time to time, the sound of thunder rumbling could be heard from his body. In this way, the night quickly passed. In the morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. After clenching his hands, he felt that his strength had become a bit stronger, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also improved considerably. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes. He had to admit that the increase in his strength was inextricably linked to the battle with Mu Hong, who was in the airborne realm. Yo, you're in good shape. A voice was heard. The door was pushed open without him noticing. Lin Tian looked up and saw an old drunkard leaning against the door. Lin Tian glanced at him and then sat down. Hey, aren't you going to invite your dear master in? An old drunkard rolled his eyes. It's not like you don't have legs. Lin Tian Ondao. Looking at an old drunkard, he seemed to be having a good chat with the Supreme Elder. You're not cute at all, the old drunkard said as he kicked the door shut. Only then did he slowly move in. Lin Tian looked an old drunkard up and down. With a handsome face, shoulder-length hair, and a white robe, he looked to be at most 30 years old. I'm really not used to your outfit. Kid, you're jealous of me. An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and laughed. Lin Tian was speechless. This old guy was not serious at all. Speaking of which, what's your cultivation level now? Even the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop is no match for you. Lin Tian's expression became more serious. He tilted his head and looked at an old drunkard. Don't tell me you've reached the immortal realm? Who knows? An old drunkard laughed and looked at Lin Tian Ondao. You, on the other hand, have come up with something interesting. What interesting thing? Lin Tianwei was stunned. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, a white lotus floating between my eyebrows. Hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian's expression froze. He said, I was just about to ask you. White lotuses suddenly appeared in my sea of consciousness. What's going on? Although the white lotuses in the sea of consciousness were very powerful, Lin Tian still did not know much about them. He really wanted to understand. Things that appeared in the sea of consciousness. As expected. An old drunkard laughed. Lin Tianwei was a little unhappy. Don't keep me in suspense. Be straightforward. Hey, kid, be more polite to your dear master. An old drunkard removed his hand from Lin Tian's neck and sat opposite Lin Tian. Then he said, generally speaking, there can't be anything in a cultivator's sea of consciousness. At most, when one's cultivation reaches the immortal realm, one can put some weapons in it. That's nothing. However, in the long path of cultivation, there are very few geniuses who, either because of an epiphany, some kind of fortuitous encounter, or because of innate talent, will gradually produce something special in their sea of consciousness. For example, lightning, fire, or even the sun, moon, and stars. This phenomenon is called a sea of consciousness anomaly. After that, an old drunkard grabbed the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Lin Tianwei was stunned. A sea of consciousness anomaly? An old drunkard nodded. Very few people can comprehend a sea of consciousness anomaly. It can be said to be 1 in 10,000. Once one can comprehend and control a sea of consciousness anomaly, one's combat strength will definitely increase greatly. Some extremely powerful sea of consciousness anomaly can even allow a cultivator to cross 8 small realms to fight. Cross 8 small realms to fight? That's too exaggerated. Lin Tianwei was shocked. He thought that his strength was not bad, but now, he could only cross 3 small realms to fight. However, an old drunkard said that there was someone who could cross 8 small realms to fight with a sea of consciousness anomaly. This was simply, it could only be described as heaven-defying. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, if you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's not true. Speak human language. Lin Tian was displeased. An old drunkard, in short, it's just a legend. I'm not sure. After a pause, an old drunkard asked, speaking of which, kid, what are the effects of those white lotuses in your sea of consciousness? Lin Tian nodded and briefly explained the effects of the white lotuses. An old drunkard thought for a moment and said, without a doubt, this is indeed a sea of consciousness anomaly. As for the effects, I don't think it's as simple as attacking the sea of consciousness and the nerves of the brain. According to what you said, I guess this thing can attack even the soul. It's simply the nemesis of those things that exist in the form of spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies? What's that? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. For example, yin spirits, malicious ghosts, or pure divine sense bodies. An old drunkard said. Yin spirits? Malicious ghosts? Lin Tian was surprised. Do such things really exist? Lin Tian was not surprised by pure divine sense bodies, because he had seen them in Fengjian City. At that time, the violet fairy left a strand of divine sense in his body, which later turned into pure divine sense bodies. However, he was a little curious about the so-called yin spirits and malicious ghosts. They seemed to be just folklore. Lin Tianwei asked suspiciously, Demon Burial Valley? For Gates' trial? He was a little surprised to hear those words. Full text to read, he looked at an old drunkard and saw that an old drunkard was staring out of the window as if he was thinking about something. Old man! Lin Tian shouted. An old drunkard coughed and said, let's talk about the Demon Burial Valley first. It's located in the center of the first heaven. It's said that it was a chaotic battlefield in ancient times, and it's also a place where demons were sealed. Since it's the ruins of an ancient battlefield, it's obvious that there are countless opportunities inside. Whether it's treasures, elixirs, powerful weapons, or ancient martial arts techniques, all of these can be found in the Demon Burial Valley. Then wouldn't the Demon Burial Valley be crowded every day? Lin Tianwei was shocked. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tianwei, you didn't listen to me carefully. Didn't I say that the Demon Burial Valley will only open in about half a month? In other words, the Demon Burial Valley is usually closed. The old drunkard paused for a moment before he continued, you can't say that it's closed, but it's very difficult to enter. Lin Tian frowned, what do you mean? An old drunkard said, the Demon Burial Valley is surrounded by fog all year round. Even experts in the flight realm can't break through the fog and enter. It's only at a certain time every year that the thick fog will disperse and an opening to the Demon Burial Valley will appear. This opening will last for 2 months. Lin Tian nodded. So that's how it is. What about the Four Gates trial? He asked. An old drunkard said, the demon burial valley opens for 2 months every year. During this time, the 4 sects will let their outstanding disciples enter to train and improve themselves. This is the so-called Four Gates trial. Of course, when the demon burial valley opens, it won't be just the disciples of the 4 great sects who will enter. In this world, other cultivators will enter as well. For example, some of the young elites of the array manipulation sect, and some other powerful rogue cultivators. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. So you're saying that a lot of people will die in these 2 months every year? That's inevitable. An old drunkard smiled faintly. It's normal to fight and die in a ruin like that, which is full of opportunities and treasures. Apart from that, the demon burial valley itself can be said to be a dark place. There are powerful and ferocious demonic beasts everywhere. If you're not careful, you'll become the demonic beast's food. An old drunkard paused for a moment before he continued, furthermore, as I've said before, the demon burial valley is the ruins of a battlefield. There are many Een spirits there and it's very strange. At the same time, there are also ferocious ghosts. Even the weakest of them is comparable to an airborne realm expert. It's very difficult to deal with them with normal means. Lin Tian frowned slightly. So, it's really a dangerous place. What are you afraid of? An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, don't you have that White Lotus vision? I'm sure that if you encounter any Een spirits or ordinary ferocious ghosts, you'll charge forward. Those White Lotuses in your sea of consciousness are definitely the bane of all Een spirits and ferocious ghosts. You'll torture them when you see them. Are you sure? Lin Tian was a little skeptical. Don't doubt it. As your master, I won't harm you. An old drunkard rolled his eyes and said, there's about half a month before the demon burial valley opens. In this half a month, you'd better familiarize yourself with those White Lotuses in your sea of consciousness. I'm sure that this time, you'll definitely be the biggest winner among all who enter the demon burial valley. Lin Tian was a little speechless. There was only half a month. How could he just cultivate the White Lotuses in his sea of consciousness? He looked at an old drunkard and said, forget it. I've already familiarized myself with the White Lotuses in my sea of consciousness. Now that there's only half a month left, I plan to cultivate the White Lotus Sword technique during this time to improve my combat strength. Training in the White Lotus Sword Codex was originally his decision, as the Azure Thunder Sword technique was no longer considered too powerful. After all, the powerful disciples of several sects and clans all had airborne realm martial arts techniques, which were all more powerful than the Azure Thunder Sword technique. If he didn't have such martial arts techniques, it would have been fine. But since he did, he naturally had to cultivate it. You know the White Lotus Sword technique? An old drunkard was a little surprised. Yes, I got it from the stone wall in the Valley of the Harp. The White Lotuses in my sea of consciousness were also condensed at that time. Lin Tian said. Hearing this, an old drunkard immediately laughed. This scene is really similar. An old drunkard's disciple indeed. After laughing for a while, an old drunkard stopped and said, although the White Lotus Sword technique is very powerful, it is ultimately more suitable for women to cultivate. Well, how about this? I'll teach you another airborne realm sword technique. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at an old drunkard. An old drunkard drank a mouthful of wine and said, when you were in the Imperial City, you once refined a fire crystal, and your spiritual chi contained the power of fire. It is very suitable for the Burning Sun sect's 9 styles of the Burning Sun. With that, an old drunkard stood up and said with a smile, let's go, kid. There are still 15 days before the demon burial valley opens. I'll personally guide you in cultivation. Really? Lin Tian was surprised. An old drunkard was very powerful. It was definitely a good thing for such a strong person to personally guide him in cultivation. This could be seen from Lingyi. Back then, 2Mo had also personally guided Lingyi in cultivation. In the end, Lingyi's strength had increased by a large margin in just a few days. An old drunkard rolled his eyes. Demon Sealing Gorge, let's go. With that, an old drunkard walked out of the room. Lin Tian directly followed him and walked towards the Demon Sealing Gorge. Senior Li Chongfeng. And that Lin Tian. I never thought that Lin Tian would be Senior Li Chongfeng's disciple. Yeah, no wonder he's so strong. On the Demon Ceiling Gorge, seeing an old drunkard and Lin Tianyi walking, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all shocked. Lin Tian was already used to being talked about. An old drunkard was obviously even more used to it. The two of them jumped down the Demon Ceiling Gorge. Not long after, they arrived in a forest 13,000 feet away from the Demon Ceiling Gorge. In this place, the light was very weak and dim. The air was filled with an extremely shocking demonic aura, causing people to feel somewhat depressed. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were many demonic beasts in the vicinity. Moreover, the weakest among them was a Class 7 demonic beast. He even saw a few Class 9 demonic beasts. His heart couldn't help but tighten. A Class 9 demonic beast was an existence comparable to an expert at the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. It would be very dangerous for him to face a Class 9 demonic beast. It'll be good for you to get used to this oppressive atmosphere, an old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded and fixed his gaze on an old drunkard. Got it. Let's begin. An old drunkard picked up a branch from the ground. When we were in the Imperial City, I found that you cultivated a very powerful protective technique. It's stronger than any of the techniques of the 4 great sections. Therefore, I won't teach you any techniques. I'll only teach you the 9 forms of the Burning Sun Sword technique of the airborne realm. An old drunkard said as he lifted the branch in his hand and gently chopped down. The first sword, combined slash. Spiritual essence flows through the arm and condenses into a line through the sword. Condense the spiritual essence into a sharp blade. At the same time, it also has the power of vibration. An old drunkard gave Lin Tian a detailed explanation of how to circulate spiritual essence as he made the first sword strike. Lin Tianyi listened to an old drunkard's explanation of the essence of the sword technique as he carefully observed an old drunkard's movements. His eyes flashed with light from time to time, and he felt that he had comprehended the first sword strike in an instant. This made his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself that it was indeed different to have a master teaching him. Teaching martial arts in such a way was indeed much faster than training on his own. Clang, 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 the sound of swords was heard in the shrubs, and the air became scorching hot. There were many monsters around, but at this moment, they were all frightened when they heard the sound of swords. As such, all the monsters around the shrubs fled in the blink of an eye, and the demonic aura in the air suddenly became much weaker. An old drunkard held an ordinary branch in his hand, but at this moment, it seemed to be a terrifying weapon. As an old drunkard moved, the air in the direction of the branch trembled. After that, an old drunkard performed the second sword strike all the way to the 6th sword strike, causing the temperature in the area to rise. The 7th sword strike, burning abyss. The 8th sword strike, splitting sky. The 9th sword strike, burning Sunday. An old drunkard performed the burning sun swordsmanship as he explained to Lin Tian, performing all 9 sword strikes. An old drunkard spent a total of 4 hours performing the 9 sword strikes because his explanations were very detailed. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. In just 4 hours, he had memorized all the essentials of the burning sun swordsmanship. At this moment, he felt as if he had been practicing this sword technique for a long time. Lin Tian naturally knew that this was all thanks to an old drunkard. If an old drunkard hadn't explained while practicing, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step in such a short time. The burning sun swordsmanship is just like its name. When you perform this sword technique, the blade will become scorching hot. When you practice the last few sword strikes, the sword radiance will be even more scorching hot. Its attack power is very strong. Among all the martial arts of the 4 big sects, it is only slightly weaker than the 100 refinements technique. An old drunkard said, "You have refined a fire crystal before, so it should be easy for you to practice this sword technique. Its power will also be much stronger than that of ordinary people." After a pause, an old drunkard looked at Lin Tian. "Well, after watching my demonstration, how do you feel now?" "I have memorized the essentials of the sword technique, but I think I can only master the 6th sword strike in half a month." Lin Tian Ondao. An old drunkard gave Lin Tianyi a slap. "This is a martial arts technique of the airborne realm. You are able to master the 6th strike of this sword technique with your cultivation at the 4th firmament of the spiritual sea. This is already very impressive. An old drunkard took a step back as he said, "Now, take out your sword and attack me with the burning sun swordsmanship. I will suppress my power to a certain extent." Lin Tian frowned. "I need to train for a while. Fighting is the best training." An old drunkard said, "Remember, attack with the intention of killing me." Lin Tian thought for a bit and nodded, taking out the heart of spirit from the stone ring. "Here I come, old man." Lin Tian waved his right hand and attacked like a phantom. The blade of the heart of spirit buzzed, and the blade was shrouded in a layer of scorching flames in an instant. It was the first strike of the burning sun swordsmanship, combined slash. The first strike was actually able to ignite the sword? The old drunkard was slightly startled. Soon after, he laughed out loud. It seems that the effect of the fire crystal is not bad. Reading on the mobile phone, an old drunkard was surprised that Lin Tian could make the sword burn with flames when he executed the first move of the 9 styles of the burning sun. At the same time, an old drunkard was also surprised that Lin Tian could execute the move in such a short time. Although he had taught Lin Tian by example, an old drunkard's comprehension speed was truly monstrous. Not bad. An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tian smiled and the inner spirit sword burned even more fiercely. With a slash, the flaming sword chi that filled the sky was instantly dispersed. For a time, the sound of metal clanging could be heard in the forest. At the same time, in the 100 Refinements workshop. Ah! A furious roar resounded throughout the 100 Refinements workshop, causing all the disciples to tremble in fear. The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others returned to the 100 Refinements workshop from the Burning Sun sect. Apart from the Supreme Elder who was unscathed, the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others had lost an arm. One could imagine the anger and hatred in their hearts. At this moment, a group of people gathered in a large hall. Only the Supreme Elder who had stayed behind in the 100 Refinements workshop was unscathed. He stared at the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the others with a shocked expression. The Supreme Elder's expression was solemn. "It's really that, Li Changfeng." The owner of the 100 Refinements workshop gritted his teeth and his face was filled with killing intent. Like the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop, the other 2 Supreme Elders' faces were ashen and their eyes were bloodshot. They had gone to the Burning Sun sect to ask for Mu Hong, but they did not expect an old drunkard to suddenly appear. Not only did Mu Hong die, but the 3 of them also lost an arm each. Even the treasures and elixirs that they had collected over the years were all gone. At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the depths of the hall. It sounded like the beating of a drum. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said coldly, "Let's ignore Li Changfeng for now. The Demon Burial Valley will open in half a month. Li Changfeng will definitely let his disciples enter the Demon Burial Valley to train. In this half a month, do your best to raise the combat power of a few core disciples. We must capture him alive in the Demon Burial Valley. As long as we obtain the complete 100 Refinements secret technique, the strength of our 100 Refinements workshop will increase by 1,000 times. At that time, we will kill Li Changfeng." The owner of the 100 Refinements district and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with cold light. On the other side, in the 7 Profound Pavilion, Xianxia was killed by the Burning Sun sect? The 7 Profound Pavilion Master's expression changed. Damn it, when did he go to the Burning Sun sect? And that Li Changfeng, that man actually returned to the Burning Sun sect? Pavilion Master, what should we do? Someone said with a sullen expression. Let's get to the bottom of this before we decide what to do. The 7 Profound Pavilion Master said. Beside him, another person said, Pavilion Master, the Demon Burial Valley will open in half a month. I know. Tell the disciples to prepare well, especially the core disciples. Looking outside, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master's expression was very ugly. No matter what, the Zephyr Realm experts were the pillars of the sect. However, one of them had died just like that. This was a huge blow to the 7 Profound Pavilion. However, he could not do anything for the time being because Xianxia had died in the Burning Sun sect at the hands of an old drunkard. As someone from the same generation as an old drunkard, the 7 Profound Pavilion Master was very clear about how terrifying an old drunkard was. Moreover, he could imagine that Xianxia was not in the right in this matter. Otherwise, the burning sun sect would not have killed Xianxia without any scruples. Incompetent. The seven profound pavilion master scolded. With a flick of his sleeve, he walked into the depths of the seven profound pavilion. Almost at the same time, the Valley of the Harp received news that Suyu had died in the burning sun sect. He brought this upon himself. Yu Wushuang shook her head with an indifferent expression. Yu Wushuang naturally understood Suyu very well. Suyu had followed the people of the 100 Refinements Square to the burning sun sect. She more or less guessed something. It seems that an old drunkard's current strength is unstoppable among the 4 sections. He is indeed as strong as before. Valley Master, which disciples will be sent to the Demon Burial Valley? A voice sounded. Someone walked in. It was also an elder of the Valley of the Harp. Although the Demon Burial Valley is full of opportunities, there are also many dangers. Yu Wushuang looked at the old woman who walked in and said, "Let's follow the previous years and only allow disciples who have reached the Sea of Consciousness realm to enter. This will reduce the casualties." Valley Master's words are reasonable. This old woman also thinks so. After all, those children are still young and cannot wither prematurely. The old woman said. Then I will trouble Elder Sunday, Yu Wushuang said. Elder Sun smiled and waved her hand, then left. Burning Sun Sect, Demon Sealing Gorge. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and the flaming sword radiance swept across the field, scorching some of the nearby bushes. In the bushes, 2 figures were fighting. One of them was holding a long sword, which was completely covered in flames. The other figure was holding an ordinary dry branch. Normally, when a branch came into contact with flames, it would quickly be burned to ashes. However, this branch kept colliding with the flaming sword, but it was not damaged at all. Clang! 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 The branch and the flaming sword kept colliding with each other, emitting the crisp sound of metal colliding. The 4th sword, tornado! A cold shout sounded. Suddenly, the wind in the bushes shook violently. Dozens of flaming tornadoes appeared, causing the air to sizzle. Not bad, very strong. The other person laughed. White Lotus sword. Suddenly, dense white lotuses appeared in the air. Then, the white lotuses quickly condensed into a large sword, flowing with brilliant light. The 2 figures fighting were naturally Lin Tian and an old drunkard. Since an old drunkard brought Lin Tian to the Demon Sealing Gorge to cultivate, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, an old drunkard not only taught Lin Tian the 9 forms of the incinerating sun, but also honed the white lotuses that grew in Lin Tian's knowledge sea. This allowed Lin Tian to have a better control of the white lotuses. At this time, the flaming tornadoes attacked from all directions. The lotus sword in the knowledge sea ignored everything and rushed straight to an old drunkard. Heh! An old drunkard smiled and gently swung the branch. With a sizzle, all the flaming tornadoes collapsed. At the same time, the lotus sword seemed to be blocked and bounced back. The 5th sword, bursting flames. Lin Tian shouted. As he swung the sword, the heart spirit sword trembled. The air became scorching hot and the sky was full of flames. Now, when he used the 9 forms of the incinerating sun, the power of fire in his vital essence was completely mobilized. It was much more powerful than when he merged his fire vital essence into the Azure Thunder Sword technique. It was a qualitative difference. He also finally understood an old drunkard's words. He, who had refined the fire crystals, was indeed very suitable to cultivate the 9 forms of the incinerating sun good. An old drunkard praised. The 2 figures continued to fight in the bushes. It was not until another 2 hours had passed that they stopped. Lin Tian squatted on the side, panting heavily. In these 10 days, an old drunkard had been suppressing his strength, but it was still very difficult for him to fight with an old drunkard. It felt like an ant trying to shake an elephant. However, although he was very tired these 10 days, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased tremendously. In 10 days, you've cultivated the 5th form of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun. You've also mastered the strange phenomenon in your mind. It's very good. Compared to 10 days ago, your combat strength has at least doubled. After a pause, an old drunkard smiled and said, I don't think you can learn the 6th to 9th forms in a short time, so there's no need to practice now. Next, I'll pass on the essence of the 10th form to you. Remember it well. Huh? Lin Tianyi was stunned. The 10th form? He remembered that there were only 9 forms of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun. Where did the 10th form come from? An old drunkard grinned. The 9 forms of the incinerating sun indeed only have 9 forms. But I, your master, had nothing to do, so I combined the first 9 forms and created the 10th form. You, Lin Tian's eyes widened. He created the 10th form of the incinerating sun? Don't waste time. Watch carefully. I'll only show it to you today. As an old drunkard spoke, his entire aura suddenly changed. Lin Tianyi saw that an old drunkard seemed to be performing the first form of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun all the way to the 9th form. An old drunkard performed the 9 forms in a cycle, slowly simplifying them. After dozens of breaths, an old drunkard slashed out. Boom, in an instant, the entire demon ceiling gorge seemed to shake. A sea of fire suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Tian stared at the sky closely. He only felt that the sea of fire was extremely dazzling. The flame seemed to be condensed from the killing sword aura. He could clearly see the sharp killing swords nurtured in the sea of fire. It was as if they were going to pierce the clouds, no, the sky. Staring at this sword, Lin Tian was shocked. Was this really a move of the flight realm? Did you see it clearly? An old drunkard asked. Lin Tian collected his thoughts and took a deep breath before nodding. An old drunkard had taken dozens of breaths to perform that move because an old drunkard had demonstrated it for him 10 times in a row, from slow to fast, before finally performing the move. Having seen it 10 times in a row, he naturally remembered it very clearly. The 10th form. I named it Sea of Fire. But it's just a name, so it doesn't matter. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and narrowed his eyes. He said, this move is indeed very powerful. But kid, even if you learn this move, you must remember not to use it rashly before you reach the flight realm. Spiritual ether won't be able to keep up. Lin Tianwei was shocked. The restrictions are that great? An old drunkard gave Lin Tianyi another slap. The 9 styles of the burning sun are martial arts of the flight realm. The so-called flight realm martial arts were originally meant for flight realm experts to cultivate. The 10th form of the sword surpasses the previous 9 sword styles. Naturally, the requirements are very high. Do you think you can use it casually? If that were really the case, wouldn't a body-refining cultivator be able to kill a cultivator with the sea of consciousness? Lin Tianyi was stunned. After thinking about it, an old drunkard did make a lot of sense. Reading on mobile phone, Lin Tian was indeed surprised. Logically speaking, even if an old drunkard was stronger than the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, it was impossible for him to not feel any vital energy fluctuation. At least, during the battle, some aura would leak out. However, he could not feel an old drunkard's aura at all these days. Pin. Book. Net. Because. An old drunkard squinted his eyes and then laughed, you're too weak. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. This old guy. Oh yes, there's one more thing that I want to mention to you. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and said, the space-time portal from the first heaven to the second heaven is also in the Demon Burial Valley. What? Lin Tianyi was shocked. He did not know where the space-time portal to the second heaven was. He did not expect it to be in the Demon Burial Valley. The space-time portal is located in the deepest part of the Demon Burial Valley. With your current cultivation, don't go there. It's very dangerous. An old drunkard warned. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Could he cross the space-time portal to the second heaven? Seeing Lin Tian's expression, an old drunkard slapped him directly. Boy, I told you not to go there. Lin Tian was speechless. Was it so obvious? Speaking of which, you said that the portal could be passed by the Sea of Consciousness realm in the past, right? Lin Tian asked. That was before. The old drunkard glanced at Lin Tian. In short, don't think about trying your luck. I personally feel that you should obediently accumulate strength in this heavenly domain, and wait until you're a little stronger before going to the second heavenly domain. Otherwise, you'll just be bullied there. The environment in the second heavenly domain is not as good as the first heavenly domain. You know what the second heaven is like? Lin Tian curled his lips. You're talking as if you've been there before. Brat, how can you talk to your dear master like that? You're becoming less and less cute. An old drunkard gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, what's the saying again? That's right, even if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? I, your master, am proficient in both civil and martial arts. I have read all 3,000 ancient books and I know a lot of things. Lin Tian, alright, the Demon Burial Valley will open in about 5 days. The sect will probably ask you to head out of the Demon Burial Valley 1 or 2 days earlier. An old drunkard said, so, for the next few days, you don't need to practice. You need to conserve your energy and do some proper rest and relaxation. This is also very important for cultivation. Isn't resting for a few days too much? You can't slack off on your cultivation. Lin Tiandao. Remember, everything in the world is the same. When things reach an extreme, they will reverse. An old drunkard said seriously, and to be honest, your cultivation has improved a bit too quickly during this period of time. Don't think about cultivating for the time being. Rest well for the next few days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Indeed, his cultivation had improved a bit too quickly recently. Alright, let's go back. An old drunkard said. Lin Tianwei stared blankly, what about you? An old drunkard laughed and slowly rose into the air. With a whoosh, he shot into the distance, leaving only his laughter echoing in Lin Tian's ears. Your master will continue to travel the mortal world. Oh, right, help me pass the 10th sword move to the sect. An old drunkard's voice was still lingering in Lin Tian's ears when his figure had already completely disappeared. Lin Tianyi was speechless. This old man was really carefree. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took out the inner soul sword and used the weapon control technique. Soon, he left the Demon Ceiling Valley. After returning to the sect, the first thing he did was to ask a deacon to find the Burning Sun sect master. Then, he wrote down an old drunkard's self-created 10th sword move in the form of a jade slip and handed it to the Burning Sun sect master. He was still unable to practice the 10th sword move. The Burning Sun sect master and several elders were so excited that their eyes almost popped out. The 10th sword move. The 10th sword move. Tu Ming kept rubbing his hands. Several elders took the jade slip from the Burning Sun sect master as if it was a treasure. They gathered together and studied it seriously. Then, in just a few dozen breaths, several airborne realm powerhouses appeared to be even more excited and could not help but tremble. Luo Yu said, with this 10th sword move, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements workshop. No, it's even stronger. Xianxia said. A few days ago, Xianxia invited a 6th-tier array manipulator from outside, who had already repaired the heart of the protective formation. At this time, several elders could be said to be extremely excited. By the way, where is senior brother? The Burning Sun sect master asked. Well. Lin Tian was embarrassed and said, he went to travel the world. Everyone was speechless. Forget it. That guy finally came back for once and untied the knot in the Supreme Elder's heart. He also left behind the 10th sword move. Let's not worry about him for the time being. Tu Bei waved his hand, which made Lin Tian feel embarrassed for an old drunkard. Hearing this, several other elders also smiled. The Burning Sun sect master looked at Lin Tian and said seriously, by the way, Lin Tian, you know about the Demon Burial Valley and the trials of the 4 gates, right? Yes, master has already mentioned it to me. Lin Tian said. I thought so too. Senior brother should have mentioned it to you. The Burning Sun sect master nodded and said, in 3 days, the sect will send some outstanding disciples to the Demon Burial Valley. This time, Elder Tu Bei will lead the team. I think you will go to the Demon Burial Valley, right? Lin Tian nodded. The Demon Burial Valley was a place full of opportunities. Naturally, he would go there. In these 3 days, make some preparations. The Burning Sun sect master smiled. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out a small stone ring and said, there are 34 precious swords in this ring. You have mastered a martial technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique, so you should need weapons. Take these 34 precious swords. They should be useful to you. Lin Tianyi was shocked. This is too precious, sect master. 34 precious swords. After calculating, it would be at least tens of millions of spirit coins. The Burning Sun sect master shook his head and said, these precious swords were left in the Burning Sun sect by the people of the 100 Refinements workshop. Your master swept them away, so it is normal for him to give them to you. It is not a big deal. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took them. Soon, he would continue to practice the weapon control technique, so he really needed a batch of precious swords. After this, Lin Tian bid farewell to the Burning Sun sect master and the others, and quickly returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian used his true yuan to break open the stone ring given to him by the Burning Sun sect master, and took out the 34 precious swords. He was immediately shocked. These precious swords shone with a cold light. They were all mid-grade precious swords. This is not just tens of millions of spirit coins. It is at least hundreds of millions of spirit coins. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking at these precious swords, Lin Tian could not wait to practice the weapon control technique. However, after a pause, he dispelled this idea. After all, an old drunkard told him to rest well for the next few days before leaving. Naturally, there was a reason for that. Therefore, Lin Tian put away these precious swords. Rest, rest. After muttering these words, Lin Tian went to wash up and directly fell on the bed. After lying on the bed and completely relaxing, Lin Tian felt waves of tiredness assaulting him. It was also at this time that Lin Tian realized that he had been subconsciously resisting the tiredness all this time, forcibly suppressing this tiredness. Now that he was completely relaxed, the tiredness that had been accumulating all this time swarmed him, as if wanting to swallow him whole. No wonder that old man repeatedly told me to rest well for the next few days. It turns out that he had already seen through this. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. He thought that if this tiredness that had been accumulating suddenly broke out during a life and death battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, during a life and death battle, even the slightest change in the body could lead to a great tragedy. It seems that I have to be a little more careful in the future. After all, my current cultivation is still not very strong. Lin Tian thought to himself. As he thought of this, he quickly fell asleep. The next day, when the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Tian woke up. After washing up a little, Lin Tian walked out of the house. As if he was idle, he lazily walked around the Burning Sun sect. Vicious Lin is here. Why didn't he go to cultivate today? He's actually taking a stroll? That's strange. Many Burning Sun sect disciples stared at him. In the past few days, when they saw Lin Tian basically ran to the cultivation area or to the Demon Ceiling Gorge. Now that they saw Lin Tian actually walking around the Burning Sun sect, it really made many people surprised and puzzled. Lin Tian could hear these people's discussion, but he didn't care. He minded his own business and walked around the Burning Sun sect. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he was so leisurely. He stood on top of the Burning Sun sect and looked down the mountain. He saw that the trees at the foot of the mountain were very small, like green grass. Not long after, he walked into a small forest on top of the Burning Sun sect. It was quieter inside, so it made him feel a lot more ethereal. Soon, a day passed. In the evening, Lin Tian returned to his residence. He didn't do anything, and directly went to sleep after washing up. In the next 2 days, he still walked around the Burning Sun sect. This was also the first time he really saw the Burning Sun sect, because he had only been to a few places in the Burning Sun sect for a few months. It was also in these 2 days that he saw the other 3 core disciples of the Burning Sun sect. They were about 23 years old, and their cultivation was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. One of them was even about to reach the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge, emitting a very powerful aura. That Ling Yi is the weakest of the 4 core disciples. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. Then, Lin Tian thought about it. In the other 3 sects, the strongest core disciples should also have a cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. After all, they were all part of the four great sects, so the strongest core disciples of each sect shouldn't be much weaker than the Burning Sun sect. Especially the 100 Refinements Workshop, the strongest core disciple of this sect had definitely reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Sea of Knowledge. In the evening, Lin Tian returned to his residence. He opened the stone ring and prepared some martial fusion rune scrolls of the 9 styles of the Burning Sun. After all, he was going to such a place to train. In the words of an old drunkard, although there were many opportunities, there were more dangers than opportunities. Therefore, before going to the Demon Burial Valley, it was necessary to make some preparations. Soon, the darkness dispersed, and 3 days had passed. Dong. In the morning, a loud and clear bell rang in the Burning Sun Hall, summoning all the outstanding disciples of the Burning Sun sect to gather in front of the Burning Sun Hall. On this day, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect who had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the divine range and above would be led by Tu Ming to the Demon Burial Valley to participate in the annual 4 Great Sects training. Reading with a mobile phone. The Demon Burial Valley was an ancient relic in the First Heaven region. It was a huge and chaotic battlefield. Every year, it would attract countless experts to go there to train themselves. Books, nets, books. Most importantly, there were countless opportunities and precious treasures in the primordial ruins. It could be said that one could find a precious weapon in the Demon Burial Valley even if they fell down. We can finally enter the Demon Burial Valley. Why are you so excited? Are you ready? It's very dangerous inside. Of course. After we enter, let's work together and divide the things we find equally. Okay. It was the end of spring. The Burning Sun sect was led by Tu Ming and they were heading towards the Demon Burial Valley at an extremely fast speed. There were about a few hundred people in the sect. This time, there were only about 100 people who could enter the Demon Burial Valley. After all, the Burning Sun sect could not let all of its disciples go to the Demon Burial Valley. In that case, the sect would be empty. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glint from time to time. He was secretly thinking about what the Demon Burial Valley would be like. Kid, are you looking forward to it? Tu Ming moved closer. Lin Tian did not hide. And said, I am indeed looking forward to it. After all, it's such a place. He was a little interested in the opportunities and treasures in the Demon Burial Valley, but what he really cared about was the space-time portal in the depths of the Demon Burial Valley. Through the space-time portal, he could go from the first heaven domain to the second heaven domain. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to enter the second heaven domain. I believe you'll be able to gain a lot in there. Tu Bei said. The leaders of the Burning Sun sect were very optimistic about Lin Tian. Not only was Lin Tian the disciple of an old drunkard, but Lin Tian's talent was absolutely monstrous. Thank you for your kind words, elder. Lin Tianandao said. Tu Ming laughed, my ass. Kid, you're so pretentious. The speed of the Burning Sun sect was very fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the group entered an old forest. Gradually, a hazy fog appeared in front of them. The fog was dark gray, and the closer they got to the front, the thicker the fog became. In the end, they could only see things within 5 feet in front of them. Stop! Tu Ming shouted. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. Not far away, there was already a crowd of people, densely packed together. Most of them are loose cultivators. Tu Miao said to Lin Tiandao, some ordinary rogue cultivators are nothing. However, there are often array manipulators among them. You must be careful of these people. They have many strange tricks up their sleeves. Lin Tian, he blushed with shame. He naturally knew this because he himself was a Tier 4 array manipulator. At this time, the group of people in front of them naturally noticed that someone had arrived, and all of them looked over. That is? It's the Burning Sun sect. More than 100 people, and there's even a Zephyr Realm expert. Sure enough, a big sect is different. If only I could enter a sect to cultivate, that would be great. Stop dreaming. We should think about how to find some treasures in the Demon Burial Valley to improve our strength. The Burning Sun sect is not easy to enter. That's true. Many loose cultivators discussed. Lin Tian looked further ahead and saw that everyone was looking in that direction. However, that place was filled with dense miasma and it was impossible to see through it. He frowned, and specks of light appeared between his eyebrows. His tyrannical divine sense instantly spread out, rushing toward the thick fog in front of him, wanting to explore the situation. His divine sense was invisible and colorless, and it quickly merged into the fog in front of him. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian suddenly trembled. After his divine sense entered the thick fog, it was silently swallowed by an invisible force. "Kid, you released your divine sense?" Tu Bei noticed Lin Tian's reaction and guessed something. He said in a deep voice, "Don't act recklessly. This fog is very strange. It can swallow all kinds of power, including divine sense and true yuan." Lin Tian nodded, but he was still a little confused. "What is this thing?" "I don't know. This thing has always been there. Just ignore it. After a while it will disperse and open up a gap," Tu Bei said. Lin Tian nodded and quietly stood in place. At this time a voice came from not far away. A group of people from the Seven Mysteries Pavilion had arrived. The person in the lead was naturally an airborne realm expert, an elder of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Behind this airborne realm expert stood 4 youths. Lin Tian saw an acquaintance among them. It was Yi Jingshang's disciple, Di Wenhong. Lin Tian glanced at Di Wenhong and smiled indifferently. Whoosh! In this old forest, a cold wind blew past, rolling up pieces of withered yellow leaves. Perhaps it was because of the strange fog here, but although this was an old forest, most of the trees were bare. Even if there were leaves, almost all of them were withered and yellow. It was rare to see a few green leaves. Not long after, a group of people from the 100 Refinements workshop arrived. There were about 200 people. Lin Tian looked over there and saw that the person in the lead was an unfamiliar face. His cultivation was in the airborne realm. Seeing this person, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Not long ago, the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop led 3 elders to the Burning Sun sect. In the end, Mu Hong was killed, and the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop and the other 2 elders had an arm cut off by an old drunkard. Thinking about it, those people didn't have the face to come here, and it was impossible for the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop to personally lead the team. Then, this person should be the elder who stayed in the 100 Refinements workshop before. It's the 100 Refinements workshop. The sect that is known as the most powerful. So many people have come, and they all look like experts. Nonsense, how many people in the sect aren't powerful? Do you see that purple-clothed young man at the front? His name is Guo Xiaoming. It is said that he is only 20 years old, but he has already reached the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness. He can control 21 weapons at the same time. He is most likely to be the next owner of the 100 Refinements workshop. Is that true? He can reach the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness at the age of 20? Of course it's true. Many people were discussing. Lin Tian looked over. There was indeed a purple-clothed young man among the people of the 100 Refinements workshop, staring at this person. Lin Tian frowned slightly. The other party's aura was very powerful. He vaguely felt that the other party's cultivation was not only at the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance floated in the air. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw a group of women walking over on a small path. These women were all wearing tight white dresses, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. Led by an old woman, they soon came close. Valley of the Harp. Someone shouted. Compared to the Burning Sun sect, the 100 Refinements workshop, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the Valley of the Harp only had 30 people here. Their lineup was not strong. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Valley of the Harp attracted the attention of the majority of the people. There was no other way. The disciples of the Valley of the Harp were all young women with extraordinary beauty. Naturally, they were very eye-catching. Lin Tian looked over and saw Jiyu at the front of the crowd. On the other side, Jiyu naturally noticed Lin Tian and waved at Lin Tian. Humph. A cold voice sounded, bringing with it a trace of coldness. Among the disciples of the Valley of the Harp, Xianxia's expression was very ugly. She coldly glanced at Lin Tian and Jiyu. The fog has dispersed. Suddenly, such a voice sounded, and the nearby cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Lin Tian looked ahead, and sure enough, he saw that the thick fog was beginning to swirl, as if a strange tornado was being born within it. Soon, a small hole appeared in front of him. An extremely decayed and ancient aura was emitted from it, causing him to involuntarily feel a chill. Finally, it's open," someone said excitedly. In front of him, the small hole that appeared first slowly became bigger. Soon, it formed a tunnel with a diameter of about 10 feet. Lin Tian looked at the hole, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that inside the hole was a dark and damp land. He did not know why, but from afar, he felt that the land in that space was somewhat dark red. That feeling was as if it was dyed red by blood. Just as this feeling appeared, Lin Tian trembled. "It's really evil," he muttered. "Let's go," someone shouted. Suddenly, in front of him, the crowd swarmed toward the open tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the open tunnel was blocked by the crowd. Many people used all their strength to squeeze in. The people in front, "Hurry up. What the hell are you doing? Damn it, slow down." The people in front, "Are you King looking at the scenery? Get in. Don't block the way." Many people cursed. Lin Tian was somewhat speechless. He silently watched these people scramble. In the other 3 places, the people from the Burning Sun sect, the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, and the Valley of the Harp quietly stood in place. Only when all the rogue cultivators had entered did the people from these sects move. They methodically walked toward the Demon Burial Valley. After entering, "Be careful," Tu Ming said to Lin Tian. "I know." Lin Tian nodded. Following behind the people from the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian walked into the Demon Burial Valley. However, after taking 3 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look not far away. In that place, the elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was staring at Lin Tianling with a smile. When he suddenly saw Lin Tian looking over, his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he did not expect Lin Tian's spiritual sense to be so powerful. Lin Tianling smiled and did not say anything. He turned around and continued to walk toward the Demon Burial Valley. The elder of the 100 Refinements workshop's face suddenly darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Insolence. Soon, Lin Tian stepped into the empty tunnel that appeared in the thick fog and entered the Demon Burial Valley. As far as the eye could see, what entered his field of vision was an extremely vast expanse of land. There were barren mountain ranges, abandoned old forests, and numerous sunken valleys. He even heard the gurgling sound of flowing water coming from afar. Is this the chaotic battlefield of the ancient times? It's like a small world. Reading on the phone. The sheer size of the Demon Burial Valley surprised Lin Tian. Calling this place a valley didn't feel right to Lin Tian. This place was far too large, and it didn't feel like a valley or a canyon at all. Please search Tastebook.net to see the most complete. The Demon Burial Valley. Shaking his head, Lin Tian began to walk forward. Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew through the Demon Burial Valley, making it very cold. Lin Tian stepped onto the damp ground. Looking down, he saw that the soil was the same as it was on the outside. It was a dark red color, and it looked a little creepy. Looking up at the sky, Lin Tian couldn't see anything other than the thick clouds. In short, this place was very stifling. About 15 minutes later, Lin Tian walked a good distance away from the Demon Burial Valley. Not too far away, he could hear the roars of soul beasts. It was also at this time that he stopped and turned around to look behind him. A group of people was quickly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, the group of people came to a stop about 10 meters away from Lin Tian. There were 2 young men leading the group. Of the 2 young men, Lin Tian recognized one of them. It was Mu Hong's disciple, Bai Yunfei. The other person wore gray robes and had a stronger aura than Bai Yunfei. He was clearly a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. Bai Yunfei's face darkened at the sight of Lin Tian standing in front of him. You were waiting for us here? What do you think? Lin Tian replied. An old drunkard's 10 days of training hadn't made any progress in his cultivation, but his soul force and combat prowess had improved significantly. When he first entered the Demon Burial Valley, he could sense several auras following behind him. Thinking back to the sneer of the elder from the 100 Refinements workshop, Bai Yunfei knew what was going on. Bai Yunfei's expression darkened. Insolent beast. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Tian with a menacing glare. Not too long ago, Bai Yunfei had gone to the Burning Sun sect to ask for a hostage, but he had been defeated by Lin Tian. Not too long after that, his master Mu Hong had died at the hands of Lin Tian's master. This made Bai Yunfei want to kill Lin Tian even more. It seems that you hate me. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with anger. He had been defeated by Lin Tian and his master had been killed by Lin Tian's master. How could he not hate him? Next to him, the grey-robed youth shook his head and smiled. Oh Bai Yunfei, you really can't keep your composure. Xianxia, don't forget. Although your master didn't die, one of his arms was chopped off by his master. Bai Yunfei said. Xianxia's face sank, but he quickly recovered. It's better than being killed. You. Bai Yunfei looked furious. Lin Tian looked at this scene indifferently and could not help shaking his head. It seemed that the two of them did not have a good relationship. He looked at the two of them and said, if you want to quarrel, do it in hell later. Don't waste my time. As he spoke, he strode towards the group of people. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, Bai Yunfei, you were right about one thing. You're really arrogant. Suppress him. Bai Yunfei said coldly. In an instant, except for Xianxia, the several dozen people who came with him rushed out together and pulled out their swords and sabers. More than half of these people were in the Sea of Consciousness stage. For a moment, the sound of swords and sabers reverberated and a murderous aura rolled up. With a calm expression, Lin Tian walked into the crowd quickly. Facing these several dozen people, he seemed very calm. He swatted away the weapons that were coming at him and sent a person flying with a wave of his hand. As this person was sent flying, he knocked down a group of people behind him. He lifted his leg and sent a person who was close to him flying with a kick. I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, I won't kill you. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being merciless. He said indifferently. Kill. A voice rang out. The several dozen people rushed over, but none of them stopped. These people were not weak. How could they be afraid of fighting? Lin Tian shook his head. What a pity. Clang. A sword sound rang out. In an instant, hundreds of swords appeared. Shocking wind sword. Puff. 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 Blood splattered as figures fell down one after another. Shocking wind sword was only one of the moves of the body refining stage. Its power was not very strong, but it also depended on who was using it. Now, Lin Tian, with the cultivation of the fourth sky of consciousness stage, could use this sword move. Its power was naturally very terrifying. He killed 13 people with one move. This, in an instant, the rest of the people who besieged him were shocked. Although the 13 people who were killed were only in the divine vein stage, it was still very terrifying to be able to do this with one move. Don't panic. Don't forget the elder's order. Catch them. Bai Yunfei said coldly. Bai Yunfei was a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. His status was very high. Hearing Bai Yunfei's words, the remaining 20 or so people immediately moved again. They all displayed powerful martial techniques, and their vigorous true essence immediately surged. Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand. Lightning flashed, and he still swung his sword. Puff. 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 Anyone who got close to him, without exception, was beheaded. In an instant, only 11 people were left out of the dozens of cultivators who had rushed over. At this moment, these 11 people's faces were full of horror. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. With just 2 moves, more than half of them were killed. How terrifying was this combat strength? There was no way to resist at all. Staring at Lin Tian, the 11 people could not help but retreat. The 2 swords had deeply intimidated everyone. Bastards, why are you retreating? Bai Yunfei shouted. But, Senior Bai, someone trembled. Lin Tian's 2 swings of his sword completely destroyed these people's fighting spirit. The 11 people trembled and did not dare to continue fighting. At this moment, Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand again. I gave you a chance. Lin Tian never showed mercy to his enemies, even if the other party no longer had any fighting spirit. Clang! The light of thunder and fire flickered. 11 sword lights shot out in a straight line and entered the 11 people's throats. In the blink of an eye, except for Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shui, the other dozens of people were all killed. I'm very curious. Lin Tian looked at Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shui, saying, if your 100 Refinements workshop wants to deal with me, shouldn't you send some experts? For example, your 100 Refinements workshop's Guoxiuming. Sending some weak people to their deaths? Could it be that the elders of your 100 Refinements workshop are all idiots with mental problems? When he was still outside the Demon Burial Valley, Lin Tian had seen the people of the 100 Refinements workshop from afar. In this school, Guoxiuming was indeed very strong and could give him pressure. Hearing this, Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shui's faces darkened. You think that the two of us are also weak? Yuan Shui said coldly. Bai Yunfei also stared coldly at Lin Tian with a cold light in his eyes. Sorry, the two of you are indeed not very strong. At most, you are a little stronger than those people earlier. Lin Tian Andao. The moment he said that, Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shui's faces turned even colder. So arrogant at such a young age. You really need to be taught a lesson. Yuan Shui took a step forward and his aura changed. His peak 5th heavenly layer cultivation was instantly revealed. I'll let you see how strong I am. Bai Yunfei said in a deep voice, Yuan Shui, be careful. Although he is arrogant, his strength is indeed very terrifying. Most importantly, he secretly learned my 100 Refinements workshop's 100 Refinements secret technique. He can control 15 treasure swords at the same time. So what? In the end, he just secretly learned it and knows some superficial knowledge. Bai Yunfei, you lost to him once and left a shadow in your heart, right? Yuan Shui's aura became even stronger. He took another step toward Lin Tian and said coldly, besides, what can you do with your 4th heavenly layer cultivation? Lin Tian looked at Yuan Shui indifferently. He could not help but want to laugh. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His feet swayed and he arrived in front of Yuan Shui in an instant. Yuan Shui's face changed immediately. You, Pa. With a resounding slap, Yuan Shui was sent flying. I can slap you directly. Lin Tian stood in place and looked calmly at Yuan Shui who was sent flying. Then, I'll tell you what the so-called strength is. After saying that, his figure swayed again and he arrived in front of Yuan Shui in an instant. He kicked Yuan Shui's abdomen. The so-called strength is to fight against opponents of a higher level and crush them. With a bang, Yuan Shui was sent flying again. Clang! Behind him, the sound of a sword rang out. Bai Yunfei slashed with his sword. Lin Tian did not even turn his head. Only a white lotus floated out. It floated behind him and entered Bai Yunfei's head. Ah! Bai Yunfei screamed immediately. The sword in his hand fell to the ground and his body twitched non-stop. Yuan Shui stood up with a hand on his chest. He looked at the scene in disbelief. You! What did you do just now? Just now, he did not see Lin Tian attack Bai Yunfei at all. However, Bai Yunfei suddenly screamed. This scene was so strange that he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Do you think I'll tell you? Lin Tian Dao. After saying that, he swung his sword and the lightning sword went straight for Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui was furious. He moved his body and dodged quickly. I'll chop off your limbs. I'll bring you to the elders. Yuan Shui said coldly. After saying that, a clanging sound was heard. In an instant, 13 swords appeared and clanged. Almost at the same time, Bai Yunfei came to his senses. His eyes were blood red. He used the 100 Refinements technique and called out 13 swords. Each of them was shining with cold killing light. Clang! Clang! The two of them attacked at the same time, attacking Lin Tian from the left and right. 26 swords vibrated at the same time, sealing off the space in all directions. This scene was really quite frightening. Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth. With a turn of the heart spirit sword, he swung it slowly and powerfully. Tornado. Two indifferent words came out. In an instant, with Lin Tian as the center, more than 10 violent tornadoes with flames appeared. The air was hissing. In an instant, they knocked the 26 swords away. At the same time, Lin Tian disappeared from where he was. He flashed through the smoke and dust in the sky. He pierced the sword in his hand directly into Xianxia's heart. See? This is real strength. Reading with a mobile phone. Blood flowed down from his chest. Xianxia felt a heart-wrenching pain and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Staring at Lin Tian at such a close distance, Xianxia's mouth was bleeding and his eyes were dimming. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his sword and kicked Xianxia away. Xianxia struggled for a while, but soon stopped moving. When the heart was pierced, even an expert of the Zephyr stage would die, let alone a cultivator of the Sea of Consciousness stage. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's face was pale. Seeing Lin Tian looking at him, he could not help but take a few steps back. You. In just a moment, Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 5th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness, was killed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode forward step by step. Bai Yunfei hurriedly used the 100 refinements. The 13 swords clanged and flew towards Lin Tian. Now that Bai Yunfei had reached the 5th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness, his 100 refinements had improved and he could control the weapons of the 13 schools at the same time. You were no match for me in the past. Now, it's even more impossible. Lin Tian said indifferently. With a flash, he used the 4th sword of the incinerating sun and swept away all of Bai Yunfei's weapons. With a bang, he came in front of Bai Yunfei and kicked him away. Blood flowed out of Bai Yunfei's mouth and his face was extremely ugly. 7 shadows 1 kill. Bai Yunfei roared. In an instant, 7 shadows appeared around him and surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked around. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. There, a figure was running away at an extremely fast speed. It was Bai Yunfei. He smiled coldly and used the yin-yang lion to catch up with Bai Yunfei in an instant. He slashed his sword diagonally. You used this move to kill me in the past. Now, you're using this move to escape. Don't you think it's interesting? Bai Yunfei dodged the sword in a sorry state and his expression became somewhat stiff. Originally, he had come with Xianxia to suppress Lin Tian. However, he never expected that Lin Tian had become so terrifying that he could kill Xianxia with a single strike. Xianxia was slightly stronger than him, but even Xianxia was easily killed. If he stayed behind, he would definitely die. Therefore, after he executed the 7 shadows 1 kill, his original body immediately fled. However, he did not expect Lin Tian to stop him instantly. What do you want? Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Yunfei's face seemed somewhat pale. What do I want? What an interesting topic. You came here to deal with me, and now you're asking me what I want. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Suddenly, he moved again, slapping Bai Yunfei across the face. With a bang, Bai Yunfei was pressed to the ground, causing several small cracks to appear on the ground. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Bai Yunfei immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian withdrew his right hand and pointed his sword at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei did not dare to move at all. Tell me, how does your 100 refinements workshop plan to deal with me? Lin Tian said. He pointed the tip of his sword at Bai Yunfei's chest and said, I suggest that you don't make me wait for too long. Furthermore, don't keep silent. Otherwise, you will know the consequences very well. I'm still rather good at some cruel methods. Bai Yunfei trembled. He stared at the tip of Lin Tian's sword at his chest and immediately revealed a terrified expression. Speak. Lin Tian exerted a little force with his right hand. A trace of blood immediately appeared on Bai Yunfei's chest. The fear in Bai Yunfei's eyes immediately grew stronger. He hurriedly said, before the opening of the Demon Burial Valley, the school gave us several core disciples a lot of Baodan, which allowed our cultivation to increase greatly. After we entered the Demon Burial Valley, all of us had to capture you at all costs. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Just this? Yes, just this. What's the cultivation of that Guoxiuming? Why didn't the other core disciples come with you? Senior Gua is the strongest person in the school. Now, he has already reached the 8th layer of the mindscape. The other person is at the 7th layer. Bai Yunfei trembled. Senior Gua seemed to have discovered something midway and walked in a direction by himself. He thought that if we worked together, we would be able to capture you. What about the other person? Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be somewhat hesitant. The other person, Lin Tian exerted force with his right hand. The blood on Bai Yunfei's chest immediately became thicker, frightening Bai Yunfei to fiercely tremble. The other person heard from Di Wenhong of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion that you have a person in the Valley of the Harp that you like. I think his name is Jiyu. His cultivation isn't very strong, so he wanted to use that person in the Valley of the Harp to threaten you. He said that directly suppressing you would be too boring, so he wanted to capture someone to threaten you. That would be much more interesting. Bai Yunfei quickly said. Lin Tian's face grew cold. Much more interesting? Senior sure said so, PCHT. Lin Tian's right hand slammed into Bai Yunfei's chest and crushed his heart with the soul sword. You, bang. Lin Tian's foot stepped onto Bai Yunfei's face, causing Bai Yunfei's voice to fade away. Withdrawing his foot from Bai Yunfei's face and pulling out the soul sword, Lin Tian looked around the demon burial valley. Jiyu's current cultivation was indeed not very strong. In the face of a cultivator at the 7th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness, she should not be an opponent. Although he had seen a strong cultivator at the 7th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness in the Zither Valley before, he felt that the people of the Zither Valley would not act together. Moreover, even if they acted together, he was still worried at this time. Jiyu was one of the most important people to him, after all. Now, where could she be? Taking Yuanzhua and Bai Yunfei's stone rings, Lin Tian put away the 20 or so weapons on the ground. Then he flew off in a certain direction. The demon burial valley was shockingly large, and he didn't know where Jiyu was. But even so, he had to find her. He wanted to be at ease. The air in the demon burial valley was very dark and humid. Lin Tian moved quickly through the valley, and from time to time, he could hear the roar of a soul beast. Roar. A soul beast covered in stone armor leapt out from the ground, its eyes blood-red. Lin Tian's eyebrows furrowed. He had read the catalogue of soul beasts in the celestial realm, so he could recognize most of the soul beasts. But he couldn't name the soul beast. He hadn't seen it in the catalogue before. It didn't take long for him to realize how strong this soul beast was. It was comparable to a 4th layer mindscape cultivator, and the aura it was exuding was very strong. This ferocious beast roared, clearly treating Lin Tian as its prey. A claw swiped over. Get out of my way. Lin Tian wasn't in a good mood. He raised his hand and slashed out a flaming sword, knocking the soul beast to the ground. Without stopping, he left in a flash. His speed was very fast, and soon, he had gone around a large area. At this moment, he saw a group of people in front of him. The one leading them was Di Wenhong. Instantly, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he flashed over. The people following Di Wenhong were all disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, and there were about 20 of them. Among these 20 over people, there were some who had followed Di Wenhong to the Zither Serene Valley. They immediately recognized Lin Tian, causing their expressions to change. At this time, Di Wenhong also noticed Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you, bang. Lin Tian was very fast. In a flash, he was in front of Di Wenhong, and with a punch, Di Wenhong fell into the dust. Senior Di. Who is it? You dare to sneak attack our Seven Mysteries Pavilion? You're courting death. Some of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples who didn't know Lin Tian were enraged, and they immediately swarmed over. Get out of my way. Lin Tian said coldly. The inner spirit sword appeared in his hand, and a sword wind suddenly appeared. Bang! 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 The dozens of Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples that rushed forward were sent flying, and their faces changed. Di Wenhong fell to the ground, his face ashen. He used his right hand to support himself as he stood up. Lin Tian, you. Lin Tian's face was cold, and he directly kicked Di Wenhong's face. With a bang, Di Wenhong was sent flying more than 40 feet away, and his teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Senior D, how could he? Some people's hearts trembled. There was no doubt about Di Wenhong's strength. He was a core disciple of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, but now, some of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples saw that the powerful Di Wenhong was sent flying twice in a row, as if he didn't have the ability to fight back. In the distance, Di Wenhong's face changed. He could clearly feel that Lin Tian's strength had greatly increased compared to when he was in the Valley of the Harp. In 10 breaths of time, he was first smashed to the ground by Lin Tian's fist, and then sent flying by Lin Tian's kick. Whether it was Lin Tian's speed or strength, it made him feel a sense of fear. Lin Tian, what are you trying to do? Di Wenhong said in a low voice. Lin Tian's expression was cold. In a flash, he arrived in front of Di Wenhong. His speed was so fast that Di Wenhong's face was filled with shock. With a bang, Lin Tian's kick landed on Di Wenhong's chest. With a crack, the sound of ribs breaking could be heard. The sword in Lin Tian's hand fell on Di Wenhong's neck. Where did that person from the 100 Refinements workshop go? Di Wenhong trembled. You mean, Pooh. Lin Tianyi raised his long sword and directly cut off one of Di Wenhong's arms. Ah! Di Wenhong screamed, his face twisted into a ball. Not far away, the Seven Mysteries Pavilion disciples saw this scene and suddenly felt a chill down their backs. Their eyes were filled with fear. Senior brother Di's hand, some people were shocked. Hearing Di Wenhong's screams, Lin Tian became even more impatient. He once again stomped on Di Wenhong's chest, breaking a few more ribs. Don't play dumb with me. You purposely revealed Jiyu's matter to that person from the 100 Refinements workshop just to take revenge on me. Speak, where did that person go? Staring at Di Wenhong, Lin Tian's eyes were very cold. He hated being bullied, and he hated it even more when people hurt or threatened his important people. With one of his arms cut off, Di Wenhong felt a heart-wrenching pain. At this time, facing Lin Tian's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he felt his soul tremble. He suddenly regretted mentioning Jiyu's matter to that person from the 100 Refinements workshop. His lips trembled as he said, Li Yu, that person from the 100 Refinements workshop, went east. I heard that Jiyu and 2 other Zither Serene Valley disciples are together. It seems that they are heading east. Lin Tian looked in the direction Di Wenhong spoke of. His eyes became incomparably cold, and a chill quickly spread out. Feeling this cold aura, the fear in Di Wenhong's eyes became more and more intense. He said in a trembling voice, I have already told you everything I know. You let go, Pooh. Reading on a mobile phone. After killing Di Wenhong, Lin Tian didn't stay any longer. He directly stepped on the Yin Yang Ho and quickly headed toward the east of the Demon Burial Valley. Only the people of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion were left standing where they were with terrified expressions as they stared at Di Wenhong's corpse. Senior brother was. How could this be? Senior brother has a 5th firmament spiritual C and is one of the 4 strongest disciples of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. That person is, someone's heart palpitated. Di Wenhong was clearly a core disciple of the sect with a 5th firmament spiritual C, but he was killed so easily. Among these people, a few who had seen Lin Tian's ferocious power before were even more terrified and could not help but tremble. In an instant, everyone in the Seven Mysteries Pavilion felt their hearts tremble. Lin Tian was already very far away. His speed was extremely fast, and his eyes were very cold. 100 Refinements workshop, Li Yu. With a whoosh, he sped up even more. In the Demon Burial Valley, in front of a dark old forest, 3 women stood together. They were the disciples of the Valley of the Harp. They were Lu Jia, Jiyu, and Su Qing. Su Qing had broken through to the spiritual sea domain not long ago and had followed along. At this moment, Lu Jia and Su Qing were frowning as they looked at a person in front of them. It was a skinny man dressed in white and holding a folding fan in his hand. At first glance, he looked like a scholar. Li Yu, why are you stopping us? Lu Jia said. Su Qing stared at Li Yu with fear in her eyes. Jiyu asked softly, Senior Sister Su, who is this Li Yu? He's a core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop. He's very powerful. Among the cultivators of the same generation in the four great sects, he can be ranked in the top 3. Suqing said, "This person is not a good person. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance. He's actually a beast through and through. He has harmed many women in the past, but because he's powerful, no one dares to do anything to him. The 100 Refinements Workshop also doesn't care." Hearing this, Jiyu immediately frowned. "Of course there's a reason for stopping us." Liu waved the folding fan in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Then, his gaze landed directly on Jiyu. His eyes flashed. "Not bad. Not bad indeed. I heard from Di Wenhong that there's a new girl with astonishing beauty in the Valley of the Harp. Her name is Jiyu, so that must be you, right?" Jiyu frowned. "What's the matter?" Liu waved the folding fan in his hand and stared straight at Jiyu. He sized him up and nodded repeatedly. Lin Tian of the Burning Sun sect really has good taste. Interesting, interesting. Miss Ji, this Li would like to ask you to come with me. How should I put it? I want to use you as a hostage to threaten that Lin Tian and then capture him. Well, even though 2 of my junior brothers have joined forces to capture him, I suspect that those 2 won't succeed so easily. How about it? Come with me. When I use you to threaten him, I'm sure you'll find the process very interesting." Liu directly stated his intentions. He was calm and unhurried. After a pause, he smiled and said, "In addition, Miss Ji, you can rest assured that this one has a tender heart for the fairer sex. Although I've heard that Miss Ji has an intimate relationship with that Lin Tian, this one won't hurt you. I just want to add a bit of fun to the process of capturing that Lin Tian. After all, directly suppressing him would be too boring. On the other hand, when I take you as a hostage, who is very important to him, and then threaten him to do something he doesn't want to do. Watching him struggle in pain and seeing his eyes filled with hatred for me, that feeling will be different. It will definitely be very interesting." "What did you say?" Lu Jia and Su Qing's faces were cold and their eyes were filled with anger. Liu smiled and looked at Jiyu, saying, "That's right. After this one has played with that Lin Tian, I'll cut off his limbs. At that time, would Miss Ji be willing to travel under the moon with this one? Speaking of which, this one has had the pleasure of many young girls, but it's the first time I've seen a girl as beautiful as Miss Ji. I really have to thank Di Wenhong of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion." Jiyu's face darkened. He raised his sword and slashed out. With a clang, the white lotus sword swept out and chopped towards Liu. "Your strength is not bad." Liu smiled and easily dodged the attack. He stared at Jiyu again and narrowed his eyes into slits. It seems that Miss Ji doesn't quite agree with this one's suggestion. It's really regrettable. Then, this one can only do it myself. I hope that Miss Ji won't resist. After saying that, Liu walked towards Jiyu. Lu Jia coldly said, "Liu, don't act recklessly. Jiyu is the direct disciple of our Valley Master. If you dare to act recklessly, our Valley Master will not let you off." Lu Jia was very clear about Liu's strength. His knowledge C was at the 7th heavenly layer, and he also practiced the 100 Refinements secret technique, which was known as the #1 martial technique of the 4 great sects. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. Therefore, they could only reveal this identity, hoping to intimidate Liu. Liu's footsteps paused. For the first time, he slightly frowned. Di Wenhong, the disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord, did not tell me this. After a moment, Liu's brows relaxed and a smile reappeared on his face. Since she is the disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord, then there's no other way. It seems that I can only kill the 2 of you first. As for her, after using her to capture that Lin Tian, then, what a pity. Such a beautiful woman, I really can't bring myself to kill her. Shaking his head, Liu walked towards the 3 of them. Lu Jia and Su Qing's faces suddenly became very ugly. Although they knew that Liu was very crazy and perverted, and his mind was very twisted and sinister, they did not expect it to be to this extent. After they mentioned that the Lord of the Valley of the Harp was Jiyu's master, not only did this person not give up, he even wanted to kill them all to silence them. Lu Jia said to Jiyu, "Little junior sister, you go first. Su Qing and I will stop him." Su Qing also nodded. "Little junior sister, let's go." The two of them were not as strong as Jiyu's cultivation and strength, but they thought that they had entered the Valley of the Harp earlier than Jiyu. As Jiyu's senior sisters, since they were senior sisters, they naturally had to act like senior sisters. Most importantly, Jiyu was the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's lord. He was usually very polite and respectful to them. They all liked Jiyu very much. Moreover, to Su Qing, Lin Tian had saved her life. At this moment, she naturally had to protect Jiyu. No. Jiyu shook his head. How could he be willing to leave alone? Clap, clap, clap. Liu clapped his hands. What a touching camaraderie. However, the three of you don't have to do this because none of you can leave. With a calm smile, Liu walked towards the three of them step by step. Jiyu's face was cold. Beside him, the white lotus sword swept out. Lu Jia and Su Qing stood on his left and right, each holding a sword and facing Liu. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. A cold sword rushed over from the distance and landed directly at Liu's feet. 10 feet away, a figure appeared. In a few moments, he had arrived in front of the three women. Seeing the newcomer, Jiyu immediately revealed a joyful expression. Lin Tian. Lu Jia and Su Qing looked up, both were moved. Lin Tian. Senior brother Lin. Lu Jia and Su Qing had seen Lin Tian's strength with their own eyes. In the Valley of the Harp, he had suppressed Di Wenhong and Xinyan, who were at the 5th celestial layer of knowledge sea. His battle strength could be said to be extremely shocking. Now that Lin Tian had arrived at this time, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Jiyu was fine, Lin Tian looked at Lu Jia and Su Qing. Are the two of you okay? We're fine. Lu Jia shook her head. Su Qing pointed at Liu and said angrily, Senior brother Lin, that pervert wanted to kidnap junior sister to threaten you. After senior sister Lu said that junior sister was the Valley Master's disciple, this pervert wanted to kill us and junior sister to silence us. Lin Tian turned around and looked at Liu. You're Lin Tian? As I expected, those two people didn't catch you. Liu looked at Lin Tian and shook the folding fan in his hand. He shook his head and said, It's not good for you to appear in front of me like this because you've disrupted my rhythm. Now, tell me, what should I do? First, directly suppress you. After all, you've already appeared in front of me. Second, after crippling you, I'll take Jiyu away. Then, when you recover and come to me, I'll use Jiyu to threaten you. Which one do you think is better? How about the second one, because it's very interesting. Lin Tian's face was cold as he walked towards Liu. I won't choose either of the two. Oh? Liu narrowed his eyes. I didn't give you a third, Pa. Lin Tian's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Liu in the next moment. He directly slapped Liu and sent him flying. Blood floated in the air, along with a striking tooth. Lin Tian pulled out the long sword by his feet, and the blade suddenly burned with blazing flames. I choose to kill you. Behind him, Lu Jia and Su Qing suddenly widened their eyes. So fast. So strong. The two girls knew that Lin Tian was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Liu was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, and his fame had already spread. But now, he was sent flying by Lin Tian with a slap, and even lost a tooth. This scene really shocked the two girls. Not only the two girls, but even Jiyu was shocked. He became stronger again. Boom! In the distance, a violent surge of true yuan rushed up, and Liu stood up from the ground. He reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth, and his hand was stained with dazzling red blood. Liu's expression suddenly became gloomy, and two cold knives seemed to have appeared in his eyes. You made me bleed. You made me lose a tooth. A cold aura spread out from Liu's body, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Xiaoyu, step back a little. Lin Tianandao said. After he finished speaking, he held the long sword in his hand and walked towards Liu step by step. As his right hand shook, a loud and clear sword sound reverberated. In an instant, blazing true yuan flames spread from the sword and covered his entire body, causing the air to distort. Jiyu revealed a shocked expression, and then quickly retreated. This is the Burning Sun sect's strongest martial skill, the 9 styles of the burning sun. But I've never seen anyone who can use the 9 styles of the burning sun to such an extent. He hasn't even used any sword moves, but he can already spread the true yuan flames all over his body. This. Lu Jia's heart palpitated. She had seen the scene of the burning sun sect's strongest core disciple using the 9 styles of the burning sun, but compared to the scene now, it was like heaven and earth. Reading on a mobile phone. Blazing true core energy flames surrounded Lin Tian's body, and his overbearing aura spread out in waves, shocking the 3 girls. This aura was indeed powerful. Li Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely sinister. I'll cripple you and leave you with one last breath. Boom. An even more powerful true core energy rushed out from Li Yu's body, and the air was vibrating. Lin Tian held his long sword, and in a flash, he closed in on Li Yu. Clang. As the sword vibrated, flames filled the sky in an instant. He directly used the first stroke of the young incinerating sword. In an instant, dozens of flaming sword chi swept out, trapping Li Yu in a triangular formation. Li Yu waved the folding fan in his hand, and a large amount of sword chi was rolled up, shattering all the flaming sword chi. Then, with a swoosh, Li Yu's speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Tian, and said coldly, "I'll chop off your right hand." So fast. Be careful. Ji Yu and the other 2 girls were shocked. Li Yu, who was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea, was indeed terrifying. The folding fan in Li Yu's hand let out a sword vibration, and it was terrifyingly sharp. In an instant, it cut Lin Tian's arm. However, in the next moment, Li Yu's expression changed, and so did Lu Jia and the rest, because Li Yu's folding fan directly passed through Lin Tian's arm. Su Qing was shocked. This is an illusion? Clang. The clanging of the sword sounded from the other side. Lin Tian's real body appeared, and the cold sword in his hand cut across Li Yu's neck. This attack was a fatal one, and ordinary people would not be able to avoid it. Li Yu took a step back, and a green sword suddenly appeared in his left hand. He stuck close to the ground and raised it horizontally. Clang. The 2 swords collided, and there was a metallic clang. Li Yu blocked Lin Tian's sword, but he took a few steps back. "Didn't you chop off my right hand?" Lin Tian said. As he finished speaking, he held the long sword in his hand and walked calmly toward Li Yu. "It seems that you're very proud of yourself. You're proud just because you forced me to take a few steps back?" Li Yu's eyes suddenly became more sinister. Lin Tian was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. "Who do you think you are? How can I feel proud of forcing you to retreat?" It was a simple sword strike, but it carried a scorching hot flow of flames, causing the air to distort. Its power was very frightening. Li Yu's expression froze. A few veins bulged on his forehead. "Lin Tian, I will make you suffer all kinds of torture and let you know the terrible consequences of offending me," Li Yu said coldly. After saying that, waves of cold aura rushed out from Li Yu's body, causing the temperature to drop significantly. Absolute Sword of 9 Lin Tian, be careful. Apart from the 100 Refinements secret technique, this is the strongest martial technique in the 100 Refinements workshop. Lu Jia and Su Qing reminded. Li Yu shifted his gaze to Lu Jia and Su Qing. His eyes revealed a lustful and sinister light. "You too. Little bitches, after I suppress this brat, I'll definitely pamper you. Then, I'll slowly torture you to death. Bastard. Damn pervert." Lu Jia and Su Qing were furious and couldn't help but curse. Even Ji Yu frowned. His eyes turned cold. Li Yu's gaze fell on Ji Yu. He grinned. "Miss Ji, don't worry. I'll kill you in the end. After all, it's probably difficult to find another beauty like you in this world." Heh. After a pause, Li Yu suddenly laughed. "Oh right, let this Lin Tian watch me kill you with his own eyes. It'll be very interesting." After saying that, Li Yu laughed maniacally. Clang, the sword roared like a divine dragon. The entire space was surrounded by sword momentum. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand trembled. A terrifying killing intent intertwined, causing Lu Jia and Su Qing to tremble violently. The two ladies stared ahead and suddenly, a terrifying illusion appeared in their minds. Countless corpses and skeletons appeared around Lin Tian. They could clearly see the bloody faces of the corpses struggling in front of them. At this moment, even Li Yu's expression changed slightly. "Looks like you've killed a lot of people." With a swoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of Li Yu. The long sword in his hand slashed down directly. Poof, blood floated in the air. A clear sword mark appeared on Li Yu's chest. Even his ribs could be seen. "You, bang." Lin Tian's figure appeared behind Li Yu in an instant. With a kick, Li Yu flew more than 7 feet away. Li Yu was still in the air. He coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. At this moment, an even more terrifying sword momentum rushed up. Lin Tian's entire body was surrounded by flames. He was like a fire god descending to the mortal world. With each step, he left behind an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yu again and punched out. Bang! This punch landed directly on Li Yu's cheek. Blood floated in the air, accompanied by a few teeth. It was clear and glaring. Lin Tian did not stop. With a swing of his long sword, he slashed towards Li Yu again. Seeing that Lin Tian was approaching rapidly, Li Yu let out an angry roar. A cold aura rushed out of his body. In an instant, a dense blood-red sword radiance appeared beside him. It was chilling and terrifying. With a swoosh, it rushed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, Li Yu steadied himself. With a swing of the folding fan in his hand, he slashed out dozens of arc-shaped sword blades. Lin Tian swung the long sword in his hand. With a swing of the sun-incinerating second sword, everything was shattered. Holding the long sword in his hand, he walked towards Li Yu step by step. There were no emotions on his face. Only his eyes were cold and piercing. Only his murderous intent made one's heart palpitate. "Worm! How dare you look at me like that? How dare you injure me repeatedly?" Li Yu roared. Lin Tian's figure swayed. With a swing of the sun-incinerating third sword, he slashed out a path of flames. It seemed like he was going to cut the space apart. A monkey jumping up and down. His voice was cold. The violent sun-incinerating sword force rushed towards Li Yu. It seemed like it was going to burn the sky. "Kill you! Kill you!" Li Yu roared. The cold sword radiance spread. Li Yu's face became hideous and twisted. However, the sword chi that he slashed out was extremely terrifying. The sword radiance was like extreme ice that annihilated the boundless flames. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and performed the sun-incinerating fourth sword without hesitation. "Worm!" Li Yu roared. The sword radiance became even colder and more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. The flaming sword radiance and the Ninein sword collided. One was yang and the other was yin. It was a terrifying scene. Clang, 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 the two figures were very fast. Their long swords collided again and again, sputtering sparks. Such a powerful collision and such a terrifying aura caused quite a few cracks to appear on the surface of the ground. Quite a few boulders were directly shattered during the clash between the two of them, turning into gravel that filled the air. Moreover, at the same time, two powerful quintessential essence fluctuations spread out, causing many of the nearby cultivators to turn pale with fright. They all turned to look in the same direction. What a terrifying aura. Is someone fighting? Who is it? The true essence waves and the sword momentum are too strong. Let's go and take a look. Immediately, many people began to move. Soon, some people came to the periphery of the battle between Lin Tian and Li Yu. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed. That's Li Yu of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He's the second most powerful person in the 100 Refinements Workshop. It's said that he's ranked in the top 3 among the 4 major sects. Li Yu's fierce reputation had spread out in the 100 Refinements Workshop. Many people knew him. At this time, they were naturally very surprised to see Li Yu fighting with another person. This was because they saw that Li Yu was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth and his chest was dyed red. However, Li Yu's opponent was not injured at all. Then, who was the other person? Is he the one who injured Liu? He seems to be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. I saw him outside the Demon Burial Valley. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect? There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 4 core disciples of the Burning Sun sect. There doesn't seem to be such a person. He is just an ordinary disciple of the Burning Sun sect? But, how can he be so strong that he can fight with Liu? Many people's hearts trembled. At this time, most of the people here were rogue cultivators. Watching the battle between Lin Tian and Liu, they were all shocked. Ah! With a roar, Liu swung the sword in his hand again and again ferociously. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He displayed the 9 styles of the burning sun, causing flames to fill the sky. Clang! His right hand shook. Along with a ray of sword light, a Zhonglong flaming sword slashed down from the sky. Liu was at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea. He was very powerful, 3 levels higher than Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had cultivated with an old drunkard for 10 days. His battle strength, speed, and control of true essence had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even if he faced an opponent 3 levels higher than him, he still had the strength to fight. Clang! 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 Swords collided with swords. Flames and yin qi clashed again and again. The terrifying aura shocked many of the spectators. Gradually, more and more people came here. Among them were people from the 4 major sections. That is Lin Tian of the Burning Sun sect. His opponent is... My God, Liu of the 100 Refinement Square, that insidious madman. Wait, Liu seems to be injured. Isn't Liu at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea? And that Lin Tian, it seems to be only at the 4th celestial layer of the knowledge sea. Fighting with a gap of 3 levels? Many people stared. For the people of the 4 major sects, Liu was no doubt very terrifying. Not only was his battle strength strong, but his mind was also perverted and insidious. Facing Liu, many people would feel fear, as if they were being watched by a poisonous snake. But now, everyone saw that Liu was injured, and the person who injured Liu was actually 3 minor realms lower than Liu. That Lin Tian, is he really a monster? He can actually do this with a gap of 3 levels? Some people's hearts palpitated. In front, Lin Tian and Liu's battle was incomparably violent. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Jiyu looked at Lin Tian's battle, her beautiful eyes flickering. So strong, he's actually so strong. Su Qing was shocked. Lin Tian's arrival made Su Qing and Lu Jie feel more at ease, but the 2 of them were still somewhat worried. After all, Liu was at the 7th celestial layer of the knowledge sea, 3 levels higher than Lin Tian. Lin Tian's defeated opponents, Xinyan and Di Wenhong, were far from comparable. However, they saw Lin Tian and Liu's battle. In a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian's sword aura was shockingly strong, terrifyingly strong. He actually injured Liu again and again, forcing Liu to retreat again and again. This battle strength was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. On the battlefield, weapons suddenly appeared beside Liu. There were swords, cold blades, and heavy hammers. There were a total of 18 weapons. As the 18 weapons appeared, Liu's eyes became even more vicious. He gloomily stared at Lin Tian. Trash, watch me chop your limbs into pieces. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. 15 treasured swords instantly rushed out, each emitting a cold light. I'll return those words to you. Read on a mobile phone. The 15 treasured swords clanged and flickered with cold light. Cold sword qi surrounded them. Such a scene immediately shocked most of the onlookers. He's actually able to control over a dozen weapons. He also cultivated the 100 Refinements secret technique? How is that possible? He's not from the 100 Refinements workshop. What's going on? Originally, when Liu used the 100 Refinements secret technique, many people's eyes lit up. After all, it was not easy to see an expert from the 100 Refinements workshop using the 100 Refinements secret technique in battle. However, Lin Tian also took out more than 10 treasured swords at the same time, which directly stunned everyone. Liu stared at Lin Tian. As expected, you secretly learned my 100 refinements secret technique. Secretly learned? Lin Tian's expression was very cold. The 15 treasured swords circulated with cold killing intent. He smiled coldly. With a move of his divine consciousness, the 15 treasured swords immediately charged towards Liu. Whoosh, 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 the 15 treasured swords brought about waves of air-piercing sounds. Waves of cold killing intent caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It's only 15 treasured swords. How can you compete with me? Liu laughed loudly. With a wave of the folding fan in his hand, the 18 treasured swords beside Liu also vibrated and charged towards Lin Tian's treasured swords. The two sides faced each other. Dozens of weapons collided with each other, constantly emitting ear-piercing clanging sounds. What kind of battle is this? Looking at the scene in front of them, all the onlookers were moved. Their eyes could not help but flicker. Dozens of weapons collided in their field of vision. That kind of scene was too shocking. Lin Tian used his divine consciousness to control the 15 treasured swords. He carried the supreme treasure, inner spirit sword, and stepped forward. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he arrived in front of Liu in an instant and slashed down. Clang, the flaming sword chi drowned down and enveloped Liu. Child's play! Liu shouted. With a clang, 3 large swords rushed over from not far away, crushing Lin Tian's flaming sword light and slashing straight at Lin Tian. Liu took out 18 weapons, and Lin Tian took out 15. The two collided with each other. Liu's 3 additional weapons were aimed at Lin Tiansha at this time. After all, you've only learned a little. How dare you try to compete with the orthodox? Liu said. The 3 sabers twisted and spun as they slashed down, bringing with them streaks of saber light. Even at the pinnacle of cultivation, you can only control 49 weapons. You think you're so great? Lin Tian. His expression remained cold throughout. With a jolt of his inner spirit sword, he unleashed the 4th stroke of the young incinerating sword. The scorching flames not only swept out in all directions, but also covered the inner spirit sword, forcibly shattering the 3 large blades. After that, Lin Tian's feet flashed, bringing along a torrential stream of flames as he directly arrived before Liu. Liu's eyes were vicious. You destroyed my treasured weapon. Next, I'll kill you. Lin Tianling said coldly. The inner spirit sword was a treasure. Not only could it increase his battle strength by 70%, but it was also very hard. Ordinary treasures couldn't compare to it. In his anger, it was easy for him to destroy Liu's 3 treasured swords. Now that he had destroyed Liu's 3 treasured swords, he stepped in front of Liu and punched out. Liu also punched out. The 2 fists collided, and they both retreated. Clang, 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 around the 2 of them, the weapons of the 30 sects kept colliding, creating shocking sparks. Within the range of the 30 sects weapons, the 2 of them also charged together, each holding a supreme sword in their hands, constantly slashing at each other. At this time, the true essence vibrating out of the 2 had reached a shocking level. Liu's fist landed on Lin Tian's chest, causing Lin Tian to stagger a step back. A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat. However, almost at the same time, Lin Tian slashed out with the inner spirit sword in his hand without any expression. It left a deep sword mark on Liu's arm, almost chopping off his entire arm. Worm. Liu's face became a little distorted. His injury was actually more serious than Lin Tian's. 7th level of the spiritual sea. That's all you've got? Trash. Lin Tianling said. Using the yin-yang puppet, he rushed forward like a phantom, once again closing in on Liu. The inner spirit sword slashed across. Liu's eyes became extremely sinister, and his face became even more distorted. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea. There was no one in his generation who did not know him. Wherever he went, he would be respected. But now, a person at the 4th level of the spiritual sea, a person he originally wanted to tease, turned around and called him trash. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura rushed out of Liu's body. Liu's face revealed an extremely ferocious expression, like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with a fierce light, and he grinned sinisterly. I'll slowly torture you to death. Such an expression fell into the eyes of the crowd. Many people felt a chill down their spines and could not help but shudder. Lin Tian was expressionless. Do you know what others think when they see you like this? Scared? Fearful? Perhaps you have all these emotions, but most of them are just disgust. Holding the inner spirit sword, he walked step by step toward Liu. In the eyes of others, you're strong, but you're just a powerful clown. What did you say? Liu roared. Lin Tianling said coldly, angry out of humiliation. I'm just stating the truth. What do you think you're doing? Is it worth being proud of? Since you're acting like a clown, since you're doing disgusting actions, don't be afraid of others saying you're a good-for-nothing trash. Liu's eyes widened in anger. I'm a genius. Genius? When I kill you, you'll recall these words and feel that you're not only a good-for-nothing trash, but also a maggot who only knows how to do all kinds of disgusting things. Lin Tian said. With a clang, the inner spirit sword in his hand completely burned, and he slashed out. That Lin Tian, what a madman, actually calling that Liu a good-for-nothing and a maggot. My God. All around, the eyes of the onlookers stared straight. Liu's strength was beyond doubt. He could reach the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness in his early 20s. He was definitely a super genius. But now, Lin Tian kept calling him a good-for-nothing, degrading Liu to be worthless and humiliating him. This really made the hearts of these people tremble. In the distance, Lu Jia and Su Qing clenched their fists, feeling comfortable. Little junior sister, your future husband is so eloquent. That's right. Hearing Lin Tian's ridicule and humiliation of Liu, the two girls only felt that the anger in their chest suddenly dissipated. Ji Yu snickered. She knew Lin Tian very well. Not only was his battle strength very strong, but his words were also very sharp. When facing an enemy, not only would he defeat the opponent in terms of battle strength, but he would also cause a great blow to the opponent's spirit. Ah! Liu roared, his face twisted, and his eyes revealed anger. Good for nothing. The cold voice sounded again. Lin Tian closed in on Liu and swung his sword again. Lin Tian was very clear that people like Liu were often very proud while their minds were twisted. When facing such people, he had to cut a wound on the opponent's pride and then sprinkle salt on it. Liu's face was ferocious, and the Nining extinction sword was pushed to the limit. The violent attacks made people's hearts tremble. At this time, Liu was no doubt terrifying, as if he had really turned into a fierce beast. Kill! Liu roared, and the violent sword chi shook the ground until it cracked continuously. With a clang, the sword chi filled the sky, like a tornado, and attacked. At the same time, Li Wu's 15 weapons in the surroundings vibrated even more violently. Each sword seemed to have a consciousness, and it was as if they were going to cut the sky into pieces. Lin Tian took a step back, held the sword hilt with both hands, and slashed at the sky. Bursting flames. Burning Sun 9 Styles, 5th sword. Boom. The sky was filled with flames, and the clanging of swords sounded. In an instant, Liu's tornado of swords was shattered. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly, and he shouted coldly, 8-7 sword slash. In the void, the 15 treasured swords crisscrossed, and instantly divided into 2 rows, each forming a strange formation. Then, in an instant, the sword force of the 15 treasured swords increased greatly, and the glaring sword light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Slash! Lin Tianling yelled. He was a rank 4 array manipulator, and relying on the weapons to form some simple combined attack formations was countless times easier than eating and drinking to him. At this moment, the 15 treasured swords formed the simplest Big Dipper formation and octagonal demon subduing formation respectively, increasing the power of the 15 treasured swords by more than 5 times in an instant. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering rang out in an instant, and the last 15 weapons of Liu were completely shattered. Such a scene made the onlookers break out in cold sweat. He destroyed all of Liu's weapons? He really secretly learned the 100 Refinements secret technique. How can the 100 Refinements secret technique of someone who secretly learned it be more powerful than the orthodox 100 Refinements secret technique? Monster! What a monster! Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Li Yu's expression changed drastically. His weapons were all destroyed in an instant. Bastard! Li Yu roared. Among the 18 treasured swords, the worst was a high-grade spirit weapon. This was a huge fortune. Lin Tian was expressionless, and a light flickered between his eyebrows. I heard the wail of a stray dog. Li Yu was furious. You said, clang. The 15 treasured swords crisscrossed and pressed down on Li Yu with the power of the 8-7 sword formation, causing the air to sizzle. The words that Li Yu wanted to spit out were immediately stuffed back into his mouth. The 15 treasured swords pressed down, causing the color to change. Li Yu quickly retreated and continuously used the 9-shade absolute sword technique to defend against the 15 treasured swords charging at him. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure suddenly flashed in front of Li Yu. Taking advantage of the gap when Li Yu was defending against the 15 treasured swords, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. You, puff. Blood splattered, and an arm flew out diagonally. I'll take your left hand first. Blood splattered in the air as an arm floated high in the air, causing everyone to be shocked. Li Yu of the 100 Refinements Workshop actually had an arm chopped off. Li Yu screamed and staggered a few steps back. How dare you do this? Staring at Lin Tian, Li Yu's eyes were filled with gloom and resentment. His face was even more ferocious. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, a tyrannical sword wind swept out and blasted Li Yu flying over 10 meters away. Trash who only knows how to bark, he said coldly. Li Yu's expression instantly became even more sinister and twisted. I'll kill you. Holding the treasure sword in his right hand, Li Yu's body emitted an even stronger true essence fluctuation as he activated the 9-yin extinction sword to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood on the spot and said coldly, slash. Clang, in the void, 15 treasured swords slashed down together, causing the air to vibrate with a sizzling sound. The 15 treasured swords formed the Big Dipper formation and the 8 directional demon subduing formation. The scene was extremely terrifying. With a bang, Li Yu was sent flying, and the long sword in his hand involuntarily fell out. It was also at this moment that a treasured sword pressed down from the void. Pfft, blood splattered, and a scream sounded at the same time. Li Yu's remaining arm was thrown high in the air and chopped off by the sword. Both arms were chopped off? That Lin Tian is simply a monster. The onlookers were all shocked. At this moment, even Ji Yu and the other 2 at the back couldn't help but be moved. Lin Tian was really too powerful. In the field, Lin Tian pressed towards Li Yu with 15 treasured swords floating around him. Seeing Lin Tianyi walking towards him step by step, Li Yu's face twisted into a ball. He looked left and right at his severed arm, and finally fear appeared in his eyes as he retreated step by step. You, bang, Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Li Yu away. You said that you would chop our limbs into pieces, and I said the same thing. I'll return those words to you, Lin Tian said. Li Yu trembled as his pupils constricted. You. Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere as Li Yu's left leg was chopped off. It was then crushed by Lin Tian's sword chi. Ah. Li Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body was drenched in blood. In the distance, all the spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene, and they said in their hearts, Lin Tian is truly ruthless. Not only did he sever Li Yu's arms successively, he even shattered Li Yu's left leg now. His methods are truly slightly cruel. Staring at Li Yu, Lin Tian's eyes became extremely cold. You want to capture her to threaten me, right? Facing Lin Tian's gaze, the fear in Li Yu's eyes grew thicker and thicker. With a trembling voice, he said, No, no. Lin Tian raised his leg and fiercely kicked Li Yu in the chest, instantly causing Li Yu to let out a shrill cry. Weren't you very arrogant at the start? Weren't you very conceited? What's going on now? Why are you trembling in fear under my feet? Why don't you stand up and show me that sinister and ferocious expression of yours? Lin Tianling said. Blood gushed out of Li Yu's mouth. He was shocked, furious, and terrified, and his face was pale and livid. Trash. Lin Tian raised his right leg and fiercely stomped down once more. With a crack, a few of Li Yu's ribs were directly broken by him, and even more blood gushed out of his mouth. In this world of cultivators where the strong were respected, Lin Tian pursued the limits of martial arts as his goal. And pursued the strongest as his end point. Walking on this path, he hated being bullied and oppressed, and he hated even more when the people most important to him were threatened. No matter if it was Zhu Wudao from back then or Li Yu at this moment, they both caused dense rage to arise from the depths of his heart. At this moment, he would use all the cruelest methods he could think of on Li Yu. Pooh! He raised the heart spirit sword and flicked it slightly, slashing one of Li Yu's eyeballs into pieces. Ah! Li Yu struggled frantically. His face was covered in blood, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. Such a scene frightened the onlookers in the distance, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on their backs. This person, so ruthless. Many people's lips could not help but tremble. In the distance, Lu Jia and Su Qing also trembled. Obviously, they were also frightened by Lin Tian's ferocity. Ji Yu looked ahead seriously. She knew that Lin Tian was angry because of her, just like back then in the imperial city. Therefore, even though Lin Tian's methods were very cruel at this moment, she still watched calmly. Li Yu's wails reverberated in the surroundings, causing people's scalps to go numb. Both of his arms were chopped off, the left end was broken, and one of his eyes was also destroyed by Lin Tian. At this moment, Li Yu could not help but tremble, and his only eye was filled with fear. Lin Tian raised the heart spirit sword and slashed down again. Clang! At this moment, a tyrannical sword light rushed over from afar. Lin Tian spread out the yin-yang puppet, and he moved 20 feet away to avoid the sword light that was attacking him. Not far away, a purple-clothed young man appeared. He held a purple treasure sword in his hand and stared indifferently at Lin Tian. Guo Xiaoming! Someone exclaimed. Guo Xiaoming, the #1 genius of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the indisputable #1 of his generation. Seeing this person come here, many onlookers were shocked. In the distance, Ji Yu and the other two's expressions changed slightly. Oh no! This Guo Xiaoming is not someone that Li Yu can compare to. The difference in combat strength is huge. Lu Jia whispered. In the battlefield, a cold wind blew, stirring up traces of sand and dust. Senior brother, save me. Li Yu said weakly. Guo Xiaoming glanced at Li Yu, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Li Yu's miserable state. Guo Xiaoming shifted his gaze to Lin Tian and said coldly, "You did this?" Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his right hand, and the heart spirit sword flashed coldly. With an ear-piercing sword hum, a 3-meter-long astral sword slashed at Guo Xiaoming. Heavens! This ruthless person attacked Guo Xiaoming directly. How arrogant! Many people's hearts trembled. The powerful sword light slashed at Guo Xiaoming, sending out flaming tornadoes. After that, with a thought from Lin Tian, 15 treasure swords appeared in the air and charged at Li Yu. You want to kill a fellow disciple of the 100 Refinements Workshop in front of me? Guo Xiaoming said coldly. Lin Tian smiled. In front of you? Who do you think you are? The 15 treasure swords trembled, forming the 8-7 sword formation, and its might increased greatly. Guo Xiaoming's eyes turned cold. He swung his purple sword, sending out a shocking astral sword that knocked the 15 treasure swords away. Staring at Lin Tian, Guo Xiaoming said coldly, Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shuo worked together to chase after you, but you're here now, injuring Li Yu to this extent. What happened to those two? Are you an idiot? Since I'm standing here, what do you think happened to those two? Lin Tianling said. Guo Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. You killed them? You dared to kill people of the 100 Refinements Workshop. 100 Refinements Workshop? Lin Tian said disdainfully, apart from producing trash, scum, trash, and idiots, what else can your 100 Refinements Workshop do? The elders of your 100 Refinements Workshop told you to capture and suppress me as your first objective after entering the Demon Burial Valley. However, who would have thought that after entering the Demon Burial Valley, you, the idiot Guo Xiaoming, would only mind your own business? As for the trash Li Yu, he thought that he could easily suppress me and came to capture my important people to threaten me for fun. After that, he is now lying on the ground like a dead dog. As for Yuan Shuo and Bai Yunfei, although they were weak, they were much better than you and Li Yu. At least they didn't forget the orders given by the elders of the sect. However, they were too arrogant, so they died as well. Lin Tian stared at Guo Xiaoming with a face full of mockery. Originally, after all of you entered the Demon Burial Valley, all of you could have possibly trapped me. Unfortunately, because of an idiot like you and a trash like Li Yu, all of our efforts were for naught. Think about it, if your 100 Refinement Workshop's elders, Workshop Master, and Grand Elder knew about this, they would probably cry. As soon as Lin Tian spoke, the surroundings were in an uproar. The 100 Refinements Workshop actually told everyone to capture Lin Tian as their first goal? What's going on? Bai Yunfei and Yuan Shuo, those two were actually killed by him? He just entered the Demon Burial Valley. Everyone's hearts palpitated. In the distance, Jiyu frowned. The 100 Refinements Workshop had actually joined forces to deal with Lin Tian. Some anger appeared in her eyes. Guo Xiaoming's face turned livid as he gripped the purple sword in his hand tightly. Lin Tian's words made him feel very uncomfortable. Clang, with a swing of the sword, Lin Tian held the Heart Spirit Sword and charged towards Li Yu. Guo Xiaoming's eyes turned cold. How dare you? With a swing of the purple sword, Guo Xiaoming's body erupted with an incomparably shocking aura, causing many people to tremble. This aura was too strong, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a move of his consciousness, 15 treasure swords emitted a blazing purple light and formed an 8-7 sword formation that charged towards Guo Xiaoming. This time, the 15 treasure swords were even stronger than before and temporarily stalled Guo Xiaoming. At this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of Li Yu and slashed down with his sword. With a poof, Li Yu's right leg was directly shattered. Ah! Li Yu let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered, causing many people to feel a chill in their chests. Guo Xiaoming was furious. With a swing of his sword, he knocked away the 15 treasure swords and charged towards Lin Tianxia. I want to kill him. Do you think you can stop me? Lin Tianling said. Before Guo Xiaoming could get close, he swung the Heart Spirit Sword and directly cut off Li Yu's head. The head flew out diagonally and blood splattered on the ground. He's dead, dead. He actually killed that Li Yu. According to what he said just now, he killed 3 of the 4 core disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop in such a short period of time. Many people's hearts trembled. At this moment, the crowd stared at Lin Tian and felt that this man was simply the god of death. Lin Tian. Guo Xiaoming shouted coldly. His shocking coldness and murderous intent caused many people to tremble in fear. It's your turn. The 4 of you will all die in the Demon Burial Valley. Lin Tianling replied coldly. With a boom, blazing true essence flames appeared and surrounded his entire body, making him look like a god of fire. He raised the Heart Spirit Sword in his hand and slashed towards Guo Xiaoming without hesitation. In an instant, the sky was filled with flaming sword radiance. Lin Tian could feel how powerful Guo Xiaoming was. He felt a lot of pressure from Guo Xiaoming, but even so, it was impossible for him to feel the slightest bit of fear. An old drunkard once said that someone once fought across 8 small steps. Now, he was only 4 small steps away from Guo Xiaoming, so it was not a big deal. With a clang, the flaming sword light swept across the sky and pressed down on Guo Xiaoming with great momentum. Staring at this scene, the crowd of onlookers was dumbfounded. After killing Li Yu, he actually slashed at Guo Xiaoming directly. How arrogant! Someone shuddered. In the distance, Lu Jia and Su Qing stared at each other. They were originally worried about Guo Xiaoming's arrival, but they did not expect Lin Tian to take the initiative to attack Guo Xiaoming. Jiyu stared straight ahead and muttered to himself, it's only been a few months, and he has already left me so far behind. Lin Tian was now too strong. On the battlefield, Guo Xiaoming's face completely darkened. If I can't catch you, I'll commit suicide in the Demon Burial Valley. Commit suicide? I'll take your life personally. Lin Tianling said. 15 bejeweled swords swept in all directions. Guo Xiaoming's face was cold. He stretched out his body, and 21 bejeweled swords appeared. Each of them flickered with a cold light. In an instant, dozens of bejeweled swords collided together. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no change in his expression, but he felt that Guo Xiaoming's strength was far from what Li Yu could compare to. After a few simple collisions, his 15 bejeweled swords were gradually suppressed. Even though he formed the 8-7 sword formation, it did not change the situation much. The difference in cultivation level is indeed a big problem, Lin Tian thought to himself. He waved the inner spirit sword and directly drew the 5th sword of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun. With a loud boom, flaming sword aura swept up in the battlefield. Guo Xiaoming's expression turned solemn. Clearly, he was also moved by Lin Tian's battle prowess. However, his attack did not stop at all. The 21 treasured weapons continued to collide with Lin Tian's 15 treasured weapons, forcing Lin Tian's 15 treasured swords back inch by inch, creating huge cracks in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided, sword against sword, fist against fist, shaking the air. These two are so strong that Lin Tian seems to be at a disadvantage. As expected, the gap between him and Guo Xiaoming is huge. Nonsense, Guo Xiaoming is publicly acknowledged as the #1 person of his generation in the 4 major sects. Many people whispered. On the battlefield, the two figures continued to exchange blows. Martial techniques, fists, kicks, and weapons collided with each other. After dozens of clashes, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. Lin Tian retreated dozens of steps, a bloody wound appearing on his left arm. As expected, although that Lin Tian is strong, he is not Guo Xiaoming's opponent. Will he die here? It seems that the 100 Refinements workshop wants to capture him. Maybe they will suppress him first. Many people muttered. Guo Xiaoming stared coldly at Lin Tian. The purple sword in his hand shone brightly as he walked forward step by step. With your Sea of Consciousness 4th layer cultivation, do you think you can fight me after defeating Liu? Naive, do you really think the difference in cultivation is nothing? With a clang, the 21 treasured weapons beside Guo Xiaoming clanged. Don't be too self-righteous, Lin Tianling said coldly. With a flash of his feet, he threw out the true spirit sword in his hand. It turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards Guo Xiaoming. You feel powerless, so you threw away your sword? Guo Xiaoming said coldly as he swung his sword to repel the true spirit sword. At this moment, an even more terrifying sword aura rushed out. Lin Tian rushed towards Guo Xiaoming with his bare hands. The flame in his right hand was burning. The violent flame sword aura immediately enveloped the entire battlefield. Guo Xiaoming's expression changed. You, bursting flame! Lin Tianling shouted. Lin Tian had discovered a long time ago that when he did not have a weapon in his hand, the sword technique he used was more than twice as powerful as when he had a sword. At this moment, he threw away the true spirit sword and used the young incinerating 5th stroke with his bare right hand. Instantly, the sword pattern in the center of his right hand emitted traces of light, causing the power of the 5th stroke to skyrocket. Guo Xiaoming obviously did not expect this scene. He was instantly thrown into disarray. However, Guo Xiaoming was recognized as the strongest in his generation among the 4 major sects. Although he was shocked by Lin Tian's sudden attack, he quickly counterattacked. The 21 treasured weapons were placed in front of him at the same time, barely blocking the violent young incinerating 5th stroke. You have a fast reaction. A cold voice sounded. Guo Xiaoming's expression changed. Lin Tian was already in front of him. You, bang! Lin Tian raised his hand and punched Guo Xiaoming's cheek. Instantly, Guo Xiaoming was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Seeing this scene, the onlookers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He sent Guo Xiaoming flying? That person who is recognized as the strongest in his generation among the 4 major sects, there are 4 small realms between them. What a monster! Everyone's heart palpitated. Then, someone remembered something else. Just now, he seemed to be using a sword technique with his bare hands. But the power of the sword technique he used was much more terrifying than when he was holding a sword. What the hell is this? A monster? All the cultivators were shocked. Without a sword, he was even more terrifying than when he was holding a sword. This had completely overturned everyone's understanding. In the distance, Lu Jia and Su Qing looked at Ji Yu and said, Junior sister, do you know what's going on with him? The two girls knew about the relationship between Ji Yu and Lin Tian. They felt that Ji Yu should have some understanding of this matter. The sword technique he used with his bare hands was actually more powerful than when he was using a treasured sword. This really surprised the two of them. This, I don't know either. I've never seen him use it before. Jiyu was also surprised. You don't know either? I don't know. For a moment, the three girls were stunned. They could only stare at the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was already riddled with holes. There were huge cracks everywhere on the ground. Guo Xiaoming stood up with blood at the corner of his mouth. The gaze he used to stare at Lin Tian became even colder. Among my peers, you're the first one who can hurt me, Guo Xiaoming said coldly. Lin Tian raised his hand and used the weapon control technique to call back the inner spirit sword. He pointed it at Guo Xiaoming. You're really arrogant. Staring at Guo Xiaoming, he shook the inner spirit sword and charged straight at him. Guo Xiaoming's eyes were cold. The purple sword was full of killing intent as it met the attack. The two treasures collided with each other. With the two of them as the center, a violent flow of vital essence instantly spread out. In Lin Tian's hand, the inner spirit sword was burning brightly. He slashed down with the fourth move of the 9 forms of the incinerating sun crack. At this moment, there was a crisp cracking sound. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He only felt that his body suddenly became a little cold. It was as if there was a stream of yin qi rushing up from the ground and into his body. This caused him to stop in his tracks. He forcefully withdrew his sword momentum and retreated quickly. Almost at the next moment when Lin Tian retreated, Guo Xiaoming's expression also changed. He also retreated quickly. Eh? What's going on with these two? That's right. Why did they suddenly withdraw their attacks? Strange. Many people were puzzled. In the next moment, the ground suddenly shook. On the surface of the ground, huge cracks appeared. Black mist rushed up and the entire ground collapsed. In just an instant, the space within 1,000 feet was completely covered by a pitch-black airflow. The terrifying coldness seemed to freeze everything. What's going on? What happened? There's another space underground? Let's go. Some people's expressions changed. At this moment, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. Screams rang out. As the ground continued to collapse, some spectators fell into the ground. Moreover, there was not only one person who fell down. At least dozens of people fell down and were instantly covered by the thick black mist underground. Who? Ah. Soon, shocked and miserable screams came from the underground space. The cultivators who fell down seemed to have encountered something terrifying. Hearing these screams, some of the cultivators who did not fall down felt a chill down their spines and quickly retreated into the distance. Lin Tian used the yin and yang hua. He took a step in the air and instantly arrived beside Jiyu and the other two girls. Let's get out of here first. He pulled Jiyu and quickly retreated. Now that his divine sense was extremely powerful, he could clearly feel that there was something extremely dangerous in the underground space. At this moment, the ground under his feet shook again and shattered with a boom. Ah! Lu Jia screamed and immediately fell down. Lin Tian jumped to the side with Jiyu and Su Qing, but he did not have time to grab Lu Jia. His expression suddenly changed. In just an instant, Lu Jia's figure was covered by the black mist in the underground space. Senior sister! Su Qing shouted. In the underground space, the black mist rushed up one by one, carrying a shocking chill. Lin Tian occasionally glanced around, only to see two blood-red eyes flashing in the pitch-black underground space. This made him frown immediately. Su Qing grabbed Lin Tian and said anxiously, "Senior brother Lin, please save senior sister Lu." Su Qing heard the miserable screams coming from the underground space just now, so she naturally knew that there was danger down there. Now that Lu Jia had fallen down, she was naturally very worried. Jiyu also said, "Lin Tian, we have to go down and find senior sister Lu." Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The hard spirit sword shook, and a sword wind slashed out, sweeping away all the black mist below. "When you go down, you must stay by my side," he said. Lu Jia was a good person. She had taken good care of Jiyu in the Valley of the Harp, so he naturally would not help. He coldly glanced at Guo, who was extremely far away, and jumped down into the underground space with Jiyu and Suqing. Thud. The three of them landed on the ground, and the sound of footsteps echoed from both sides. The space below him was pitch black, and he could only see 3 meters in front of him at most. Lin Tian used his divine sense to scan the area, and he discovered that this underground space was actually very large. It was similar to the ancient tomb he had seen in the setting sun mountain, and there were numerous forks in the road. Suddenly, a gust of yin qi appeared from the side, and a strange blood-red demon figure flashed out, pouncing toward the three of them. Suqing shuddered in fright. Jiyu raised his hand and slashed forward, but the sword went straight through the blood-red demon figure. How could this be? Jiyu's expression changed slightly. The blood-red shadow, with thick yin qi, pounced in front of them in an instant. Lin Tian reached out and pulled Jiyu behind him. At the same time, a white lotus petal floated out from between his eyebrows. Ugh! An ear-piercing scream rang out. The blood-red shadow crashed into the white lotus and was instantly sent flying like a scarecrow. Lin Tian's eyes glinted when he saw the crimson shadow being sent flying. It really is a spirit of the dead. An old drunkard told him about spirits of the dead before he entered the demon burial valley. Spirits of the dead were beings born due to the presence of extreme negative energy. They had no physical form and could reside in corpses. It was very difficult to destroy them with normal means. Full text to read. If that's the case, then this black fog is the yin qi that the old man spoke of. With such dense yin qi gathered in this underground space, this place is truly worthy of being called the chaotic battlefield of the past. I wonder how many people died here back then. Lin Tian thought to himself. The crimson shadow was sent flying and disappeared without a trace after letting out a shriek. Lin Tian did not go after it. Lin Tian, was that a spirit of the dead? Jiyu asked. Lin Tian was surprised. You know about spirits of the dead? Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed as soon as he asked that question. I forgot that you're a student of Senior Yu Wushuang. That senior should have mentioned it to you before we came to the demon burial valley. Jiyu was stunned and stared at Lin Tian. What's wrong? Lin Tian was puzzled. Suqing said weakly at that moment, Brother Lin, I know about spirits of the dead as well. Common cultivators know about them. Lin Tian was shocked. He opened his mouth and said, You know about them? An old drunkard told me about them a few days before I entered the demon burial valley. Isn't that something that only airborne realm beings know? Jiyu felt exasperated. I told you to read more books. That's common sense. Lin Tian was speechless. Lin Tian suddenly felt like he was blushing. But Jiyu looked at Lin Tian with a bit of surprise and said, Common means are ineffective against spirits of the dead. That sort of mind just now was useless. But how did you hurt that spirit of the dead? That spirit of the dead screamed in agony. It seemed like you hurt it badly, and it chose to run away. Yeah. Suqing also stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Lin Tian smiled, I have a special method to deal with yin spirits. Lin Tian didn't explain in detail, and Jiyu and Suqing didn't ask either. They just looked at Lin Tian in surprise from time to time. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light. He thought to himself that the old drunkard was right. The white lotus in his sea of consciousness really did have a clear offensive ability against things like yin spirits. It was simply the nemesis of yin spirits. He paused for a moment and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After a while, he said, Lu Jie's aura is here. Let's go this way. The ground collapsed as pitch-black yin energy rushed out from the underground space and floated in the air. Soon, it gradually faded. In the underground space, many people looked down in a daze. There's actually such a strange place. It seems very unusual. Indeed. I've read in some ancient books that places like this that are filled with yin qi often contain precious treasures. Let's go down and take a look. Many people whispered to each other. Soon, some people's eyes lit up and they directly jumped into the underground space. Everyone who entered the demon burial valley came to look for opportunities and treasures. Now that they were faced with such a place that could possibly contain precious treasures and opportunities, many people jumped down without hesitation despite the dangers. In the distance, Gui Xiaoming stared at the underground space. Lin Tian, you can't escape from me. Gui Xiaoming said coldly and jumped down. Not long after, the thickening energy in this place attracted many people. Among them, there were many rogue cultivators, and there were also people from the 4 great sections. When they saw the underground space, they were all moved. Soon, cultivators jumped down one after another. Obviously, they all wanted to find some treasures in the underground space. In the underground space, the yin qi became much fainter. Lin Tian and the other 2 walked along a fork in the road, carefully walking forward. The fork was very wide and the air was very humid. There were potholes under their feet. Obviously, these forks weren't man-made. They were naturally formed. Could it be that the yin qi corroded the soil? Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking about it, it was very likely. After all, there were even yin spirits in this underground space. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted in the air. Lin Tian looked forward. At this moment, because the yin qi in the underground space became much fainter, his vision became much clearer. He saw several corpses lying on the ground in front of him. They were all skin and bones. Their flesh and blood seemed to have been sucked by some kind of demonic beast. It was a horrifying sight. Yin qi. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Beside these corpses, he could feel an extremely dense yin qi, which was much denser than anywhere else. It was as if there was an amalgamation of yin qi that had been here for a long time. After a pause, he asked Jiyu and Suqing to be careful and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a few more corpses appeared on the ground. They were all skin and bones. However, unlike before, these corpses had obvious sword wounds. It seemed that they were first killed by a sword and then their flesh and blood essence were sucked away. The 3 of them frowned slightly. After shaking their heads, they continued to walk forward. Tabier. 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 Walking in the fork, the sound of their footsteps could be heard from time to time. Not long after, the 3 of them walked very far. At this moment, they saw Lu Jia at a corner. Junior sister Su, little junior sister, Lin Tian. Lu Jia walked over quickly. Senior sister. Suqing shouted happily and went forward to greet her. At this moment, Lin Tianyi pulled Suqing back. At the same time, he slashed out a ray of sword qi and landed at Lu Jia's feet. Senior brother Lin, what are you doing? Suqing was shocked. Lu Jia seemed to be frightened. A slightly aggrieved expression appeared on her face. Jiyu pulled Suqing and pointed at the sword in Lu Jia's hand. It was full of blood. Suqing was shocked. Senior sister, what are you? A few people wanted to molest me. I injured them. This blood is theirs. Lu Jia said. As she spoke, Lu Jia walked towards the 3 of them. With a clang, Lin Tian raised his hand and pointed his sword forward. Don't try to hide from my senses. You can't hide your dancing qi. As he spoke, his glabella lit up. Lotus petals flew out and instantly condensed into a 3-inch short sword. Without hesitation, he slashed forward. Seeing this scene, Jiyu and Suqing were shocked. A white lotus floated out of his glabella. What kind of martial technique was this? They had never seen it before. However, immediately after, seeing Lin Tian condensing a short sword and slashing towards Lu Jia, Suqing's expression changed. Senior brother Lin, you can't. Although she was already suspicious of Lu Jia, Suqing was still very worried. Don't worry. I can accurately kill the thing in her body. Lin Tianling said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3-inch lotus sword moved even faster and pierced into Lu Jia's body. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream came from Lu Jia's body. Then, a black shadow floated out of Lu Jia's body. Its eyes were blood-red, and it stared ferociously at Lin Tian. The black shadow was surrounded by an astonishing amount of yin qi. As soon as it appeared, it gave people an extremely cold feeling. The temperature of the fork seemed to drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. Suqing's expression changed. This is? Lin Tianling smiled. The 3-inch lotus sword rushed out of Lu Jia's body and slashed straight at the black shadow. After 10 days of personal training by an old drunkard, not only did he cultivate the 9 styles of the burning sun to the 5th style, he was also more familiar with the control of the white lotus in his sea of consciousness. Now, he could already control the lotus sword to enter a person's body without harming their sea of consciousness and cranial nerves. Clang! The lotus sword slashed, shining brightly. The black shadow seemed to be very afraid of the lotus sword. It roared at Lin Tian and disappeared in a flash. Seeing the black shadow disappear, Lin Tian put away the white lotus sword and moved to Lu Jia's side. At this time, Lu Jia had already fainted. Her face was very pale, and some black qi could be faintly seen hidden under the surface of her skin. Senior sister. Su Qing hurriedly rushed over. Jiyu looked at Lu Jia and said worriedly, Lin Tian, this black qi it's the yin qi left behind by the black shadow. It's okay, just use vital essence to force it out. Lin Tian Dao. He injected vital essence into Lu Jia's body and began to expel the yin qi in Lu Jia's body. Gradually, the black qi under Lu Jia's skin became lighter and lighter. Seeing this scene, Jiyu and Su Qing both felt relieved. Lin Tian, that thing just now, could it be? Jiyu frowned. Lin Tian nodded. To be able to reside in a living person's body and control it, it should be a malicious spirit. A malicious spirit was somewhat terrifying, and it was difficult to deal with it with ordinary means. However, a malicious spirit was even more terrifying than a malicious spirit. It could be said to be an existence of a higher level than a malicious spirit. Not only did it have some spiritual intelligence, but it could also control ordinary malicious spirits. A malicious spirit? That's something comparable to the airborne realm. Su Qing was shocked. She stared at Lin Tian with an even more surprised expression. Senior brother Lin, what kind of martial arts technique did you use just now? You can actually force the malicious spirit out of senior sister Lu Jia's body directly. Moreover, that malicious spirit seems to be very afraid of you. This, ordinary airborne realm powerhouses can't do this. Not only Su Qing, but Jiyu also stared at Lin Tian at this moment. First, he scared away the malicious spirit, and now, he could even injure the malicious spirit. This really made the two girls a little shocked. At this moment, a dry cough sounded, and Lu Jia woke up. Jiyu and Su Qing originally wanted to ask how Lin Tian could hurt the malicious spirit and the malicious spirit, but when they saw that Lu Jia had woken up, they all surrounded her. Senior sister, are you okay? Su Qing asked. Lu Jia was a little weak. She rubbed her head and said, I'm fine. Where is this? What happened to me? Seeing that Lu Jia was fine, the three of them were relieved. As for Lu Jia's question, the three of them casually dealt with it. Walking along this fork, they saw a few people who died under the sword. They should be killed after Lu Jia was manipulated by the malicious spirit. The three of them naturally wouldn't say such things. After Lu Jia was fine, the group didn't leave. Instead, they continued to walk deeper. After all, it was such an underground space. The few of them could guess that this place was unusual. It should contain something extraordinary, and they wanted to try their luck. Ah! Not long after, the front became a little empty, and screams were heard. Lin Tian and the other three came here and saw a place that looked like a karst cave in front of them. There were dozens of cultivators in it. At this time, a few malicious spirits jumped among the dozens of people, and cultivators were killed from time to time. But even so, no one here wanted to escape. All of them were rushing into the depths of this karst cave. Lin Tian looked up and saw that in the deepest part of the karst cave, a 5-foot-tall green tree swayed, and a little bit of pure white light swayed. The tree of life? Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. P.S. The second chapter is around 8 p.m. Recently, I have a bad cold, a headache, and a runny nose. It's a little annoying to write. Also, in the past few days, the update time has been unstable. It's about 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. every day. I hope everyone can forgive me. This weekend at the latest, the dragon will adjust the update time to the same as before. Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tian had read about the Tree of Life in an ancient book by chance. It was said that it was formed from the essence of life and contained an astonishing amount of life energy. If one could cultivate under the Tree of Life, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. Moreover, a tree of life that had grown for a certain period of time could even produce a fruit of life. This fruit could definitely be considered a rare treasure. It was said that a single fruit of life could increase a cultivator's lifespan by at least 10 years. Its value was immeasurable. It's just as that old man said. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The gathering of extreme energy actually evolved into the aura of life. Product booknet. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A tree of life actually grew in this place filled with energy. This really surprised Lin Tian. Although this tree of life was only half a zhang tall, the life energy it emitted was extremely shocking. It must have been growing for at least a few decades and was almost at the level where it could produce a fruit of life. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, this was a treasure among treasures. Ji Yu and Lu Jia were also surprised when they saw the tree of life. Clearly, they did not expect such a treasure tree to exist here. Boom! In this spacious area, the cultivators' eyes turned red as they madly rushed towards the tree of life. However, in this cave, several spirits were also constantly attacking the cultivators. From time to time, someone would die. Ah! Be careful of the spirits. Damn it, there's no way to deal with them. What should we do? Can we only give up? Screams and angry voices echoed in the surroundings at the same time. There were tens of cultivators inside the karst cave. All of them were charging towards the tree of life. In the beginning, none of them were fearful of the spirits. Gradually, however, more and more cultivators died to the spirits. No matter how the cultivators attacked, they were incapable of harming more than a few of the spirits. Thus, many of them began to feel fearful. Although the tree of life was coveted and envied, life was undoubtedly the most important. Seeing the cultivators close to the tree of life being killed by the spirits, and even seeing the cultivators being devoured by the spirits and turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye, the dozens of cultivators who were madly rushing towards the tree of life were all terrified at this moment. Lin Tian stared straight ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 16. There are 16 spirits in total. There were 16 blood shadows in the karst cave, all of them exuding a sinister aura. Lin Tian glanced at them, then said to Ji Yu and the other two behind him, "Little Yu, the three of you wait here. Don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed into the depths of the cave. Since he saw the tree of life here, he naturally had to seize it. The value of this thing was immeasurable. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. In an instant, he had covered a large distance. However, this also attracted the attention of the dozen spirits in the karst cave. Immediately, 2 spirits charged towards him, letting out strange cries. "Scram!" Lin Tianling said. A few white lotuses floated out from between his eyebrows and floated towards the 2 spirits, imprinting themselves on their bodies. Suddenly, the 2 spirits let out shrill screams. Their blood-red figures trembled as they were sent flying by an invisible force. This is Lin Tian. He can directly enter the spirits? What kind of technique is that? Those who entered the karst cave were all spectators to watch the battle between Lin Tian, Li Yu, and Wu Xiaoming. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian instantly sweep away the spirits that everyone else was helpless against, they were all shocked. The tree of life. A cry of surprise sounded. From another opening in the karst cave, a young man in purple walked in. It was Wu Xiaoming. Seeing the tree of life, Wu Xiaoming naturally saw Lin Tian approaching the tree of life. Immediately, his eyes turned cold. He raised the purple sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Tian with a cold sword light. Lin Tian was about to reach the tree of life when he felt danger coming from behind. He immediately changed his direction forcefully and moved more than 3 feet away. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian looked at Wu Xiaoming. His eyes instantly turned cold. "Wu Xiaoming. He's here too." Lu Jia frowned. Wu Xiaoming's eyes flashed. After blocking Lin Tian, he gave up on Lin Tian and directly rushed toward the tree of life. Obviously, in Wu Xiaoming's eyes, the tree of life was many times more important than Lin Tian. At this moment, Guo Xiaoming's speed was very fast. He dodged several Yin spirits that attacked him and soon came within 5 feet of the Tree of Life. Lin Tian waved his right hand and the Heart Soul Sword appeared. Flames burned fiercely and he was about to slash at Guo Xiaoming. However, in the next moment, his eyes moved and he stopped. A cold smile appeared on his face. In front of Guo Xiaoming, a black shadow suddenly appeared silently. It was the malicious spirit that was scared away by him in the fork. What's that? Guo Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. He raised the purple sword and slashed forward. The malicious spirit's bloody eyes flashed. An ear-piercing roar came out and with a bang, Guo Xiaoming was sent flying. An astonishing Yin Qi spread out. In this karst cave, all 16 Yin spirits immediately surrounded the malicious spirit. Could it be, a malicious spirit? Some people trembled. The Yin Qi was far more powerful than that of the Yin spirits. Coupled with the frightening sense of oppression, it suddenly frightened everyone. There's such a thing here? No, we have to leave. No one can get this Tree of Life. Go, we have to go. Suddenly, some people began to retreat. The existence of the 16 Yin spirits had already frightened the group of cultivators. They did not expect a malicious spirit to appear at this time. A malicious spirit was comparable to an airborne realm cultivator. Who could deal with it? Staying would be suicide. Seeing the cultivators one by one, the malicious spirit's blood-red eyes shone as if it had seen delicious food. It immediately rushed out like lightning. In just an instant, one of the cultivator's chest was pierced by the malicious spirit. His entire body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of his flesh and blood flowed into the malicious spirit's body like a small stream flowing into the sea. Run! Looking at this scene, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Immediately, the cultivators in the cave swarmed out of the cave like a swarm of bees. However, the malicious spirit's speed was too fast. Coupled with the 16 Yin spirits rushing to kill, there were too few cultivators in this karst cave who could escape. Most of them were trapped inside. One by one, they waved their swords in fear, but it was useless against the Yin spirits and the malicious spirit. Ah! Shrill screams echoed, and one cultivator after another died tragically. At this time, the malicious spirit forced in front of another cultivator. Its blood-red eyes shone as it grabbed at the cultivator. Suddenly, the cultivator was so scared that his face turned pale and he almost fainted. Get lost! A cold voice sounded. Lin Tianyi flashed, condensing the white lotus sword and slashing at the malicious spirit. Lin Tianyi didn't recognize this cultivator, but this cultivator was wearing the Burning Sun sect's uniform, so he should be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. The Burning Sun sect treated him very well. Now that a disciple of the Burning Sun sect was about to suffer in front of him, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Seeing that the malicious spirit was forced back, the cultivator came back to his senses. His expression was surprised and happy. Thank you, Senior Lin Tianyi. This cultivator actually joined the Burning Sun sect earlier than Lin Tianyi, so he should call Lin Tianyi junior brother. However, because of Lin Tianyi's strength and his identity as Li Chongfeng's disciple, many disciples of the Burning Sun sect called Lin Tianyi senior brother. Leave this place, Lin Tianyi said. The cultivator nodded and said, Senior brother Lin, we still have a few fellow disciples here. I know. Lin Tianyi nodded. Scanning the karst cave, he naturally found a few other disciples of the Burning Sun sect. Suddenly, the yin and yang row spread out, and more white lotuses floated out from between his eyebrows, forcing the yin spirits back and guiding the disciples of the Burning Sun sect to gather together. Let's go, he said to the few of them. Their faces were full of gratitude. Thank you, Senior brother Lin. Saying so, they ran out along the path Lin Tianyi opened for them. Seeing them leave, Lin Tianyi tilted his head, and his gaze fell on the Tree of Life again. His footsteps flashed, and in an instant, he rushed toward the Tree of Life. Almost at the same time, Guo Xiaoming rushed over from the other side, and immediately blocked Lin Tianyi's path. 21 precious weapons clanged and slashed toward Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi's face turned cold. After taking a step back, he instantly took out 15 precious swords. Get lost, he said coldly. 15 precious swords crisscrossed, clanging as they slashed toward Guo Xiaoming. Guo Xiaoming's face turned cold when Lin Tianyi blocked his way. "I'll suppress you first," Guo Xiaoming said coldly. He originally entered this underground space to capture Lin Tianyi. "You think you can do it?" Lin Tianyi said in a low voice. In an instant, the two of them fought again. Dozens of weapons clashed, and rays of light from martial arts slashed across, causing the karst cave to be destroyed inch by inch. After all, this was a space naturally formed underground, not man-made. How could it withstand the battle between the two of them? A lot of rubble fell down. You guys stop. This place will collapse," a cultivator cried out. However, how could the two of them stop fighting? At this moment, a woman walked into the karst cave. It was Xinyan from the Valley of the Harp. Entering the karst cave, Xinyan instantly saw the tree of life in the depths of the karst cave. Her eyes immediately lit up. She quickly passed through the battlefield of Lin Tianyi and Guo Xiaoming, avoiding a few Yin spirits, and arrived next to the tree of life in the blink of an eye. "The tree of life is mine," Xinyan laughed. Lin Tianyi and Guo Xiaoming turned their heads. Someone had passed through their battlefield and arrived next to the tree of life, wanting to get it first. Their eyes turned cold. They raised their hands at the same time and slashed a blazing sword light at Xinyan. Almost at the same time, a malicious spirit that was devouring the flesh and blood of a cultivator in the distance screamed and rushed toward Xinyan. Obviously, this malicious spirit was very concerned about the tree of life. As soon as Xinyan grabbed the tree of life, she saw two terrifying sword lights and a dark shadow full of oppressive force coming toward her. Her face suddenly changed. "You." Xinyan didn't have time to put away the tree of life. She hurriedly moved to the side. Clang, clang, Lin Tianyi and Guo Xiaoming's sword lights arrived one after another. They landed next to the tree of life and immediately shattered the ground. The ground of the karst cave collapsed. Through the huge cracks, billowing yin qi came from below, causing everyone's expression to change. Large rocks fell from where the tree of life was. Soon, a huge abyss appeared in the karst cave, as if it was a dark and bottomless hell. There's still space under the ground? Where the hell is this place? Oh no, the tree of life fell. Someone shouted. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw that the place where the tree of life was located had completely collapsed. The tree of life also fell into the dark abyss. It was also at this time that the malicious spirit let out a roar and jumped down with the tree of life. Lin Tian frowned and thought it was a pity that the tree of life was gone just like that. Clang, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out and a sword light came straight at him. Guo Xiaoming's eyes were cold and indifferent. "Since the tree of life is gone, I'll suppress you directly." Staring at Lin Tian, Guo Xiaoming's expression was cold and indifferent. He seemed very calm and confident. In fact, he did have the qualifications to be calm and confident because his cultivation was high enough and his combat strength was strong enough. He was far from someone like Liu. "What those three couldn't do, you can't do either," Lin Tianling said. He used the weapon control technique and the 8-7 sword formation pressed forward. At the same time, he used the 9 styles of the burning sun and the flaming sword light swept out in all directions. "You're indeed very strong, there's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, you're still not my opponent," Guo Xiaoming said coldly. Lin Tian's face did not change, but he had to admit that Guo Xiaoming's combat strength was indeed stronger than his. After all, he was 4 small realms away from Guo Xiaoming. Even so, he was not afraid. His combat strength was not as good as Guo Xiaoming's, but it did not mean that Guo Xiaoming could defeat him. The inner spirit sword shook and the sword's roar became louder and the sword momentum became stronger. Rumble, the battle between the two could be said to be exceptionally fierce. Suddenly, the karst cave trembled and cracked even more. Pieces of earth and gravel kept falling from above. Many people trembled with fear and anger. These two bastards, the ground is already broken and they still want to fight. If this goes on, I'll be killed. Damn it. 2 lunatics. Someone cursed. Everyone ran out of the cave while avoiding the Yin spirits in the cave. Most of them were pale. At this moment, a shriek rang out. In the depths of the karst cave, at the edge of the bottomless abyss, Xianxia was entangled by a huge suction force from below. It was as if a huge hand was trying to drag her down. She grabbed onto a sharp rock at the edge of the abyss. Her face was filled with fear as she looked in the direction of Jiyu and the others. "Junior sisters, please help me." Looking at Xianxia, Jiyu and the others were moved. "Junior sister Ji, help me. You are the direct disciple of the Valley Master, you wouldn't leave your fellow disciples in the lurch, right?" Xianxia shouted. Xianxia's cultivation was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Even if she fell into this huge abyss, she could still escape in the air by relying on the artifact control technique. However, at this time, there was a huge suction force at the bottom of the abyss. In her current state, it was difficult for her to even grab the edge of the abyss and climb up. She needed to rely on external forces. "Junior sister, don't go. It's very dangerous," Lu Jia said in a low voice. Su Qing also whispered, "That's right. It's not worth the risk for this kind of person. She has always been against you." Obviously, Xianxia didn't have a good reputation in the Valley of the Harp. At the very least, Lu Jia and Su Qing didn't like Xianxia. Jiyu hesitated for a moment. In the end, she took a step forward and said, "After all, we are fellow disciples. Moreover, she hasn't done anything outrageous. If I leave her in the lurch, I will bring shame to Master." As she spoke, she reminded Lu Jia and Su Qing to be careful. Then, her figure flashed and rushed out like a gust of wind. "Junior sister." Lu Jia and Su Qing were shocked. Lin Tian and Guo Xiaoming were fighting. At this moment, they naturally saw this scene and immediately frowned. At this time, Jiyu rushed to the front. In an instant, more than 10 Yin spirits rushed over. This made Lin Tian, Lu Jia, and Su Qing's expressions change. But soon, the three of them were shocked. Jiyu's figure was extremely agile. Not a single Yin spirit could get within 3 feet of her. She floated past like a gust of wind, shaking off all the Yin spirits with a sway of her body. So powerful. This is the Phantom Lotus movement technique of the White Lotus Sword Codex. Although Junior Sister's cultivation is only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, I didn't expect her to have cultivated this movement technique to such a level. It seems that she has left the other core disciples far behind. Lu Jia and Su Qing were surprised. Not only Lu Jia and Su Qing, but also Lin Tian and Guo Xiaoming, who were staring at this scene, were surprised. Not to mention Jiyu's battle strength, in terms of movement technique, even Lin Tian, who had reached the 2nd heavenly layer of the Yin and Yang puppet, felt extremely amazed. It was not that Jiyu's speed was fast, but that her steps were very ethereal. It was really like a dream. When Jiyu moved, he actually lost Jiyu's breath in an instant, as if Jiyu had directly disappeared. At the same time, on the edge of the abyss, Xianxia was also shocked, and a trace of jealousy suddenly appeared in her eyes. At this time, Jiyu had already arrived at the edge of the abyss. "Senior sister, after I pull you up, I will immediately leave at the fastest speed," Jiyu said. There was a huge suction force at the edge of the abyss. Although it was weaker than at the beginning, it was still not to be underestimated. Jiyu inserted a long sword into the ground, held the sword hilt with one hand to stabilize his body, and grabbed Xianxia with the other hand. With a little force, he pulled Xianxia up from the edge of the abyss. "Senior sister, let's go," Jiyu said. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, but a cold light suddenly flashed in her eyes. She lowered her voice and sneered, "Thank you, junior sister." As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia secretly exerted force and pulled Jiyu down into the abyss. Jiyu immediately fell into the abyss along with her sword. In an instant, they were swallowed by the suction force from the bottom of the abyss. Taking advantage of this gap, Xianxia quickly dodged and rushed out of the range of the suction force. "Junior sister." In the distance, Lu Jia and Su Qing's faces changed greatly. At the same time, Lin Tian and Guo Xiaoming were fighting. Their faces also changed wildly, and they took a step toward the abyss. "Do you have time to care about other things now?" Guo Xiaoming said indifferently. "Get lost." Lin Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. His whole body was instantly surrounded by true essence flames, and the violent sword momentum swept in all directions, forcing Wu Xiaoming to retreat a few steps. After that, Lin Tian didn't have time to think. He spread out the yin and yang row and came to the edge of the abyss like lightning. He directly used the equipment control technique to rush to the bottom of the abyss and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Lin Tian. Senior brother Lin. Lu Jia and Su Qing's faces changed again. Wu Xiaoming was moved. Seeing Lin Tian jump into the abyss, he immediately frowned. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the others had ordered to capture Lin Tian alive and bring him back to the 100 Refinements Workshop. Now that Lin Tian had jumped into the abyss, it was likely that he would die. How could they bring him back? Looking at the dark abyss, Wu Xiaoming paused for a moment, then turned and left. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian jumping into the abyss. At first, she was shocked, then she laughed. Stupid. She was jealous of Jiyu and secretly pulled Jiyu into the abyss, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian would jump in with Jiyu. This undoubtedly made her very excited. Compared to Jiyu, she hated Lin Tian more. Lin Tian humiliated her in the Valley of the Harp, and Lin Tian's master killed her master. Now that Lin Tian had jumped into the abyss, she was afraid that he wouldn't survive. Naturally, she was very happy. Xianxia. Junior sister went to save you, but you repaid her kindness with ingratitude. Lu Jia was furious. Xianxia said indifferently, when did I harm her? She suddenly let go of me and fell into the abyss because of exhaustion. It has nothing to do with me. With that, Xianxia walked out of the cave. Xianxia, you are shameless. Just you wait, I will definitely report this matter to the Valley Master. You will die a horrible death. Su Qing cursed. Jiyu fell into the abyss, and Lin Tian jumped in with him. Now that the two's fate was unknown, Su Qing was sad and angry. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. She turned around and slapped Su Qing's cheek. Shut up, you little bitch. Remember your identity, you are just an outer disciple. I am a core disciple, so I know my place. Call me senior sister Shen. With a cold snort, Xianxia walked to a gap in the cave and disappeared quickly. Su Qing covered her cheek, her eyes full of anger. However, she quickly looked in the direction of the abyss, and tears immediately gushed out. That abyss was unknown how deep it was. Moreover, the yin qi below was soaring to the sky. The malicious spirit from before had also rushed down. It was obvious that it was a dangerous place. Su Qing and Lu Jia didn't dare to think about the consequences of Lin Tian and Jiyu falling in. It was pitch black all around, and there was a strong wind blowing in their ears. Lin Tian was flying down the abyss at this moment, and he only felt some pain on his cheek. Now, he was in the huge suction force, and he couldn't open his eyes. He could only release his divine sense to explore the surroundings, looking for Jiyu's figure. At the same time, he stepped on the inner spirit sword and flew down with the tool control technique. Under such a huge suction force, it was impossible to use the equipment controlling technique to fly up, but flying down was not a problem at all. Moreover, the speed would be greatly increased, and he would be able to descend even faster. Because Jiyu fell earlier than him, he could only rely on this method to catch up with Jiyu. Found him. Soon, Lin Tian's face lit up with joy. He saw Jiyu's figure. Jiyu obviously also saw Lin Tian's aura, and his face suddenly changed. How did you fell from above? Do you think I would just watch from the edge of the abyss? Lin Tian said with a smile. Relying on the tool control technique, he quickly reached Jiyu's side and pulled Jiyu to him. Only then did he completely heave a sigh of relief. Jiyu stared at Lin Tian. He was a little happy, a little touched, and a little apologetic. You're so silly. You're the silly one. You actually risked your life for that kind of person. You saved him, but he set you up. Lin Tian Dao. As he said this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and a strong murderous intent rose in his heart. Jiyu lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry. Don't say that. I know you're kind-hearted and can't bear to see your fellow disciples in trouble. Lin Tiandao said, but don't do this again in the future. Don't put yourself in danger for unnecessary people. If you do this again, I'll be angry. Ji Yu nodded and held Lin Tian's hand, feeling relieved. What do we do now? Ji Yu asked. The wind whistled in their ears, and the two of them were still falling. Lin Tian looked up and said, the suction force in the air has weakened a lot. But even so, it's impossible for us to rush up now. After all, the height that the tool control technique can reach is limited. We should have fallen very deep. Now, we can only fall to the bottom and think of a way to get out. That's the only way. Ji Yu nodded and said softly, I'm sorry to have troubled you. She knew that if she hadn't gone to save Xinyan, things wouldn't have developed to this point. What trouble? We're not outsiders. Lin Tian said angrily. Ji Yu seemed to be happier. That's true. The wind continued to blow in their ears. After an unknown amount of time, the suction force around them completely disappeared. Lin Tian and Ji Yu fell to the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black. It was truly the kind of darkness where one couldn't even see their own fingers. The two of them could only hear gusts of wind blowing, and at the same time, the faint sound of flowing water came from ahead. Lin Tian activated the true essence in his body, and a wisp of flame wrapped around the inner spirit sword, instantly illuminating the surroundings. It was also at this time that the two of them both changed their expressions. This is? The flame on the inner spirit sword illuminated the space within a radius of 5 zhang. Looking around, there were piles of bones everywhere. There were both humans and monster beasts. Not far away, an underground river quietly flowed. The water was dark red, and decaying corpses floated on the water. Black qi lingered around them like maggots. End of chapter 277. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.